The term Ice Age refers to a period of time in which the surface of the Earth is covered with sheets of ice called glaciers. This does not mean that the Earth is one big snowball for an entire ice age. While this happens on occasion, most ice ages are made up of a series of warm and cold spells. In cold periods of glaciation, glaciers extend from poles toward the equator. And in warm periods of interglaciation, the glaciers retreat back to the poles. So while the term Ice Age might bring to mind images of woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers, it is important to remember that we are currently in an ice age, and have been for about 2.8 million years. We just happen to be in a period of interglaciation. Ice ages create new challenges for life by significantly altering the environment in which life forms compete. Ice ages lower the world's temperature, making it hard for cold-blooded animals to survive. Ice ages also tend to make the world a drier place by locking up the moisture in ice. This makes it difficult for plants to survive on land. This, in turn, makes it very difficult for land-dwelling animals to find food. Yet these challenges also present new opportunities. Mammals owe their current primacy to ice ages, wiping out much of their competition. And while most primates suffered from the reduction of lush rainforests into arid grasslands, one sub-branch of this family would abandon the protection of trees to wander the earth in search of food. These were the first hominids, ancestors of modern humans. I will spare you the details of our development as a species. What is important for this lecture is that at some point we stopped simply foraging and scavenging and began hunting, because at the time the most reliable sources of food were migratory herds. To keep up with these herds, our ancestors had to be as mobile as the animals they were hunting, so we developed longer legs and an upright form of walking. To outsmart and track those herds, we developed bigger brains. To take down large game, we combined those bigger brains with finer hands and teamwork and started making tools. In short, the challenges presented by the Ice Age forged man into the hyper-intelligent, highly adaptable, upright walking, tool-generating creature we know today. And so now, we come to the latest period of interglaciation, a great thaw that began around 10,000 BCE. Human beings have been following the migrations of herd animals for thousands of years. The scarcity of plant life required herds to move constantly. The herds moved to find new vegetation to eat. The humans moved to follow the herds. With the thaw, plant life thrived again. Herds no longer needed to move such long distances to find fodder. Yet countless generations had made these migrations instinctive to herd animals. Human beings, on the other hand, had no such instincts to constrain them. They quickly realized that the animals they hunted would survive just as well without walking for thousands of miles every year. Now if only they could find a way to convince the animals to abandon their instincts. This marks the beginning of the domestication of animals. Human beings did whatever they could to break animals of their migratory habits. This proved easier with some animals than with others. Likely the first herd animal to be domesticated was the sheep. Sheep are smaller than humans and do not move very quickly. When a herd of sheep began to migrate, all it took were a few humans to restrain them and drive them back to more convenient pastures. Humans might have been helped in this process by the domesticated animal, the dog. The dog makes an excellent shepherd. He's fast, he's intelligent, he's deadly, and he's absolutely terrifying to your average herd animal, who thinks he's a wolf. These factors combined to make the dog an appealing ally even during our early days as hunters, which is probably when we first formed our alliance with the canine species. With the dog for an ally and ample vegetation for grazing, humans came to domesticate many of the large species on the planet: the sheep, the goat, the pig, the cow, the horse, the donkey, the water buffalo, the wide variety of camels, the yak, the reindeer, and even the elephant. Still, many species evaded domestication, being too ornery, too fierce, too independent, or too prone to panic to be controlled. Others required very specific diets that humans could not replicate, and still others simply refused to breed in captivity. Nevertheless, humans were able to break enough of the species of their migratory habits to allow us to settle in one place. Instead of humans following herds through their endless migrations, the herds would now follow the humans, leading them from pasture to pasture. This system is called pastoralism. Yet despite these advances, the shepherd must still move about, albeit in a much smaller circuit than migratory hunters. Though domestication had made these animals dependent on man, man was still dependent on those domesticated animals. The warming earth would soon provide another option, the domestication of plants through settled agriculture. Yet it is important to remember that without the domestication of animals, human beings would likely never have been able to stay put long enough to raise a crop of wheat without starving to death. So we've seen how humanity developed in response to the extraordinary challenges presented by the Ice Age. Equipped to survive the utmost scarcity, our species entered this warm period of abundance. The same adaptations that had allowed us to survive the depths of glaciation would enable us to dominate in this interglacial period. The brains we developed to find food would later come up with ways to make food. The hands we developed to make and use knives and spears would go on to construct the millions of tools we use today. Finally, the teamwork we needed to pull down a mastodon would allow us to build cities, states, and empires.
Where did we come from is one of the oldest questions mankind has ever asked. For centuries, early humans developed elaborate stories involving supernatural deities descending from Earth to begin humanity or mankind, materializing from the sea, the ground, other creatures, you name it. Only recently, that is, in the last century or two, have we truly been able to discover scientifically how humanity arrived at its current form. In this lesson, we'll discuss those early origins and delve deeper into the characteristics that our species, Homo sapiens, developed to set us on our path to global domination. When humankind's ancestors diverged from their primate cousins in the evolutionary tree is not known exactly. The most important speciation, that one that separated humankind's ancestors from the ancestors of today's chimpanzees, likely occurred between 7 million and 6 million years ago. The earliest specimens found to prove this speciation are from Sahelanthropus chidensis, an ape-like ancestor who had the ability to walk upright on 2 legs, but only for limited periods of time. This ability likely gave Sahelanthropus a key advantage over his competitors. With the ability to walk upright at points, Sahelanthropus could see over the tall grasses of the African savanna and detect the approach of predators. This ability to walk on 2 legs, termed bipedalism, grew more and more present in later human ancestors. For example, the bones we have of Australopithecus amensis, which lived around 4.2 million to 3.9 million years ago, show that he probably walked upright more often than not. These early human ancestors likely lived in both the grasslands and the native forests of their ancestors. Though after Australopithecus humanity's ancestors probably walked upright most of the time, they still maintained many of the abilities that allowed them to easily climb trees. Later species of the Australopithecus genus were the first to begin using stone tools. This sophisticated manipulation of the environment is another characteristic that set humankind's ancestors apart from its ape cousins. It was likely around 2.6 million years ago, possibly by Australopithecus africanus, when humankind's ancestors first developed the stone tools by chipping away softer stones with harder, often rounder stones. They formed these softer stones into cutting implements and other rudimentary tools. Soon after mankind's first forays into technology, the first species of our genus, Homo, appeared. Homo habilis was the earliest species of the Homo genus, appearing around 2.4 million years ago. He was originally nicknamed the Handyman, as it was thought when the first specimens were found that Homo habilis was the first toolmaker. Nonetheless, Homo habilis walked fully upright. The next major innovation in the development of humankind's ancestors was achieved by the longest living species of the genus, Homo erectus. Homo erectus existed from about 1.9 million years ago until about 150,000 years ago. Throughout that period, the brain capacity of Homo erectus nearly doubled. Furthermore, Homo erectus was one of the first of humanity's ancestors to venture outside the bounds of Africa, spreading as far as East Asia and Indonesia. Perhaps most importantly, Homo erectus was likely the first human ancestor to harness the use of fire, probably around 800,000 years ago. Fire allowed the cooking of food, which radically changed the diet of mankind's ancestors, as well as offering warmth in colder climates and some protection from predators. Our species, Homo sapiens, evolved in Africa around 200,000 years ago, and by 100,000 years ago, the species began spreading to most parts of the world. Though it is now the only surviving species of Homo, it lives side by side with Homo neanderthalensis in Europe and Central Asia, but that species died out around 40,000 years ago. For most of that time, Homo sapiens were hunter-gatherers, who followed herds and animals and built rudimentary shelters. They also foraged for nuts, fruits, berries, and wild vegetables. Perhaps the most important development in mankind's history was completed by Homo sapiens roughly 12 to 10,000 years ago, the development of agriculture. Between 10,000 and 8,000 BC, mankind first began to domesticate game animals and keep them in herds near humans. In addition, they began to collect the seeds of the best wild crops and plant them widely. This early agriculture allowed humankind, for the first time, to grow or cultivate more food than they could eat in a single day. In addition, humans now had a reason to stay put, and sedentary villages and communities developed. Before long, these communities grew larger as humans became more adept farmers, developing into city-states with sophisticated economies and political apparatuses. Furthermore, the free time humans were now afforded allowed them to develop culturally and create pottery, innovative technology, and religion and mythology. In essence, the birth of agriculture in the relatively recent past instigated the birth of civilization as you and I know it. The evolutionary tree that eventually led to Homo sapiens and human civilization is not a straight one. Indeed, there are many twists, turns, and dead ends where certain species simply die out. The examples of hominins above are only a few of what is a diverse and fascinating family of organisms that existed prior to the arrival of Homo sapiens. Most important are the landmarks of development mentioned in this lesson. Bipedalism, for example, allowed our first ancestors to descend from the trees to the grasslands with at least a modicum of safety. The ability to make stone tools and an increasing brain size certainly helped human development as well. The harnessing of fire allowed humans to begin eating meat and other types of food rich in proteins. Most recently, and perhaps most importantly, the development of agriculture allowed humans to begin living sedentary lives and flourish into the society you and I live in today.
Very fortunately, I seldom have to worry about where my food comes from. I'm able to go to a store and travel down the produce, meat, or frozen food aisle, which makes life rather easy. However, this is a luxury many cultures don't enjoy. Today we'll take a look at two such cultures as we discuss people groups that rely on foraging and pastoralism for their survival. We'll start with foragers. Foragers are hunter-gatherers who survive on the collection of naturally occurring resources, specifically wild plants and animals. Recognizing that few purely foraging societies still exist, today's lesson will definitely include some generalities. Keeping this in mind, most foragers are nomads, people who move from place to place in search of food. In other words, they usually have no fixed home. They follow their food. They don't grow or raise it. Since they are constantly on the move, nomadic foragers tend to live in very small communities. After all, gathering food for lots of people would be rather difficult. Not only are foraging cultures rather small, they're also usually egalitarian. This means they lack a central leader and treat all members of the same sex and age as equals. Rather than one head honcho calling all the shots, they usually make decisions by group consensus. Making them even more different than our culture, foragers usually don't recognize individual property rights. Their lands aren't broken down into neat little plots, and the food they find isn't hoarded by those who gathered or killed it. Moving away from foragers, we now come to pastoralism. Pastoralism is a form of living in which survival is based on the maintenance of domesticated animals. Like foragers, most pastoral groups are nomadic. Unlike foragers, they usually live in dry or frozen areas, which are climates that don't offer lots of vegetation. Pastoralists have a special place in my heart since I had the amazing privilege of living with an African pastoral tribe during my youth. This East African tribe raised sheep and goats. Unlike a lot of pastoralists, my African friends were not nomadic. However, their social structure was very egalitarian. Like those who forage, this equality among people of the same sex and age is very common among pastoralists. With their strong dependence on animals, it would be easy to think that all pastoralists eat their animals. Although this is true for some pastoralists, it's not always the case. Sometimes pastoralists trade or sell the byproducts of their animals for money or crops. For instance, the tribe I lived with drank lots of goat milk. They also traded this milk with neighboring tribes. However, they seldom killed their goats. In fact, while I lived in Africa, we seldom ate meat. When we did, it was for special occasions like weddings or births. The rest of the time, our meals consisted of grains acquired by trade. Foragers are hunter-gatherers who survive on the collection of naturally occurring resources, specifically wild plants and animals. Foragers are usually nomads, people who move from place to place in search of food. Due to this, foragers usually live in small, egalitarian societies. They lack a central leader and treat all members of the same sex and age as equal. Also, foragers seldom recognize individual property rights. Pastoralism is a form of living in which survival is based on the maintenance of domesticated animals. Societies that practice pastoralism usually reside in hot, dry climates. They also tend to be organized into smaller nomadic communities. Oftentimes, pastoralists do not butcher their animals for food. Instead, they trade or sell the byproducts of their herds.
When you want to learn something new about a subject or figure in our past, what do? Chances are, you simply go to the library or get online and read as much as you can about it. If you're lucky, the person or people have even written their own books that you can read to discover just what they were like and what they thought. Things get more difficult the farther back in history you go, as resources become less available. What, then, are you supposed to do about humans who didn't even have a written language? Fortunately, historians, anthropologists, and paleontologists have gotten increasingly crafty over the years and have deciphered a large amount of information about our prehistoric ancestors. In this lesson, we'll explore the two main periods these cultures lived in, the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods, and discover the differences between them. Long before the emergence of either of these civilizations, the evolutionary branches of primates went in several directions. Over millions of years, the branch that eventually resulted in humans developed various skills and adaptations which helped distinguish mankind from the other primates. For example, the ancestors of today's humans were the only primates to develop bipedalism, or the ability to walk upright on 2 feet. Researchers theorized this was possibly so these primates could see over the tall grass of the African savanna and see predators before the predators were on top of them. They also developed larger and larger brains. For example, the human ancestor, Homo habilis, first evolved around 2.4 million years ago and had an average brain size of 650 cubic centimeters. When its descendant and our ancestor, Homo erectus, first appeared 500,000 years later, its brain size had almost doubled, with scientists finding some specimens whose brain capacity was as high as 1,225 cubic centimeters. Our current species, Homo sapiens, first appeared somewhere between 250,000 and 200,000 years ago. Whatever the exact date as to the arrival of Homo sapiens, this is when most paleontologists place the beginning of the Paleolithic period. First beginning in Africa, Paleolithic humans spread over the entire world over the following millennia. Paleolithic people adapted well to their surroundings, but very rarely built permanent dwellings. Any homes that were built tended to be made of amalgamations of mud, wood, and animal skins, depending on the environment. Often, Paleolithic people lived wherever there was natural shelter, such as the mouths of caves. Unsurprisingly, it's in these caves that some of the oldest forms of human artistic and linguistic expression still exist today, in the form of cave paintings. Paleolithic people did not build sophisticated houses because they had little use for them. Paleolithic people lived in nomadic societies. They often migrated along with the herds of animals they hunted for food. Because of the mobile nature of Paleolithic society, bands were relatively small, rarely numbering more than 50. Likely these bands were generally the members of large, extended families. Political apparatuses were virtually non-existent, and major decisions about the band's actions were likely made by either the eldest members of the group or the strongest. Because of the nomadic, hunter-gatherer lifestyles Paleolithic people conducted, there was very little time for complex tool-making or technology. The few tools that were created usually were made from chipped stone, wood, or animal bone. This technology was often as practical as possible, such as arrowheads that were created to tip spears to hunt fish and game. The Paleolithic period continued until about 10,000 years ago. At this point, around 8000 BC, early humans first began domesticating plants and animals. Rather than simply chasing herds of animals around forever, humans now began to cultivate herds of animals which could be corralled and kept near human society. In addition, humans began taking the best plants they found in the wild and planting them in large quantities. This phenomenon, the birth of agriculture, is what separates the Paleolithic people from the Neolithic period. This change first occurred in the Fertile Crescent, a region of rich soil and plentiful water in between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is today modern Iraq. As a result of the birth of agriculture, Neolithic society became more sedentary. Indeed, with herds of animals that could be controlled and fields which needed tending, it now behooved Neolithic humans to begin building permanent settlements. As humans clustered together, the first villages and towns sprang up, surrounded by the farmland these humans controlled. Ideas concerning private property first emerged as for the first time in history humans now had livestock and land in which they invested enormous amounts of time. Agriculture also gave Neolithic humans large amounts of free time in relation to their ancestors. As they now often had more food than they could eat in a day, they had considerable time to begin cultural pursuits such as creating pottery, developing better tools, and crafting creation stories and early religious beliefs. Human families also grew larger as increased food production could support greater numbers. In time, human settlements grew larger and became the first cities. Though the exact dates are still debated, these first city-states were governed by the priests of the first temples to the various gods of ancient society. Before long, however, these cities were ruled by strongmen who became kings, and complex social structures proliferated. The Neolithic period is considered to have ended sometime around 3000 BC, when the first written languages were developed by these same cultures. Paleolithic culture and Neolithic culture are incredibly different from one another. Though the Paleolithic period lasted much longer, the Neolithic period experienced a far greater change in human lifestyle in a much shorter period of time. For example, where Paleolithic humans were hunter-gatherers who largely followed herds and built only semi-permanent homes, Neolithic society was sedentary, and humans built permanent settlements which grew into villages, towns, and eventually city-states. Additionally, whereas Paleolithic people built only stone and bone tools which could help in their hunting and food gathering, Neolithic people had the time to craft other objects like pottery, as well as having the time to begin thinking about bigger things like humanity's origins. Indeed, while Paleolithic culture is important, it is the characteristics of Neolithic culture which began to lay the bedrock for modern society as we know it today.
Humans as we know them have been walking around for about 200,000 years. Yet despite having bigger brains and finer hands, we continue to behave as our predecessors had. This was a nomadic lifestyle, following herds, gathering wild plants and fruits along the way. Then about 10,000 years ago, we came to a divide. On this side, we had the nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyle we'd always known. On the far side, we had settled agriculture. The differences between these two are simple, but, as we shall see, they have lasting implications. As a nomad, you must find your food. Since you must find your food, you must move before your food sources are depleted, or before your food wanders off. Since you must be able to move, you can only store as much food as you can carry. Storage is particularly difficult because as a nomad you eat mostly meat, which has a high nutritional value but is difficult to preserve and store. Now let's look at the other side of the divide. As a farmer, you make your own food. In fact, you can produce more food than you can eat. This is called a surplus. Since growing crops takes time, you must stay put to care for your plants. Since you're not going anywhere anyway, you have the option of storing lots of food. And storage is made easy because as a farmer, you eat very little meat, but a lot of grains, which have a low nutritional value, but are very easy to preserve and store. So when droughts hit, and the hunting is bad, nomads must move along or starve to death, while farmers can survive off the surpluses they stored. Yet there are other effects of agriculture besides mere survival. The most obvious is that when you have more food, you can make more people. And because one farmer can feed several people, this makes possible the division of labor. Now, instead of every man being a hunter-gatherer, concerned only with getting food for himself, now one can be a baker, another a carpenter, another a soldier. With specialization come new technologies. And these technologies allow us to produce even greater surpluses in larger populations. The greater the surplus one farmer can produce, the more labor can be divided, allowing for more improvements in technologies, which allow for still greater surpluses and even larger populations. This is what is called a positive feedback loop. We can see the results clearly. These days, a single farmer, with the aid of technology, can feed thousands. With all these surpluses, the world's population has passed 7 billion. Now, as well as carpenters and bakers, we have firemen, doctors, and astronauts. It should be clear by now how settled farmers ended up displacing nomads. But just for fun, let us compare a Roman soldier to a barbarian warrior. The barbarian warrior grew up eating nutritious meat, allowing him to reach his full growth potential. The Roman soldier, with his diet of bread and olives, seems malnourished by comparison. He's small, he's fat, and it looks like he's about to get creamed. But because agriculturalists can support a larger population, there are more Roman soldiers than barbarian warriors. Moreover, they're all specialists. Freed from the need to feed themselves, they have spent all their time mastering the art of soldiering. And because they're all specialists, they can develop new technologies. The barbarian warrior doesn't stand a chance. This sort of dominance would be impossible without the massive surpluses of food derived from the Neolithic agricultural revolution.
We actually know very little about prehistoric religion. This is not surprising. Imagine yourself in a church. Now, remove everything that early man would not have. No pews, no stained glass windows, or illuminating tapestries. No building at all. All you're left with is an altar and some religious symbols and holy vessels. And all of those would be of a primitive design. Let's add a fire for light and cooking. There. Welcome to prehistoric religion. The problem is, it's hard to tell a prehistoric holy place from a prehistoric bedroom, even if they had done everything they could to decorate a holy place. After 30,000 years, it ends up looking like this. Still, let us see what we can learn from this. We've got some animal bones, a couple of knives, a raised block, but that could be anything. This could be a workshop for chipping blades, or a place for butchering animals. Ah, but look here. What is this? The figure appears female and has a distended belly, so perhaps a pregnant woman? It's made out of stone. The only other things I see made of stone are clearly tools, so it must be important. Maybe she's a goddess, a mother goddess. Perhaps she even represents the earth itself, the mother of all things. That's really all we have to work with. Certainly, prehistoric humans did make other works of art. We found some very nice cave drawings and some other carvings. However, these are all of animals. Mostly, the very animals our ancestors spent their lives hunting. While these images and figurines might bear some religious significance, it would be impossible to determine the nature of such animal worship, beyond their obvious importance as a source of food and sustainer of life. Oh, if only these people had known how to write. Yet these mother goddess figures show up all over the place. This one we're looking at is the Venus of Hulefels, though her maker probably called her Mama. Arguably the oldest example of sculpture, she was made 40,000 years ago and found near Schellklingen, Germany. This is her granddaughter, the Venus of Dolní Věstonice. She was carved about 30,000 years ago in the Moravian basin of what is now called the Czech Republic. And this is her granddaughter, the Venus of Willendorf. She was carved 6,000 years later, near the modern-day city of Willendorf in Austria. Archaeologists have discovered thousands of these figurines around the ancient world. Though styles may change and technique may refine, these figures all retain their femininity. This was found in Çatalhöyük, one of the oldest cities we've discovered, from 75,000 BCE. A chain of Aegean islands called the Cyclades maintained this practice into the 3rd millennium BCE. They are famous for their unique take on this figure. Of course, by then, they were making other figures of men, of animals, even of musicians, but mother figures still predominate. It's believed by some that mother goddess worship reached its apex in Minoan civilization, which arose on Crete around the 27th century BCE and flourished until its destruction around the 17th century BCE by the explosion of Thera, modern-day Santorini, a small island with a big volcano less than 200 kilometers to the north. The Minoans made some beautiful goddess figurines. Somewhere along the way, mother goddesses had become associated with snakes, which live in the earth. There is some evidence that Minoan religion had expanded to include male deities as well, yet mother goddess figures outnumber their male counterparts, which are normally represented as smaller prince consorts to the great goddess, as seen in this impression of a Minoan signet ring. Indeed, the female predominates all of Minoan art. Their murals, their sculpture, even their pottery. There is one undeniably male figure that appears repeatedly in Minoan art, that of the bull. However, it is noteworthy that representations of bulls are almost always found near representations of the labrys, or ceremonial axe, presumably used to end the life of said bull. Sir Arthur Evans speculated that the Minoans were a matriarchal society, in which the power of the male force, the bull, was curbed and cut short for the good of society by a female force. We can see this in the famous Bull Jumpers mural. The bull is restrained by 2 women. All around the border is a repeating pattern of overlapping axe blades. Within female control, the bull may live, strive, work, thrill, and entertain. Yet, outside of that constraint, the axe waits. Of course, Evans and others who follow his theories draw many of their interpretations from the accounts and myths of later patriarchal societies. Their perspectives, while certainly nearer in time, are likely to carry their own biases. Yet, even to them, much of mother goddess worship was as much of a mystery as it is to us now. Thus, for tens of thousands of years, mother goddesses seem to have dominated prehistoric religion. Even when male gods had supplanted their place of primacy, the mother goddess never really disappeared. We can see her in Ninsun of Mesopotamian mythology, in Astarte of Syria, in Egypt's Hathor, in the Greeks' Gaia, and Demeter, literally the mother. Even the Catholic Church could not put a stop to mother goddess worship. The best they could do was to redirect it toward the Holy Mother, Mary. Today, worship of the mother goddess is alive and well. While modern Western religions may scoff at her worshippers, the Wiccan burning honey cakes to the Great Mother at the park is actually participating in a rite to a deity who was being worshipped 40,000 years before Abraham.
Most of us are familiar with the tale of Noah and the flood. For those of you who aren't, here's a quick recap. God decides to flood the earth. So he warns Noah of the impending flood. God orders Noah to build an ark, providing specific instructions about the dimensions and materials to be used. In the ark, Noah is to gather his family and 2 of every animal. Noah does as he is told. He builds the ark, gathers his family, and marches all the animals on board 2 by 2. Then it starts to rain. God makes it rain for 40 days and 40 nights, flooding the earth. Noah, his family, and the animals he'd gathered are the only survivors. After the rains had stopped, Noah released a raven, which never returned. 7 days later, Noah released a dove, which returned having found nothing to land on. 7 days after that, Noah released the dove again. This time it returned with a sprig of olive. Another 7 days, and Noah released the dove. It never returned. Another 7 days, and Noah released the dove one last time. It never returned. Noah knew this meant the dove had found land. The waters subsided, the ark landed in a mountain, Noah and his family and the animals left the ark, and God promised never to flood the earth again. And he left us the rainbow as a sign of this covenant. Neat story, yes? But what if it's not just a story? What if I were to tell you that this story shows up across numerous cultures, spaced across much of the world? We find a similar tale in one of the oldest myths recorded, the Atrahasis, a Sumerian myth written on clay tablets more than 1,000 years before the story of Noah, around 1800 BCE. The myth tells how Atrahasis, the hero of the story, was warned by the god Enki of the goddess Enlil's plan to flood the earth. In this version, it was not man's wickedness that drove the gods to flood the earth. It was simply an attempt to control the human population, which they thought was growing out of control. Enki also tells Atrahasis to build an ark, and gives him almost the exact same instructions, even down to the materials and dimensions. Atrahasis builds the ark, boards it with his family and a bunch of animals, and survives the flood. This story is found again in the Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, written 8 centuries later, also on clay tablets. Here the similarities to Noah run even deeper. Like before, a god, Ea this time, tells the hero Unapchin to build a massive ark and bring into it all his family and all the animals of the field. The gods then flood the earth to punish humans for their sinful ways. The storm lasts for 6 days and 6 nights and wipes out the rest of the human race. Like Noah, Unapchin gets stuck on a mountain. Like Noah, he releases birds, first a dove, then a sparrow, then a raven. The first 2 return quickly. When the raven does not return, he knows it is safe to leave the ark. The goddess Enlil promises never to flood the earth again, and rewards Unapchin with eternal life. Thus it seems like we've been telling the story of the flood, as a species, for almost 4,000 years. Most interpret this similarity as evidence that the Noah story is very old, and was borrowed from earlier cultures. This is probably true. But that does not explain the fact that a great flood features in the mythology of almost every ancient culture. The Greek author Hesiod wrote of a flood, and it is mentioned in several ancient Hindu texts. Even the distant Mayans had their own unique flood myths. Now I can understand Greeks and Indians retelling a story they heard from a Babylonian, but how on earth would the Maya on the other end of the world have known the story as well? Well, that returns us to our earlier question. What if it's not just a story? What if there actually was a flood sometime in our history, but so long ago that the accounts survive only in myth? Some scholars believe they have found just such a flood. When we look back in the geological record, we find around 8,200 years ago, 6,400 BCE, global temperatures dropped drastically. Scientists believe this sudden drop in temperature occurred when Lake Agassiz, a vast prehistoric glacial lake that covered much of North America, finally melted out of the glacial walls that had contained it and poured into the world's oceans. Sea levels may have risen by as much as 2 meters. Now imagine you're farming in a fertile basin near the Black Sea. Miles to the west, the Mediterranean has been steadily rising. Suddenly it tears a hole through the Bosphorus and begins pouring into the Black Sea basin. Over the course of a week, the water level rises 3 meters, submerging millions of acres. The entire world as you know it is suddenly under water. Hundreds of thousands of people who had settled to farm the area would be drowned. Those who'd survived would need to find new homes. Linguistics, the study of languages, offers support to the Great Flood theory. Many have suggested that such a disaster might have been responsible for the Indo-European diaspora. Study of languages suggests that around 8,000 years ago, a huge human migration took place. A tide of people poured out of the Black Sea basin in all directions. These people all seem to have spoken a common language at one point, but as they settled across Europe and the Near East, they lost contact with one another, and their languages diverged. Today we call the original common language Proto-Indo-European, and almost every European language and all Near Eastern languages are descendants of Proto-Indo-European. While this common language no longer exists, it lives on in its children. For example, every Indo-European language uses the sound ma to refer to mother. Yet different groups of languages have different sounds for father. We and the Germans make a fa sound, while cultures along the Mediterranean use a pa sound. Linguists use these differences and similarities to break languages into families. Those that are most similar, like Spanish and Italian, separated most recently, about 2,000 years ago. Those that are most different, like Hindi and English, must have separated long ago. By tracing these similarities and divergences, linguists have traced the paths of our ancestors across the Western world, back across space and time, to the Black Sea Basin, where the mother of Indo-European languages, Proto-Indo-European, was spoken around 6400 BCE. So from the perspective of these Proto-Indo-European people farming along the Black Sea, the Great Flood was the greatest catastrophe they had ever known. We can still sense their terror in the myths that survive to this day. Yet with the benefit of hindsight, the Great Flood may well have been the best thing that ever happened to our species. Without the Great Flood, agriculture, civilization, perhaps even man as we knew him, might have remained a localized affair for 1,000 more years, spreading only by small increments as time progressed. Instead, a relatively small group of dedicated agriculturalists was abruptly broken apart and quickly spread around the world. We can still see traces of this flight in the languages we speak today. With agriculture to support them, these groups of Indo-Europeans came to dominate the regions they settled. Within a few thousand years, settled agriculture had replaced nomadic hunter-gathering from the Strait of Gibraltar to the Himalayas, from the Scottish Highlands to the Nile Valley. One of those groups of refugee farmers would come to settle in the Fertile Crescent and found the Sumerian civilization. It would be another 3,000 years before the Sumerians developed writing. Yet after all those generations, they still remembered the flood, and they wrote it down, giving us the story we still tell our children to this day. Much of this lecture series is devoted to the history of agricultural, city-dwelling, literate peoples. We call this complex of technology and culture civilization. Yet those civilized cultures would come to dominate the world. Civilization was just one of many successful survival strategies available to humanity. Humans have survived in many ways. As nomadic hunter-gatherers, following herds and collecting fruits and vegetables along the way. As fishers expanding across the world's seas, as seasonal agriculturalists staying put only long enough to plant and harvest a crop before moving on to follow the herds for winter, and as nomadic pastoralists, driving flocks of sheep or herds of cattle across vast distances in search of green pastures. In many respects, all of these systems could be considered just as successful as civilization. Each approach was well suited to its environment. Though they may lack the comfort and security of civilized life, they make up for these shortcomings with sustainability. Settled agriculturalists take a different approach. Rather than living within the constraints of their environment, they alter their environment to maximize food production. They clear forests, grow specific crops, and dig irrigation canals. These approaches work well in the beginning. A freshly burned forest makes for fertile soil. Focusing on a single crop allows selective breeding, making for greater surpluses. Irrigation allows dry areas to grow food. But in the long run, these decisions prove disastrous. Without the shade and nutrients provided by the forest, the soil quickly begins to degrade. Focusing on a specific crop creates monocultures, which are vulnerable to disease and changes in the environment. Even irrigation accelerates erosion, and precious nutrients are washed out to sea. In short, settled agriculturalists sacrifice sustainability for surpluses. As we saw in our lecture on the agricultural revolution, these surpluses kick off a positive feedback loop. Surpluses create larger populations and enable the division of labor. Specialization leads to new technologies, which in turn lead to greater surpluses. It was this surplus loop that allowed civilization to displace competing systems over time. Not just through superior war technology, which it did not always have, but with sheer numbers. Yet there were limitations to this tide. Settled agriculture requires fertile land and lots of water. Where these factors were present, civilization expanded to fill them. Yet it could not expand into the deserts of Arabia, the steppes of modern-day Russia, or any of the cold, hostile, inhospitable places on Earth. And it was to these places that competing systems fled, some surviving to this day. Yet there was one sort of society that was not so easily dismissed from the fertile land civilization had claimed its own. Those were the horse peoples. As the name implies, the history of horse peoples is inextricably tied to the horse. As you may recall from our lecture on the horse and chariot, around 3500 BCE, the nomadic pastoralists of the Eurasian steppe figured out how to ride a horse. This made the task of driving their herds about the steppe much easier. Atop a horse, they could outrun almost any animal. They could also manage much larger herds than a man on foot could ever hope to. With their subsequent invention of the short horse bow, the horse people created the most dangerous shepherd anyone had ever seen, the horse archer. Shepherding is generally boring work, so your horse archer has ample time to practice and perfect his skills. A good horse archer could hit a moving target at 500 feet. With horse archers, any threat to the herd, from man or beast, could be dealt with quickly from a distance. If a threat pressed on, despite a hail of arrows, the horse archers could withdraw to a safe distance and begin firing again, until their foe either died or retreated. What made the horse archer the perfect shepherd also made him a most formidable warrior. For the next 5,000 years, horse peoples would be the bane of civilization. But Max, you might say, didn't you just tell us how civilized people's huge populations allowed them to overcome their rivals? Don't civilizations have better technologies like walls, roads, and bronze? Civilizations even have horses. In fact, they have chariots. How could a handful of horse archers be any threat to such a civilization? Watch and learn. Horse people turned that huge population against you. To a horse person, a horde of frightened farmers is just another herd to be harried and driven. Refugees flee to the closest thing with walls. They think, I'm behind a wall. Horses can't climb walls. I'm safe. The problem is that everyone nearby had the same idea, and now the city is overflowing with refugees that it cannot feed. It doesn't matter that horses can't climb walls. For a horse person, a wall is just a pen. All they need to do is keep the people penned into their city, and hunger will do the rest. Unlike earlier barbarian invaders, horse people don't have to worry about feeding themselves. They're not dependent on pillage for food. Because they're pastoralists, they bring their food with them. In fact,
Historically speaking, American cities have grown incredibly quickly. Villages and towns grew into cities as America's industries attracted immigrants and migrants from all over the world. In less than 300 years, for example, New York City went from a sleepy Dutch colonial post to one of the premier cities of the world. Most cities in history, however, grew much more slowly. Mankind's earliest cities took several centuries to coalesce in Mesopotamia. In this lesson, we'll explore those early cities, the factors that led to their rise, and the societies that supported them. Even though Mesopotamia is the name of one of mankind's oldest civilizations, you likely wouldn't find it if you looked on a map today,
because none of the city-states that rose during that period survived to the modern era. So, exactly where was Mesopotamia? The word Mesopotamia is Greek for between two rivers. This name is fitting, as the historic civilization rose in between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is today Iraq. The presence of these two rivers created an incredibly rich and fertile landscape in between the Zagros Mountains to the east and the Arabian Desert to the west. Not only did these rivers collect all the water runoff from these bordering mountains, but they also flooded seasonally, depositing rich silt and other soils full of nutrients each year. Because of this, scholars have nicknamed this dynamic and unique landscape the Fertile Crescent. The presence of the Fertile Crescent and the harshness of the surrounding environment encouraged the ancient Mesopotamians to slow and eventually end the migratory hunter-gatherer lifestyle early humans had practiced for millennia. Historians and paleontologists currently believe that the earliest Mesopotamians first began practicing agriculture sometime between 10,000 and 8,000 BC, though some recent archaeological finds may push that date even further back. The first thing Mesopotamians did was domesticate animals. Animal husbandry may even predate the birth of agriculture, as early hunter-gatherers may have domesticated and drove herds of animals on their migrations. Next, early Mesopotamians began domesticating wild plants and planting them in large quantities. This was humankind's first foray into agriculture, and before long Mesopotamians were adept growers of wheat, barley, and other crops. By 8000 BC, early Mesopotamians were building permanent structures to live in and abandoning the hunter-gatherer lifestyle altogether. As more and more Mesopotamians adopted an agricultural lifestyle, communities grew up as families and bands built their houses next to one another. These communities first sprang up in the more northern area hundreds of kilometers north of the Persian Gulf. Later, likely around 6000 BC, these northern farmers began migrating southward, bringing their agriculture and sedentary lifestyles with them. The south was less amenable to agriculture than the northern part of the Fertile Crescent, and here, Mesopotamians developed sophisticated irrigation techniques to water their fields. The agricultural revolution that occurred in Mesopotamia in these early centuries of human civilization arguably paved the way for the growth of modern civilization as we know it. Through agriculture, Mesopotamians now produced more food than they could eat in a single day or week. In response, they built storage rooms and granaries that could house the extra food and keep it fresh to be used in case of hardship. Furthermore, without having to constantly hunt animals or forage for food, Mesopotamians now had time for cultural pursuits, such as the crafting of pottery, written symbols for language, and the development of complex theologies and creation stories. As Mesopotamians grew more and more successful as agriculturalists, their settlements grew into urban centers of agricultural regions. In the 4th millennium BC, the first city-states began to emerge in Mesopotamia. These city-states were at first run by temples to each city's particular god, or pantheon of gods, and the city was generally run by those who ran the temple. Several centuries later, the temple-centered city gave way to the rise of kings. How and why many Mesopotamian city-states adopted kingships is still a matter of deep historical debate. Mesopotamia, an area between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, is often referred to as the cradle of human civilization. This is in large part because of the agricultural revolution which took place sometime between 10,000 and 8,000 BC. The rise of animal husbandry and subsequent agriculture allowed early Mesopotamians to abandon the nomadic, hunter-gatherer lifestyle of mankind's past and begin to transition to sedentary homes that could be clumped together into villages, towns, and eventually cities. The growth of so much grain through agriculture, more than one family or village could eat, gave rise to the earliest markets and also gave Mesopotamians the free time to develop cultural pursuits which are the hallmark of modernized civilization today.
When you hear the word king, do you think of the ruler of just one country? In most instances, this rings true. However, ancient Mesopotamia was a region that contained several city-states, much like Italy during the Italian Renaissance period. Mesopotamia at this time did not have a centralized government, but instead had many smaller regions with their own separate governments. The early kings ruled over only their own city-state. Lacking a centralized government and leader, the ancient region was prone to internal fighting among the kings for land and resources. As early as the 4th millennium BCE, ancient Mesopotamia covered the region that is now known as Iraq. It was settled between two major rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates. Although fertile, this land was prone to cycles of flooding and other natural disasters. Religion in Mesopotamia served as a means to explain the uncertainty that developed as a result of the unpredictable weather conditions. The Mesopotamians could attribute the chaotic weather to the will of a god, finding comfort in the belief that they were at the mercy of the gods rather than the mercy of nature's anarchy. Mesopotamian gods were anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphic gods were human in appearance with many human personality traits. Gods required food and drink, and some gods had more power than others. Most people had a relationship with their personal deity. However, the gods with the most power, although seemingly distant from humanity, were venerated by most people. A few of these more powerful gods are Enki, god of water and wisdom; Enlil, god of the sky, who could create raging storms; Anu, the father of the gods and god of the heavens; Utu, god of the sun; Nana, god of the moon; and Ninhursag, goddess of the earth. Religion was often one aspect that forged a common bond among the members of a Mesopotamian city-state. Naturally, religion became closely linked with politics. Religious beliefs, however, could vary between city-states. Some gods, with similar aspects and descriptions, may have been worshipped under a different name in more than one region. For example, Anu, mentioned previously as the father of the gods, was known by the same name in some of the larger city-states, Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria. A god with similar attributes was known in Sumer, another major city-state, as On. Because the Mesopotamians believed the gods controlled the precarious weather, a social class developed around the priests. Priests were given the task of creating rituals to honor the patron deity of their city-state. Priests gained power because everything belonged to the gods. They made decisions regarding land, commercial trade, agricultural development, and even war. They gained wealth from the contributions of the people to the gods. They also commissioned the building of ziggurats. Ziggurats were large structures with varying levels. Their main purpose was likely a dwelling place for the local deity. They were located in the city's center as a place of commerce. In most regions in early Mesopotamia, the priest was considered the ruling official. Priest kings held administrative and religious governing authority. In later periods, however, a king ruled separately from a priest. Although kings were not viewed as gods, they were considered to be appointed by the gods. The city's priest, however, still held influence. A priest's disagreement with a king's decision could lead to tension. For this reason, the king may have appointed members of the royal household to religious official status. One of the more well-known kings is Sargon. Sargon was from the land of Akkad. He was the first to unite several cities under one rule in the 24th century BCE. When Sargon defeated the Uruk king, Lugal-Zaggisi, he put a yoke on him and forced him to march to a holy city dedicated to Enlil. Lugal-Zaggisi claimed to have a special relationship with this deity. Sargon used religion to display his power. His land expanded through one of southern Mesopotamia's largest cities, Sumer, and also into northern Mesopotamia. Sargon's successors held control over their land until around 1750 BCE, when the land was conquered by Babylonian leader Hammurabi. Hammurabi is unique because he created a code of laws governing behavior. The code consisted of over 200 acts and their required punishment. Hammurabi claimed authority to create these laws by stating that they were dictated to him by Marduk, the patron god of Hammurabi's homeland, Babylon. Religion was a major aspect of the varying Mesopotamian societies because it established order amid chaotic, unpredictable environmental conditions. Although beliefs, practices, and even deities may have differed among regions, the strong link between religion and politics remained constant. Power was a balancing act between the kings and the priests.
For most native-born Americans, all they have ever known is democratic government. Democratic government and the principles of a free society, which we all live by, allow us to choose our leaders, enjoy many civil rights, and generally conduct our lives without fear of being beaten up by a strong man walking down the street. In ancient Sumer, however, democratic and free societies were virtually non-existent. In fact, the strong man you encountered walking down the street might not only beat you up and take your stuff, but, if he was strong enough, he'd happily take control of the entire city. In this lesson, we'll explore the rule of some of these strongmen during the chaotic Old Sumerian period, its background, and some of the important cities and kings of the period. So, exactly where and what was Sumer? Sumer was an ancient civilization that inhabited the lower region of Mesopotamia, beginning approximately around 5000 BC. By the rise of Sumerian civilization, humankind in Mesopotamia had already pioneered agriculture in the region for several millennia. The rise of agriculture switched humankind in this area from a mainly hunter-gatherer society to a more sedentary society with fixed homes and settlements. As agriculture and animal husbandry proved successful, these settlements grew into urban centers and cities. Soon, these cities developed their own political systems, with general control over the surrounding countryside. Beginning around roughly 2900 BC, ancient Sumerian civilization entered the Old Dynastic period, or simply the Old Sumerian period. Early forms of Sumerian writing had already developed, first appearing around 3200 BC, so numerous clay tablets have been discovered by paleontologists and historians that tell us about the period. Perhaps the most important of these artifacts is the Sumerian king list. Likely produced at some point early in the period to gratify and legitimize the rule of a Sumerian king, the list provides historians with both mythical and likely historically accurate information. For example, while the list details the reigns of Sumerian kings from the beginning of time, some of who it claims reigned for thousands of years, the list also includes seemingly more accurate and plausible details of the reigns of kings in the Old Sumerian period. At the beginning of the period, about 30 city-states existed in Sumer. Though most of Sumer followed roughly the same ideology, each city-state had its own patron deity that it honored with temples and events. The prosperity of these city-states caused each to want to expand. Not only did they decide to expand east, they also grew at the expense of one another. According to historians, throughout the Old Sumerian period, Sumerian city-states were in constantly alternating states of war and peace. One city-state, for example, would gain supremacy over its neighbors, exacting tribute and taxation from these neighboring city-states, until a succession of weak kings weakened the first city-state's grip on regional power, or a new city-state or coalition of other city-states defeated it. Though the king list and other surviving ancient manuscripts and tablets offer some help, it's still difficult for historians to piece together exactly who ruled what and where in this period. Regardless, we do know a few things. Likely, the first dynasty of this period that gained hegemony over a large portion of Sumer was the city of Kish. The kings of Kish probably ruled for a few hundred years, before Kish was pushed out of the way by the city of Lagash. Kish still remained important, however, and future kings of Lagash often adopted the title of King of Kish to grant their rule extra legitimacy. After Lagash, the city of Uruk took control of the region. The kings of Uruk ruled over Sumer until Sargon, the ruler of the city of Akkad, overthrew Uruk and established the Akkadian Empire. The Akkadian Empire eclipsed anything built by any of the dynasties of the Old Sumerian period, and as such, the beginning of Akkadian rule, likely around 2300 BC, is considered the end of the Old Sumerian period. The Old Sumerian period was one distinguished by times of warfare and strife. This occurred partially because Sumerian city-states in Mesopotamia were so successful. Their ability to grow crops and store grain, and city-states' subsequent control over the countryside, caused many of these cities and their kings to want to expand at the expense of others. The Sumerian king list helps us with some of the details, but much of the period is still hazy. We do know that the first city-state to gain prominence in ancient Sumer during the Old period was likely Kish. So important was Kish that later kings of other cities often took the ceremonial title King of Kish. After a few hundred years, Kish was pushed out of the way by Lagash, who was in turn eclipsed by the city of Uruk. Around 2300 BC, all were conquered by King Sargon of Akkad, who instituted the Akkadian Empire, ending the Old Sumerian period. When did you learn how to read and write? Perhaps you learned in kindergarten when you were 4 or 5, or maybe your parents managed to teach you a few things a year or two earlier. Most people in the world today have that experience at some point, though there are still many poor areas of the world where literacy rates are unfortunately low. Well, near the end of the 4th millennium BC, the first humans had that experience. Indeed, even though writing and reading is ubiquitous today, it's only been around for a few thousand years. In this lesson, we'll discuss when and where writing began, its early style, and the way it affected ancient society. When humanity began taking written notation is not exactly known. Likely human beings began keeping written records sometime after complex agricultural communities began to settle sometime between 10,000 and 8,000 BC. For the first time in human history, these sedentary communities began stockpiling more food than they could eat in a few days. As they built storehouses and granaries, written notation likely developed as a way to remember how much was stored and where. For example, some of the oldest artifacts that have been found are counting tokens that date some 7,000 years ago. Over time, these tokens began to be pressed into soft stone and clay tablets in a rudimentary form of record keeping. True writing, or the development of symbols to denote words or syllables, did not begin until over 5,000 years ago, about 3300 BC. This occurred first in an area of the world called Mesopotamia. This area, at times referred to as the cradle of civilization, is situated in between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is today Iraq. A culture that historians and anthropologists call Sumer was the first to begin writing. Ancient Sumerians' first written characters were pictograms. Pictograms were essentially simplified pictures of the words, sounds, or ideas that the symbols were representing. Later, this style was pared down to cuneiform. Cuneiform was an even simpler writing style, where a wedge-shaped stylus was used to make impressions upon a clay tablet. In cuneiform, various series of wedges at different angles, dots, and lines were strung together to form words, sentences, and complex thought. The creation of written language changed ancient societies in subtle yet incredibly important ways. Its first manifestation, as a way of record keeping, allowed ancient Mesopotamians to keep tabs on their crops, production, and property. Though this type of record keeping was likely born out of necessity, its applications were numerous. Before long, written accounts of battles, records of ancient government taxes and tribute, and monoliths with inscriptions to kings and the gods were created using the rudimentary written languages pioneered by the Sumerians. It should be noted that there were very few people in ancient Sumer who were well versed in early writing techniques. It was primarily the occupation and knowledge of a select few who were in charge of keeping records in ancient cities or keeping track of the king's finances. For example, even 2 millennia later, when ancient Egyptian civilization was at its height, rough estimates of historians say only 1 to 5% of the population was literate in ancient Egypt's hieroglyphic writing system. Though most of us can read and write today, in the ancient world literacy was a rare commodity. This was partially because it was only invented roughly around 3300 BC. Prior to this date, humans likely used rudimentary forms of notation, such as counting tokens that could be impressed upon a clay tablet to keep track of stores or taxes. Later, it developed into pictographs in the ancient Sumerian civilization, which was later pared down to the cuneiform system. This was a written language where a wedge-shaped stylus was used to make impressions into a clay tablet. Writing, though created for simple reasons, soon found many applications, such as keeping records of taxes and stores, and also in writing inscriptions on monuments, buildings, and elsewhere.
Think of all the things that make up civilization. You've got your teachers and doctors and lawyers and bankers and builders and all sorts of people doing a bunch of different things to keep their society working like a well-oiled machine. But how did we get here? Human societies weren't always this complex. At some point, the very concept of settled civilization had to be invented. It had to be born. To celebrate the birthday of what we call civilization, we'll have to travel back roughly 5,000 years to ancient West Asia, sometimes called the Middle East. It was here that human groups first developed long-term permanent societies, which is why we call it the cradle of civilization. Here we are, at the birth of civilization. So, where exactly are we? Currently, we are somewhere along the eastern edge of the Mediterranean Sea, in an area known as the Fertile Crescent. Stretching in a semicircular shape from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean coast, this large chunk of mostly arid land is where humans first successfully developed agriculture, hence the fertile in Fertile Crescent. Our tour of the Fertile Crescent begins here, in between the two rivers known as the Tigris and Euphrates. People of the 21st century will mostly identify this as Iraq, with parts of Syria, Turkey, and Kuwait as well. However, we're going to call it by the name given to it by the ancient Greeks, Mesopotamia, which means land between the rivers. Do you see these people here? These are some of the first people to take seeds from wild plants, plant them, breed them, and develop year-round cycles of sowing, tending, and harvesting. While Mesopotamia doesn't get much rain, it does have very fertile soil, thanks to its two rivers, which flood over a wide plain and bring nutrients into the dirt. People have been experimenting with early versions of agriculture here since as early as 10,000 BCE, but it's really taken off since roughly 4500 BCE. You see, the Mesopotamians envisioned agriculture on an even larger scale, giving them reliable access to food throughout the year. So they developed early systems of irrigation by building canals, bringing water from the rivers into the drier parts of Mesopotamia. From there, they continued to expand the amount of land they could use to plant food, and also continued to domesticate new plants and animals. Now, this is interesting. You see what these people are doing here? Exactly, they're not doing anything. That's important. Before the development of agriculture, human societies were nomadic, which means they constantly moved with their food supply. However, as these groups developed agriculture, they were able to reliably grow enough food to sustain them. They didn't have to move anymore, so they could stay in one place all the time. These permanent societies, or sedentary cultures, were very different from the nomadic ones. In a nomadic society, basically everyone worked to procure food. However, these sedentary, farming societies of Mesopotamia produced so much food that they developed a surplus. They could make more food than they needed, and this gave people an opportunity to do other things. Rather than everyone growing food, some people could focus on building permanent houses for this settled society. Since those builders now spent all of their time working on something besides making food, they had to buy it, which meant that the society now needed merchants to sell food produced by the farmers. From this humble beginning, complex civilization grew extremely quickly. As more food was produced and society became fully sedentary, people started having more children, and the population exploded. This created more people who could focus on various tasks, from builders and merchants to professional soldiers, artists, inventors, and bureaucrats. By the 3rd millennium BCE, the small villages of Mesopotamia had turned into mighty cities. With this many minds in the same place, Mesopotamians developed incredible new concepts, ranging from the wheel to currency to writing. They traded and interacted, fought and celebrated, and developed new ways to interact in their new urban spaces. But who would keep all these people organized? The rise of civilization also led to the rise of social hierarchies, or social classes. While nomadic groups were mostly egalitarian, Mesopotamian civilizations had kings and administrators who ruled over everyone else. On one hand, this kept a complex society ordered and functioning. On the other, it created a system that made some people much wealthier and more powerful than others. Civilization had never been so complex in all of human history, and it was only just beginning. Human civilizations are pretty complex, but they weren't always this way. They had to start somewhere, and that somewhere was a place we call the Fertile Crescent. Stretching from the eastern Mediterranean coast to the Persian Gulf, this arid region of rich soil is where humans first developed full-scale agriculture. This allowed them to transition from wandering, nomadic lifestyles to permanent, sedentary ones. Much of this transition occurred in Mesopotamia, the part of the Fertile Crescent situated between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, which is roughly Iraq today. Thanks to the fertile Mesopotamian soil and expansion of irrigation from the rivers, agriculture took off, letting civilizations grow in size and complexity. By the 3rd millennium BCE, These people were forming large cities with complex social structures, had created countless new professions outside of food production, and were finding ways to improve their lives through the invention of things like the wheel, writing, and large-scale architecture. From this simple cradle in the Fertile Crescent, civilization grew and grew, spreading across the world and changing human history forever.
When was the last time you got a promotion at work? Likely it came because you did such an outstanding job that your contributions could no longer go unrewarded. Or perhaps you were promoted because of the failings of someone above you. A missed deadline, perpetual tardiness, or even just plain incompetence. In our ancient past, when kings and rulers exhibited weaker characteristics, similar in relation to those of your downfallen coworker, it could often lead to rebellion and even a major change in the administration of the state. Just such a coup fostered the beginning of the period of Akkadian civilization in ancient Sumer. In approximately 2350 BC, Sargon, who was merely the king of Kish's cupbearer, came to power during a palace coup. According to ancient texts, Sargon reigned for 56 years and solidified the Akkadian Empire that ruled over most of Sumer for over a century. Sargon conquered all of Sumer and Mesopotamia, and even led expeditions east into what is today Syria. Rather than rule from Kish, Sargon and his successors erected a new capital city, Akkad. The site of Akkad has yet to be found by historians and anthropologists. The Akkadians were the first to implement administrative practices that today we would find commonplace. The Akkadian kings were the first to impose a standard system of weights and measures across their empire, and they possibly created the first calendars that counted years numerically. The Akkadian civilization may have been the first true empire in the world, and revolutions and rebellions from the city-states they had conquered were frequent. Historians surmise that having to put down these constant uprisings weakened the empire from within, making it vulnerable to attack by the time the Gutian people invaded from the west, likely between 2200 and 2150 BC, and finally destroyed Akkadian power in the region. Akkadian artwork advanced quickly under the prosperous rule of the early Akkadians. Advances in realism and a higher amount and quality of detail differentiate Akkadian period artwork from the works of earlier Sumer cultures. The victory stele of Naram-Sin, who was the third king of the Akkadian Empire and Sargon's grandson, is a good example of these advances. The victory stele, erected to commemorate Naram-Sin's military victory of the Lulubi mountain people, shows an incredible amount of detail and keen use of symbolism. Naram-Sin, as king, is portrayed as larger than the rest of the army, who themselves are portrayed marching up a mountain, and in a horned helmet to signify that he saw himself not just as a king, but as a god on earth. The Akkadians were followers of the ancient polytheistic Sumerian religion, and they specifically worshipped the powerful triumvirate of An, Enlil, and Enki. In ancient Mesopotamia, most city-states adopted a specific deity as their city's protector, and the imperial Akkadians were especially fond of Enlil, as he was seen as the king of the gods. The period of Akkadian civilization in ancient Sumer started around 2350 BC, when Sargon came to power through a coup. According to ancient texts, Sargon reigned for 56 years and conquered all of Sumer and Mesopotamia. The Akkadians may have been the first empire in the world and suffered frequent uprisings from conquered regions. The Akkadians were the first to implement such administrative practices as weights and measures and numeric calendars. They also developed realistic and highly detailed artwork, such as the famous victory stele of Naram-Sin, and they practiced an ancient polytheistic Sumerian religion, with the king of gods Enlil as their city's protector deity.
By the mid-20th century BCE, Sumerian civilization had already been through quite a lot. It had been co-opted by the Akkadians, it had been conquered by the Guti, it had driven off the Guti and started a new Akkado-Sumerian empire with Ur as its capital. Then in 1950 BCE, a new group of people entered the scene, the Elamites, a fierce people living to the southeast of Mesopotamia. The Elamites, like the Guti before them, seem to have been more interested in pillaging than in empire building. It would take another 1,000 years before the Elamites would mount their own bid for control of the empire. Nevertheless, the Elamites destroyed the power structure that held the Sumerian Empire together. After 1,000 years, the Sumero-Akkadian Empire was dead at last. Yet the idea of a united Mesopotamian empire lived on, as new peoples tried their hands at imperialism. With the breakdown of the empire at the hands of the Elamites, a new people, the Amorites, came to conquer much of southern Mesopotamia, including an important religious center called Babylon. Like the Sumerians before them, the Amorites began by creating minor kingdoms or city-states, which vied with one another for power. The earliest of these were two cities, Isin and Larsa. For about 200 years, these two rivals struggled with one another for primacy. Then around 1830 BCE, the city of Babylon took advantage of the distraction of those two power players and established itself as an independent kingdom. Yet Babylon was small compared to the older kingdoms around it. Surrounded by enemies, Babylon extended its power slowly. It would take the better part of a century before a Babylonian leader was brazen enough to attempt to recreate the grand Mesopotamian empire. That leader's name was Hammurabi. Hammurabi inherited a central, but rather unimportant kingdom of Mesopotamia. He led a well-disciplined fighting force to the conquest of his Amorite rivals, Isin and Larsa, as well as the already ancient cities of Ur and Uruk. By the time he was done, Babylon would be the seat of an empire stretching for thousands of miles. But Hammurabi was not sated with mere conquest. He wanted to build an empire to last. Like Ur-Nama, he established a central bureaucracy with taxes. He rebuilt old imperial roads and cleared out the canals, allowing trade to flow once again. Like all Babylonian kings, Hammurabi was a member of the priestly caste, and was likely considered an avatar of the city's patron deity, Marduk. During his reign, Hammurabi established Babylon as the holiest of Mesopotamian cities, where all future emperors would need to be crowned. Yet perhaps Hammurabi's greatest accomplishment was his code of laws, likely inspired by the law of the last great Mesopotamian empire, the Code of Ur-Nama. While the Babylonians seem to have perfected Sumerian designs for civilization, they show little signs of invention in this period. This copying of Sumerian accomplishments would typify all the empires that attempted to gain control of Mesopotamia. Indeed, the relics of Babylonian culture cannot be easily discerned from those of Sumerians for hundreds of years. They built their palaces, temples, and ziggurats all along Sumerian lines, adorning them with frescoes, glazed tiles, and stone steles. Like the Sumerians, the Babylonians built with mud brick. Some believe this is because they suffered from the same lack of stone. Yet it is interesting to note that the later Assyrians, who had plenty of stone at their disposal, continued to build with mud brick long after their rise to power. This suggests that the choice of mud brick might have been a cultural appeal to an old source of legitimacy as much as it was a material necessity. To appear legitimate, every culture to come would try to replicate the achievements of the Sumerians. Babylon would continue to be the seat of the Mesopotamian Empire until its sack around 1600 BCE by the Hittites. The Hittites were a warlike people from the city of Hattusa in Anatolia. They were big fans of chariots, which they used to great effect, and they were also excellent metal workers. The Hittites were perhaps the first empire to see the value of iron. The Hittites sacked Babylon, tearing apart the Babylonian Empire, but made no attempt to establish themselves there, preferring to remain in Anatolia. Yet they borrowed writing, along with many forms of art and architecture, from the Sumerians. Yet as an empire separate from the Sumerians, and ancient in its own right, the Hittites also developed their own architecture. Their most noteworthy contributions are the Bit Hilani, a sort of pillared front porch, and the double gateway with corbelled arch, the best surviving example of which is the Lion Gate at Hattusa, the ancient Hittite capital. Hittite raids of the Babylonian Empire plunged the region into chaos, allowing new groups to emerge. The first and foremost of these were the Hurrians, also known as the Mitanni. They filled the vacuum created by the Hittites, building an empire in northern Mesopotamia, pressing east into the land of the Assyrians and west into Anatolia. The Mitanni left very little behind in terms of material culture. Almost everything we know of them comes from references from other cultures. Still, their empire survived until around 1350, when a battle of succession left them vulnerable to a new Hittite assault. This weakened the Mitanni enough for the Assyrians to overthrow their masters and create their own empire. The city of Assur had been a powerful player in Mesopotamian politics since at least the 25th century BC. Likely founded as a Sumerian administrative center, Assur had been dominated by Akkadians, Amorites, Babylonians, and Hurrians. Now it was their time to seize control. They did so with great alacrity, devouring northern Mesopotamia. Where the Babylonians had been farmers and merchants ruled by priests, the Assyrians were first and foremost warriors. While their kings might have traced their descent from the city's patron deity, Ashur, it was, in essence, a military aristocracy. Yet, like the Babylonians before them, the Assyrians assiduously copied the accomplishments of their predecessors, and had not yet begun to generate a unique culture of their own. Meanwhile, southern Mesopotamia was being forcibly unified under the rule of the Kassite Babylonians. Although the Kassite capital was actually Mari, the Babylonians had so established their city as an imperial seat that the Kassite kings needed to be considered Babylonians to be considered emperors of their region. They abandoned Mari early on and established the longest-lasting Babylonian dynasty, which would survive almost 600 years. Thus, with the destruction of the Mitanni, the stage was set for a rivalry between three powerful empires: the Assyrians to the northeast, the Hittites to the northwest, and the Kassite Babylonians to the south. These three empires would vie with one another for power. Frightened by the growth of Assyrian power, the Babylonians allied themselves with the Hittites to curb their expansion, but it proved pointless. For the second and third times, Babylon was sacked and burned to the ground by a succession of Assyrian kings. Yet no sooner would a new ruler of Babylon be named than he would try to break free of Assyrian control. This struggle for power would continue until roughly 1200 BCE, when a series of invasions from all directions tore Bronze Age civilization to shreds. From the north, Phrygians began raiding Assyria, and Thracians swept into the lands of the Hittites. From the east, the Elamites invaded once more, pillaging and burning Babylon for at least the fourth time. From the deserts to the south, a new people, the Aramaeans, poured into Mesopotamia, making travel and trade between cities very dangerous indeed. And in the west, a mysterious group of invaders, known only as the Sea Peoples, crushed kingdoms along the Mediterranean from Egypt to Greece. Trade ground to a halt, populations plummeted, literacy all but disappeared, entire empires vanished overnight, and civilization itself seemed to teeter on the brink of annihilation. This period is known as the Bronze Age collapse. Many civilizations would not survive this catastrophe. The Hittites vanished without a trace, and the civilizations that survived would take over 300 years to recover.
When I ask you what was America's golden age, what do you think of? Perhaps you think of the Roaring Twenties and the relaxing norms of the era, or perhaps you think of the swinging 1960s and the age of free love and fantastic rock music. Whatever period you choose, you likely look upon it fondly as either an economic or cultural age of prosperity and growth. Well, it's not just in U.S. history that historians like to recognize trends and categorize ages. In ancient Mesopotamia, for example, the Neo-Sumerian period is considered a golden age of that civilization's history. So, exactly who, what, and where are we talking about here? The Neo-Sumerian period refers to a period of history of ancient Mesopotamia, specifically after the settlement of the Sumerians in southern Mesopotamia. Sumerians likely settled in Mesopotamia sometime around 5000 BC. Sumerian civilization grew upon the agricultural practices that humankind had been perfecting for a few millennia, and complex irrigation systems watered the fields that fed the cities that grew throughout the region. These cities developed their own politics, and sometime during the 4th millennium, the city-states began to be ruled by kings who dominated the city and the surrounding agricultural land. For a period of approximately 600 to 900 years, these city-states expanded and made war with one another, with one dominating the region before waning and being replaced by another, more powerful city-state. Around 2300 BC, this turnover was ended by King Sargon of Akkad, who instituted the Akkadian Empire. The power and scope of the Akkadian Empire eclipsed anything the previous city-states had managed to create. Despite the strength of the initial Akkadian Empire, it only ruled for roughly 100 to 150 years before the empire was smashed by invaders from the east, the Gutians. The Gutians preferred looting and destroying Sumerian cities rather than ruling them, and most Mesopotamian writers lamented the period as one of the darkest in Sumerian history. Considering this, it should come as little surprise that the following period is generally considered one of rebirth and optimism. The Gutians were defeated by Ur-Nammu, later the king of Ur, who fought the Gutians across Sumer with allies from Lagash for nearly 20 years. After Ur-Nammu subsequently quelled his rivals in Lagash, he instituted the third dynasty of Ur, beginning what historians today call the Neo-Sumerian period. Ur-Nammu and his descendants reigned for about 150 to 200 years before the dynasty's decline. Historians still debate the exact reason for the decline of the third dynasty of Ur, but the dynasty was likely undermined by Amorite migration into Sumer during the later generations of the period. In fact, Amorite encroachment upon Sumerian land was such a problem that during the reign of Shulgi, the Sumerians constructed an enormous wall, roughly 150 miles in length, to keep the Amorites out. Their attempts failed, and later sometime in the 20th century BC, the Elamites invaded and sacked the capital city of Ur. After the fall of Ur, the Amorites largely occupied Sumerian territory, and the end of the Neo-Sumerian period is generally considered the end of the Sumerian domination of Mesopotamia. But the Neo-Sumerian period is important for far more than simply reigning over ancient Mesopotamia for a couple centuries. This period saw some of the greatest works of art and architecture ancient Mesopotamia has ever produced. For example, the Great Ziggurat of Ur was produced during this period, an enormous step pyramid which served as both temple and administrative hub of the city. Human knowledge also advanced during the Neo-Sumerian period, as some historians credit the ancient Sumerians with creating the 60-second minute and the 60-minute hour. Sumerians also constructed the first rudimentary schools in this period, and art and sculpture flourished in this period as well. Ur-Nammu also developed one of humankind's first legal codes, one which Hammurabi built on when he produced his famous code. In addition, this period also saw the greater development of Sumerian folklore and religion, and the Sumerians first concocted versions of the Great Flood story and of resurrected deities, ideas which remain central to many religions today, including Christianity. For all these reasons, the Neo-Sumerian period is sometimes referred to as the Sumerian Renaissance. The Sumer civilization in ancient Mesopotamia, like any other civilization, experienced its highs and its lows. For example, under the Akkadian Empire, one city ruled the entire region, only to be destroyed and pillaged by a neighboring people known as the Gutians. Regardless of earlier periods, the Neo-Sumerian period was arguably the civilization's zenith. Not only was the period relatively peaceful, with the entire region dominated by Ur-Nammu's descendants in Ur, but it also saw some of Mesopotamia's finest artistic and intellectual achievements. The Great Ziggurat of Ur, for example, still stands today, over 4,000 years later. The Sumerians also constructed some of humankind's first legal codes, schools, and a time system. In addition, many of the stories still used in today's most popular religions were first formulated in the Sumerian religious traditions of this era. The Neo-Sumerian period's achievements were so many that the period truly deserves the term Renaissance.
The Bronze Age saw the rise and spread of many civilizations. Yet of all the civilizations that rose and fell in the Bronze Age, Egypt remains the most enduring example. and is considered by many to represent the apex of Bronze Age civilization. To understand why the Egyptian legacies shine so brightly compared to the other civilizations of the time, we must first compare Mesopotamia to the Nile Valley, because in all fairness, the Egyptians owe as much of their glory to geography as anything else. At the heart of Egyptian civilization lies the Nile. All of Egypt lies along the banks of the Nile. To the east and west lay only barren desert, impassable for armies of the time. Thus Egypt had but two fronts to defend: the mouth of the Nile at the Mediterranean to the north, and the upper reaches of the Nile Valley to the south. Compare this to Mesopotamian culture, which was in danger of invasion from all directions. The natural protection of the Nile Valley allowed Egyptian civilization to avoid the constant incursions that destroyed so many Mesopotamian cultures. The Nile is also very different from the Tigris and Euphrates that fed Mesopotamian civilization. Where the Tigris and Euphrates flood chaotically, the Nile floods in regular, predictable fashion. This predictability had two main results. First, it makes it much easier to plant and harvest according to a regular timetable, allowing for reliable and bountiful harvests. Second, the predictability of the Nile allowed for central planning of agriculture to be very successful. This bolstered the credibility and power of centralized authority. While Mesopotamian rulers were easily undermined, the priests and pharaohs of Egypt could predict, and therefore pretend to control, the very floods that made agriculture and life possible in the middle of a desert. It is no wonder, therefore, that Egyptian priests held incredible power, and that the pharaoh himself was considered a god. This regular agricultural schedule might also provide the reason why the first calendars appeared in Egypt. By 4000 BCE, the Egyptians had already developed a calendar with 12 months of 30 days, with an extra 5 sacred days at the end of each year. Thus we see how the unique characteristics of the Nile Valley protected Egypt, allowed it to thrive, and encouraged centralized authority. Yet the gifts of the Nile to Egypt did not stop there. Along the Nile there grows a plant that grows nowhere else in the world: papyrus. As early as 3000 BCE, the Egyptians had discovered that the pith of this thin, reedy plant could be spread, flattened, and dried to make a rudimentary sort of paper. While the Sumerians were busy poking sticks in clay tablets for millennia, the Egyptians were already using scrolls of papyrus to write. Records on papyrus were lighter, easier to store, and easier to make than clay tablets. This superior writing surface also allowed the Egyptians to retain their pictographic hieroglyphics, long after the Sumerians had reduced their pictographs to more abstract and standardized cuneiform. The superiority of papyrus was eventually recognized by the ancient world, and Egypt grew rich indeed in the export of paper. Yet the main reason Egypt shines so brightly in the otherwise murky Bronze Age has less to do with what the Egyptians achieved and more to do with how well those achievements survived. As you may recall from a previous lecture, Bronze Age Mesopotamia did not just write on baked mud, they built with it. Since the Mesopotamians were building with mud brick, even their most magnificent architectural achievements were quickly reduced to shapeless mounds by erosion. As a result, Sumerian cultures spent a great deal of energy and resources constantly rebuilding their temples and palaces. By contrast, Egypt had plenty of stone at its disposal and made good use of it, ferrying it up and down the Nile to where it was needed. Stone allowed the Egyptians to build larger, stronger, enduring monuments that survive to this day. As an added bonus, once the Egyptians had built a temple, it was there forever, allowing them to move on to build another temple. Even when they did not use stone, the arid climate of Egypt allowed Egyptian artifacts to survive, while Mesopotamian artifacts quickly rotted away. This abundance of textual and material remains provides archaeologists with an abundance of evidence to interpret. The relative stability of the region ensured an almost unbroken record spanning nearly 3,000 years, offering us the clearest glimpse we have into the Bronze Age world. The first 3,000 years of Egyptian history have been divided into 6 periods, ruled over by a succession of 31 dynasties: the Archaic, the Old Kingdom, also known as the Pyramid Kingdom, the First Intermediate Period, the Middle Kingdom, the Second Intermediate Period, also known as the Hyksos Period, and the New Kingdom. In the Archaic period, the First and Second dynasties unified the Nile Valley to build the Kingdom of Egypt and established Memphis as its capital. They dug canals, built roads, and founded cities. These early pharaohs established centralized bureaucracies and administered them with a well-developed written language. They also centralized Egyptian religion, using a method called syncretism to combine opposing gods into a single deity. Syncretism allowed Egyptians to avoid the sort of religious conflicts that would plague their Mesopotamian neighbors. Egyptian religion was polytheistic, worshipping semi-anthropomorphic gods, who often behaved like humans, despite having the heads of animals. A powerful priestly class would ensure that these deities and their worship would remain mostly unchanged over the millennia. The efforts of the Old Kingdom pharaohs laid the groundwork for one of the longest-lasting civilizations in history. In the Old Kingdom, the pharaohs of the 3rd through 6th dynasties reached the apex of their power. The pharaoh was considered a god, and all of Egypt his personal property. The pharaohs of the Old Kingdom used this supreme authority to build fabulous tombs for themselves, resulting in Egypt's most enduring works, the pyramids, culminating with the Great Pyramid and Great Sphinx of Giza, built by the pharaoh Khufu and his sons around 2500 BCE. The First Intermediate Period marks a sharp decline in the authority of the pharaoh, as regional governors, or nomarchs, vied with one another for power. This plunged Egypt into a century and a half of civil war, in which 4 short-lived dynasties rose and fell. In the Middle Kingdom, 2 regional dynasties, the 11th and 12th, struggled to reunite fractured Egypt. The 11th dynasty moved the capital to Thebes, only to have it relocated again to Lisht by the 12th dynasty. These dynasties also used their limited power to build temples and pyramids, but nothing approaching the grandeur of the Old Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom was brought to an abrupt end by the invasion of the Hyksos, a mysterious chariot-driving people who plunged northern Egypt into chaos. This gave rise to the New Kingdom. Consists of a struggle between the native Egyptian dynasties to the south and the invading Hyksos to the north. After 250 years and 5 unsuccessful dynasties, the Hyksos were finally driven from Egypt through the military genius of Ahmose, who named himself pharaoh of all Egypt and established the 18th dynasty. This gave rise to the New Kingdom. The New Kingdom marks the apex of Egyptian power. Determined never to be invaded again, Egypt began conquering territory along the eastern Mediterranean. In the course of a century, they subjugated much of the Levant and Palestine and pushed into Anatolia. There their progress was halted by the Hittites, who had their own plans for the region. The Hittites and Egyptians fought non-stop for nearly 3 centuries, before settling their dispute with a peace treaty in 1274. The words of this treaty survive to this day in Egyptian records. Meanwhile, back at home, the pharaohs of the 18th dynasty relocated their capital to Thebes once more, and began some of the most ambitious building projects Egypt had seen in almost 1,000 years. To establish Thebes as the capital of the world, they built the temple complexes of Karnak and Luxor. Their massive yet graceful architecture still attracts visitors to this day. Unlike their predecessors of the Old and Middle Kingdoms, the pharaohs of the New Kingdom dedicated most of their monumental building to temples rather than tombs and pyramids. One explanation for this is that the pharaohs of the New Kingdom did not hold the same absolute power of their predecessors. Another explanation is that the afterlife, once reserved for pharaohs and their families, had gradually become open to all. Even the poorest craftsmen could save up enough to be mummified and entombed. The priests of the New Kingdom even wrote a handbook, the Book of the Dead, providing the common man with the incantations and instructions necessary to enter the afterlife. Yet another explanation is that after the looting and destruction of the Hyksos, who were not deterred by the curses of foreign gods, perhaps the pharaohs of Egypt had realized that a massive pyramid is probably not the best place to hide a royal mummy and his accompanying treasures. Instead, the pharaohs of the New Kingdom hid their tombs deep in the earth. Over 500 years, generations of pharaohs would build what we now call the Valley of the Kings, running through the midst of the Theban necropolis. Protected as it was, Egypt was likely the last civilization to fall during the Bronze Age collapse. Yet fall it did, finally losing a protracted war against an invader known only as the Sea Peoples. Coming by ship, the Sea Peoples bypassed the deserts that had so long protected Egypt from invasion. Egypt lived on, but only as a husk of its former glory, and soon found itself conquered by other empires. First the Assyrians, then the Persians, then Alexander the Great, then the Romans, then the Turks, then the French, however briefly, and finally the British. Even as a mere imperial province, Egypt's strategic position, its abundant agriculture, its awe-inspiring architecture, and its ancient culture continued to make Egypt one of the most important civilizations in the West, with an unbroken history lasting nearly 6,000 years. This is Jim. This is Jim's neighbor, Tom. Jim has a cow. Tom steals Jim's cow. Jim retrieves his cow and steals Tom's pig to boot. That'll teach Tom to steal from Jim. Unfortunately, all Tom learns from this exchange is that Jim must die. Tom kills Jim and takes back his pig and the cow. Enraged, Jim's family descends on Tom's farm, steals all the livestock, and burns Tom's barn to the ground, with Tom inside. Tom's family retaliates in kind, and we got ourselves a good old-fashioned feud, one to last for generations. Over the years, dozens of people will die, all over a stupid cow. Left to their own devices, these two families will tear each other apart, to no one's benefit. Enter the judge. A judge can be anyone: a priest, an elected official, a jury of peers, a king, a little old man on a hill. The only real requirement for a judge is that his decisions must be respected. That is, a judge must be obeyed. Otherwise, he's just a spectator with an opinion. How judges enforce their will varies. The priest uses fear of the gods to sway people. The jury of peers depends on its impartiality to bind people to its verdicts. The king can just use soldiers to enforce his will. Yet whatever the system, it allows Tom and Jim to resolve their conflict over the cow without bloodshed. Tom steals Jim's cow. Jim goes to the judge. The judge threatens Tom with eternal damnation until he relents, or holds a trial to decide whom the cow belongs to, or simply sends soldiers to return Jim's cow to him. However it goes, at the end of the day, Jim has his cow back without creating a long-standing vendetta with his neighbor. Thus you can see the important role of judges in society. There is reason to believe that the role of judge may very well be the first position of authority, and that this authority evolved into chiefdoms, priesthoods, monarchies, and all the other forms of government. At the heart of all authority is the power to make decisions for the people beneath you. Should we invade? Where shall we build? And yes, even, whose cow is this? Yet judging things is time-consuming. Kings have better things to do than to decide which farmer gets a cow, and emperors really can't be bothered with that sort of thing. To ease this burden, leaders can and do take advantage of hierarchies. They delegate their authority to subordinates and leave it to them to determine guilt. Yet it is telling that in so many cultures throughout time, sentencing has been reserved for people at the top of the hierarchy, especially in matters of capital punishment. Command over life and death has always been the prerogative of kings, and they are loath to give such an incredible power to anyone else. But how is a king with thousands of subjects, let alone an emperor with millions, supposed to make his will known in every case? Must he pass sentence on every trial? Enter laws. Laws allow a king to pass sentence without being there. Instead of, you stole a cow, you lose a hand, or your life, depending on how I'm feeling today. Now it's, anyone who steals a cow loses a hand. In this way, laws also make the justice system more just, since everyone faces the same consequences for the same actions. The earliest surviving code of law is the Code of Ur-Namma, written by the king of Ur near the end of the Sumerian Empire, around 2100 BCE. It contained 57 laws, of which 26 remain. These range from the reasonable: if a man commits a kidnapping, he is to be imprisoned and pay 15 shekels of silver, to the draconic: if a man commits a robbery, he will be killed, to the downright silly: if a man-slave woman, comparing herself to her mistress, speaks insolently to her, her mouth shall be scoured with 1 quart of salt. 300 years later, around 1790 BCE, a Babylonian king named Hammurabi would compose a much more famous and much more nuanced code of laws. Inscribed on a stone stele, the Code of Hammurabi contains 282 laws. And here we see much more than mere consequences for actions. We find laws for commerce. If anyone give another silver, gold, or anything else to keep, he shall show everything to some witness, draw up a contract, and then hand it over for safekeeping. There are pricing laws. If a man hire an ass for threshing, the hire is 20 ka of corn. Laws for liability. If an animal be killed in the stable by God, or if a lion kill it, the herdsman shall declare his innocence before God, and the owner bears the accident in the stable. Laws of inheritance. If a father give a present to his daughter, and then die, then she is to receive a portion as a child from the paternal estate, and enjoy it so long as she lives. Even laws of emancipation. If a state slave, or the slave of a freedman, marry the daughter of a freedman, and the children are born, the master of the slave shall have no right to enslave the children of the free. Laws also allow a king to establish just practices. This is very important, as unjust practices don't resolve problems. They just transfer anger from the participants to the authority figure. Unjust authority can be maintained, but it's a rather expensive process, protecting your judges with hordes of soldiers, and therefore best avoided. Even Ur-Namma realized this 4,000 years ago, when he wrote, "If a man appeared as a witness, and was shown to be a perjurer, then he must pay 15 shekels of silver." Hammurabi goes a step further. If the owner of the stolen goods does not bring witnesses to identify the lost article, he is an evildoer, he has transgressed, and he shall be put to death. Much later the law of Moses would state, "One witness is not enough to convict a man accused of any crime or offense he may have committed. A matter must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses." So we've seen the good a justice system can do for society. It settles disputes and thereby prevents unnecessary bloodshed. Laws streamline this process and give judgments a modicum of fairness by assigning set penalties for crimes and by establishing standards for proof. Still, the question remains, why would a king go through all this trouble? Well, at its most fundamental level, people killing each other leads to instability. Instability hampers trade, and trade is the lifeblood of any empire. When a king looks at Jim and Tom's situation, he doesn't see 2 men on the verge of a tragic, murderous feud that will claim innocent lives for generations. No, what a king sees is 2 otherwise productive farms too busy sabotaging one another to produce anything, and messing up trade in the neighborhood to boot. Yet perhaps the most compelling reason that kings make laws is more political than economic. Kings establish justice systems because as long as the people look to their king for justice, they will do what their king tells them to do.
Ancient Egyptian women were ahead of their time in many ways. Unlike other women in the ancient world, Egyptian females were considered equal to Egyptian males. They enjoyed many legal and economic rights, held a special social status in marriage and family life, and could even attain the high rank of supreme ruler of Egypt. In this lesson, we'll take a look at the unique position of the ancient Egyptian women. Egyptian women possessed legal rights that their sisters around the world longed for in vain. Egyptian women did not need a male representative to create and sign contracts, make a will, adopt a child, or manage, inherit, and transfer property. They could even bring lawsuits before Egyptian courts, even the highest courts. They could testify as witnesses in court cases, and they could even be sued, for just like men, they were held legally responsible for their actions. Egyptian judges didn't seem to be particularly prejudiced against women either. Just like their male counterparts, women could win or lose their lawsuits, or be convicted or acquitted, based on the evidence available to the court. In the economic realm, Egyptian women were free to own and control their own property, including personal items, livestock, household goods, land, and even slaves. An Egyptian woman could leave her property to whomever she wished, and even disinherit her children if they displeased her. Married women kept control of any property they brought into their marriages, including their dowries, the land, animals, and/or goods given to them by their families at marriage. Further, wives had a right to keep at least 1/3 of any joint property acquired during a marriage, should that marriage end in divorce or the death of the husband. Many husbands actually took legal action through wills or other documents to ensure that their wives received more than the minimum 1/3, and if they sold any joint property during the marriage, they were required to make sure their wives shared in the profits. Both married and single women could increase their property by working at a profession. Many women chose not to, preferring to work at home caring for their families and households. Others, however, were employed as weavers, bakers, beer brewers, stewards, musicians, dancers, or composers. Women with a higher level of education could be supervisors, administrators, priestesses, judges, doctors, and governors. One woman, Nebet, even served as the vizier, the primary advisor to the pharaoh. Women doing the same jobs as men received the same pay for their work, and sometimes women even started their own businesses and became their own bosses. Most Egyptian women embraced their special status as wives and mothers of families. Even in this social realm, they had more rights than most women of the ancient world, for they received the important title of mistress of the household. Egyptian women had the choice of whether or not to marry. They could refuse proposals if they didn't like the fellow asking, and they often married for love, although status, convenience, and economic considerations also contributed to marriage decisions. Egyptian culture lacked marriage rites or ceremonies. A couple was considered married as soon as the woman left her father's house and went to live with her husband. Many couples also created a pre-marriage agreement that stated what would happen in case of a divorce. Married women were responsible for managing their children and households. They did all the domestic chores that women have done for centuries, like cooking, cleaning, making clothes, gardening, and taking care of children. Wealthier women could afford to hire servants or buy slaves to do the work for them, but they still supervised to make sure things were done correctly and efficiently. If a married woman wished to work in a profession, she could do so, but she was still responsible for making sure that her household ran smoothly. Most married women had several children. For the more children they had, the more respect they received in a society that valued fertility and descendants. Couples who couldn't have children of their own often chose to adopt orphaned children. If a marriage wasn't working out, either the husband or wife could ask for and receive a divorce. Divorces were often settled privately, following traditional customs and any pre-marriage agreement that might exist. The wife kept her personal property, including her dowry and any other property she brought to the marriage, and anything she had inherited, and in addition, she received 1/3 of the marriage's joint property. She could also gain custody of her children. Both parties were then free to remarry if they chose. Some women even found themselves at the very highest pinnacle of Egypt's social scale as pharaoh, or supreme ruler. Nefertiti, for instance, reigned from about 2148 to 2144 BCE, Sobonefru from about 1787 to 1783 BCE, Nefertiti, after her husband's death, about 1336 BCE, and Tawosret, after her husband's death in 1194 BCE. One of Egypt's most famous female pharaohs, however, was Hatshepsut, who reigned for over 20 years. Born about 1508 BCE, Hatshepsut first ruled as queen in conjunction with her pharaoh husband Thutmose II, but after he died, she claimed Egypt's highest throne for herself, even though she was only supposed to serve as a regent for her little stepson. Under her rule, Egypt's trade expanded and flourished, and Hatshepsut supported major building projects, including the Great Temple at Deir-ul-Bahri. Hatshepsut died about 1458 BCE, and her stepson, Thutmose III, rose to power. Apparently angry at his stepmother's control, he obliterated nearly all trace of her in Egypt's written and artistic record. It wasn't until 1822 that scholars rediscovered Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh, when they translated the hieroglyphs, or picture writing, in her tomb. Ancient Egyptian women were ahead of their time in many ways. They enjoyed many legal and economic rights, held a special social status in marriage and family life, and could even attain the high rank of supreme ruler of Egypt. Legally, women could create and sign contracts, make wills, adopt children, manage, inherit, and transfer property, and bring lawsuits before Egyptian courts. Economically, women were free to own and control their own property. Even married women kept control of any property they brought into their marriages, including their dowries. Further, wives had a right to keep at least 1/3 of any joint property acquired during a marriage, and single or married women could work at a profession. Most Egyptian women embraced their special status as wives and mothers of families. Even in this social realm, they had more rights than most women of the ancient world, for they received the important title of mistress of the household. Women were free to marry or not as they chose. Those who did marry were responsible for managing their children and households. If a marriage wasn't working out, either the husband or wife could ask for and receive a divorce, and in such a case, a woman kept her personal property and received 1/3 of the marriage's joint property. Some women even found themselves at the very highest pinnacle of Egypt's social scale as pharaoh or supreme ruler. One of the most famous of these female pharaohs was Hatshepsut, who reigned for over 20 years and proved to be a case in point of the special privileges of the women of ancient Egypt.
What's the point of all this? Does life have meaning? Who gets to decide whether you're good or bad? These are questions that humans have debated for, well, since we became humans. Evidence of people pondering their place in the universe and the existence of spiritual forces dates all the way back to the appearance of anatomically modern humans. This means that many, if not most, of human societies across time have embraced some sense of theism, or the belief in a divine power or deity. Generally, this revolves around a figure who is seen as the creator of the universe, but also can include other spiritual and divine forces capable of exerting influence over the daily lives of us mortals here on Earth. It's very common to find human societies with religious or spiritual beliefs, but the nature of those beliefs can change dramatically, so there are different kinds of theism. Let's take a look at some different religious beliefs and see how different cultures tried to figure out the meaning of it all. When looking at the different kinds of theism, or belief in deities, the first big question we have to ask is this: how many deities are there? That's an important question. In many cultures, the universe was seen as being filled with divine forces. We call a religion that worships multiple deities a polytheistic religion. So, polytheism is the belief in more than one god. For a great example, let's look to the ancient Greeks. The Greeks had a full pantheon of gods and goddesses, each of which was responsible for different things. Rather than offering all prayers to a single deity, the Greeks would ask specific deities for help with specific issues. For example, a blacksmith might pray to Hephaestus to bless his forge and the business he did there, while a midwife might pray to Eileithyia for wisdom while delivering a baby. You would pray to one deity for good crops and another for a safe voyage across the sea. Of course, the Greeks weren't the only culture to practice polytheism. The Mesopotamians, Egyptians, and Romans were also ancient polytheistic cultures found across the Mediterranean. The vast majority of religions and spiritual traditions native to Africa, Polynesia, Central Asia, and the indigenous Americans are also polytheistic, many of which focus on the worship of divine forces in nature. Today, the largest polytheistic religion in the world is Hinduism, which is native to India and recognizes a complex pantheon of deities. A polytheistic religion recognizes many deities, but not all religions are like this, and so this is where our other main category of religions comes into play. A monotheistic religion is a religion that worships a single deity, while polytheism divides the supernatural forces of the universe between many gods. In monotheism, a single god is responsible for everything. In the ancient world, one of the most influential monotheistic religions was Zoroastrianism, a religion native to West Asia. Zoroastrianism challenged other religions of the area by claiming that a single deity was responsible for creating and reigning over the universe, named Ahura Mazda. Instead of praying to many gods, the practitioners of Zoroastrianism gave all their prayers and devotion to Ahura Mazda, which allowed for a more centralized religion. Interestingly, this part of the world was also home to 3 other monotheistic religions, which are some of the largest religions in the world today: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. All 3 of these religions recognize a single deity, known as God, Allah, or Yahweh, respectively, and all 3 religions claimed a shared ancestor named Abraham. It's worth noting that in each of the 3 Abrahamic religions that we just named, you may hear people praying to someone other than the main deity. For example, in Roman Catholicism, a denomination of Christianity, there are many prayers to holy figures known as saints. So, is Catholicism really polytheistic? No, and this is an important distinction to make. Monotheistic religions can recognize other sacred figures, often prophets or teachers, who achieved a high degree of spiritual enlightenment. Monotheistic religions can even claim that these figures are capable of intervening in your daily life to answer your prayers, but they are not gods. In monotheistic religions, like Christianity, there is still only one deity, one God who is in charge of everything. Similarly, many polytheistic religions have a deity who is seen as the chief of the gods, or the supreme deity. For the Greeks, it was Zeus. However, even though a religion like this recognizes one deity as the most powerful, it is still not a monotheistic religion. In the ancient Greek religion, Zeus was chief of the gods, but the other divine figures were actually gods. In Catholicism, saints, prophets, and angels may intercede in human lives, but they are not gods. The only actual deity is God. This distinction is fundamental to the way these religions define themselves and their core beliefs. So it does matter. It's more than just a label. It's the answer to some of life's biggest questions. Most human societies throughout history embraced some form of theism, or the belief in a divine power or deity. However, this can mean different things in different societies. Some cultures embrace a polytheistic religion, which recognizes more than one deity. Hinduism is the largest polytheistic religion in the world today. The opposite of this is a monotheistic religion, which only recognizes one deity. Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, also known as the Abrahamic religions, are major monotheistic religions in the world today. It's important to understand the difference between these terms, as they can define core values for that religion and that society.
Have you ever wondered when popular religions started to develop? In ancient times, the modern country of Iran was known as Persia. The Persian Empire stretched over much land from the Aegean Sea to the Aral Sea and to the south past Jerusalem. Although Islam is currently the most prominent religion of this region, its predecessor, Zoroastrianism, became the foundation for the organization of major religions including Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. So who was Zoroaster? Zarathustra, better known as Zoroaster, the Greek version of his name, was a prophet from Persia. He believed that he had visions of a god whom he called Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda, according to the prophet, was the creator of all things good. He was the true God who should be worshipped. The worship of one God is called monotheism. Zoroaster's monotheistic tendencies were a new movement from the polytheistic religion previously known in Persia. Zoroastrianism is also dualistic, meaning it focuses on a twofold nature of the world, good and evil, or heaven and hell, for example. Zoroaster believed the universe was constantly under conflict between good and evil. Zoroaster probably lived around the 6th century BCE, after which his teachings were followed by the majority of the Persian Empire. Its popularity died out after 637 CE, when Persia was invaded by the Muslims. Now that you know about Zoroaster, we can learn a little more about his beliefs. In Zoroaster's vision, he went to heaven and spoke to Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda explained that he had a rival named Angramanyu, who was an evil being. This is a good example of the religion's dualistic belief pattern. Zoroaster was told to encourage humanity to choose between good and evil, between Ahura Mazda and Angramanyu. Although Zoroastrianism isn't completely monotheistic because it recognizes more than one god, it does attempt to consolidate the worship of people under one most powerful god. Zoroaster taught that each person had the freedom to choose good or evil in the choices he or she makes. For example, choosing to tell the truth rather than to tell a lie indicates a person has chosen good over evil. The prophet also taught that there was an eternal afterlife, and the choices made by each person determined his or her destiny in this afterlife. If a person's good choices and deeds outweighed the bad, he or she would go to heaven. If a person made more bad decisions or did evil deeds, that person would go to one of the several levels of hell, depending on his or her degree of evilness. Also within his religion, Zoroaster taught the existence of angels, demons, and saviors, ideas that can also be found in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Zoroastrians use the Avesta as their sacred text. The Avesta contains hymns, rituals, and spells against demons. Zoroastrianism was so popular it influenced a lot of other religions. In the 2nd and 3rd century CE, the cult of Mithras became a popular religion among Romans, especially Roman soldiers. The cult was a secretive, ritualistic religion in which little record is known. Initiates were not allowed to record information regarding its beliefs, so documentation comes from outside sources. Mithras was a god known in the polytheistic religion that existed in Persia before the spread of Zoroastrianism. Zoroaster, however, incorporated Mithras as a lesser god or possibly an angel figure under Ahura Mazda. Mithras may have ruled over the earth while Ahura Mazda ruled over all creation. Organized religion developed further from Mithraism within its structure of levels, each requiring initiation. Cult members, who were all men, also practiced secret rituals of worship. The hierarchical nature that developed in Mithraism is similar to that seen in other major religions like Christianity and Islam. Other possible influences from Mithraism and Zoroastrianism include the ideas of angels, demons, saviors, purification, ritualistic ceremonies, and the use of sacred texts. However, within this time span, many mystery cult religions existed. The degree to which each religion influenced major Western religions cannot be known for sure. Although Zoroastrianism's popularity declined, it still exists in modern times. Today's Zoroastrians practice purification, the ritualistic and symbolic ridding of evil within a person, and penance, an act of reparation to compensate for bad decisions or sins. The Avesta is still used as a sacred text. Zoroastrians also celebrate 6 seasonal festivals and practice rituals in their worship. Zoroastrianism is unique in its ideas of monotheism and dualism. These notions remained popular in varying forms within many systems of belief, some of which have evolved but are still practiced today. Zoroaster wanted his beliefs spread to everyone. By understanding the ancient beliefs of Zoroastrians, we can better understand the development of other organized religions.
My name is Anen, and I am an Egyptian. I suppose you would call me an ancient Egyptian. I lived at the time of the building of the Great Pyramids in the 2000s BCE. You might say that our Egyptian social structure looked quite a lot like a pyramid too, and that's what I'm going to tell you about in this lesson. We'll start at the top of the social pyramid and work down. At the top of our pyramid stands our pharaoh, our supreme ruler who is considered a god. The pharaoh is our sovereign lord, and their word is law. None of us dares to oppose them, or it would be off with our heads. The pharaoh's job is to protect and govern all the people of Egypt, to direct the army, to make laws, to maintain a food supply through grain taxes, to initiate and supervise building projects like those great pyramids I mentioned, and keep the rest of the gods happy so that Egypt prospers. You've probably heard of some of our most famous pharaohs, like Khufu, who built the Great Pyramid at Giza, Ramses the Great, and Tutankhamun, better known as King Tut. We've also had a few female pharaohs, including the Great Queen Hatshepsut. Of course, our pharaoh does not do everything alone. They appoint high government officials to help them, and they come next in our great social pyramid. The highest of these ministers is the vizier. This person advises the pharaoh, supervises other officials, and acts as a chief judge for the most difficult court cases. The chief treasurer supervises Egypt's wealth and is in charge of collecting taxes, which are nearly always paid in grain, animals, or cloth rather than money. Finally, the general of the armies serves as Egypt's highest military commander after the pharaoh. He gives the pharaoh plenty of advice about security matters and about making alliances with other nations. As we move down the social pyramid, we meet the nobles and the priests. Nobles are typically very wealthy, and they serve as lesser government officials to help the pharaoh run the country. They also govern Egypt's various regions and make sure that they stay orderly and law-abiding. Priests keep the gods happy by performing religious rites in Egypt's many temples. Sometimes they offer advice and healings to the people. Priests are also responsible for ritual embalming. We Egyptians have a strong belief in the afterlife, and we think that the body and spirit stay together after death. Therefore, we are careful to preserve the body as much as possible. You would call the results a mummy, and place many items like food, clothing, furniture, and even games in the tomb for the dead person to use. The priests oversee this whole process. Priests are led by the high priest, who supervises all their duties and advises the pharaoh in religious matters. Next come the soldiers and the scribes. Soldiers, of course, fight Egypt's battles. They are divided into infantry, or foot soldiers, and chariot troops, who are excellent archers. In times of peace, soldiers have the job of supervising laborers on building projects and keeping slaves under control. Scribes have a very important role in Egyptian life, and I should know because I'm a scribe. We are trained from a very young age, usually about 5 years old, and we spend about 12 years learning our hieroglyphs, Egypt's picture symbols. We have to learn more than 700 of those, and we practice writing them over and over again until we can do it perfectly. When we are finally prepared, we begin our jobs of official record-keeping. We scribes write down important events and history, draw up contracts, maintain census records, figure out tax rates, document court cases, and monitor the food supply. As you can see, Egypt would have a tough time functioning if it wasn't for us scribes. On the next level of our great social pyramid, we find the artisans and merchants. Egypt is a very wealthy country, and we love the beautiful and often useful works of art created by our artisans, who are jewelers, painters, carpenters, sculptors, potters, weavers, stone carvers, and metalworkers. The merchants sell these goods within Egypt and trade them with other nations for valuable items like ebony and cedar, elephant tusks, and even giraffe tails that serve as fly whisks for the wealthy. Finally, we've reached the bottom of the pyramid, and here we meet the peasants and enslaved people. There are more of these people in Egypt than any other social class. Some peasants are farmers who grow Egypt's food, and they pay much of what they grow in taxes. Other peasants are unskilled laborers who work in quarries or on the pharaoh's building projects. Peasants work very, very hard and are usually very, very poor. They live in mud brick houses and eat whatever happens to be on hand. They are still better off than enslaved people, though. Enslaved people are usually foreign captives taken in war. Some of them work in the palaces of the pharaoh or the nobles. Others work in temples or mines. Many labor away on the pharaoh's building projects. Enslaved people are considered property that their owners can buy or sell as they wish. After all this, you might wonder whether it is possible for Egyptians to change their social class. Yes, it is. I am a prime example. I come from a family of peasants, but I worked hard, learned to read and write, and became a scribe. Someday I might even work my way up further through the ranks of the government. Perhaps I'll even attain my dream of being chief treasurer. It isn't unheard of if someone has enough talent and ambition. Let's take a moment to review. Egypt in my day, ancient Egypt to you, had a social structure that looks a lot like a pyramid. At the top is the pharaoh, who is the supreme ruler. They are assisted by the high government officials, namely the vizier, the chief treasurer, and the general of the armies. The nobles serve as lesser government officials and govern Egypt's regions. Priests keep the gods happy, perform temple rituals, and are in charge of embalming the dead for the afterlife. Soldiers fight for Egypt and supervise building projects. Scribes keep official government records. Artisans make a wide range of beautiful and useful items, which merchants sell in Egypt and trade abroad. At the bottom of the social pyramid, we find the peasants, who are farmers and unskilled laborers, and the enslaved people, who are typically foreign captives taken in war. Enslaved people work in the households of the wealthy, on building projects or in temples and mines. Thank you for joining me on this little tour of Egypt's social pyramid. This is the Scribe Anen, wishing you a good day.
Mithras was the name of an ancient Persian god who was adopted into Roman beliefs. Mithraism was a secretive cult religion. Beliefs were known only to its initiates, who were not allowed to record their knowledge. This secretive nature is what designates Mithraism as a mystery religion. To understand the spread of Mithraism, we must first learn a little more about Persia and Zoroastrianism. Mithras may have been one of the most important and revered gods in Persian religion. One of the earliest references to Mitra, also known as Mithras, was in a treaty between the Hittites and the Mitanni. The root of Mithras's name is Mihr, which means contract. In very ancient times, Mithras would have looked over the affairs of his followers. You might think of him as a god of contracts, friendship, and justice. In the 6th century BCE, a Persian prophet named Zoroaster, or Zarathustra in Persian, created a new religious movement. Zoroastrianism maintained monotheism, the belief in only one god, or one god as the ultimate power over others, and dualism, the concept of two competing forces such as light and dark, or good and evil. Zoroaster's one god was named Ahura Mazda. He designated Mithras as a god that ruled over the earth, but not over Ahura Mazda. Because of its secretive nature, we don't know much about the cult until it came to Rome. Mithraism was most popular in Rome between the 2nd and 4th centuries CE. The spread of Mithraism into Rome is mostly undocumented. However, we do have some sources from outside the cult, including those from ancient texts of writers like Plutarch, Porphyry, Tertullian, and Origen. The cult, which was only open to men, became especially popular within the Roman military. Archaeologists have found that it was most popular in the 2nd century CE, dying out during the reign of the Roman Emperor Constantine. Much of our evidence of Mithraism can be found across the Roman Empire, including Rome, Turkey, and across Britain. Some of what is known of the cult's beliefs and practices comes from the imagery of Mithras left behind in paintings and carvings. The most well-known images of Mithras is of the god slaying a bull. This can be found in Mithraic temples. Mithras is depicted in Persian clothing killing a bull with a dagger. This scene takes place in front of the entrance to a cave. Mithras is often shown with two other deities, a dog, a snake, a scorpion, or a raven. Historians have yet to agree on the meaning behind the images, although it is likely to imply that cult members believed in the necessity of a sacrifice of some sort. Other images include one of Mithras being born from a rock. Images also depict him hunting a bull and celebrating at a banquet with Sol Invictus. With these images and historical accounts at hand, we can now make some inferences about what cult members might have believed. In Persia, Mithras was a god who oversaw justice and friendship. As Zoroastrianism spread, followers still believed in his existence, but his role changed to be someone with less authority than Ahura Mazda. In Rome, Mithras was considered a sun god, but also a bull slayer, a cattle thief, and a savior to his initiates. Members of the cult believed it was important to be loyal and were expected to build friendships with other members. Although Zoroastrians believed they should spread their knowledge, helping Mithraism spread, cult members in Rome believed very strongly that their beliefs and rituals should not be shared. There is no known first-hand accounts from an initiate to help us understand their belief system. Another way to guess what Mithraics believed is to consider some of their practices. Members of the cult were organized into small groups. They met regularly for secret rituals in small temples referred to as caves. These temples may have been actual caves or sometimes set against rock faces. Temples that were not caves may have been created to resemble caves with dim lighting, for example. One ritual in Mithraism was the initiation of members into 7 successive levels. Initiations may have involved ritualistic activity like baptism, purifications, or simply passwords. Members were ranked within 7 grades linked to a planet. These grades in order were Raven, linked with Mercury, Nymphus, with Venus, Soldier, with Mars, Lion, with Jupiter, Persian, with Moon, Heliodramus, with Sun, and Father, with Saturn. We can still see some influences of Mithraism on Christianity. Both religions were popular in Rome at the same time. One day every week, Sunday, was dedicated to worshiping the deity of each of these religions. Roman pagans celebrated the birth of Sol Invictus, who is linked with Mithras by his association with the sun, on December 25th, a date later adopted by Christians to celebrate the birth of Jesus. The practice of purification may have been common to both groups as well. The most important influence of Mithraism on Christianity is the development of a structure. This is one of the earliest religions to create a structure within its members. Christianity adopted this practice. Mithraism was a mysterious cult that held influences from Zoroastrianism, but may have also influenced other religions like Christianity. Although little is known about their practices, their ritualistic nature and organizational structure provides a strong foundation for the beginnings of organized religion.
Bronze, as you may recall, is made of copper and tin. These two metals are rarely found anywhere near one another. And though copper is easy to find, tin is a relatively rare metal. With the collapse of the Bronze Age around 1200 BCE, trade networks fell apart. This had many consequences for Bronze Age civilizations. One of the most catastrophic was that they could no longer acquire the tin they needed to make bronze. Deprived of their choice metal, ancient metallurgists cast about to find a new material to work with. What they came up with was iron. Iron was hardly a new discovery. It is the most common element on Earth. The Hittites had been smelting iron since at least 2000 BCE. Yet for 800 years, ancient metallurgists preferred to work with bronze. The reasons are simple. Ancient metallurgists did not understand the properties of iron as they did bronze. Iron is not much harder than bronze. Bronze and tin are relatively easy to extract from ore, whereas iron ore requires a much more energy-intensive and complicated process to smelt. Finally, bronze can be easily melted in a pot over a fire, while working iron requires a specialized furnace. These factors were enough to dissuade most ancient metallurgists from using iron while they had the making of bronze at their disposal. Deprived of tin by the collapse of trade, those metallurgists began learning how to work with iron. It was then that they made an important discovery. While wrought iron was not much stronger than bronze, a small addition of carbon, about 2%, could turn iron into steel. This discovery was probably accidental. Fires generate a great deal of carbon. Each time they put the iron back into the fire to work, they added a bit more carbon to the metal. Steel is one of the hardest substances on the planet. It is certainly much stronger than bronze. This added strength meant that less steel had to be used to make effective tools, weapons, or armor, making steel a lighter alternative. This strength also allows steel to hold an edge better than bronze. By 1100 BCE, iron had replaced bronze as the metal of choice in the Near East. Another 3 centuries would see it spread across Europe. Even once trade had resumed, and tin was once more readily available, the superiority of steel had come to be recognized. Steel was cheaper, stronger and lighter than bronze. Although it had lost its position of primacy, the special properties of bronze would guarantee its continued use in a variety of applications. Where iron rusts quickly and completely, bronze only rusts on the surface, making it the metal of choice for outdoor applications from doors to fountains to statues, as well as horsebits, buckles, and anything else that might be exposed to moisture. Moreover, because two pieces of iron can easily rust themselves together, bronze was used to make sheaths and scabbards for steel blades. Bronze also offers less friction than iron, making it ideal for wheel bearings and door hinges. Finally, the resonant qualities of bronze guaranteed its continued use in the making of bells, gongs, and chimes. The transition from bronze to iron had important implications for the cultures of the time. With iron tools, stonework became much easier, resulting in an explosion of stone architecture, replacing the old mud brick design. The abundance of iron ore throughout the globe meant that a civilization did not need to have an extensive trade network to equip its soldiers with superior metal weapons. Moreover, steel weapons could be produced much more cheaply, allowing aspiring empires to equip larger armies. Perhaps most importantly for the Near East, in steel, the people of Mesopotamia had discovered something that the Sumerians had not. For cultures that had spent centuries slavishly attempting to duplicate the achievements of an earlier civilization, this was a revelation. Perhaps the Sumerians hadn't known everything after all. And it is at this point that we begin to see cultures diverge from the Sumerian model and begin to create their own unique styles and forms. Following the Bronze Age collapse, the ancient world was in constant turmoil for nearly 4 centuries. Amid this chaos, kingdoms quickly rose and fell. Perhaps the most famous of these short-lived kingdoms was the Kingdom of Israel. United under a single monarch, King Saul, the Israelites slowly conquered their neighboring Canaanites, Hittites, and Philistines. By 1004 BCE, Saul's successor, King David, had carved out the borders of the Kingdom of Israel and established Jerusalem as its capital. David's son, King Solomon the Wise, built an amazing temple to hold the Ark of the Covenant. After centuries of wandering, the Ark finally had a home. Yet stability would prove short-lived. Around 950 BCE, 10 of the 12 tribes of Israel rebelled against their extravagant kings, breaking the kingdom in 2. To the north, the 10 tribes formed the Kingdom of Israel, while to the south, Solomon's dynasty continued to rule the Kingdom of Judah. This division could not have come at a worse time, for it left the Israelites vulnerable to the new empires emerging to the east. Around 935 BCE, the ancient civilization of Assyria had begun to stir once more. Due to its distance from the main centers of invasion and its own military might, Assyria had weathered the Bronze Age collapse better than most. In the interim, they had mastered the art of ironworking. Iron tools enabled an explosion of building, in which the Assyrians made use of their ample supply of stone and began to establish their own artistic style. They continued to build ziggurats and planned their cities along much the same lines as the Sumerians, with gardens and zoos, palaces and temples, and walls, of course. But stone allowed the Assyrians to build larger, more enduring structures, and their choice in decor was distinctly Assyrian. Yet the Assyrians were not as interested in architecture as they were in conquest. Their mastery of iron made Assyrian soldiers some of the most dangerous in the world. They had also begun the full-scale construction of siege equipment, which allowed their tide of conquest to flow quickly without getting held up at fortified cities. Perhaps the most ruthless aspect of Assyrian conquest was their system of deportation. Under Assyrian rule, conquered peoples were forcibly relocated from their lands to other parts of the empire, while Assyrian colonists settled the newly conquered territory. By breaking people from their lands, the Assyrians smashed resistance before it could start, and sought to assimilate the new peoples into their empires. Within a century, the Assyrians had conquered most of the Fertile Crescent and had begun to push against the Levant. Through alliance with their neighbors, the Israelites fought off the invading Assyrians for a while, but the closest they ever came to victory was a stalemate at the Battle of Kargar in 853. Emboldened by instability in the Assyrian homeland, the Israelites spent the next century trying to throw off their Assyrian overlords, until 744, when Assyria finally found a leader to match their imperial ambitions. His name was Tiglath-Pileser III. Tiglath staged a military coup, reunited the Assyrian Empire, and recovered the lost territories. He reorganized these territories into imperial provinces, which paid a set tribute and provided soldiers in wartime. Well organized and rich with tribute, Tiglath organized his soldiers into the world's first proper standing army and began a war of expansion. The kingdom of Israel managed to hold off the Assyrian expansion, until in 738 the king of Judah betrayed the kingdom of Israel, allying his kingdom with the conquerors. With Judah's help, Tiglath wiped the kingdom of Israel off the map, expelling its inhabitants from the land and spreading them within the empire. However, with the aid of allies as far-flung as Egypt, the Israelites continued to resist Assyrian rule and refused to pay tribute. Infuriated by this perpetual insurrection, Tiglath's successors would continue the practice of displacing the rebellious Israelites. His son Shalmaneser seems to have done little else in his 3-year reign. He died besieging the Israelite capital of Samaria. His top general, Sargon, seized power and established himself by completely destroying Israel. Within 20 years, 10 tribes of Israel were lost forever. Only the 2 tribes of the kingdom of Judah remained. We call this mass displacement the first Israelite diaspora, and the 10 tribes the lost tribes of Israel. With the Israelites finally quelled, Sargon turned east to smash the Elamites and bring the Babylonians back into the Assyrian Empire. At home, he built a new capital at Dur-Sharukin, near the ancient city of Nineveh. His successors would do much the same, spending half their lives conquering and the other half erecting temples and palaces to commemorate their conquests. The Sargonid dynasty would rule the Assyrian Empire until its fall nearly a century later. Each successive generation added new lands to the empire, even conquering Egypt in 675. At its height, the Assyrian Empire spanned 2 continents and covered about 550,000 square miles. Assyrian rule was incredibly savage. Assyrian kings boast of their vicious cruelty in inscriptions, and even commemorated some of their more vicious exploits in engravings. Though this excessive cruelty served the Assyrians well as they grew their empire, these same shock and awe tactics would bring about the downfall of the Assyrians. When the Babylonians decided to throw off Assyrian rule, they found ready allies throughout the empire. Medes, Scythians, Cimmerians, and Judeans all rose up. The only land that remained faithful to Assyria was Egypt, at the other extreme of the empire. Between the two, lands broke into rebellion, until at last a combined force sacked the Assyrian capital of Nineveh in 612. 1,000 years after Hammurabi built the first Babylonian empire, Babylon had not forgotten its former primacy in all that time. Throughout Assyrian reign, Babylon was always the first to rebel, the first to take advantage of every weakness. Now, with the Assyrians out of the picture, Babylon attempted to reclaim its former glory. At the head of this expansion was the ambitious king Nebuchadnezzar II. Nebuchadnezzar conquered much of the previous Assyrian Empire, though he didn't make it all the way to Egypt. In his conquest, he made use of the same imperial bureaucracy, road system, and military tactics that had made the Assyrians so successful. Like the Assyrians, he struggled with the descendants of Abraham. To bring them to heel, he did to Judea what the Assyrians had done to Israel. He drove out their inhabitants and began what his victims called the Babylonian captivity. At home, Nebuchadnezzar restored Babylon to its former glory, with ambitious new building projects, including the famous Hanging Gardens and the massive ziggurat Entemanaki, whose sheer massiveness may have made it the inspiration for the biblical Tower of Babel. Though none of these fabulous buildings survive, The beauty of the Babylonian style can still be seen in the restored Ishtar Gate. Babylon's time in the sun would be short-lived, however. To the east, their old allies, the Medes, were having trouble with a group of invaders from the Bronze Age collapse. The Persians. The Persians had been vassals, first of the Assyrians, then of the Medes. In 549, the Persian king, Cyrus, rebelled against Median control. By 539, he had conquered the Medes and moved on to invade the Babylonian Empire. His conquest is remarkable for its speed and its genius. Confronted by the walled city of Babylon, Cyrus diverted the Euphrates River, which fed the city its water. Dying of thirst, Babylon capitulated without a fight. Yet Cyrus did not build his empire on pure military might. Like Assyria, Babylon had not been friendly to its provinces. Cyrus exploited the discontent of Babylon's vassals. Assyria was the first to switch to the Persian side, at the promise of semi-autonomy. Yet Cyrus was just as kind to the little guys as the big players. He allowed all the peoples displaced by the Babylonians to return to their homes with their gods. Under Cyrus, the Babylonian captivity ended, and Israel was re-established as a kingdom. Soon the Persians became known as liberators, and province after province welcomed them with open arms. Cyrus enacted laws of religious tolerance, rebuilt temples, and founded new cities, eventually earning the respect even of the Babylonians he had conquered. With this combination of military might and deft diplomacy, Cyrus built the largest empire ever known to man. Still, not everyone was lining up to join the Persian Empire. The Egyptians, having only recently regained their autonomy, were loath to relinquish it again. Cyrus's son, Cambyses, would settle the issue with the sword, adding Egypt to the empire in 525. Cambyses was not the enlightened leader his father had been. Heavy taxation led to unrest in the empire. While Cambyses was away in Egypt, a group of Zoroastrian priests called the Magi staged a coup, putting one of their own number on the throne. He reigned for all of 7 months, before himself being overthrown by Cambyses' cousin, Darius. Like Cyrus, Darius showed amazing foresight. He rebuilt and reconnected the chaotic system of roads left by previous empires. He encouraged religious freedom, while incorporating himself into the religions of his subjects. He gave the kingdoms of the empire a certain degree of autonomy, and he came up with a fair system of imperial taxation. His new capital at Persepolis was one of the most magnificent cities ever built, full of beautiful palaces, glorious temples, and beautiful artwork. Persepolis' position as the seat of a powerful empire can best be seen in the gates of all nations. Even more remarkable than his work at home was Darius' expansion abroad. Darius expanded the empire in all directions. To the east he pressed into India. To the south he extended Persian power from Egypt into Libya. To the north he crossed the Dardanelles and began an invasion of Europe. In the course of 30 years, the Persians had gone from an obscure tribe of nomadic pastoralists to the leaders of the most powerful empire in history. The seemingly limitless expansion of the Persians would only be checked by another hitherto unimportant people, living in obscurity in their mountainous country. Those were the Greeks. When all the world seemed ready to bend knee to the Persian Empire, the Greeks stood against the rising tide and won their independence. This victory of a tiny people over so massive an empire inspired the Greeks to think very highly of themselves, encouraging an explosion of culture that remains Greece's legacy to this day. That Greek culture would eventually cover all the Persian Empire, spread by the imperial ambitions of Alexander the Great. The Hebrew religion, known today as Judaism, is one of the oldest religions on earth, with a written history stretching back over 3,000 years. Though some ancient religions predate Judaism, few of them survive to the modern age, and only Hinduism can cite a longer, continuous written history. Judaism's persistence through the ages can be attributed to several of the distinguishing features of this ancient religion. Judaism is monotheistic. It worships a single God. Judaism requires its followers to hold themselves aloof from other peoples. Jews are forbidden to worship other gods, and Jews are forbidden to marry non-Jews. This is because Judaism is both a religious identity and an ethnic identity. Jews believe themselves to be God's chosen people, and trace their lineage to a common ancestor, Abraham. These factors all contributed to Judaism's endurance through the ages. By worshipping a single God and accepting no others, by holding themselves aloof as an ethnic identity, by refusing to adopt the customs of their neighbors, Judaism avoided the blending of religions, or syncretism, that changed so many other religions of its age. Yet perhaps the most important factor in Judaism's persistence, and indisputably the defining feature of Judaism, is that Judaism has a holy text to preserve its beliefs, laws, and history. The Jewish holy text, or Tanakh, is not a single book, but rather a collection of books, written over 1,000 years. These books have all found their way into the Old Testament of the Christian Bible, though in a slightly different order. Jews divide the books of the Tanakh into 3 groups: the Torah, the Nevi'im, and the Ketuvim. The foremost of these is the Torah. These 5 books contain the core of Jewish belief. They explain the origins of the Jewish people, their faith, their prophets, and their laws. Let us take a quick trek through the tales of the Torah and see what we can learn about this ancient religion. Let us begin in the beginning. Unlike the Sumerians, who believed the universe was created when Marduk cut his mother apart, or the Greeks, who thought the universe arose through sex, the Hebrews thought the universe was created through words. God created the world by speaking it into existence. He said, "Let there be light," and there was light. This establishes the importance of words in the Jewish faith, a theme that recurs time and time again. God also created the first man and the first woman, Adam and Eve. God put Adam and Eve in a beautiful paradise where their every need was taken care of. His only rule was that they should not eat a certain fruit. Satan tempted Eve to eat this fruit, and Eve tempted Adam to eat the fruit, and God got mad, and the two were cast out of paradise. This establishes a pattern that will repeat time and time again in the Torah. God gives a commandment to man. Man disobeys, usually through temptation of the flesh. God punishes man. Another trend that we see in the Jewish faith is God's selection of a chosen person. The God of the Torah seems generally disgusted with the world, but he occasionally finds someone who is faithful. Yet being God's chosen one involves a lot of work and a lifetime of obedience. God's gifts are not free. He requires sacrifice on the part of his believers. Nowhere is this message clearer than in the story of Abraham. God promised to make Abraham the father of a great and numerous people. All Abraham had to do was obey God in all things. This seemed like a great deal to Abraham, who agreed. But then God asked Abraham to sacrifice his only son, Isaac. Not only was God asking Abraham to murder his own child in cold blood, God's commandment flew directly in the face of his promise to Abraham. How was Abraham supposed to be the father of a great people if he killed his only offspring? Yet Abraham obeyed God's commandment, even if he did not understand it. And as Abraham raised the knife to kill his own son, God knew he had found his man, someone who would obey without question. At the last moment, God sent an angel to stop Abraham, providing a goat to sacrifice instead. This is the birth of the covenant between God and the Hebrew people. Abraham's son, Isaac, had two sons, Jacob and Esau. Jacob, also known as Israel, had 12 sons, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Naphtali, Issachar, Asher, Dan, Zebulun, Gad, Judah, Joseph, and Benjamin. These sons became the fathers of the tribes of Israel. Driven by famine from their native land, Jacob and his sons found their way to Egypt. And after a few generations, the children of Israel found themselves the slaves of the Egyptian Pharaoh. Generations later, God sent his prophet, Moses, to free his people from slavery. After a series of plagues and miracles, Moses led the children of Israel out of Egypt. Safe and free at last, Moses brought the children of Israel to Mount Sinai. Moses ascended the mountain to commune with God, and God gave Moses 10 commandments, carving them into stone with his own finger. These 10 commandments would form the heart of Jewish law. I am the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt make unto thee no graven images to worship. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day, and keep it holy. Honor thy father and mother. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet. Yet even as Moses was up on the mountain, receiving God's laws, the children of Israel were down in the valley, breaking every one of them. They constructed a golden calf to worship, and were carrying on in a manner unbecoming of God's chosen people. Let's just say coveting was the least of it. God punished the Hebrews by refusing to let them enter the Promised Land until the entire generation of sinners died out. And so he sent Moses and his people wandering the desert for 40 years. While they were wandering, God used Moses to begin establishing the laws and religion of the Hebrew people. Moses wrote hundreds of laws, ranging from political advice, if you take fabric from an enemy, you should boil it before you use it, to moral codes. If a boy disobeys his father, he shall be stoned, to dietary restrictions. Don't eat shellfish or pork. Moses also divided the Israelites up into their 12 tribes and established a hierarchy to manage their concerns. He chose his brother to be the high priest of God and established his descendants as the priestly tribe of Israel. Finally, Moses set down the forms of Hebrew worship. He instructed them to build a tent to serve as the house of God. Concealed within the tent was the Hebrews' greatest treasure, the Ark of the Covenant, which contained the original 10 Commandments, written by God himself. The Hebrews considered the fate of their people closely tied to the Ark and its contents. It is important to note that rather than worshiping an idol of God, the Hebrews instead worshipped the words of God. Modern historians are at odds as to what to make of the Torah. On the one hand, though the Hebrews attributed these books to Moses, modern scholars have identified as many as 4 different authors of the Torah. On the other hand, the authors of the Torah were still quite ancient, some of them dating back as far as 900 BCE. And while the Torah's account might not be accurate from a strictly historical perspective, it certainly tells us a great deal about the ancient Hebrews and their beliefs. There is less ambiguity about some of the later books in the Tanakh. The Nevi'im, or Books of Prophets, recount the history of the Jewish people after entering the Promised Land. Unlike the Torah, many of these stories can be backed up with archaeological evidence. For instance, the book of Joshua records the conquest of Israel under the leadership of Moses' successor, Joshua. The account mentions several cities that archaeologists have since uncovered, including the famous walled city of Jericho, which remains one of the oldest walled cities we've ever found, though we've yet to find any trumpets. The books of Samuel and Kings record the ascent of the first kings of Israel, Saul, David, and Solomon. And there is evidence that King David, at least, might have actually existed. Several books of the Nevi'im record the oppression of the Hebrews by various people, pretty much all of whom have been matched to real civilizations, whose own records often validate the Hebrew account. Between the books of the Nevi'im and the efforts of modern archaeologists, we know that the Hebrews fell under the control of many empires over the years, including the Babylonians, Assyrians, Philistines, Moabites, Syrians, and Romans. Some of these conquerors were quite intent on wiping out the Hebrew people and their faith. Both the Assyrians and Babylonians made a practice of relocating conquered peoples from their homelands into somewhere deep within the empire. By doing so, they hoped to break down those people's cultural identity and assimilate them as Assyrians or Babylonians. Yet the faith and identity of the Hebrews withstood these attempts. The Hebrews considered these periods of oppression and captivity as God's punishment for their disobedience. They maintained their faith despite the best efforts of their oppressors. In a time when so many other faiths and peoples were absorbed into great empires, the survival of Hebrews and their faith as a distinct people is actually quite remarkable. The persistence of the Jewish faith can be directly attributed to the factors we noted at the beginning of this lesson. The Hebrews had one God and refused to worship the gods of their conquerors. The Hebrews refused to conform to the society of their conquerors. Their steadfast faith in a single God kept their religion untainted, and their refusal to marry non-Jews helped them maintain their ethnic identity. Yet, most importantly, the Jews had a holy book containing all the wisdom, laws, and beliefs of their culture. While other, less literate religions might change with the times, the Jewish religion was preserved in writing. Yet this constant oppression did not leave Judaism totally unchanged. We can see its mark in the continued Jewish desire to reclaim their homeland, a movement known today as Zionism. We can read the tale of oppression in Jewish rituals, like the Passover Seder, commemorating their slavery in Egypt, and the Hanukkah menorah, which recalls the Jewish revolt against the Seleucid Empire. Yet perhaps the clearest impact of oppression upon the Jews is the Jewish prophecy of the Messiah, a Savior who would rescue the Jews from oppression and restore them to the glory God promised Abraham so long ago. In the beginning of the Common Era, many Jews thought they'd found their Messiah in Jesus and established the Christian religion. Later, the peoples of the Arabian Peninsula would further adapt the Jewish faith to found Islam. Yet the majority of Jews remained true to the original covenant between God and Abraham, preserving the ancient faith of Judaism to this day.
The time, about 1600 BC. The place, China's Yellow River Valley. A warrior stands surveying the land around him. He has just won a great victory, and a new age has dawned for his people. As the head of his family, he will lead a new dynasty and rule over this land. The warrior's name is Cheng Tung, and he is the first ruler of the Shang dynasty, which will control China from about 1600 BC to about 1100 BC. He has defeated the rulers of the Xia dynasty, a mysterious dynasty that left no historical record. One day, his family will be overthrown by the Zhou dynasty, which will reign from about 1100 BC to 221 BC. For Cheng Tung, that is far in the future. Now he must concentrate on building his kingdom. In the approximately 500 years of the Shang dynasty, which was centered in the Yellow River Valley, 33 kings ruled over as many as 13.5 million people. The kings, called Wangs, beginning with Cheng Tung, stood at the top of the social scale in this extremely hierarchical and patriarchal dynasty. They held supreme power, but were supported by the royal family, the nobility, the warriors, the priests, and the government officials. These social classes typically lived in walled cities and enjoyed the finer things in life: silk clothing, good food, flower gardens, and splendid homes. Outside the cities, merchants and craftsmen plied their trades and went home to their mud huts. They were better off, however, than the peasant farmers who lived in nearby villages and scraped out their meager living on land owned by nobles. They were often forced to work on construction projects for the king and their landlords in the agricultural off-season. This rigid social structure extended right down into the family. The oldest male held authority over the household, and everyone else followed his orders under the risk of severe punishment. Cheng Teng certainly didn't realize the accomplishments and characteristics that his Shang dynasty would present to the world. These include bronze work. The Shang dynasty created exquisite bronze vessels and weapons as it reached the heights of China's Bronze Age. Military technology. Shang warriors fought with horse-drawn chariots, bronze-tipped spears, and compound bows. Writing. Many of the symbols developed during the Shang dynasty are still used in China today. A calendar. The Shang calendar designated 12 months, each with 30 days, and recognized the cycles of both the sun and the moon. Religion. The people of the Shang dynasty worshipped a supreme god named Shangdi, but they also worshipped their ancestors, who served as go-betweens with the god and had to be kept happy for the people to prosper. Priests were also very interested in discovering the future, and they used cattle bones and tortoise shells as oracle bones. They punched holes in the bones and then studied the pattern of cracks that developed to answer their questions about the future. In the process, they recorded the dynasty's history on the shells and bones. The last Shang king, Shang Zhou, was a nasty sort of fellow, far different from his predecessor Cheng Teng. He focused mostly on his lavish lifestyle and wasn't even above killing his own son to preserve his dominance. Understandably, people rebelled, and the Zhou family, led by King Wen, overthrew the last Shang king and formed a new dynasty about 1100 BC. They did so under what they called the Mandate of Heaven, by which, they claimed, the gods gave them the right to rule supreme so long as they ruled with justice and cared for the people. If they failed, the gods would replace them. The Zhou did not fail, at least not for a long time. The Zhou dynasty lasted in various forms for nearly 1,000 years. During the first era of Zhou reign, called the Shi or Western Zhou dynasty, the dynasty's kings held almost complete power in a time of prosperity and peace. Then came rebellion in 770 BC. The Zhou rulers managed to hold on to their throne, but in the new Dong or Eastern Zhou dynasty, their power was limited, and a set of 7 states constantly vied for dominance. Eventually one of them, the Qin, would rise to the top and overthrow the Zhou dynasty in 221 BC. In the years of the Zhou dynasty, China changed greatly. New technology flourished in the form of iron tools and weapons, crossbows, major irrigation projects, and even chopsticks. Zhou rulers encouraged the building of new canals, roads, and communication systems to increase trade, and for the first time, the Chinese began to ride horseback. The writing method that had begun under Shang rule developed even more. The years of the Eastern Zhou dynasty were a golden age for Chinese philosophy. Confucius lived during this era, teaching his ideals of duty to society, individual virtue, and tradition. Also in this period, a philosopher named Lao Tzu founded Taoism, which emphasized passivity and social inaction to achieve individual peace. On the other hand, philosophers who advocated legalism claimed that the state was much more important than the individual, and that individuals had to conform completely to the decrees of their supreme rulers. Finally, Moism was a philosophy that advocated equality for all people, as well as merit-based power and universal love. Philosophy was so prominent in this period that scholars often note that there were 100 schools of thought. Cheng Teng founded the Shang dynasty about 1600 BC when he overthrew the mysterious Xia dynasty. The Shang dynasty lasted about 500 years and was extremely hierarchical and patriarchal. It was ruled by kings, or wangs, at the top of the social scale, which extended all the way down to the peasant farmers who lived very difficult lives. The Shang dynasty's accomplishments and characteristics include bronze work, military technology, including horse-drawn chariots, writing, a calendar, and religion which featured ancestor worship and oracle bones. The Shang dynasty was overthrown by King Wen of the Zhou dynasty about 1100 BC. The Zhou rulers claimed the mandate of heaven, by which the gods gave them the right to rule supreme so long as they ruled with justice and cared for the people. If they failed, the gods would replace them. Zhou rule lasted for nearly 1,000 years under both the Shi or Western Zhou dynasty with its peace and prosperity, until 770 BC and the Dong or Eastern Zhou dynasty, during which several states vied for power with the weak Zhou kings. During the Zhou dynasty, new technology and advances in communication and transportation changed China. The years of the Eastern Zhou dynasty were a golden age for Chinese philosophy, with the rise of Confucius, Taoism, legalism, and Moism. Indeed, when Cheng Tung stood victorious looking over the Yellow River Valley, he would never have imagined what the next 1,500 years would bring to his homeland.
What class of America do you see yourself or your family in? Class today is generally considered in terms of income level. Interestingly, in America today, recent polling has shown that most of the United States considers itself middle class, including families which make $40,000 a year and those who make $4 million a year. Regardless of how amorphous class labels might be in America today, in some ancient cultures these labels were far more concrete and important. In this lesson, we'll explore the class system which existed in ancient China, its origins, and the important distinctions between each class. The social structure of ancient China evolved over several centuries, likely solidifying sometime in either the 2nd or 3rd century AD. The social structure was very rigid. There was virtually no possibility of upward or even downward mobility. In other words, if your father was a farmer, chances were you were going to be a farmer too. The genders were not equal in ancient Chinese society either. Women were largely domestic creatures, and even aristocratic women were not allowed to attend school. This social structure was reinforced by the revered Chinese thinker Confucius, who claimed that social structure and rigid order was important if one wanted a peaceful kingdom and a happy society. It should be mentioned that the one occupation which existed outside the realm of ancient Chinese social structure was the emperor and the royal family. The emperor was often considered ordained by God in ancient Chinese society, and therefore he did not have to answer to any humans on Earth. He expected complete obedience from his subjects, and had total control over military affairs. The first social class which existed below the emperor was the aristocratic class. The aristocrats made up a very small portion of Chinese society, and were often well connected to the emperor. These aristocrats were generally landowners who collected rent from their tenants and in turn paid tribute to the emperor as a show of allegiance. This class is also sometimes called the gentry scholars, because many sons began their adult lives by being sent to state schools if their families could afford it. After attending school and taking the requisite exams, these young aristocrats took up positions as officials in the state bureaucracy. The next social class in importance in ancient China was farmers. Farmers were respected in ancient China as they fed the country's already burgeoning population. Many of these farmers were successful enough that they owned their own land, while others worked as tenants on the farms of aristocrats. The life of a farmer in ancient China was hard, as their livelihood was often subject to the randomness of weather while still being subjected to the taxes imposed by the emperor and the upper classes. In the farmer class, gender roles were not as rigid as they were in other classes. Though it was considered ideal for women to stay in the house, they at times were required to help in the fields during harvest times or under extreme circumstances. The next rung on the ladder of Chinese society was craftsmen and artisans. These included a wide swath of the population with varied occupations. Anyone from carpenters to metalworkers to those who crafted expensive jewelry was considered in this class. Artisans often did not own land, and some did not even own the tools they worked with. However, highly skilled artisans in important or rare skills, like metalworking, could make a great deal more money than farmers ever made. Artisans were generally respected for their skills, but their lack of attachment or ownership of land placed them at a social disadvantage. The lowest class, according to ancient Chinese society, was merchants and traders. Merchants and traders, because of their occupation, could sometimes make far more money than either farmers or artisans, but were considered lower than the other two because they did not produce anything of worth. Farmers produced food, artisans produced goods, and merchants merely made a profit by buying and selling those goods. In various ancient Chinese writings, merchants are often portrayed as greedy and avaricious. Ancient Chinese society had a very rigid social structure, reinforced by the teachings of the revered Chinese philosopher Confucius. Above it all sat the emperor, who answered to no man and was in general considered separate from Chinese society. The top social class below the emperor was the aristocrats and nobles, who often owned land and occupied key positions in the Chinese bureaucracy. Though they were often the poorest, the next highest social level was farmers, who produced all the food to feed the growing Chinese population. Below the farmers were the artisans and craftsmen, who produced most of the goods of ancient China, from pottery to swords. Finally, below all were the merchants. Though merchants were often wealthier than either the farmers or the artisans, they were considered beneath them because merchants rarely produced anything of their own. They merely profited off the other classes. Are you on Twitter? If you are, you probably follow many people from news organizations to media personalities to your own friends. It's how you get information about what they're thinking and what's important to them. Well, long before the advent of Twitter, if you wanted to follow someone, you really had to actually follow them around. Such was the case for the followers of the ancient Chinese philosopher Confucius, whose followers codified his beliefs and teachings after his death into something akin to a religion, which had an enormous impact on Chinese civilization in the centuries after his death. Confucius was not the philosopher's given name. After all, Confucius hardly sounds Chinese, does it? Confucius is a Latinized name of the Chinese title Kung Fu Tzu, and was given by later Western scholars to the teacher and wandering philosopher who was born around 552 BCE. Confucius certainly did not set out to start a new religion or even start a movement. What Confucius really wanted was to be an advisor to a king or a powerful statesman in China. When this position never materialized, he sometimes considered himself a failure. This is not to say, of course, that Confucius was an unhappy man. Confucius had a deep love of learning, education, and an unparalleled reverence for tradition and Chinese culture. Instead of working to instill that culture from a high government position as he had hoped, he traveled from place to place teaching. He had a small group of followers that traveled with him from location to location, learning from him as well as helping him teach, and several of these followers took up important government positions after Confucius's death in 479 BCE. In Confucius's time, he did not delineate the social system or worldview that was later attributed to him. Instead, Confucius's teachings focused on real-world contemporary society and ways in which humans could better respect one another, and he held especially high esteem for one's elders and for state authority. In fact, some historians and theologians even question the categorization of Confucianism as a religion, because it does not necessarily consider many of the basic questions most religions consider. For example, Confucius considered any contemplation of God or the afterlife to be unimportant. Confucius believed absolute truth on either subject was impossible to know, so humans should focus their energies on doing the right thing in this world rather than worrying about the next. The main thrust of Confucius's teachings was creating a moral and just society in this world. The foundation of this society, according to Confucius, should be mutual respect in all its forms: respect for one another, respect for culture and tradition, respect for institutions, etc. Confucius sought to revitalize society through instilling respect for various institutions, traditions, and rituals, which Confucius claimed had long kept Chinese society just and moral. Confucius felt that the family was one of the basic units of social organization that should be respected. The elderly and infirm were to be cared for by their able family members, while it was the responsibility of the entire family to teach the children to be moral members of society. Confucius believed the best way to fuel this respect in society was the promotion of rituals. Rituals for Confucius encompassed many things, from the semi-religious routines and practices that you and I would think of to the basic courtesies and social conventions of conversation. Many of the rituals Confucius believed should be implemented were ancient vestiges of the Zhou dynasty,
which began ruling China several centuries before Confucius's time and had slowly deteriorated. According to Confucius, through conformity to these ancient rituals and social conventions, each individual could promote a more humane and moral society. Finally, as just hinted at, Confucius taught that a moral and just society could only be arrived at if each person committed to these ideals individually. On several occasions, when questioned by his followers as to how best to encourage an ideal society in China, Confucius replied that the best way to do that is to set an example for others by practicing Confucian principles at home. Confucius himself often claimed to be on a personal journey of self-realization through learning and teaching, and he instructed his followers to look inward to find the strength to act in a moral and just manner. Though in Confucius's time he may not have meant to set up an entirely new religion or way of life, this is certainly what happened in the centuries after his death. Indeed, Confucius never actually wrote a book or intended his teachings to have a major impact after his death, but his committed followers were determined to spread Confucius's word. From their notes and remembrances of his life and teachings, they compiled the Analects, a book of edited conversations and lessons each had with or learned from Confucius. In addition to compiling the Analects, several of Confucius's chief followers broke off into different camps over various disagreements about the meaning of Confucius's teachings. The most important of these camps was later supported by Mencius, who likely lived during the second half of the 4th century BCE. Mencius was an advisor to kings and a major proponent of Confucian ideology. He fostered implementation of Confucian ideals in all facets of Chinese life. Perhaps more importantly, he helped create the class of scholars whose sole purpose was to learn, educate, and advise the king on important matters. Over the following centuries, this class morphed into the vast Chinese bureaucracy that required passing extensive examinations for admittance. The respect for authority and the respect for the various stations of life that Confucius expounded were later infused into a rigid Chinese social structure. These social structures dictated that the emperor was separate from normal Chinese society. Below him were the gentry scholars, or aristocrats. Beneath that were farmers, followed by artisans, and finally merchants. These classes were rigidly ordered in later centuries, and social mobility was virtually non-existent. The station of these classes was not based on income as class so often is today. After all, merchants then as now often made far more money than farmers. Instead, the varying levels of respect for these classes were based on how closely their occupations conformed to Confucian morals and ideology, as judged by later centuries of Confucians. Confucianism should be understood less as a religion and more as a way of life or worldview. Regardless, Confucius did not set out to do either. Confucius merely sought to educate, teach, and perhaps become an advisor to a king or ruling noble so he could do his part to help create a moral and ideal society. Confucius believed this could be achieved by instilling a sense of respect for institutions, authority, and each other in all Chinese people. He believed society should be structured around the rituals and social norms of the Zhou dynasty, and believed the best way to achieve this was to do it personally and be an example to others. Despite his traveling, Confucius in his time was little known, and it was only after his teachings became popular that he did as well. His followers compiled his conversations and life teachings into the Analects, and his worldview was used in later centuries to form and justify everything from Chinese bureaucracy to social structure.
Unlike Judaism or Christianity, which give their allegiance to an all-powerful personal God, Confucianism does not teach the worship of any particular deity. Instead, it focuses more on human behavior, causing many scholars to consider it more of an ethical system or a code of conduct rather than a religion. Rather than focusing on the attributes of a deity, Confucianism focuses on human behavior. It's things like wisdom and kindness that take center stage. With this centering on human behavior, two of the most important concepts taught by Confucianism are the virtues of yen and li. Since yen is considered the most important, we'll start by explaining it. In very simple terms, yen, sometimes spelled R-E-N, can be translated as goodness or humaneness. In Confucianism, yen is seen as a very inward and personal attribute. It does not connote right action, it deals with inward thoughts. Being inwardly oriented, it's also characterized as truly desiring only good for others. In short, it's an attitude of the heart. So important is yen that all other virtues spring from it. It should be the preeminent funnel for all human behavior and actions. In fact, Confucianism teaches that one should be willing to give his own life in order to protect yen. In addition, it relates to all of mankind. It knows no boundaries of race or religion. Although yen is of utmost importance in Confucianism, many scholars purport that Confucius believed he never really saw yen being fully played out in a person's life. Some also believe he taught that only the greatest wise men of China would ever be able to truly achieve yen. However, this should never be seen as an excuse for the common man not to try. With this, we come to the principle of Li. Differing from yen, Li deals with one's outward social behavior. Translated as both propriety and ritual, Li is sometimes thought of as the working out of yen in one's life. To use some rather common Western phrasing, Li is sort of like giving feet to yen. Because Li deals with outward behavior, it deals with accepted etiquette, customs, and even morality. With this in mind, its main focus seems to be on human relationships. In its ideal sense, a person honoring Li will be perfect in all his relationships. This working out of Li is especially important in what Confucianism holds as the 5 key relationships. They are the relationship of ruler to subject, father to son, husband to wife, elder to younger, and friend to friend. If one follows the concept of Li, each of these relationships will be marked with harmony. Since several of these relationships deal with family, Confucianism asserts that when the principle of relationships of the family are tranquil, Li will seep into the culture. All of society, from the home to the village to the empire, will be tranquil. However, in studying Li, it's important to remember that Confucianism teaches Li must be motivated by yen. In other words, if you are just nice to someone because you want something from them, or because you want to look good, then this is not Li. Li is only truly Li when it is preceded by the selflessness of yen. Just like in the alphabet J comes before L, yen must come before Li. With such a great focus on the inward heart and outward behavior, Confucianism is full of ritual. In fact, so important is ritual that many scholars refer to Confucianism as the ritual religion. The most important of these rituals is that of filial piety, or deep respect of one's elders, sometimes even called ancestor worship. In this practice, sacrifices are very regularly made to one's deceased relatives in order to not only commemorate them, but also to communicate with them and care for them. In doing this, the principles of yen and Li continue even after death. Believed by some to be more of an ethical system or code of conduct than a religion, Confucianism holds firmly to the concepts of yen and Li. As the most important of the principles, yen can be translated as goodness or humaneness. Often being characterized as desiring the good of others, yen is very inwardly oriented, dealing with the actual attitudes of one's heart. Although it's believed Confucius himself never really saw anyone fully truly realizing yen, it's still considered the virtue from which all others should spring forth. Unlike yen, Li is outwardly oriented and deals with one's behaviors. Often translated as propriety or ritual, Li focuses on relationships. It gives special honor to the 5 key relationships of Confucianism, which are ruler to subject, father to son, husband to wife, elder to younger, and friend to friend. With this focus on the inward heart and the outward practice, Confucianism is also heavy with ritual. Known to many as the ritual religion, one of its most important practices is that of filial piety or ancestor worship. In this practice, sacrifices and believed communication with the deceased continue to preserve and work out Li and Yen, even after death.
Ying Chung, the king of the Qin, had a plan. His state was small, but the ruling Zhou dynasty was weak and had been plagued by competitive warring minor states for years. He was determined to overthrow the Zhou rule and to take over the sovereignty of all Zhou lands and beyond. As the 200s BC progressed, Ying Chung increased the power of the Qin. He developed his military technology and built his army. He pooled his resources and set them to work to defeat other states and put them out of the running for leadership. He studied the teachings of Sheng Yang, a statesman of the previous century, who called for total war and abandonment of all rules in battle. In 221 BC, Ying Chung finally got his chance. He achieved a huge victory over his competitor states and over the last Zhou ruler, and declared himself to be the first emperor of China, under the title Qin Shi Huangdi. Qin Shi Huangdi's new Qin dynasty lasted only 15 years, from 221 BC to 207 BC. But as we shall see, it is an extremely important period in Chinese history. Qin Shi Huangdi quickly made himself an absolute ruler with absolute power, and he extended his reign throughout much of modern China. Life under Qin rule was highly structured and often brutal. For one thing, the emperor followed a philosophy called legalism, which claimed that the state was much more important than the individual, and that the individuals had to conform completely to the decrees of their supreme rulers. Qin Shi Huangdi developed a strong central government, with most of its power concentrated in himself as the supreme sovereign. He was backed by a powerful army that intimidated any opposition, and an efficient and obedient bureaucracy that micromanaged nearly every aspect of daily life for the nobility, all the way down to the peasants. Qin Shi Huangdi was not above using terror tactics to keep his reign secure and demonstrate his supreme power. He seized the land of many noble families and forced them to live in cities where he could keep an eye on them and prevent any rebellion they might be planning. Those who did try to rebel were buried alive or sent to work on the emperor's building projects. Peasants were assigned specific jobs, usually in farming or silk raising. If they resisted, they were simply killed, or perhaps sent to work elsewhere at a less pleasant job of hard labor. The emperor also wanted to keep his subjects uneducated, to prevent any defiance of his rule and to make them easier to control. So he ordered books burned throughout his empire. Scholars and teachers scrambled to hide their books, but those who were caught or resisted in any way were often burned alive with their books. Qin Shi Huangdi was so intent upon controlling every aspect of Chinese life that he implemented a program of standardization throughout the empire. He created a standard code of law that applied to everyone. He regulated money, written language, weights and measures, and the tax system. He built roads, irrigation systems, and defense works. He even standardized the width of chariot axles to make sure his military had the best possible equipment. The emperor longed to leave a legacy, and indeed he did. First, he gave China its name, which comes from the word Qin. Second, he gave China one of its primary landmarks, the Great Wall. Even though the current wall dates from a later period, the first structure was built during the Qin dynasty, by forced labor of course, as a means of defense. Third, he gave China an eternal army. Qin Shi Huangdi was obsessed with death. He began building his tomb even before he became emperor, and he filled it with marvelous treasures, including an army of over 7,000 terracotta soldiers, which was discovered during an archaeological excavation in 1974. A few years later, archaeologists uncovered more treasures, including a set of bronze horses and chariots. Apparently, Qin Shi Huangdi wanted to continue his absolute rule even in the afterlife. Of course, the emperor wanted to delay that transition as long as possible. In fact, he traveled throughout the empire seeking some sort of elixir that would give him immortality. He failed. It was on one of these journeys that he suddenly died in 210 BC. His prime minister, Li Shou, panicked and tried to cover up the emperor's demise, even going so far as to transport Qin Shi Huangdi's remains back to the capital city in a cart filled with dead fish to cover up the smell of rotting flesh. The secret couldn't be kept for long, however, and Li Shou placed the emperor's son, Hu Hai, on the throne. Hu Hai was weak, and his oppressed subjects saw a prime opportunity to rid themselves of the oppressive Qin rule. The peasants rose up against Hu Hai in 207 BC, and when the chaos, battles, and massacres ended, there was a new dynasty ruling over China, and the Qin faded into memory. In the 200s BC, Ying Cheng, the king of the state of Qin, longed to overthrow the Zhou dynasty and become the ruler of all the land. In 221 BC, after developing a strong army and following the teachings of statesman Sheng Yang, he did just that, founding the Qin dynasty and taking the imperial title Qin Shi Huangdi. Life under Qin rule was highly structured and often brutal. The emperor held absolute power and followed a philosophy called legalism, which claimed that the state was much more important than the individual and that individuals had to conform completely to the decrees of their supreme rulers. Qin Shi Huangdi developed a strong central government, a powerful army, and an efficient bureaucracy. He used terror tactics to intimidate everyone from nobles to scholars to peasants, and he standardized nearly every aspect of Chinese life. Qin Shi Huangdi's legacy included the name China, the Great Wall, and the wonders of his tomb, which were discovered in the 20th century and include a magnificent terracotta army. Qin Shi Huangdi died in 210 BC, and although his prime minister, Li Shou, placed the emperor's son, Hu Hai, on the throne, the peasants revolted in 207 BC. Soon, China had a new dynasty, and the brutal Qin rule faded into the past. Liu Bang was a commoner, a minor official in the court of the powerful emperor Qin Shi Huangdi of the Qin dynasty. Like many others, he wasn't satisfied at all with the brutal Qin rule, so he began to plot. In 206 BCE, he became king of the Han people, and that year the new, weak Qin emperor gave him the opportunity he was seeking. Liu Bang prepared an army and stepped in to take over China. It proved to be a hard fight against famous General Xiong Yu, who was in charge of the Qin forces. At one point, the general captured Liu Bang's father and threatened to boil him alive. Liu replied, "Send me a cup of the soup." His dad never did get boiled, and Liu Bang came out victorious. He was crowned Emperor Gao Aozu of the Han dynasty in 202 BCE, the first commoner to rule a dynasty that would last about 400 years and bring a time of prosperity and advancement to China. In the beginning, Han rule was not much different from Qin rule. The emperor and his bureaucratic government still stood at the center of Chinese life, and the emperor still claimed absolute power and followed legalism, a philosophy that maintained that the state was much more important than the individual, and that individuals had to conform completely to the decrees of their supreme rulers. Over time, however, he introduced Confucianism to the government with all of its ideals of duty to society, individual virtue, and tradition. Confucianism moderated the harshness of legalism and absolute rule with a sense of morality, at least in theory. In practice, the government still directly controlled the people as it sought to unify China, and punishments for rebels were still quite harsh. The Han dynasty reached its high point under Emperor Wu Ti, who ruled from 141 BCE to 87 BCE. Accomplishments and characteristics during and following this high point in Han history include military conquest and expansion. In its quest for more territory, the emperor's army bumped up against the nearby Xiongnu people, better known as the Huns, in the north. The Xiongnu made periodic raids on Han territory, but eventually the powerful Han army split the Xiongnu in two. The southern Xiongnu surrendered, the northern Xiongnu moved away to the west. The Han dynasty expanded its borders from Korea to Vietnam. Trade. The dynasty's military conquests made travel possible along the famous Silk Road, which allowed Chinese merchants to engage in active trade and cultural contact with people all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. Paper. Paper was first used in the Han Dynasty. It was developed by a man named Qi Lun about 105 CE. History. Historian Sima Chan, 145 circa 85 BCE, wrote his famous Shigi, or Records of the Grand Historian, during Wu Ti's reign. This work, sponsored by the government, recorded over 2,000 years of history and legend, and became a standard and model for histories for many years to come. Education. Han rulers valued education and set up a national university that taught Confucianism. Chinese scholars in the Han Dynasty wrote books about everything from geography to botany to mythology, and even created an encyclopedia. All this happened under what came to be known as the Western Han Dynasty, but troubles were just around the corner. About 9 CE, Wang Mang, the power-hungry nephew of a widowed empress, seized the throne and set up the new Qin Dynasty. Most people actually liked Wang Mang pretty well and accepted him as an emperor, but not everybody. Wang was killed in 22 or 23 CE by a group of angry peasants led by Liu Shu and called the Red Eyebrows. They actually painted their eyebrows bright red. The fighting lasted until 25 CE and led to millions of casualties, but in the end, Liu Shu became the new emperor. Because he was a descendant of Liu Bang, the Han Dynasty continued, but it was now called the Eastern Han Dynasty. The Eastern Han Dynasty lasted nearly 200 more years. About 73 CE, the new Han rulers once again conquered the Xiongnu, who were trying to reunite and create their own empire. Unfortunately for the Han, things went downhill from there. Economic troubles, political conflicts, and natural disasters plagued the empire for decades, and the peasants grew restless. In 184 CE, they rebelled, led by a group called the Yellow Turbans. Han factions had to unite in a hurry to put down the rebellion, and somehow they managed the task. Their victory did not end their conflicts, however. Finally, warlord Dong Chao seized power. He did not rule as an emperor, but placed the Han child Liu Shi on the throne instead. Dong Chao ruled in practice, however, and he was brutal. He murdered Han's supporters, burned the capital city, and ignited battle after battle. In the end, Liu Shi stepped down in 220 CE, ending the Han Dynasty. China disintegrated into wars and would not be unified again for nearly 350 years. Liu Bang founded the Han Dynasty in 202 BCE after overthrowing the Qin Dynasty. The new emperor was the first commoner to rule China, and his dynasty lasted for about 400 years. The Han government combined legalism, a philosophy that maintained that the state was much more important than the individual, and that the individuals had to conform completely to the decrees of their supreme rulers, with Confucianism, which held up the ideals of duty to society, individual virtue, and tradition. In practice, the government still directly controlled the people as it sought to unify China, and punishments for rebels were still quite harsh. The high point of the Han Dynasty came under the rule of Wu Ti from 141 to 87 BCE, and brought with it military conquest over the Xiongnu, or Huns, and expansion of the empire, trade along the Silk Road, the use of paper, historian Sima Chan's famous Shigi, or Records of the Grand Historian, and advances in education. About 9 CE, Wang Mang, the power-hungry nephew of a widowed empress, seized the throne, overthrew the Western Han Dynasty, and set up the new Qin Dynasty. Wang, in turn, was killed in 22 or 23 CE by a group of angry peasants led by Liu Shu and called the Red Eyebrows. Liu Shu became the first emperor of the re-established Eastern Han Dynasty. The Eastern Han Dynasty lasted nearly 200 more years, but economic troubles, political conflicts, and natural disasters plagued the empire for decades, and the peasants grew restless. In 184 CE, they rebelled, led by a group called the Yellow Turbans. Han supporters suppressed the rebellion, but warlord Dong Chao took control of the empire, which descended into chaos after the abdication of the last emperor, Liu Shi, in 220 CE. The Han Dynasty was over.
Around 2,000 years ago, two great empires stood at either side of Eurasia. In the west, the Roman Empire was at the height of its power, surrounding the Mediterranean Sea and having complete control over the goods traded there. To the far east, the Han Dynasty had gained control of much of what would eventually form modern-day China. The two great powers were too far separated to have any sort of military conflict, but there was plenty that the two could offer. The Chinese valued Roman metalworking and glass, while Chinese silks were among the most prized possessions in many rich Roman households. To this end, the trade routes connecting the two powers were called the Silk Road. Of course, trade between East and West had been going on for centuries, predating even Alexander the Great's attempt to conquer the whole known world. While Alexander's empire reached India, the trade routes snaked further through the mountains of the Himalayas onto China and south to Southeast Asia. However, now with large markets at either end of the route, trade had become even more profitable. That said, there were still plenty of obstacles for the would-be merchant. Distance alone was not the only obstacle between the two empires, although the distance between the two empires' capitals was more than 5,000 miles. Instead, it was what contained within those 5,000 miles that made the Silk Road such a treacherous route. If you were a merchant wanting to travel the Silk Road, starting in Alexandria, one of the great ports of the Roman Empire, you'd first have to cross the Arabian Desert into Mesopotamia. From there, you'd then have to cross the lands of the Persian Empire, which traditionally hated the Roman Empire. If you were lucky enough to make it through Persia, the Central Asian grasslands or steppe now presented itself as a large vastness of nothing but grass. Oh, and raiding barbarians. If somehow you made it past that, the Gobi Desert, one of the coldest regions in the world, was your reward as you stumbled into the trading posts of China. Of course, there were multiple routes. You could instead opt for the heat of India and the perilous mountain passes of the Himalaya, or even sail around southern Asia and arrive in one of the Chinese ports. This could be faster depending on how you timed it. But just as you would be prone to face barbarians in the northern steppe, many pirates operated in the waters around Indonesia, relying on the many small islands as hiding places for secret bases. All of this, of course, assumed that you did not die of a disease that you would have no immunity towards, or that people back home would even want to purchase your goods once you bought them. Still, the opportunities presented by the Silk Road and its trading were too much for many to resist, although more merchants would travel much shorter distances than brave the whole 5,000-mile journey. As such, this meant that merchant towns sprung up along the Silk Road, including cities like Samarkand and Bukhara, as well as Kabul in modern Afghanistan. This mixing of cultures and goods made these places very rich, but also made them attractive targets for barbarian raiders. Yet it wasn't just goods moving along the Silk Road. This was a time of great ideas in religion and technology, and these ideas moved along the same trade routes that carried silk and spices. Christianity arrived in China from Rome, and some of the oldest Christian communities in the world are the Nestorian communities in western China. Likewise, Buddhism spread from India, not only into East Asia, but also into Central Asia, where it mixed with the Greek ideas of Alexander the Great. All the while, scientific ideas about metalworking and other practical arts were exchanged. Oddly enough, amidst all this exchange of knowledge, one thing that was not exchanged was the ability to make silk. For hundreds of years, the Chinese guarded this secret, making it illegal to export silkworms which produce the fibers required to make the fabric. In fact, it would be several hundred years later, during the 6th century AD, that silkworms were finally snuck out of China in walking sticks that merchants had hollowed out with a drill in order to hide them inside. In this lesson, we learned about the Silk Road and its impact on Han China and the Roman Empire. We learned how dangerous the route was, and how many merchants instead choose to go only part of the way to places like Bukhara and Samarkand. Also, we learned about the goods being traded, and that there were actually many Silk Roads within this network, including one over water, but all were fraught with danger.
Although most of us may not be familiar with its history, many of us are familiar with India as the home of Hinduism, considered one of the world's oldest religions. Hinduism is without a specific founder, a prescribed theological system, or even a definite moral code. Despite this, it is the religion of most of the people of the Indian subcontinent. Today we'll look at the history of this ancient subcontinent and its strongly bound ties to Hinduism. With all of this in mind, let's turn to the origins of Hinduism and ancient India. Widely known as the Indus River Valley Civilization, the Harappa culture inhabited the banks of the Indus River as early as perhaps 4000 BCE. Putting it in everyday terms, the Harappas were the ancient ancestors of modern-day India. As time went on, the Harappan culture faced invasion from the outside. Like often happens, the Harappa culture soon began to take on the traits of their invaders. Speaking more specifically, the ancient Indian Harappa culture melded with a group of Indo-Europeans, also known as Aryans, who began to move into the Indian subcontinent. The Aryans carried with them a religion known as Vedism. This Vedism meshed with the Harappa culture to give history the Vedic period. This Vedic period saw the inception of what has come to be known as Hinduism, one of the largest religions in today's world. Doing a quick exploration into Hinduism, it is a polytheistic religion. This means it believes in more than one god. Hinduism also holds to the concept of moksha, or the release from the cycle of life and death. Of course, it should be mentioned that this idea of moksha is not all that well defined. With its rather ambiguous beliefs and its allegiance to many gods, Hinduism is very tolerant of other belief systems. With this tolerance for outside belief systems, it is ironic to mention that much of Hindu culture has been governed by one of the most rigid, socially stratified caste systems in all the world. Unlike our Western system, which allows for social movement, Hindu people have historically been stuck in the caste of their family before them. Without a specific set of beliefs, Hinduism is considered one of the world's oldest religions. It is the religion of most of India. The Harappa culture, also known as the Indus River Valley Civilization, were the ancient ancestors of modern-day India. As the Harappa culture melded with the Indo-Europeans, also known as Aryans, they adopted Vedism, the faith of the Aryans. This began the Vedic period in which the Harappa culture melded with Vedism. This mixing saw the birth of today's Hinduism. Hinduism is a polytheistic religion. It believes in more than one god. Rather than heaven, it believes in what is called moksha, the release from the cycle of life and death. When we Westerners think of religion, we tend to think of people going to church on Sundays, Mass on Saturday nights, or celebration of the Sabbath. However, not all religions have such easily nailed down characteristics, nor do they fit neatly into our Western paradigm. An excellent example of one such faith is Jainism, a religion focused on the goals of true perception, true knowledge, and true conduct. In other words, it's a religion based on striving for correct thoughts and behaviors. In today's lesson, we'll discuss this religion and one of its most important teachers, Lord Mahavir. For starters, Jainism is a syncretistic religion. This simply means it is a combination of other religions. More specifically, it is considered a combination of Buddhism and Hinduism. When studying religion, most scholars assert that almost all Jains, or believers in Jainism, live in India. This makes rather good sense as both Hinduism and Buddhism originated in India as well. As we already mentioned, Jainism is very focused on behavior and thought. However, rather than thinking that these things will get you into heaven, Jains strive for moksha, or liberation from the cycle of death and rebirth. Of course, like many ancient religions, the exact way to attain this is rather hazy. According to many who follow Jainism, the way to moksha is through never harming a living thing, speaking only the truth, staying away from any sort of sensual pleasure, never stealing, and keeping life free from material possessions. As we said in the beginning of the lesson, these behaviors are summed up as true perception, true knowledge, and true conduct. As well as having a rather nebulous faith system, the history of Jainism is also very unclear. It doesn't even have a single founder. Like we said, it's believed to have originated in India, just like the religions of Hinduism and Buddhism. It's also rather unclear when it began, with many of its followers claiming it has no beginning. This is similar to their belief that the universe also had no beginning and it will have no end. With all this nebulous information in mind, we can say that Jainism has a very famous teacher known as Lord Mahavir. Many scholars assert it was Mahavir who formed much of the teachings that created modern Jainism. Born into an upper-class Indian family sometime around the year 599 BC, Mahavir left his life of wealth in order to pursue a life of asceticism or severe self-discipline. His goal was to starve and deprive himself of all material possessions until they no longer held any sway over him. In other words, he wanted to make himself immune to any sort of needs. From this time of self-torture and meditation of sorts, Mahavir began preaching the views of Jainism that basically call for the sacrifice of self. With this, Mahavir came to be Jainism's most famous Tirthankara, or spiritual guru of Jainism. As a Tirthankara, he spent the remainder of his life spreading the beliefs of Jainism and its path toward moksha throughout the country of India. Jainism is a religion focused on the goals of true perception, true knowledge, and true conduct. It is a syncretistic religion, which means it's a combination of other religions, specifically Buddhism and Hinduism. The ultimate goal of Jainism is moksha, liberation from the cycle of death and rebirth. The way to moksha is through never harming a living thing, speaking only the truth, staying away from any sort of sensual pleasure, never stealing, and keeping life free from material possessions. Lord Mahavir formed much of the teachings that created modern Jainism. He pursued a life of asceticism, or severe self-discipline, in order to strip himself of self. With this, Mahavir came to be Jainism's most famous Tirthankara, or spiritual guru of Jainism.
As 1500 BCE approached, the old Indus Valley civilization was almost gone. It had been declining for quite some time, perhaps because of a flood or a drought or an earthquake. No one really knows what happened, but the time was ripe for a new people to take over the Indus Valley, and in fact there was a group already poised to do just that. They were called the Aryans. The Aryans probably came from Central Asia. They had been steadily crossing the Khyber Pass in the Hindu Kush Mountains for many years and settling in the Indus Valley, mixing with the local population. Although they had been nomadic herders and warriors for a long time, they were ready to settle down to farming, and they appreciated the relatively steady food and water supply they found in the valley. By 1000 BCE, the Aryans were fully in charge of the region and had expanded their control over a wide area. Although the Aryans didn't build cities or create great works of art, they left two legacies that greatly influence life in India even today: the caste system and the Hindu religion. The Aryans developed a hierarchical society that sorted people into social groups called varnas or castes. A person entered the varna of his or her family at birth and stayed there for life, marrying only within the varna, practicing only the professions open to the varna, and maintaining the level of ritual purity required by the varna. There were 4 primary varnas. 1. The Brahmins. As the highest Varna, the Brahmins had the roles of priests, philosophers, and scholars. They followed strict rules for perfect ritual purity and spent much of their lives studying and teaching religion. 2. The Kshatriyas. This was the ruling and warrior Varna, made up of kings, generals, soldiers, and their families. The whole society counted on them for guidance and protection, and they were expected to learn religion from the Brahmins and maintain high standards of ritual purity. 3. The Vaisyas. This was a practical Varna composed of craftspeople, traders, merchants, and farmers. They had the important jobs of growing food and keeping the society's economy running smoothly. 4. The Shudras. Unlike the other three Varnas, the Shudras were not Aryan by blood. Therefore, they were the servants and laborers for the Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas. As time went on, one more class of people developed to complete the caste system. This class was the lowest of the low, made up of people who had violated the rules of the Varnas and become ritually unclean along with their families. Untouchables, or Harijans, were outcasts of society. They were regulated to the lowest jobs, things that no one else wanted to do, like picking up dead bodies, leather work, and sanitation. They were not allowed to interact with the members of the four Varnas, and tragically, they could not even practice their religion. Religion was central to Aryan culture. In fact, Aryan religious practices merged with customs of people already living in the valley to form the basis for Hinduism, which remains one of India's primary religions to the modern day. The Aryans, taught and guided by the Brahmins, worshipped numerous gods including gods of fire, sun, wind, storms, sky, night, war, law, earth, and plants. They offered sacrifices to these gods, practiced elaborate rituals, and were careful to remain as ritually pure as possible according to the level required by their Varnas. The Aryan religion was based primarily on ancient texts called the Vedas, which recorded and described religious practices, beliefs, and philosophies. The word Veda means vision, wisdom, and knowledge, and the Aryans believed that the Vedas were direct messages from the gods made accessible in human language. There are 4 Vedas, all of which are written in the Sanskrit language. 1. The Rig Veda, containing hymns and mythology and descriptions of the gods. 2. The Sama Veda, containing hymns of religious rituals. 3. The Yajur Veda, containing instructions for worship. 4. The Atharva Veda, containing spells to combat disease and enemies. Each Veda features 4 main parts: Samhitas, or hymns, the Brahmanas, or rituals, the Aranyakas, or theologies, and the Upanishads, or philosophies. Together, the Vedas laid out the laws, customs, religious practices, and morality that governed every aspect of Aryan life, from birth to death and everything in between. The Vedas, even though they were compiled into one collection about 1500 BCE and written long before that, are still recognized as the primary and most sacred of Hindu scriptures and continue to greatly influence Indian culture and religion. Let's review. By 1500 BCE, the Aryans, who probably came from Central Asia, were already crossing the Khyber Pass in the Hindu Kush Mountains and settling in the Indus Valley. Traditionally, they were nomadic herders and warriors, but they soon settled down to farming, and by 1000 BCE, they were fully in charge of the region and had expanded their control over a wide area. The Aryans developed a hierarchical society that sorted people into groups called Varnas or castes. There were 4 Varnas: the Brahmins, priests, philosophers, and scholars; the Kshatriyas, kings, generals, and soldiers; the Vaishyas, craftspeople, traders, merchants, and farmers; and the Shudras, servants and laborers. At the very bottom of the social scale were the untouchables, or Harijans, who were considered the unclean outcasts of society. Religion was central to Aryan culture. Aryan religious practices merged with the customs of people already living in the valley to form the basis for Hinduism. The Aryans worshipped numerous gods through sacrifice. They practiced many elaborate rituals and were careful to remain ritually pure according to their Varna. Aryan religion was based primarily on ancient texts called Vedas, which recorded and described religious practices, beliefs, and philosophies. There are 4 Vedas: the Rig Veda, the Sama Veda, the Yajur Veda, and the Atharva Veda. Each Veda has 4 parts: Samahitas or hymns, the Brahmanas or rituals, the Aranyakas or theologies, and the Upanishads or philosophies. Together, the Vedas laid out the laws, customs, religious practices, and morality that governed every aspect of Aryan life. The social and religious legacy of the Aryans continues to greatly influence Indian culture and customs even today.
Apart from having a rich culture and giving the world some pretty delicious spicy food, India is also the birthplace of 2 of the world's major religions. They are Hinduism and Buddhism. Today we'll take a look at these belief systems and how they came to existence in India. We'll start with Hinduism, which is known as one of the world's very oldest religions. When speaking of solid historic fact, Hinduism is a pretty difficult religion to nail down. For example, this ancient faith, which believes in reincarnation of the soul, has no specific founder, no specific founding date, nor a set theological system. With this rather nebulous foundation, we'll stick to what we do know about Hinduism's birth in India. For starters, it's believed that the first hints of Hinduism came from the Harappa people, a culture that inhabited the Indus River Valley of India around the year 4000 BC. As time progressed, the formerly isolated Harappan culture came under invasion by outside people groups. One of these people groups were groups of Indo-Europeans, also known as Aryans. As these Aryans invaded, they brought with them their faith known as Vedism. Many historians assert that when the Harappan faith mixed with the Aryans' Vedism, Hinduism was born. As a religion, Hinduism is polytheistic. In other words, Hinduism believes in more than one god. Being very different from many Western belief systems, Hinduism doesn't hold to the concept of heaven. Instead, its goal is what they call moksha, the release from the cycle of rebirth and death. With this brief summary of Hinduism in ancient India, we now turn our attention to Buddhism. Quite ironically perhaps, the founder of Buddhism, Siddhartha Gautama, started out as a Hindu. For this reason, Buddhism is often referred to as an offshoot of Hinduism. Known to the world as Buddha, Gautama is believed to have been a wealthy Indian prince. However, just like the rather hazy information surrounding Hinduism, the founding of Buddhism is also rather unclear. In fact, the birth of Gautama is sometimes placed around 480 BC, while others place it around 463 BC. Despite not knowing the actual date of his birth, it's believed that the young Siddhartha Gautama led a very sheltered life. So sheltered that as he aged, he desired to be set free from his rather gilded cage. Leaving the riches of the palace, it's told that he came across a sick man, an old man, a dead man, and an ascetic, or in more Western terms, a monk. Seeing the suffering of these men, Gautama traveled throughout India studying under Hindu priests. However, when he felt they lacked the answers he sought, he turned to a life of asceticism or extreme self-discipline, even to the point of starvation. He hoped this may bring him to enlightenment. When asceticism seemed not to be doing much more than causing severe weight loss, he turned to meditation. During one of his meditative sessions, Siddhartha Gautama claimed to have reached what he considered a state free from suffering, desire, and sense of self. From this incident, Siddhartha Gautama earned the famous name of Buddha, which many translate as the Enlightened One, the Awakened One, or even the Goal Attainer. With this, Buddhism was born. Believing that he had found the reason for existence, the now called Buddha began traveling and sharing his message. This message soon spread throughout the Indian subcontinent. Within a few hundred years of his death, Buddhism had spread throughout much of Asia. Interestingly, although Buddhism is still a major world religion, today it has a very, very small presence in its country of origin, India. Instead, Hinduism, its ancestor of sorts, continues to be India's main religion. Hinduism is an ancient faith that believes in reincarnation of the soul, has no specific founder, no specific founding date, nor a set theological system. It's asserted that the first traces of Hinduism came from the Harappa people, a culture that inhabited the Indus River Valley of India around the year 4000 BC. When the Aryans, a group of Indo-Europeans, invaded the Harappan culture, they brought with them Vedism, their religion. With this, Hinduism was brought to the world as Vedism and the beliefs of the Harappan culture combined. Hinduism is polytheistic. It believes in more than one god. Its end goal of sorts is what they call moksha, the release from the cycle of rebirth and death. Buddhism is an offshoot of Hinduism. Its founder, Siddhartha Gautama, started out as a Hindu. For this reason, Buddhism is often referred to as an offshoot of Hinduism. Known to the world as Buddha, Gautama is believed to have been a wealthy Indian prince. After seeing a sick man, an old man, a dead man, and an ascetic, or in more Western terms, a monk, Gautama became disillusioned with Hinduism and sought more. He turned to a life of severe self-discipline, but then chose meditation. It is through this meditation that Buddhists feel Gautama reached true enlightenment. He was given the name Buddha, which actually means the enlightened one, the awakened one, or even the goal attainer. With this, Gautama became known as Buddha, and his message spread to much of the Asian world. However, in India, it was overshadowed almost completely by Hinduism. Considered by many to be an offspring of Hinduism, Buddhism has its origins in the country of India, but unlike Hinduism, it no longer has a strong presence in the country of its birth. However, it's the leading religion in much of the Eastern world, especially in places like China, Korea, and Japan. Today we're going to explore the founding of this rather ancient faith. For starters, the founder of Buddhism was Siddhartha Gautama, known to history as Buddha. When studying him, we need to keep in mind it's very hard to tell fact from fiction, since there was really nothing written about him until centuries after his death. Much of his life has become the stuff of myth. Even the most scholarly of scholars disagree and contradict one another when it comes to Siddhartha Gautama. With this in mind, we'll work to cover some of the most agreed upon aspects of his life. It's believed Siddhartha Gautama was born sometime around the year 560 BCE. He was born to a very wealthy family, with his father ruling over an area near modern-day Nepal. Because of his family wealth, Gautama was very sheltered from the outside world. Some even refer to him as a prince, and believe his father confined him to the palace, where he showered him with all the trappings of wealth and pleasure. In other words, Gautama lived in a very, very, very comfortable cage. Desiring more, and despite his father's efforts, Gautama escaped from his gilded cage to see the outside world. On this field trip of sorts, he was shocked to see real life and the suffering that came with it. Legend tells us there were 4 people he saw who changed his life. They were a sick man, an old man, a dead man, and an ascetic, or in Western terms, a monk. Seeing the suffering of the sick and old man, and especially seeing the corpse, shocked the young prince who had lived such a cushy life. With this, he began to grapple with questions like, why must humans suffer, and why is there pain in this world? Upon seeing the monk, Siddhartha Gautama took it as a sign. Deciding to leave his family and his lavish life, he turned to a life of asceticism, or severe self-discipline, avoiding all forms of indulgence. Many scholars feel this was his attempt to reach enlightenment and the avoidance of sickness, pain, and death. Upon leaving his sheltered life, Gautam traveled around India studying under Hindu priests. However, he soon became disenchanted with Hinduism, so he threw himself into complete asceticism. Some legends go as far as teaching that he was so strict he would only allow himself to eat 1 grain of rice per day. Eventually, and being thin as a rail, Gautam thought better of this idea, coming to the awareness that this sort of life would kill him before it enlightened him. Gautam eventually gave up starvation and turned to a life of meditation. One day, while sitting under a tree known as the Bodhi tree or tree of wisdom, Gautam entered into deep meditation. During this meditation, he claimed to have reached the highest degree of divine consciousness known to Buddhists as nirvana. In this transcendent state, he claimed to have been free from suffering, desire, and the sense of self. From this incident, Siddhartha Gautam earned the famous name of Buddha, which many translate as the Enlightened One, the Awakened One, or even the Goal Attainer. Believing he had sort of found the answers to life, he felt it was his mission to share what he had learned with the world. With this passion, he became what is referred to as a bodhisattva, or one who can reach nirvana, yet delays it in order to help others. Soon his message spread throughout India, especially resonating with those who had become disillusioned with Hinduism. By the time of his death, sometime around the age of 80, Siddhartha Gautam, aka Buddha, was famous throughout the Indian subcontinent. Within a few hundred years, Buddhism would spread throughout all of Asia. However, it's important to note that Siddhartha Gautam never declared himself to be divine. Instead, he preferred to be known as the way shower. It wasn't until much, much later that Buddhists would begin to consider Buddha as a deity. Born as a wealthy prince, Siddhartha Gautam, the founder of Buddhism, led a sheltered life. However, upon seeing a sick man, an old man, a dead man, and an ascetic or a monk, the young man became aware of the sufferings of the world. First turning to asceticism or severe self-discipline, Gautam then turned to meditation. One day, while sitting under a Bodhi tree or the tree of wisdom, Gautam claimed to have reached the state of nirvana, where he was free from suffering, desire, and the sense of self. With this, Asia was forever changed as Siddhartha Gautam came to be called Buddha, the Enlightened One. For those of us from the Western mindset, we tend to think of religion as monotheistic, meaning worships only one God. Very different from this is the Hindu faith, which is polytheistic, meaning worships more than one God. Taking a step out of our paradigm, today we're going to take a look at the Hindu worship of 3 of their main gods. They are Vishnu, Shiva, and Devi. One of the most revered and most popular gods is Vishnu. Summing up his main attributes, Hindus consider Vishnu to be the god who preserves the creation. In fact, Hindus believe that whenever the perilous balance between good and evil is being threatened in the world, Vishnu returns to earth to make things right. One of the most interesting things about this is that Hindus believe Vishnu can incarnate, or take on human form, to become whatever he feels humanity needs. One of the most famous of Vishnu's incarnation is the popular Krishna. To many Hindus, his role as preserver and his ability to incarnate himself makes him the greatest of all gods. To help him stick, we'll call him the very valuable and versatile Vishnu. This very valuable Vishnu appears with blue skin, a human body, and 4 arms. Next we come to Shiva, a god whose role seems rather opposite to that of Vishnu. To explain, Shiva is worshipped as the destroyer, for it is he who destroys the imperfections of the world. However, we need to try to grasp that Hindus believe this destruction is not without purpose. Although the blue-headed Shiva can be full of careless passion and extreme emotion, he destroys the imperfect things of the world in order to make way for perfection. This earns him the contradicting roles of good and evil. His actions often bring pain and suffering, but they are meant for the greater good of the universe. Sometimes seeming as a savage and sometimes as a saint, we'll remember this destroyer as Shiva, the savage saint. Bringing a bit of the female presence into our lesson, let's now discuss the great goddess Devi. As a mother figure for Hindus, Devi is seen as tender and welcoming. However, as a great goddess, she also takes on many personas. Like our very versatile Vishnu, she is sort of one god in many forms. For instance, she is often worshipped as Jagmata, the mother of the universe. In this role, she is a mom that shouldn't be messed with, not hesitating to destroy any evil she sees in the world. With so many differing forms, the worship of Devi looks very different depending on the region you are in. In fact, it is asserted that throughout the regions of India, there are thousands of different names under which she is worshipped. For this reason, we can remember her as the very differing Devi. Unlike many of the West's monotheistic religions, Hinduism is polytheistic, meaning worships more than one god. Three of their main, most revered gods are Vishnu, Shiva, and Devi. Known as the preserver, Vishnu maintains the precious balance of power between good and evil. Able to incarnate or take on human form, Vishnu is very versatile and valuable to the Hindu people. One of the most famous of Vishnu's incarnations is the popular Krishna. Shiva is known as the destroyer. This rather human yet blue-looking god destroys the imperfections of the world. Since his actions can bring great pain yet healing, we'll remember him as our savage saint. Last is the great goddess Devi. Devi is seen as tender and welcoming. However, she is also seen as Jagmata, the ultra-protective mother of the universe, who will destroy evil when needed. Devi takes on many different personas across Hindu culture. For this reason, we can think of her as the very differing Devi. Growing up, I had the amazing privilege of spending time on other continents and getting to know the people there. While visiting some of these places, I was definitely struck by how tied the people were to their local villages and their extended families. Where we as Americans have our private property and our very private homes, many cultures do not. Instead, large extended families live together, villages share community meals, and people find their identity through their positions within their community. Perhaps one of the best examples of this can be found in the history of India, a heavily Hindu society whose three most important pillars are the village, the caste system, and the family. Today we'll take a closer look at these pillars as we dive into India's past and its present. As we discuss this, it'll be important for us to remember that we are discussing a very large people group, and for this reason, we'll be doing some generalizing. Also, we'll be discussing India as a traditional society. For this reason, much of our content will be a bit more relevant to the less commercialized and less modernized areas of the country, rather than the larger cities. To get things rolling, we'll start with the importance of the village as a pillar of Indian society. Throughout history, India has been a society based mainly in agriculture. Yes, it has definitely seen modernization, but to say it's a very agricultural society still holds true. Very different from more commercialized societies, India's lands are still dotted with thousands of villages that rely on agriculture for their survival. Throughout India's history, these small villages have been respected as the foundation of Indian culture. For this reason, the villages of India have historically been given more autonomy or the right to self-govern than villages in surrounding countries and regions. In fact, many historians assert that the Rajas, or Indian kings, would pretty much leave a village alone to rule themselves. All he expected of them was that they pay their taxes. In other words, if his pockets were being kept full, he was more than content to keep his nose out of village life. Rather than having a Raja dictating their everyday life, Indian villages were based on kin groups and governed by a council of leaders. The next pillar of Indian society is the caste system. Since a thorough discussion of the Hindu caste system could fill an entire semester, we're just going to do a very brief survey of this topic. As we discuss this, it's important to remember that unlike our system in which money can be earned or lost to move people in and out of classes, Indian caste systems were determined by birth and were therefore lifelong and permanent. For this reason, the idea of moving on up was rather impossible to accomplish. To bite off a bit of this huge subject, the Hindu caste system is a complex stratification of Hindu society. Formed from the laws of Manu and ancient texts which governed everyday life in ancient India, the caste system has governed much of Hindu history and the lives of its people. To explain, at the top of Hindu society were the Brahmin. This was the priestly caste of Hindu society. The Brahmin were the only ones permitted to teach the texts of Hinduism. Next were the Kshatriyas, or the kings or rulers of Hindu society. These were the guys in charge of government functions and such. Although they were very powerful, it was supposed to be their duty to protect the other members of their culture. There were also the Vaishya, who engaged in money-making activities, and the Shudra, the servants or skilled workers for everyone else. Last were the untouchables, as either products of a mixed marriage between castes or holding a job that was considered forbidden. Untouchables were truly outcasts of Hindu society, so much so that they weren't even considered part of the caste system. Although the 20th century saw laws working to end some of the discrimination of the caste system, its effect is still seen throughout the country. The last pillar of Indian society is the family. Throughout much of its history, India's family system has been formed around the joint family, in which the wives of all the sons in a family live with the son's parents and collectively rear children. Then, when the dad finally dies, his oldest son takes over as head of the entire crew. In this system, it must be mentioned that historically women were pretty much without rights. They were unable to inherit property and were even prohibited from taking place in most religious activities. Although this may sound weird to us, some assert that this joint family system actually gave women stability, as they were part of a larger whole rather than being dependent on just one man. As for the whole of society, it's believed the strong commitment to these joint families acted as the first layer of glue in keeping Indian society intact. The village, the caste system, and the family are considered the three pillars of Indian society. Historically, India has been comprised of small villages who had autonomy or the right to self-govern. Evidence of this autonomy is seen in the fact that Rajas, or Indian kings, would seldom involve themselves in village life as long as taxes were being paid. These villages were based in agriculture and were usually formed by kin groups and governed by council leaders. The Hindu caste system is a complex stratification of Hindu society. It was formed through the laws of Manu, an ancient text which governed everyday life in ancient India. The caste system has governed much of Hindu society and the lives of its people. The top of Hindu society were the Brahmin. They were the priestly caste of Hindu society. Next were the Kshatriya. As members of this caste, the Kshatriya were the kings or rulers of Hindu society. They took care of government functioning. Next were the Vaishya, who engaged in money-making activities. In other words, they were the merchants. Going down the social ladder were the Shudra, who were the servants or skilled workers. Last and so low they were outside of the caste system were the untouchables, products of a mixed marriage between castes. The last pillar of India's very Hindu society is the family. Historically, India's family units have been formed around the joint family, in which the wives of all the sons in a family lived with the son's parents and collectively reared children. It is asserted that this strong tie to the extended family has formed the first layer of glue for Indian society.
Indus Valley civilization remained hidden for centuries, lost in the ravages of time, buried under mounds of rubble. Then in the late 19th century, British workers building a railroad in what is today Pakistan found something unusual and extremely interesting. They uncovered an ancient city. After World War I, archaeologists descended upon the area, and throughout the 1920s they excavated the city, discovered another city, and unearthed a whole network of towns and villages. Historians call this discovery the Indus Valley Civilization, and tell us that it was founded in about 3300 BCE, when some farming settlements grew into sophisticated cities. The civilization reached its peak about 2500 BCE and flourished until about 1900 BCE, when it began to decline. It disappeared by about 1500 BCE. By looking at evidence buried for centuries, historians have discovered quite a bit about the Indus Valley Civilization. But many mysteries still remain about daily life, types of government, religion, and even the civilization's decline. Perhaps one of these mysteries will be solved, but for now, let's focus on what we do know about this amazing culture. The civilization appears to have been centered on two great cities that historians and archaeologists have named Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. These cities were built on high ground to prevent flooding from the Indus River, and in lower areas, buildings were actually raised up on high platforms. The city streets followed a rectangular grid, and mud brick houses, some of which had 2 or 3 stories and even an interior courtyard, lined the streets. The residents of many of these homes enjoyed running water and indoor plumbing that was connected to a city-wide sewer system. The cities also featured a variety of public buildings, including citadels, perhaps the homes of the city's rulers, public bathhouses, and even huge granaries for storing and grinding grain. Indeed, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were quite sophisticated and advanced for their era, and their residents seemed to be very concerned with cleanliness and public well-being. The inhabitants of the Indus Valley Civilization seem to have enjoyed a long period of peace and prosperity. Archaeologists have discovered little evidence of violence, military organizations, or war. Instead, they have uncovered some important clues about agricultural activities, trade, and administration. Let's take a look at each of these in turn. Agriculture was highly important to the Indus Valley. Most people actually lived in small farming villages and focused their time and efforts on growing food to feed themselves and the residents of the cities. They grew wheat, barley, peas, and lentils, harvested many varieties of vegetables and fruit including melons, dates, and grapes, and raised domestic animals like cattle, pigs, goats, sheep, chickens, and maybe even elephants. Hunting and fishing supplemented people's diets, and farmers developed irrigation systems to make good use of their water supply. Indus Valley people seem to have been quite adept in the realm of trade also. City residents made tradable goods like pottery, cotton cloth, and beads, and traders sold these as well as food in cities and villages throughout the civilization. Trade spread further abroad too, and there is evidence that traders imported gold, silver, copper, lead, wood, and gemstones from as far away as China, Afghanistan, Persia, and Mesopotamia. Traders traveled short distances in wooden carts pulled by bulls, but for longer trips they traveled by river and by sea. The Indus Valley Civilization seems to have developed a system of administration to keep track of its urban, agricultural, and trade activities. Archaeologists have discovered many samples of writing in the area, and while no one has been able to decipher this writing yet, scholars have noticed 400 to 600 different symbols. Much of this writing appears in conjunction with the stone seals that archaeologists keep finding in the Indus Valley. These small flat seals are usually oblong or square and feature pictures of animals like cattle, elephants, tigers, crocodiles, rhinoceros, and even unicorns. They were probably used to mark property, record the payment of taxes, or document administrative duties. So far, archaeologists have uncovered over 3,500 of these seals. Scholars disagree about why this mysterious Indus Valley civilization declined and disappeared, but around 1900 BCE it began to falter. Some historians believe that the people of the Indus Valley were attacked by invading Aryans. The Aryans certainly did cross the Hindu Kush mountains and settle in the valley, but this seems to have happened after the decline of the Indus Valley civilization had already begun, and archaeologists have found little or no evidence of a great war or any mass killings. Other historians have suggested that some kind of natural disaster led to the decline and disappearance of the Indus Valley peoples, perhaps a great flood or a drought or an earthquake. Events like these could have seriously disrupted agriculture and trade, and the influx of Aryans probably didn't help if resources were already scarce. In any case, the Indus Valley civilization fell apart. By 1500 BCE, it seems to have been nearly gone, and the Aryans were fast inundating the valley and creating their own civilization. The great Indus Valley city slowly disappeared and would soon be buried in rubble, not to be rediscovered until many centuries later. Let's review. The Indus Valley civilization, once located in what is today Pakistan, was founded about 3300 BCE, reached its peak around 2500 BCE, and flourished until about 1900 BCE when it began to decline. It disappeared by about 1500 BCE. Many aspects of the civilization remain a mystery, but archaeologists and historians have discovered quite a bit about this amazing culture. The civilization appears to have been centered on two great cities, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. These cities feature a rectangular grid of streets, mud brick houses with running water and indoor plumbing, sewer systems, and public buildings. The Indus Valley civilization seems to have enjoyed a long period of peace and prosperity, which allowed people to focus on agriculture, trade, and administration. Farmers grew a wide variety of food and raised animals both for their own use and for trade. City dwellers made goods for traders to carry within the civilization and abroad. Traders brought back goods imported from as far away as China and Mesopotamia. The civilization used a system of writing and stone seals to keep track of its administrative activities. Beginning about 1900 BCE, the Indus Valley civilization began to decline. Historians have proposed a variety of theories for this trend, including an invasion of Aryans and various natural disasters. Whatever happened, by 1500 BCE, the Indus Valley civilization had disappeared into the fog of history, not to be rediscovered for many centuries.
In 326 BC, Alexander the Great crashed into India in his quest for world domination. He found a collection of small and large states ruled by independent kings and governors. Although he never progressed further than India's northwest corner, Alexander died in 323 BC, his presence was enough to upset India's proverbial apple cart and make way for the rise of a powerful new Indian dynasty. That dynasty was waiting in the wings in the person of Chandragupta Maurya, who knew an opportunity when he saw one and reached out to grasp it. Chandragupta was the ruler of the Magadha region in the northeast, but with the help of his shrewd political advisor, Kautilya, he marched across India, drove Alexander's successors out of the region, and established his domain in 321 BC. Soon, he was the emperor of nearly 5 million square miles of land and between 50 and 60 million people. Chandragupta's son, Bindusara, ascended to the throne in 298 BC and reigned until 272. During this time, he extended the empire even further, taking the lands of central India. Even areas not under his direct control paid him tribute. Even this, however, was not quite enough for the next emperor, Bindusara's son, Ashoka, who reigned from 272 to 232 BC. Ashoka soon proved to be a brilliant and brutal military leader bent on extending his empire south and east, and he didn't much care who died or who was destroyed in the process. About 261 BC, Ashoka's army marched against the eastern coastal kingdom of Kalinga, which refused to pay him tribute. By the end of the campaign, over 100,000 residents of Kalinga were dead, and another 150,000 were homeless. Even more died from starvation and disease after the battle. Ashoka looked at what he had done and was horrified. He converted to Buddhism and renounced all war, adopting the principles of nonviolence, respect, and tolerance. These three emperors, Chandragupta, Bindusara, and Ashoka, created an efficient central government that allowed their empire to prosper and expand. They gathered a council of advisors and established a bureaucracy to handle day-to-day affairs in the great capital city of Pataliputra. They divided the empire into provinces and sent members of the royal family to govern them, administer justice, collect taxes, and build up public works like hospitals, wells, and roads. They kept a close eye on all of this activity through frequent inspections and, more importantly, a network of spies. The emperors also maintained a massive army. Ancient sources describe the Mauryan military as consisting of thousands of infantry soldiers, cavalrymen, and even war elephants. The Mauryans knew how to intimidate their foes, and their forces were large enough to conquer and hold vast areas of land and millions of people. Because the Mauryan emperors maintained a stable, organized government, their empire benefited from many opportunities for trade and agricultural growth. Transportation networks with good roads and waterways, well-maintained rest houses, and the secure protection of the military allowed merchants to move through the empire and beyond, trading their spices, textiles, and silks. The emperors also maintained a common currency throughout India, which helped merchants and traders maintain consistent fees and profits. Farmers, too, had much to be grateful for under Mauryan rule. The government sponsored projects to help them clear land and build irrigation systems, and agriculture prospered accordingly. Farmers also appreciated the central system of taxation, which eliminated multiple taxes and crop sharing with regional rulers and allowed them to keep more of their money and crops for their own use, or to sell to others. Religion was another key element of the Mauryan Empire. The emperors recognized and allowed multiple religions, including the traditional Hinduism, as well as new faiths like Buddhism and Jainism. Chandragupta was a Hindu who converted to Jainism, while Bindusara seems to have maintained his Hindu roots. Ashoka, however, was probably the most religious of the three emperors. He converted to Buddhism after the Kalinga War and promoted his new faith widely, sponsoring the building of temples, schools, universities, and stupas, sites of prayer and Buddhist relics, and encouraging, but not requiring, his subjects to embrace his new faith. Ashoka further spread his Buddhist ideas through his rock and pillar edicts, which combined religion and administration. Ashoka ordered edicts, or official proclamations, carved into rocks or cave walls all across his empire. He also raised 40 to 50-foot-high stone pillars along major roads and inscribed them with more edicts. Some rocks and pillars instructed the people in religious principles. Others recorded Ashoka's accomplishments and victories. Still others made apologies for the emperor's past actions, especially at Kalinga, and promises of future care. No matter what they said, these pillar edicts, as they are usually called, were direct messages from an emperor to his subjects, and they were spread from one end of the empire to the other. Ashoka did not want to leave anyone out. When Ashoka died in 232 BC, he was replaced by a series of weak rulers who proved incapable of managing the huge Mauryan Empire. Provinces rebelled and split off. Conflict and competition arose within the government and the bureaucracy. The emperors just could not hold things together. One by one they came and went over 50 years, and the empire fragmented further. In 185 BC, the last Mauryan emperor, Brihadratha, was overthrown by the leader of a new dynasty, and the Mauryans passed into history. The Mauryan Empire was established in 321 BC in the wake of Alexander the Great's conquest of part of India. The empire was led by three major emperors: Chandragupta Maurya from 321 to 298 BC, Bindusara from 298 to 272 BC, and Ashoka from 272 to 232 BC. Chandragupta established and spread the empire. Bindusara expanded it further. Ashoka, who was a great military leader, enlarged it further yet, often violently, as in the war against the eastern coastal kingdom of Kalinga about 261. The Mauryan emperors established a strong central government with a council of advisors and a bureaucracy, divided the empire into carefully administered provinces, created systems for taxation and public works, and supported a large military force. They also bolstered trade and agriculture, leading India into a time of prosperity. Religion was a critical element of the Mauryan Empire, and the emperors recognized Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. Ashoka was particularly religious. He converted to Buddhism after the Kalinga War and spread its teachings as well as his own accomplishments, apologies, and promises throughout the empire by having edicts carved into rocks and pillars as personal messages from an emperor to his subjects. The Mauryan Empire declined after Ashoka's death because of a series of weak emperors. It finally disappeared in 185 BC after the last Mauryan emperor, Brihadratha, was overthrown by the leader of a new dynasty.
The ancient Athenians tell a story about a hero named Theseus. In this story, the city of Athens was required to send young men and maidens to the land of Minos, the king of Crete. There the unfortunate youngsters would be cast into the labyrinth, an underground maze inhabited by a horrible monster, half man, half bull, named the Minotaur. According to the myth, Theseus killed the Minotaur and freed Athens from the cruel tribute of King Minos. Much like the story of Troy, most people in the modern age considered this tale a complete fabrication. Yet one fellow, an explorer and archaeologist named Sir Arthur Evans, was not so certain. In 1900, Sir Arthur Evans began digging in the island of Crete, in a place known as Knossos. In the course of his dig, Evans uncovered a huge complex of interlinking rooms, much like a maze or a labyrinth. The palace was adorned all around with symbolic bull horns, known as horns of consecration. Digging deeper, Evans uncovered a throne room and wall paintings of bulls and bull jumpers. Evans' imagination immediately leapt to the myth of Theseus. Everything was there. The interlinking rooms must be the labyrinth. The bull horns and paintings must be where the Athenians got the idea of the Minotaur. The throne room must belong to a king. Evans concluded that this must be the palace of King Minos. He named the people he had discovered Minoans, after this mythical king. As Evans continued to dig, he found other things, including axe heads and records written on clay tablets. Let us examine Evans's many discoveries one by one and see what they can tell us about Minoan civilization. Let's begin with the palace itself. Knossos is but one of about half a dozen such palaces on the island of Crete. The term palace may be something of a misnomer. A palace implies a private residence for a lord or king. However, the king's quarters make up only a small portion of the whole complex at Knossos, which seems to have been dedicated almost entirely to storage. Analysis of pottery shards has revealed that these Minoan palaces were, in fact, massive storehouses, where raw food was brought to be processed and stored. In this light, the palace at Knossos seems more like an overgrown silo than a residence for kings. So what were the Minoans collecting all this food for? Well, there are two obvious answers. They might have been collecting the food and other goods to store in case of disaster or invasion. They also may have been collecting it for trade. There is good evidence that the Minoans were first and foremost a trading people. Minoan culture really seems to have taken off in the early Bronze Age, around 2700 BCE, and quickly spread across the Mediterranean. Archaeologists have discovered Minoan wares all along the Mediterranean coast, from Egypt to Spain. Their most important trade goods seem to have been saffron, a yellow spice still much treasured today, and tin, which, when mixed with copper, creates bronze. This may help us to understand why the Minoan civilization thrived during the Bronze Age and fell from glory during the Iron Age, when bronze, and therefore tin, was no longer needed in such quantities. The Minoans seem to have built something of a trading empire. They set up outposts on islands across the Mediterranean, including the islands of Tyre and Rhodes and the Cyclades. They also established outposts on mainland Greece. Running a trade empire requires a lot of things. First and foremost is organization. Such organization is impossible without writing. The Minoans went through a couple writing systems before getting the process down. They seem to have started with a form of hieroglyphs borrowed from the Egyptians. They later picked up a form of the Phoenician alphabet, which Evans named Linear A. Linear A would later give rise to Linear B, the first writing system found among the Greeks. Since we know the Greek language very well, scholars were able to translate Linear B soon after its discovery. Yet they have had much more trouble with Linear A. Assuming the characters in the Greek Linear B represent the same sounds in Minoan Linear A, we actually have a vague idea of what the Minoan language sounded like. Unfortunately, no one has been able to make much sense of the Minoan language thus far. Linear A remains one of the enduring mysteries of the classical world. Since we cannot read Minoan records, we have to depend on Minoan art to tell us about their culture. Yet without written records, art can only tell us so much. Historians have offered a wide variety of interpretations of Minoan art, and few of them agree on much of anything. I will therefore show you characteristic examples of Minoan art, and leave the interpretation up to you. The Minoans left us some gorgeous murals. Most of these murals are simply pretty, like this dolphin mural, these ladies, and this Dr. Seuss-like landscape. Yet some of these murals are informative, like this mural depicting Minoans sailing from one island to another, reinforcing what we already know about Minoan trade. Or this mural from Santorini, depicting Minoan women picking crocuses to gather saffron. Other murals raise more questions than answers, like this mural of a man in what appears to be a ceremonial headdress. Is he a king? Is he a priest? Is he a sacrificial victim? We don't know. Even more confusing is this famous mural of Minoan men and women apparently doing handsprings off the back of an enraged bull. Was this a sport, a rite of passage, or some deeply religious ceremony? We simply do not know. The only thing we're sure of is that the white figures are supposed to represent women, and the red figures are supposed to represent men. The bull jumper mural brings us to one of the most easily identifiable aspects of Minoan art, the bull. The other is the axe. These two symbols, the bull and the axe, appear again and again and again in Minoan art. Besides the bull horns decorating the walls of Minoan palaces, and the murals we've seen, the Minoans also depicted bulls in ceremonial vessels, and even little figurines. The Minoan axe, or labris as it is called, is even more prevalent. It shows up in jewelry, ceremonial axe heads, relief sculptures, and even just rough symbols carved into stone. As I mentioned, we're not sure what all these bulls and axes are about, any more than we're sure how to read Linear A. The history of Minoan civilization is riddled with such mysteries. Yet perhaps the greatest mystery of the Minoans is what happened to them. After over 1,000 years dominating the seas of the eastern Mediterranean, Minoan civilization declined sharply around 1450 BCE. Archaeologists disagree on what caused this decline. Some have claimed, as we noted above, that the advent of the Iron Age meant that people no longer needed so much bronze, and thus the market for Minoan tin declined, and with it the Minoans. Others attribute the fall of Minoan civilization to the rise of Mycenaean civilization, which came to dominate the island of Crete a few decades later. These historians tend to characterize the Minoans as peaceful flower children brought down by the warlike Mycenaeans. Yet the most popular explanation for the disappearance of the Minoans is the catastrophic explosion of the volcanic island of Tira, modern-day Santorini. Where this volcano once stood, there is now nothing but a massive chasm, one of the deepest points in the whole Mediterranean. An explosion of this magnitude could have produced a tsunami of epic proportions, which would have slammed into the island of Crete, less than 100 miles away. Yet none of these explanations have been proven, and so the collapse of Minoan civilization, like their art, their writing, and most of their civilization, remains a mystery to this day. For a very long time, scholars believed that the stories of the Iliad and the Odyssey were just that, stories. Yet one man, named Heinrich Schliemann, was certain that Troy and Mycenae were real places. He believed that Greek epic, when combined with the historical accounts of Herodotus and the geographical accounts of Strabo, provided enough detail to find these ancient cities of myth. Schliemann was not so much what we would call an archaeologist, more of a treasure hunter. Most archaeologists today would not want Schliemann in their clubhouse. Yet Schliemann's discoveries shook the world nevertheless. After years of searching, Schliemann found Troy. Yet the Troy he found did not match the description in the Iliad. This Troy was built centuries later. The Troy he sought was buried beneath several layers of cities. It seems that the Greeks were not the first to burn Troy to the ground, nor would they be the last. In his fervor to find the Troy of the Iliad, Schliemann destroyed the cities above it, making no effort to protect or even catalog their contents. It is this behavior that gets so many archaeologists angry at Schliemann, especially since he was wrong about the dating of layers, and dug past the Troy of the Iliad and 5 more layers of city before being satisfied. However, archaeological methods had not yet been established, so we really cannot hold Schliemann too accountable. Having successfully found Troy, Schliemann felt confident that he could locate Mycenae as well. And oh did he. The city he found was wondrous. I've been there myself, and I must say, it's breathtaking. Unlike Troy, which had been rebuilt and rebuilt several times after the Bronze Age collapse, Mycenae was already a ruin and a tourist attraction by Roman times. As a result, Schliemann was unable to mess things up as he did in Troy. The first thing he discovered was a circular graveyard, in which he found precious artifacts, including the cup of Nestor and the funeral mask of Agamemnon. Since Schliemann was a treasure hunter, and his wife a goldsmith, the historical accuracy of these artifacts has been called into question. However, their discovery sent generations of real archaeologists to the site, and their work revealed an amazingly well-preserved city. Mycenae was built atop a hill. Like so many cities of this age, the center of the city was a megaron, a gigantic throne room, roofed and pillared, with a central hearth open to the sky. The city was protected by a wall made of massive stones, some weighing over 100 tons, with only one entrance, the famous Lion Gate of Mycenae. Later Greeks gave this architecture the name Cyclopean, assuming that only the giant Cyclopses could have built with such large stones. Mycenae also had a subterranean spring dug deep into the bedrock to provide the city with water in case of a siege. Here's me at the bottom of it, and very nervous at being nearly 300 feet underground. Outside the walls, archaeologists found massive burial chambers called tholos tombs. These tholos tombs were likely used after the circular shaft graves Schliemann had discovered became full. Their distinct beehive shape makes them unique in Western civilization. It also made them easy to find and easy to identify. Unlike the shaft graves, which maintained most of their treasures, the tholos tombs had been pillaged long before archaeologists got there. From their discoveries at Mycenae and elsewhere, archaeologists have come up with the following outline of Bronze Age Greek history. Mycenaean civilization seems to have begun around 2300 BCE. They were heavily influenced by the Minoans, a civilization on the island of Crete which dominated the eastern Mediterranean for many years, and may have received tribute from the Mycenaeans. From the Minoans, the Mycenaeans learned how to write, using the old Minoan alphabet, Linear A, to write in Greek, which we call Linear B. By 1700 BCE, Mycenae was a powerful city in its own respect, and began to build the citadel that Schliemann discovered. Around the 15th century BCE, Minoan civilization collapsed, probably due to the explosion of Tira, a volcanic island. The ensuing tsunami seems to have shaken up the entire eastern Mediterranean. In the power vacuum left by the Minoans, Mycenae rose in power. From 1400 to 1200 BCE, Mycenae expanded its rule, eventually conquering Crete for themselves and sacking the city of Troy. Mycenae engaged in trade as far south as Egypt, as far west as Spain, and as far east as Asia Minor. Yet Mycenae was no better equipped to survive the Bronze Age collapse than anyone else. By sea, the invasion of the Sea Peoples tore Mycenae's maritime empire to pieces. By land, a mysterious people known as the Dorians invaded from the north. Like the rest of civilized world at the time, Mycenae could not withstand such a sustained assault, and became another victim of the Bronze Age collapse. Yet during their 2 centuries of supremacy, the Mycenaeans had accomplished much. They established the essentials of Greek myth and religion. Pretty much every god of the later Greek pantheon appears in Mycenaean art, shrines, or records. The Mycenaeans also spread the Greek language and their take on the Phoenician alphabet around the known world. Yet perhaps Mycenae's greatest legacy to the Greeks would be its history, which generations of chaos reduced to myth. These myths featured historical figures of the Mycenaean world: Atreus, Agamemnon, Orestes, Clytemnestra, Pelops, Theseus, Perseus, Odysseus, and Achilles. Later Greeks would worship these Mycenaean heroes just as fervently as they did the Mycenaean gods. Though Mycenae was long dead, Mycenaean culture lived on in the myths, religion, plays, poems, politics, art, and architecture of ancient Greece. Around 1500 BCE, the prosperous Minoan civilization was conquered by a people known as the Mycenaeans from the Greek mainland. Though the Mycenaeans borrowed many things from the Minoan predecessors, like their government, their writing system, and even, to some extent, their art, the Mycenaeans were also very different from the Minoans. Though Mycenaean art derived its themes from Minoan art, they never reached the technical mastery and artistic delicacy of the Minoans. Though the Mycenaeans used the same letters as the Minoans' linear A script, they adapted it to write an early form of Greek, forming their own unique linear B script. Though the Mycenaeans seem to have practiced a central palace bureaucracy, similar to that of the Minoans, the Mycenaeans also seem to have grasped the importance of military power and government, a concept that seems to have eluded the Minoans entirely. The Mycenaeans were warriors, first and foremost. Within a century, the Mycenaeans had conquered the majority of the former Minoan Empire. By 1400 BCE, Mycenae controlled the entire Aegean Sea, and around 1250 they famously sacked the city of Troy in Asia Minor. Being conquerors themselves, the Mycenaeans were keenly aware of the threat of military conquest. Unlike the unfortified Minoan palaces, the palace at Mycenae had huge walls for protection. The stones for these walls were so massive that later Greeks assumed that these walls must have been built by the mythical Cyclopses, giving this huge stone style of building its name, Cyclopean. Yet neither Mycenae's martial valor nor those Cyclopean walls were able to protect Mycenae from the Dorian invasion that began between 1200 and 1100 BCE. The expensive bronze weapons of the Mycenaeans could not hold up to the cheap but powerful iron weapons of the Dorians, and within a few decades the Mycenaean civilization was all but wiped from the earth. Though the Dorians had superior military technology, they lagged far behind the Mycenaeans in terms of culture and civilization. With the rise of the Dorians, Greece entered a dark age. Cities were abandoned, trade ground to a halt, and literacy all but disappeared. Greece would remain in this dark age for nearly 400 years. The Dorian invasion was but one part of a worldwide Bronze Age collapse. Between 1200 and 1150, similar collapses were taking place in Asia Minor, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. The Hittite Empire vanished without a trace. The mighty Egyptians were conquered by a mysterious group known only as the Sea Peoples. Not one city was left standing from Greece to the Levant. Trade and literacy all but vanished from the West. Since the Dorians left us with no written records, and very few material goods, we know almost nothing about Greece in the Dark Ages. Most of our knowledge is rather inferred from the Iliad and the Odyssey, which were composed in this age, and some scant archaeological findings. From these, we believe that the Greeks of the Dark Ages lived in autonomous village communities, ruled over by a king, who was little more than a warlord. Any assemblies were simply gatherings of warriors. There were no formal legal institutions, and crimes like murder were dealt with by vengeance on the part of the family. The economic situation was not much better. With no currency, trade was reduced to bartering. The Greeks of this age didn't even have a word for merchant. Without efficient trade, every household had to be self-sufficient. It raised its own food, manufactured its own clothing, and produced its own tools. Skilled crafts were all but unheard of, though a lord might employ a swordsmith or a wheelwright. It was during this age that the central beliefs of Greek religion and myth began to form. This age gave rise to most of the myths of the classical era. However, organized religion as we know it today, with professional priests and places of worship, was all but unknown. The Greeks may have built temples, but these were meant as houses for the gods to visit, not centers of worship for the devout. As dire as this situation sounds, it was not really all bad. For every downside to the Greek Dark Ages, there was an upside as well. The collapse of the Mycenaean civilization released local Greek communities from Mycenaean hegemony. This lack of centralized rule, combined with the need for self-sufficiency, drove Greek villages to develop the fiercely independent autonomy that would characterize them as city-states in the centuries to come. Since writing vanished from Greece, this led to the composition of the epic poems, the Iliad and the Odyssey, written in verse to make them easy to memorize. Yet, despite the aid of poetry, these epics became so long that someone got the idea to write them down. This desire, in turn, led to the creation of the first true alphabet, with letters representing vowel sounds. Unlike earlier alphabets, which have been designed to record inventories, or maybe to trumpet the deeds of kings and emperors, the Greek alphabet was designed to capture all the delicate nuances of poetry. This new alphabet was so versatile, so easy to learn, that literacy once again exploded across Greece. This was a huge boon to the Greeks, because literacy had historically been reserved to a small caste of scribes and administrators. Now the useful tool of writing was available to everyone. Merchants recorded their transactions, craftsmen recorded their inventories, administrators recorded censuses and reserves. Yet because of its versatility, the Greeks put writing to novel uses as well, such as poetry, philosophy, history, comedy, and tragedy. By 800 BCE, the Greeks had shaken off their Dark Age doldrums. Villages united around central towns, and these towns grew into cities, and these cities in turn became city-states. The city-state emerged as the iconic political unit of Greece. On the mainland, Athens, Sparta, Thebes, and Corinth were established. Miletus appeared in Asia Minor. Naxos and Samos arose on the islands of the Aegean. As the populations of these city-states swelled, they soon outstripped their local resources. City-states began colonizing lands outside of Greece. These began as purely commercial ventures, small trading settlements along the coasts that held markets, warehouses, and a few Greeks to maintain trade. Yet as demand for goods, especially food, continued to surge at home, city-states began establishing full-blown colonies. These colonies provided food for the mother city, and also a place for excess population to settle and farm. Though the Greeks built colonies all along the Mediterranean, the bulk of Greek colonies were established in the fertile land of Italy and Sicily. As the years went by, Greek colonization of southern Italy became so intense that the Romans would refer to southern Italy as Magna Graecia, Great Greece. To review, around 1200 BCE, the Mycenaean civilization, which had ruled the Aegean since at least 1400 BCE, was brought low by a Dorian invasion. This invasion was part of a larger Bronze Age collapse that overran the Mediterranean civilizations of the Bronze Age. Across the Mediterranean, cities were burned to the ground, trade ground to a halt, and literacy all but vanished. These global changes had a profound impact on Greece. The dissolution of the centralized Mycenaean government led to the development of fiercely independent city-states. The decline of literacy led to the creation of the Iliad and the Odyssey. These poems, in turn, led to the creation of a new alphabet, the world's first true alphabet, with vowel sounds to capture the nuances of poetry. This new alphabet was so easy to learn that literacy in Greece skyrocketed to unprecedented levels, allowing merchants and craftsmen to take advantage of this useful tool. The new alphabet was so versatile that it could be used for things other than record-keeping, and the Greeks established new forms of literature, including poetry, history, philosophy, comedy, and tragedy. It is difficult to make generalizations about Greek religion. Like so much of Greek culture, Greek religion was a decentralized affair. Unlike monotheistic religions, Greek religion was not unified by a single god or a single holy text or Bible. Though several Greek cults and priesthoods introduced holy texts, in a polytheistic culture, it would be inaccurate to assume that the beliefs of one group held true for all of Greece. The closest thing the Greeks had to a Bible are the Iliad and the Odyssey. Yet the Greeks did not enshrine these epics and other Homeric myths as divine revelation. Instead, they looked to these tales for inspiration, as they created myths and rituals suited to the specific needs of their communities. These myths and rituals, when taken as a whole, paint a varied picture of Greek religion. Some facets of Greek religion seem strange, as when the boys of Sparta were brutally beaten with flails during a rite of passage in which they tried to steal honey cakes from the shrine of Artemis. Other facets seem quite familiar. The Eleusinian notion of the afterlife as a place of peace and happiness sounds a lot like the Christian notion of heaven. Still other facets seem familiar, yet are different. The Athenian boule, what we would now call a congress, was considered a religious institution as much as a political one. Yet despite these differences, Greek religion was unified by a cast of characters: gods, heroes, and men. All Greeks agree on the general outlines and stories of these characters, but the specific details vary from city to city and Greek to Greek. These divergences in detail seem to serve two main purposes. The first is to lay claim to a god or hero. For example, at least 6 islands claim to be the birthplace of Zeus, and had their own unique myths and festivals to commemorate their special relationship to the god. Another reason Greek religion might diverge would be to explain or to legitimize customs. For example, the Athenians claim to have received their custom of trial by jury from the goddess Athena, who held the trial of the mythical hero Orestes in Athens, ending the cycle of vengeance and bloodshed which had destroyed the Mycenaean royal family. The Athenians believed this story. The Spartans, who had no such trial system, and who held the Athenians in contempt, probably did not. Yet beneath these differences, the core of Greek religion remains the same. While Spartans and Athenians might disagree on how Orestes' story ends, they all agree on how it began. While half a dozen islands might claim to be the birthplace of Zeus, they all agree Zeus was nursed on an island. Our two main sources for this universal Greek mythology are Homer and Hesiod. Aside from the Iliad and the Odyssey, the Greeks attributed several hymns to the various deities to Homer. These hymns provide brief scenes from the lives of gods, from the birth of Hermes to Aphrodite's stormy love affair with Anchises. Beyond these, there seem to have been other, older myths floating around Greece. Around 800 BCE, the poet Hesiod attempted to wrap all these myths into a single coherent creation story. The result is Hesiod's Theogony. Between the hymns and epics of Homer and Hesiod's Theogony, we can construct a general outline of Greek mythology. Let us start at the beginning. The Greek gods are anthropomorphic, meaning that they take on the shapes and characteristics of men. As such, it is not surprising that Hesiod's account of the creation of the gods reads like a family tree, with new gods being born just as humans are, from sex. According to Hesiod, in the beginning there was chaos, a gaping nothingness. From this chaos was born this basic stuff of the universe, among which was sex. Through sex, the rest of the universe was created. The sea, the heavens, the earth, then mountains and rivers, then hills and streams, and so on. This is the first generation of the gods, the stuff of the universe. Thus the world was created, yet nothing was happening. Uranos, the heaven, lay upon Gaia, the earth, and would not remove his penis from her. This was a static world. It was as if the stage was set, but the action had not yet begun. Pregnant with a dozen children, Gaia groaned in pain. Desperate for relief, she gave her son, Kronos, whose name means time, a sickle. Kronos cut off Uranos' penis and threw it into the sea. From the foam was born Aphrodite, the goddess of love. Freed from their mother's womb, the Titans burst forth and took dominion of the world. This is the second generation of gods. Like Uranos and Gaia, the Titans aren't so much gods of things as the things themselves with a name. Where the last generation of gods were physical objects, the earth and the sky, the Titans were the forces of motion and change within the natural world. Kronos earned his name, time, by getting the universe rolling. Hyperion was the god of light, and fathered Selene, the moon, Helios, the sun, and Eos, the dawn. Memnosune was the goddess of memory, and gave birth to the 9 muses who inspire poets. Yet perhaps the most famous of the Titans was Prometheus, literally foresight, who would prove to be a great help to mankind. Yet all was not well among the Titans. A prophecy told Kronos that a son of his would one day overthrow him. Kronos responded by eating his children as soon as they were born. His wife, Rhea, understandably distraught at this situation, cried to her mother, Gaia. Gaia and Rhea conspired to hide the infant Zeus from Kronos. When Zeus was born, Rhea fed Kronos a rock wrapped in a blanket, and hid the infant Zeus on an island. Apparently Kronos is not that smart. Once Zeus was fully grown, he attacked and defeated his father. Kronos spat out Zeus's brothers and sisters, and the third generation of gods was born, the Olympians, named after their holy seat on Mount Olympus. Unlike the first 2 generations of gods, the Olympians are completely anthropomorphic. They are the gods of things, not the things themselves. It is the difference between worshipping the ocean and worshipping the master of the ocean. The Titans objected to the rule of these upstart Olympians, and attempted to overthrow them. Yet they were betrayed by Prometheus, who told Zeus how to defeat his fellow Titans. The Titans were thrown down and chained deep below the netherworld in Tartaros. No longer free to do as it liked, nature had to bow to the will of the all-too-human Olympians. After their victory over the Titans, the children of Kronos and Rhea divided the world amongst themselves. The 3 brothers took the main domains. Zeus was named Lord of the Sky and King of the Gods. He was the god of storms, of kings, of laws, and of Xenia. Poseidon was Lord of the Sea, and because the Greeks thought the earth floated on the sea, also the god of earthquakes. He's also the god of horses for some reason. The 3rd brother, Hades, was given lordship of the underworld. He never really liked his brothers, nor they he, and his jealousy of them makes him one of the most cruel and heartless of the gods. No one ever sacrifices to Hades, knowing he cannot be moved. Instead, Greeks concerned with the afterlife prayed to one of Hades' 2 wives. For good wishes for the afterlife, they sacrificed to Persephone, goddess of spring and lover of life. For evil wishes, the Greeks sacrificed to Hecate, a 3-headed goddess of dark magic. With the 3 brothers satisfied, their 3 sisters took lesser domains. There was Hera, goddess of wives and families, Hestia, goddess of the hearth, and Demeter, goddess of fertility and the harvest. Most accounts also list Aphrodite, goddess of love, among the Olympians, although she is of an older generation. She is often seen accompanied by her son Eros, or Lust, whom we call Cupid today. The rest of the Olympians were children of Zeus. Zeus married his sister Hera, who bore him Ares, the god of war, and Hephaestus, the god of the forge. Zeus also slept with Leto, who bore him 2 children, Apollo and Artemis. The domains of these 2 gods are slightly harder to pin down. Artemis was the goddess of the hunt and of wild places, but also a goddess of virginity and transitions, childbirth, weddings, rites of passage, and the like. Apollo was even trickier to define. He was god of the lyre, of art, of shepherds, of archery, of medicine, and of disease. But Apollo's most important role was as a god of prophecy, who delivered cryptic oracles from his shrine at Delphi. Zeus's other daughter, Athena, was born of less conventional means. Zeus ate the goddess Mentis, literally mind. This gave him a terrible headache. Desperate for relief, he asked Hephaestus to crack his head open with a hammer. From the head of Zeus sprung Athena. Like her siblings, Athena wears many hats. First and foremost, she is the patron goddess of wisdom. She is also the goddess of crafts, of cities, and the goddess of heroes. Another son of Zeus was Hermes, who delights in mischief. Hermes was the god of trickery, of travelers, of crossroads, of thieves, of athletes, and of inventors. Hermes was the messenger of the gods, and also played the important role of escorting the souls of the dead from the earth above to the underworld below. Zeus's final son, Dionysus, is one of the strangest deities of the Greek pantheon. At his most basic, Dionysus is the god of wine, of the theater, and of dancing. In this sense, Dionysus is the god of having a good time. Yet there is more to Dionysus than just getting wasted and partying. Dionysus is the god of everything animal and man. Compare this to Apollo, who provides a counterpoint by representing everything civilized in man. Dionysus was probably a borrowed god, taken from the Egyptian cult of Isis and Osiris. Like the Egyptians, the Greeks practiced syncretism, combining similar gods into one. When they met a foreign god, they combined him with the closest match in their own pantheon. They also practiced syncretism within their own gods, so that Demeter, Rhea, and Gaia are often interchangeable in Greek myth. Those are the main gods of the Greeks. Yet the Greeks did not limit their worship to gods. They also worshipped heroes, who were almost inevitably demigods, the children of a mortal and an immortal. Each Greek hero exemplifies a virtue, which the Greeks call arete. This arete allows them to overcome some trial or pathos and prove themselves. Most of these heroes come from the Iliad and the Odyssey. Other heroes have myths all their own. Noble Theseus volunteered to be sacrificed to the Minotaur, only to kill the monster and free Athens from oppressive Minoan rule. Clever Perseus slew Medusa by showing her own reflection. Talented Orpheus traveled to the underworld to recover his lost love. Beautiful Jason retrieved the golden fleece by wooing the sorceress Medea to his cause. Yet perhaps the most famous of these heroes is mighty Heracles. His story bears closer inspection. As a demigod, Heracles hopes for immortality. Yet as an illegitimate child of Zeus, he is hated by Zeus's wife, Hera. Hera makes Heracles go through a series of incredible trials to prove himself worthy to join the company of the gods. After passing through these tests, Heracles is rewarded. Instead of going to the underworld to suffer with everyone else, Heracles gets to go to a nice, wonderful place, where his every desire will be met. Thus, historically speaking, Heracles is the first person to go to heaven. It was not until much later that mere mortals, without any divine pedigree, could hope to go anywhere but the bleak underworld. This attitude towards the average man is typical of Greek gods. The gods care about their children, and can be incredibly touchy about their particular domains. But for the most part, the gods could care less about human beings. Compare this to the Christian God, who knows and loves every one of us. To an ancient Greek, the thought of a god taking personal interest in you is more terrifying than comforting. The Greek gods, especially the Olympians, can be very cruel to humans, raping them, killing them, turning them into animals. Dionysus even arranged for a man to be ripped to shreds by his own mother. This hostile indifference characterizes most of Greek religion. Gods only help their own children out of love. The rest of us must bargain with the gods, offering gifts in exchange for their aid. This can best be seen in the final story of this lecture, that of Prometheus. Under the rule of Kronos, humanity had enjoyed a golden age. Though they knew nothing of farming, they fed off the earth's bounty, which was freely given, much like in the Garden of Eden. With the rise of the Olympians, life became much harder for mortals. The earth no longer produced fruit without labor. Human beings were about to starve when Prometheus came to their rescue. Prometheus was a friend to mortals, and so he taught them to farm and store food, and all the other crafts of civilization. Men rejoiced in their mastery of the world. The Olympians saw that man was getting too big for his britches, and so took fire away. Without fire, man was doomed. So Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it back to man. Enraged, the Olympians thought to wipe out humanity. Prometheus offered them an alternative. You let man use fire to cook his food, and man will give you a portion of the food he cooks. The gods found this acceptable, but Prometheus cared more for men than for the Olympians. So he tricked them. He had the men wrap bones in fat and hide all the meat in the stomach of a bull. When the gods were asked to choose their portion, they chose the large, fatty portion, thinking this the better cut, and left man the stomach full of meat. Bound by their agreement, the gods could no longer wipe man off the face of the earth, and had to be satisfied with sacrifices of bone and fat. This made the gods even angrier. To punish man, they created woman. The Greeks had a less than admirable view of women. To punish Prometheus, they bound him to a stone at the edge of the world, and set an eagle to tear out his liver every day. Thus Prometheus is the first example of a Christ, a figure who dies for the sins of man. Yet Prometheus is also the first Lucifer. In fact, the name Lucifer means bringer of light. He defies the will of Zeus to give humanity a secret knowledge. For this transgression he is doomed to eternal punishment. Greek myth and later Greek philosophy would play a huge role in the formation of Christianity, as early Christians attempted to appeal to a larger audience and to distinguish their religion from Judaism. Greek religious festivals became holy days. Greek heroes turned into Christian saints, and Greek virtues found places of honor alongside their Christian counterparts. Even Christian rituals are distinctly Greek. The Greeks were drinking wine to commemorate Dionysus, the son of a god who died and returned from a grave long before Jesus was ever born. Thus we have seen a rough outline of Greek myth and religion. Greek religion was decentralized and unique to specific locations, yet all based on a common pantheon of anthropomorphic gods. These gods were all too human and could be terribly cruel. The Greeks dealt with their gods by offering them gifts and trying not to do anything that might anger them. Greek civilization, like Greek religion, was a decentralized affair. For most of ancient Greek history, the largest political unit was the city-state, which they called a polis, with the plural polis. From this word we derive many English words. Politics, for the running of a polis. Police, a man who serves the polis. And even polite, meaning that you have the manners of a civilized person. But the Greeks did not invent the polis. You may recall that both Mesopotamian and Egyptian civilizations started out as competing city-states. What makes the Greeks unique was that they stuck with the polis long after their neighbors had created kingdoms and empires. This raises an important question. Why? Why didn't the Greek polis behave like the other city-states of the period, unite all of Greece into a single kingdom, and expand to form a Greek empire? The answer lies not in political ideals, but geography. Let us compare the geography of Greece to that of Mesopotamia and Egypt. Mesopotamia is open on all sides. It is broad, it is flat, it is unified by the Tigris and the Euphrates, it is fully accessible from all sides, it is easily unified and easily invaded. By contrast, Egypt is closed in by deserts. It is narrow, it is flat, it is unified by the Nile, and it is fully accessible from within, but not from without. This made Egypt easily unified, but hard to invade. Now let's look at Greece. Greece is closed in by mountains and the sea. Greek civilization is scattered over this mountainous terrain. This terrain is inaccessible from within and from without. This made Greece effectively impossible to unify and impossible to invade. The effect of geography on Greek politics can be seen rather clearly. When Hammurabi decided to expand his city-state of Babylon into a kingdom and then to an empire, he encountered no real geographical barriers. In fact, geography helped Hammurabi. The network of rivers between the Tigris and Euphrates and the uninterrupted plains of the region allowed Hammurabi to move his troops in any direction. Yet the same lack of barriers that made Mesopotamia so easy to unite also made it vulnerable to invasion. Hammurabi's Babylonian Empire was very short-lived. By contrast, the pharaohs of Egypt did not have to worry so much about invasion, as Egypt is protected by deserts on three sides. Yet within its borders, Egypt was very easy to unify and maintain, since the entire civilization clustered along the Nile. Thus, the city-states of Egypt were consolidated into a single kingdom with relative ease. The kingdom was protected from the outside by deserts, but the same deserts made it difficult to expand the kingdom of Egypt into an empire. Where the Sumerians built their empire on an open plain, the Greeks were restricted by mountains on all sides. Where the Egyptians united their kingdoms along a single river, the Greeks were scattered in mountain valleys and islands. This isolation made unifying the Greeks into a single kingdom all but impossible. It took too long to move soldiers across the mountainous terrain of Greece, and the seasonal storms along the Mediterranean made naval empires difficult to maintain. Even the Mycenaean kings, who dominated the eastern Mediterranean for a couple centuries, never reached the level of power exercised by a Babylonian emperor, let alone the absolute authority of an Egyptian pharaoh. We can see this clearly in the Iliad. Agamemnon might be king of Mycenae, but Achilles is king of the Myrmidons, and Odysseus is the king of Ithaca. Agamemnon is, at best, first among equals, and barely qualifies for that title, being neither as mighty as Achilles nor as clever as Odysseus. Agamemnon may have led the invasion of Troy, but it was Achilles and Odysseus who won it. Compare the depiction of Agamemnon in the Iliad to the accounts of pharaohs and emperors, who could freely claim, "I conquered so-and-so," as if they had done so single-handedly. Thus we can see how the mountainous geography of Greece prevented the consolidation of a unified Greek kingdom, and maintained the independence of the Greek polis. Each polis was fiercely independent, with its own customs, its own myths, and its own festivals. With such variety, it is difficult to make generalizations about them. Yet there are some things that the Greek polis all shared in common. For one, they all spoke Greek. This may seem a given, but many a Mesopotamian empire had subjects speaking half a dozen different languages. The Greek polis also all worshipped the same pantheon of gods, albeit in different ways. They all knew the same myths, though each polis had myths of its own. And they all recognized certain holy places, like Olympia and Delphi, though each polis had its own holy sites as well. The importance of these holy sites in uniting Greek culture cannot be overstated. They gave the Greeks places to meet and compete without bloodshed. Despite their isolation, the Greek city-states shared a common language, a common religion, and common holy sites. Yet the shared values of Greek culture run even deeper. There are three other common features of Greek city-states that are uniquely Greek. These can be summarized with three C's: constitutions, colonialism, and competition. Every Greek polis had a constitution. While these constitutions varied greatly from one polis to another, The fact that every polis felt they needed a codified system of government, and one which held true for the high as well as the low, bears witness to the egalitarian spirit of all Greek polis. Yet we must remember that this spirit of equality was restricted to the citizens of a given polis, and did not extend to outsiders. Another thing the various Greek polis had in common was colonialism. Since the mountainous terrain of Greece offered little arable land, a prosperous polis would quickly outgrow its limited surrounding countryside. As populations grew, new sources of food needed to be found. The Spartans solved this problem by conquering and enslaving their neighbors. This was made possible by the relative flatness of the Peloponnese compared to the rest of Greece. Most Greek polis did not have this option. Instead, they established colonies elsewhere. With the Mediterranean as a trade route, Greek polis could transport harvests from hundreds of miles away to feed their growing populations at home. Conversely, colonies allowed a polis to relocate some of its population elsewhere, and thus relieve crowding. Finally, founding colonies in strategic positions allowed city-states to control trade routes and expand their influence. As a result, the Greeks established colonies from Asia Minor to the Iberian Peninsula. Indeed, southern Italy was so densely colonized by Greeks that the Romans would later call the south Magna Graecia, or Great Greece. Yet perhaps the most important unifying feature of Greek culture was their fixation on competition. The Greeks always wanted to find out the best of every field, the best potter, the best playwright, the best athlete, the best constitution, the best polis. To decide the winners, the Greeks held countless competitions at all levels. From local court cases that read like high school speech competitions, to Pan-Athenaic theatrical festivals, in which citizens from all of Attica competed in Athens, to Pan-Hellenic Olympics, athletic competitions between all the Greek polis at the holy city of Olympia, to the Pan-Hellenic sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi, where the Greek polis tried to outshine each other with ornate treasuries full of lavish donations to the oracle. While these rivalries might seem like a divisive force, in fact they worked in just the opposite way, bringing the disparate Greek polis together. While each polis believed its system of government and its way of life was the best, they did not simply assert their beliefs as fact. Instead, the Greeks put their competing perspectives to the test with contests, games, and festivals. This open competition of ideals allowed rivals to respect and even admire one another, instead of simply hating one another. So, we have seen how Greece's geography maintained the independence of Greek polis. We have also seen that though the Greek polis were fiercely independent, they still had a great deal in common. The unique nature of the Greek polis becomes abundantly clear when you compare them to the Mesopotamian city-states of Assur and Babylon. Like the Greek polis, Assur and Babylon shared a common Akkadian language. Yet though they also shared a common pantheon, unlike the Greeks, they did not agree on common holy sites. Each was more than willing to burn the other's temples to the ground, as they vied with one another for religious supremacy. With no neutral ground to meet on, they had no pan-Mesopotamian competitions to bring them together. Instead, each insisted on its own superiority. With no mountains to keep them from one another's throat, they engaged in centuries of near constant bloodshed, as each tried to impose its system on one another. Thus we've seen the basic characteristics of the Greek polis. Each polis was fiercely independent, with a unique culture and set of values. Each polis codified its values and customs into a constitution. Each polis had to expand to feed its people through colonialism. Finally, each polis engaged in competition with the other polis. Though rivalry between the Greek city-states sometimes led to military squabbles, the Greeks also had peaceful methods to resolve conflicts and establish relative precedents in the form of competitions, ranging from local contests like the Pan-Athenaic Theater Festival to Pan-Hellenic contests like the Olympics.
As members of Western society, we owe an incredible debt to the Greeks. From philosophy and acting to democracy and history, the Greeks were directly responsible for starting so many of the great aspects of our culture. However, the Greeks do have one massive blot on their record of paving the way for Western civilization. I'm talking about the large number of Greek women who lived and died, yet seem to have lived as second-class citizens in their own society. In this lesson, we'll look at the roles of Greek women and their portrayal through art before finally looking at the one great exception, Sparta. As far as we can tell, the first Greek women of the archaic period didn't have it so bad. They were by no means equal, but at least they had some economic and social rights. That all seems to have been forgotten by the time Greece reached the classical period. Women were simply something attached to the household and were effectively transferred from the administration of their fathers to the administration of their new husbands. As such, they were limited in what they could do or even own. That is not to say that it was all bad for Greek women. There were a few workarounds. For example, if a Greek woman was given or willed a piece of property, then it was hers to keep until the man of the house decided that he wanted to sell it. A Greek woman also had easy access to divorce if she could convince her father or brothers to go along with it. If they did, they could take back the dowry and much of what had been purchased during the marriage. Additionally, Greek women also had the right to take part in petty trading in the marketplace. The ceiling on how much they could trade varied from region to region, but it was enough to typically ensure that a woman would not end up destitute. Greek theater actually provides an interesting view into the situation of women during the classical period. For starters, they were always played by men or boys, so there weren't any actresses from way back when. Additionally, we see that they are expected to be passive and devoted to their husbands. That said, there are exceptions. Sometimes a woman proves to be too good for her husband and ends up defending him, despite his own despicability. These women are particularly honored. At the other end of the spectrum are those examples, such as Lysistrata, that show just how cunning women can be, especially when faced with illogical men. The words progressive and Sparta don't always seem to go well together, but when it comes to the rights of women, the Spartans seem to have the right idea. At the end of the day, their public reason was incredibly egotistical, just like you'd expect from a Spartan. It was said that since Spartan women raised Spartan warriors, they deserved a certain amount of gratitude and respect. More pragmatically, it just made sense for Sparta to treat its women with respect. Most of the population of Sparta was actually made up of slaves, and since large numbers of men would be out campaigning at any given time, it was to everyone's benefit to make sure that Spartan women had rights and were respected by everyone. Sure, a Spartan woman couldn't fight, nor could she vote or take part in politics, but at the very least, she had a great deal of social and economic freedom. Aristotle, by the way, thought this was all reason that the Spartans should be mocked by the other Greeks. Luckily for Aristotle, the Spartans had already been beaten down considerably during his lifetime. Let's review. In this lesson, we took a look at Greek women and the state of women in ancient Greece. For the most part, being a woman in ancient Greece was far from fair. In fact, they were practically regarded as an extension of their father's or husband's households. However, there were some balances to this. They could inherit land, they could get a divorce, and they could engage in some small amount of trading. Most of all, the greatest exception was Sparta. Here, a culture that spent most of its time subjugating others actually revered women, albeit not enough to let them vote or take part in any form of political discussion.
Look out the window at the world around you. What do you see? Whether you said the curtains, a dog, trees, or the sun, what you're talking about is matter. Now look harder at those things you saw. What are those things doing? The curtain billows in the breeze. The dog scratches itself. The trees grow. The sun shines as it moves across the sky. All this moving, growing, billowing, and scratching are examples of change. As you reflect on what you see, you might wonder, what is matter? What are all these things made of? You might also wonder, what causes these changes? If you were an ancient person, you would look to religion to answer these questions. The sun is the god Helios, driving his fiery chariot across the sky. As a modern person, you know that this answer is wrong. The sun is a gigantic fusion reactor floating in the void of space. It only appears to move across the sky because the Earth is spinning beneath it. So, what differentiates our modern understanding of the sun from the ancient one? The ancient perspective looks to religion for explanations. Religious explanations tend to be rather inflexible things, so people end up believing ridiculous things for centuries, like the sun is a fiery chariot, or a dung beetle pushing a giant flaming turd across the sky, despite the fact that no one has seen any horses or beetles, at least not sober. By contrast, we look for our explanations in nature, in forces we can perceive and understand. Though none of us has ever been to the sun, we can observe similar phenomena here on Earth. After observation, we can come up with general rules about nature. We can then apply what we learned about nature on Earth to make conjectures about the sun. Moreover, we're not married to any specific theory. The sun is fire is not a law or a dogma, it's just an idea. And because it's just an idea, we can identify problems with it. How could a fire's heat reach so far? How can you have a fire in a vacuum? And how come the sun doesn't burn out? Because we subject our theories to critical analysis, false explanations can be refuted. And as we take in new observations, we can come up with new theories to overcome these problems, making refinements along the way. In short, by observing nature, we can understand how it works. We can explain the universe not by reference to the divine, but by reference to the mundane experiences and observations that make up our lives. Today we call this process science. In ancient Greece, they called it philosophy. The word philosophy is composed of the Greek word philos, meaning love of, and sophia, meaning wisdom. Philosophy is literally the love of wisdom. When we think of Greek philosophy, our minds leap immediately to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Yet Greeks had been engaging in philosophy for nearly 200 years before Socrates was born. These philosophers are known today as the pre-Socratics. Pre-Socratic philosophers attempted to tackle the same questions we began this lecture with. What is the universe made of, and why do things change? These questions seem to have begun as a matter of linguistics rather than science. The heart of the problem was the word esti, the Greek word for to be. If the sun is gas, then the sun is not a man in a chariot. If the sun is here, then the sun is not there. These may seem like perfectly logical statements to us, but logic had not yet been invented when the first philosophers began writing in 600 BCE. What upset the pre-Socratics was not so much whether the sun was a gas or a man in a chariot. No, what worried the pre-Socratic philosophers was that the sun both is and is not. It seemed wrong to the pre-Socratics for the sun or anything else to not be. Everything must be something, at all times, no matter what changes we might see. To solve this problem, the earliest pre-Socratics decided that whatever substance they might observe, everything in the universe is made of a single substance. For Thales, the first Greek philosopher, that substance was water. Thales probably noted that water could be a solid, a liquid, or a gas. Though ice is a solid and is not a liquid, it always is water. From this, he determined that everything in the universe must be made of water in different states. This way, he could rescue the universe from not being. No matter what anything in the universe is or is not, it always is water. In short, Thales was looking for the first constant in the universe. All the other pre-Socratics would follow this pattern, trying to identify the constants or first principles of the universe. For Thales' student, Anaximander, the constant could not be something with set characteristics like water. Instead, he argued that the universe was made up of some stuff without any characteristics at all, and that matter gains its characteristics, hot and cold, hard and soft, wet and dry, from being separated from this undefinable whole. Anaximander's student, Anaximenes, decided that this stuff without qualities was air. The other basic elements, earth and water, were made by compressing air, while fire was made by spreading air out thinly. We call these first three philosophers the monists, because they believed the universe to be made out of just one material. They are also called the Milesian school, because they all came from the city of Miletus. Meanwhile, on the island of Samos, Pythagoras proposed a very different constant for the universe: numbers. We all remember Pythagoras for his famous theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. But Pythagoras was not trying to help you calculate the sides of a right triangle when he came up with this theorem. He was trying to explain a basic constant in the universe. He would demonstrate this constant like this. Pythagoras would have a person draw a right triangle. He would then use tiles to make a square on each side. This is where we get the word squared. He'd then have people count the number of tiles on each side, and lo and behold, the number of tiles on the hypotenuse always equaled the sum of the tiles from the other two sides. Pythagoras had realized, through doing this over and over and over again, that no matter the size or shape of the right triangle, the number of tiles on the squares of the sides always equaled the number of squares on the hypotenuse. While the many triangles we perceive might seem different, they all followed the same constant rule. This was not the only constant Pythagoras discovered. Pythagoras was also the first to explain the mathematical ratios of music. No matter how long a string is, another string, 1/6 its length, would produce a chord. Realizing that these sorts of ratios pop up everywhere, Pythagoras supposed that numbers and ratios were the main constant of the universe. Heraclitus of Ephesus had a very different idea. For Heraclitus, the only constant was change. He believed the opposing forces of the universe were constantly trying to tear the world apart. These opposites were only held together by natural law, or logos. He compared this to the two ends of a bow, pulling away from each other. This pulling is meaningless on its own. Left to their own devices, the two opposing ends will just make a worthless stick. Yet held together by the string of natural law, they make a powerful dynamic tool. Like Pythagoras, Heraclitus had decided that the constants of the universe were not in matter itself, but rather in how matter behaves. From him we received the adage, all things change, so that all things may remain the same. His ideas would later be revived in chaos theory. Directly opposed to Heraclitus was Parmenides of Elea. Parmenides was so hung up on the is not problem that he denied all change or difference in the universe. His work is some of the most difficult to understand. But basically, he postulated that the entire universe was one giant sphere of unidentifiable stuff. In this, he copied Anaximenes, in thinking that to have the characteristics of everything, the main stuff of the universe had to have no characteristics of its own. Yet Parmenides went further, by denying that this stuff ever broke up to form other things. For him, the universe just is. It never was not. It always will be. To suggest that an apple is different from an orange is to say that the apple is not an orange, and this is not acceptable. He also insists that things cannot move. To say that the apple falls from a tree is to say that the apple is not on the tree any longer. Of course, to believe in Parmenides' account, one must ignore all the evidence of one's senses. This might not seem very scientific, but it is certainly philosophical. Parmenides' philosophy would have lasting implications on future philosophy by placing ideas on a higher order than observation. Another resident of Elea, Zeno, attempted to demonstrate Parmenides' theory with a series of paradoxes. In these paradoxes, Zeno tried to prove that things like change and motion were impossible. A single example should suffice. Imagine you fire an arrow from a bow to a target. Between the bow and the target are a series of halfway points. Halfway from the bow to the target is point A. Halfway from point A to the target is point B. Halfway from point B to the target is point C, and so on. Zeno's point is that there is an infinite number of halfway points between the bow and the target. Though the arrow will always get closer to the target, it can never reach it. It will always be halfway from where it was to where it was going. This idea flies in the face of normal observation, suggesting that we cannot trust our senses to see the truth. Zeno's paradoxes would later pave the way for Einstein's theory of relativity. Parmenides' account and Zeno's paradoxes would later inspire Plato's notion of ideal forms, which are likewise unchanging, eternal, and often hidden from our senses. Just two more philosophical schools require our attention: the pluralists and the atomists. These two schools of thought bear some remarkable similarities to modern scientific theory. The pluralists, Empedocles and Anaxagoras, took ideas from their predecessors and mixed them into a single coherent system. Like the Milesians, the pluralists insisted that matter had to be eternal and unchanging. Unlike the Milesians, they had no problem with there being more than one sort of matter. Empedocles believed that there were four sorts of matter: earth, air, fire, and water. Combinations of these basic elements resulted in the wide variety we see, while Anaxagoras held that there was an infinite variety of basic materials to work with. Flesh is made out of flesh particles, eyes are made out of eye particles, thought made out of thought particles, and so on. Empedocles believed that these pieces flopped around, forming different shapes at random, until they found arrangements that made the animals, plants, and materials that we know today. This makes him the earliest precursor of the theory of evolution. Like Heraclitus and Pythagoras, the pluralists also believed in a force outside of matter that made matter behave as it should. Yet Empedocles and Anaxagoras disagreed on the number and nature of this force. Anaxagoras agreed with Heraclitus that a single natural force held the disparate forces of the universe together, though he called this force nous, or mind, instead of logos. Empedocles, by contrast, thought that there were two forces, love and strife, that governed the universe. Love brought disparate elements together, while strife tore them apart. These two forces ran in cycles. Love brings all the matter of the universe into a mixed-up singularity, like Parmenides' sphere of everything, and then strife spreads it out across the universe, until love draws it back in again. With this, Empedocles made the first philosophical description of a cyclical universe. Replace love with gravity and strife with energy, and you've got our modern Big Bang Theory. Finally, we come to the atomists. Today, we understand atoms as the basic building blocks of the world. We tend to think of this as a modern discovery, but the existence of atoms was first suggested 2,500 years ago, in the 5th century BCE, by a philosopher named Leucippus. We know almost nothing of Leucippus, but the works of his student, Democritus, has survived in fragments. Democritus seems to have been the first universal philosopher. His works included writings on physics, mathematics, literature, history, anthropology, causation, and religion. Yet since none of these books survived, his overall impact on philosophy is unknown. We know that Plato hated him and Aristotle respected him, which means that both were familiar with his ideas, but we know not much else. Democritus's greatest achievements from a scientific perspective are the theory of void and the theory of atomism. Unlike all his predecessors, Democritus had no problem with is not. In fact, he insisted that at least some of the volume of the universe must not be. That is, it must be empty. Otherwise, nothing would be able to move at all, since everything would be pressing against something else. He called this empty space the void. We call it a vacuum. With the help of technology, we discovered that vacuums exist out in space and even within atoms. We can create a vacuum in a lab. Heck, you've probably got a vacuum in your closet. Democritus had none of this helpful technology. What is remarkable is that Democritus, without any means of observing a vacuum, came up with the notion of the void through reason and imagination alone. But he did not stop there. Democritus suggested that the universe is an infinite void. Within this void are tiny indivisible units called atoms. These atoms come in a variety of shapes. Some shapes complement each other, fitting together to make a particular substance. Water atoms mix with grape atoms and spirit atoms to make wine. Other shapes are opposed and cannot fit together in any arrangement. Water atoms and oil atoms cannot fit together and will always separate. These shapes also give larger materials their qualities. Things taste sour because they're made up of sharp atoms that cut the tongue. Things are heavy because their atoms are smushed tightly together. Things are light because their atoms are spread out and only loosely connected. It is mind-boggling to imagine that someone without the aid of electron microscopes and advanced mathematics could possibly have simply thought his way to atomic theory. Yet it seems Democritus did just that. Like all the pre-Socratics, a lot of what Democritus postulated was wrong. Democritus thought that atoms were indivisible. Today we know that atoms can indeed be divided. You just don't want to be nearby when it happens. Just like we know that everything is not made of water, and that it is not love but gravity that holds the universe together. Yet the pre-Socratics made the first step towards scientific knowledge. They postulated theories for how the universe worked, based not on gods and myth, but on observation and reason.
Sparta has a problem. In a frenzy of ambition, it has conquered and enslaved its neighbors in Messenia and Laconia. These slaves, called helots, outnumber the Spartans at least 10 to 1. To keep this massive slave population under control, every Spartan must be a warrior. In Greece, that meant a Spartan must be a hoplite and fight in a phalanx. As we saw in our lecture on the phalanx, this extremely organized style of warfare was as demanding as it was effective. To maintain this formation required rigorous discipline. To hold one's position in this crushing scrum of steel and bronze took nerves of steel. The entire phalanx system flies in the face of flight or fight instincts of self-preservation. It was the most terrifying form of warfare discovered thus far. While citizens of every Greek city-state were expected to go through this nightmare, for most, it was a nightmare from which they would soon wake and return to their normal lives. They were farmers, merchants, potters, and masons, who donned their armor maybe once or twice a year to teach those Corinthians whose pasture that is. For the Spartans, the nightmare of phalanx warfare was never ending. With enemies abroad and a massive population of enslaved helots at home, a Spartan man lived a life of near constant warfare. This was the Spartans' problem: how to turn their entire population into fearless cogs in a synchronized killing machine. The solution came from a fellow named Lycurgus. Lycurgus came up with the agoge. The agoge was many things: a series of trials that would cull the weak and cowardly from the Spartan stock, a system of education that would make the strong stronger and the brave braver, and a society that would forge these powerful individuals into a single deadly unit. Through eugenics, education, and training, Lycurgus sought to make Spartans the ultimate warriors. Let us follow the journey of a Spartan boy through this agoge. This is Brasidas, a wee baby. At his birth, Brasidas' mother bathed him in wine. For the skin of a newborn, this is essentially the same as pouring rubbing alcohol on an open wound. At his first breath, Brasidas knew he was entering a hard and cruel world. Many babies did not survive this first shock and were discarded. After this bath, the Spartan Council of Elders examined Brasidas closely. If he seemed sickly, deformed, weak, or slow, he would be cast off a cliff and forgotten. Past this first hurdle, Brasidas enjoyed a semi-normal childhood until age 7, when he was torn from his mother's arms and thrown into an agila, or herd of boys around his age. This broke down bonds of family and got young Brasidas to consider his comrades his family. These boys were barely fed. This got them used to hunger and encouraged them to hunt, forage, or steal to feed themselves. Stealing was not forbidden, but getting caught was severely punished. Around age 12, Brasidas faced a strange rite of passage. He and the other boys of his Agila had to steal honey cakes from an altar of Artemis. Protecting the altar were older boys with whips. To meet his goal, Brasidas would have to overcome his fear and face the flails. Centuries later, Romans would travel hundreds of miles to witness this strange event. After this rite of passage, Brasidas was given the only article of clothing he'd have for a year, a blood-red cape. At around the same time, Brasidas was expected to choose one of the older boys who'd just whipped him to complete his education. The older boy introduced Brasidas to his warrior society, with whom he would eat, sleep, practice, and fight. He served as a mentor, a teacher, a comrade, and a lover, binding Brasidas ever more tightly to his phalanx cohort. At age 18, Brasidas graduated to a Paidiskos. He would serve as a military reserve force. To keep his bloodthirst keen, the Spartans made him a member of the Cryptia, or secret police. These young men would spy on the Helots, occasionally murdering them to keep them cowed. At age 20, Brasidas was considered a man and entered full military service. He was encouraged to find a wife and start making babies, but he was still required to live in the barracks among his cohort. Only at age 30 was Brasidas relieved from active military service, though he would still serve as a reserve fighter in time of need. He was allowed to leave the barracks and live with his wife and children. He was also given a vote on the Spartan assembly. This assembly had the final say on all matters of state. If he lived to 60, Brasidas could be elected to a seat among the Council of Elders, a panel of 28 judges who served for life. This council decided on the measures that the assembly voted on, and thus held the most power in Sparta, though there were also 2 kings who served as the military and religious leaders of the land. Yet this was not a monarchy or even an oligarchy. The activities of the kings and council were subject to the ephors, a panel of men elected annually by the assembly to oversee the government. Like Brasidas, every Spartan spent the first half of his life training and fighting, and spent the second half ruling. With the entire Spartan population doing nothing but training, fighting, and ruling, one must wonder how they managed to feed themselves. To support this warrior society, Lycurgus created a caste system. At the top of this system were the Spartiates, the warrior class, and the only class with rights to citizenship and political power. At the bottom of the system were the slaves, who had no rights, and the helots, who were a broader labor class. The helots were spread about the countryside, and were not so much slaves as serfs, bound to their land and trade in service of the Spartans. This freed the Spartiates from the need to feed, clothe, and shelter themselves, allowing them to focus on war. Yet even helots had some rights. They could earn money and could even buy their freedom, but they could not serve in the military, and therefore held no political power, despite comprising the majority of the population. Between slave labor and ruling, there's still a lot of business to be done. A slave cannot be a merchant, because merchants need to travel. A slave would never return. At the same time, Lycurgus did not want his noble Spartiate warriors engaging in the piddly stuff of trade and commerce, as he thought the pursuit of wealth and comfort would soften them. Most of the remaining chores fell to the Periakoi, the merchant class. Though the Periakoi were free men and served as reserve forces, they were not considered citizens of Sparta and could not marry a Spartan. Besides acting as merchants, the Periakoi served as a buffer. Located in semi-autonomous cities around the perimeter of the Spartan state, the free Periakoi kept the helots in. More importantly, they kept new or foreign ideas out. The Periakoi were the only members of Spartan society allowed to visit other city-states or conduct business with foreigners. Even the Spartiates required special permission to leave Sparta. This dual function of the Periakoi, to keep the helots in and to keep dangerous ideas out, highlights the fragility of the Spartan system. The Spartans needed to hold the helots in, because without their serf labor class, the Spartiates could not dedicate their lives to military and civic service. The Spartans also needed to keep foreign ideas out, because the Spartan way of life and ethos was as artificial as it was brutal. A new idea could undermine and destroy the Spartan way of life more effectively than any enemy. Thus, the Spartans, the fiercest warriors of the time, who feared neither wound nor death, were terrified of new ideas.
The Persian War is the first war for which we have a complete contemporary history. Certainly, many cultures left us records of their wars. Earlier kings, emperors, and pharaohs decorated their temples, tombs, and palaces with depictions of their victories. They might erect a stele, listing the peoples they had subjugated. They might even compose an epic poem to commemorate their battles. Yet though these things are still of interest to an historian, they are not, as it were, histories. They are propaganda, and often as vague as they are biased. They attributed success to divine favor. They rarely mentioned failures, and when they did, they attributed it to evil spirits or bad counsel. Then came Herodotus. Herodotus was a very well-traveled fellow. He traveled extensively and wrote about the places he'd visited, as well as places he'd heard of. Some of the things Herodotus recorded were inaccurate, but his inaccuracies derived from misinformation and a desire to sensationalize. Despite these failings, Herodotus endeavored to record and explain the history of his day in natural, rational terms. For the cosmopolitan Herodotus, successes and failures were not the work of gods, but the results of men's decisions and actions. Herodotus's record of the Persian War is a gem for historians. Herodotus does more than provide an unbroken account of the actions of the various Greek states and the Persians. He examines their motives, their strategies, their deceptions and counter-deceptions. The picture Herodotus paints is of former rival Greek city-states forming an uneasy alliance against a common threat. Let's see how these city-states fared. The year was 490 BCE. Darius the Great, emperor of the Persians, conqueror of the world, had grown tired of Greeks trying to colonize his empire. He'd subjugated the Cyclades and much of Macedon and Thrace. Yet these incursions persisted. Finally, he thought he'd found the source of the problem, the city-state of Athens. He launched a two-pronged attack. He landed an army to the north to march on Athens, then sent his navy to attack the city itself. Word reached the Athenians of this invasion. They appealed to the Spartans and other city-states for reinforcements, but none would come to their aid. Alone, the Athenians marched north to meet the Persians at Marathon. In our lecture on phalanx warfare, we saw how feuding Greek city-states had invented the most vicious, effective, and decisive form of combat ever seen. At Marathon, the Greeks turned this awful form of warfare from one another onto the Persian invaders. The Persians were, at first, amused to see the vastly outnumbered Athenian phalanx suicidally charge across the field. Then they were shocked when this disciplined fighting force failed to break beneath a shower of arrows. And then they were absolutely terrified as the phalanx rolled through their undisciplined ranks like an unstoppable boulder and drove them into the sea. The Athenians then ran 26 miles to deny the Persians a landing at Athens. Defeated, the Persians retreated. At the final count, the Persians lost 6,400 men in their invasion of Athens, while the Athenians lost less than 200 men turning them back. How did this happen? To answer that question, we must compare the Greek phalanx to the Persian horde. Where the Persians were lightly armored to maximize mobility, the phalanx formation focused not on individual mobility, but on group discipline, and thus could afford to be much more heavily armored. Where the Persians avoided risking hand-to-hand, the hoplite is designed for hand-to-hand combat. A hoplite doesn't hit and run, or skirmish, he brings pitched, decisive battle to his foes. The individualistic Persian warrior has nothing worth dying for, whereas the group mentality of the hoplites allowed them to face death and fight on. And a final point, one that the Greeks thought most important, the Persian horde was composed of slaves, or at least subjects, whereas the Greeks were all free men. Slaves make terrible soldiers. The warriors of the Persian horde lacked any motivation to fight beyond fear of pain or death. In the end, they feared the flails of their masters less than the hellish nightmare of hand-to-hand combat with Greeks fighting resolutely for their freedom. Their masters might beat them, the Greeks certainly would. Yet geography played as much of a role as tactics. Had the Battle of Marathon taken place in a more open country, instead of a few level acres surrounded by mountains and the sea, things might have turned out differently. The Persians could have simply outmaneuvered the Athenians, or overwhelmed them. But the mountains of Greece penned the Persian horsemen in. With the sea behind them and all exits blocked by hoplites, the Persians were forced to bring the fight to the Athenians. With such a foe in such tight quarters, hit-and-run tactics were meaningless. The phalanx formation made it incredibly difficult to hit the Greeks from afar. The mountainous terrain made running all but impossible. The only other tactic available was to simply spill the horde onto the Athenians. Yet the undisciplined and individualistic slaves broke before the tightly bunched phalanx, while the mountainous terrain kept the Greeks from being surrounded and overwhelmed. When the Athenians finally charged the Persian ranks, it became clear that the Persians weren't better at fighting, just better at fleeing. The Athenian hoplites held steady against twice their number, while the Persian horde did what it was best at. It fled, and Darius's foray into Europe was brought to an abrupt end. 10 years later, Darius's successor, Xerxes, tried a different approach. He would march his entire army, a massive force of at least 200,000 men, around the Mediterranean. He'd use his huge navy of 1,200 ships to pen the Greeks in and keep his army supplied. After the success of the Athenians in the previous invasion, the Greeks believed they had some chance of victory, and joined together to repel the Persians. At Thermopylae, the same combination of phalanx tactics, fierce discipline, and restrictive terrain allowed 300 Spartans to hold back the entire Persian host for weeks, giving the rest of the Greeks long enough to prepare their defenses. When the Persians finally broke through, they marched towards Athens. Frantic, the Athenians appealed to the oracle at Delphi for advice. The oracle told them to seek refuge behind a wall of wood. Most of the Athenians took this to mean that they should hide behind their wooden ships. The Athenians evacuated the populace into their navy and fled to the island of Salamis. The Persians took their revenge for Marathon. They sacked the undefended Athens and burned its temples to the ground. But the people of Athens survived in their ships, and they wrought a terrible vengeance on the Persians. The Athenians lured the Persian navy to the Strait of Salamis, where their superior numbers only hampered their maneuverability. The Greeks then used their specialized ships, called triremes, to sink the Persian fleet one ship at a time. Persian naval warfare was much like Persian land warfare, based on attacking with projectiles from afar. Greek naval warfare was much more personal and decisive. Persian ships were little more than platforms for firing flaming arrows. By contrast, Greek triremes were floating battering rams. The Greek oarsmen would simply ram their bronze-capped triremes into the large, floundering Persian ships. Persian archers could do no damage with no ship to stand on. The battle at Salamis crippled the Persian navy, yet the land army remained undefeated until the following year, when a Pan-Hellenic alliance defeated the Persians at Plataea. Of the 200,000 Persians who invaded, less than 40,000 escaped with their lives. This resounding victory was a huge blow to the Persian Empire. Over the next decade, the Greeks would take vengeance on the Persians, sinking their navies and driving them from the Mediterranean. Persia never really recovered. Greece, on the other hand, was now profoundly proud of itself. They had defeated an empire that had conquered everything in its path. Even the fearsome Assyrians and ancient Egyptians had fallen to the Persians, but Greece had not. Buoyed by this victory, Greece blossomed into a culture that soon would become the model of Western civilization. History remembers the Greeks as fiercely independent freedom fighters, the fathers of philosophy, the inventors of democracy. All too often we overlook the fact that the Greeks, like pretty much everyone else at the time, had slaves. Though the Greeks heroically fought against Persian enslavement, though each Greek city ruled itself, though Greek philosophers explored the implications of freedom as an ideal, Though the Athenians invented a system of government based on the intrinsic equality of all men, these champions of freedom also regularly enslaved their fellow man. Slavery in Greece was ubiquitous. Everyone had slaves. They were so easy to acquire. You could always take the classical approach, go to war, take slaves as booty, like Achilles in the Iliad. Or you could buy a slave at any of a number of slave markets. And if you couldn't afford a slave, you could always kidnap one. Coastal cities engaged in piracy and human trafficking, just like any other trade, and bandits haunted the mountain passes of Greece. And if someone owed you a lot of money, you could demand them or their family members to act as your slaves until the debt was paid off. However, this practice was forbidden in Athens by Solon in the 6th century BCE. Yet, like all other aspects of Greek culture, Greek slavery also varied from city to city. The agrarian Spartans practiced a sort of serfdom, in which their serfs, or helots as they were called, were bound to the land in which they worked. The more urban Athenians produced good old-fashioned chattel slavery, in which slaves were bought, sold, and leased like livestock. It is hard to determine which of the two groups had it worse, the slaves or the helots. On the one hand, a helot lived relatively independently, only paying tribute to his master, while an Athenian slave's entire livelihood lay in the hands of his master. On the other hand, to the Spartans, the helots were just a group of people to be harried and beaten into submission, and they regularly murdered the helots to keep their population and their rebellion under control. Whereas to the Athenians, each slave was an investment. They must be fed, clothed, and cared for in order to make their master a profit. The chattel slavery approach used by the Athenians seems to have been the more popular option across Greece. In fact, there is evidence that even the Spartans supplemented their helot workforce of serfs with chattel slaves. Given its prevalence, and the many records provided by the Athenians, let us take a look at the duties and rights of Athenian slaves, so that we might get a hint of what slavery looked like in Greece as a whole. Athenian slaves engaged in a wide variety of trades. Some of these trades were quite harsh. Slaves working in mines, quarries, and mills had a startlingly short life expectancy. However, many slaves worked in less dangerous trades. Slaves worked in their masters' businesses, making pottery, manufacturing weapons, building ships, spinning wool, working looms, baking bread. Slaves also worked the fields, orchards, and vineyards of Greece, though never on the level of the plantations of the Roman Republic or antebellum America. A few privileged slaves found their way into their master's household, becoming household servants, and generally enjoying a far softer life than their counterparts outdoors. Yet perhaps most shocking are the slaves who engaged in fields normally reserved for free men. Athenian slaves sculpted marble for the Parthenon, and Athenian slaves rode triremes in wartime. This last is truly remarkable, since participation in warfare has historically been a path to political power. The dizzying array of trades followed by Athenian slaves becomes easier to understand when we recognize the unique rights and privileges they enjoyed. Slaves were permitted to engage in many aspects of civil and religious life, including festivals and rituals. Domestic slaves were often treated as members of the family and dined with their masters. Though Athenian slaves belonged to their master, they still had the right to accumulate their own private property. The only difference was that a large portion of their wages went to their masters. Nevertheless, Athenian slaves could save a portion of their wages to start a business, purchase a home, or even buy their freedom. Manumission, or the freeing of a slave, was a regular occurrence across Greece, and although freed slaves were still treated as second-class citizens in Athens, they still could become quite rich. Slaves also enjoyed many protections under Athenian law. You could not murder a slave, you could not rape a slave, you could not even beat a slave without reason. However, lest I give you the impression that Athens was a sort of slave's paradise, it is important to remember the rights that Athenian slaves did not have. When it came to court cases, Athenian slaves weren't really considered people. They could not bring a case to court, and their testimony was only admissible under torture. Moreover, slaves suffered harsher punishments under the law than their free counterparts. Many slaves were restricted from sexual activity, except, of course, those who worked in brothels. And though some slaves were allowed to marry, and even raise children, their marriage was not recognized by the state, and their master was free to split up or sell off his slave's family as he saw fit. And of course, all the rights in the world mean nothing when one can be bought and sold like an animal. So, we've gotten a glimpse at the many forms slavery took in ancient Greece. We've seen how Greek slaves were acquired through trade, raid, or conquest. We've seen how Greek slaves were used in a wide variety of trades. We've seen the rights the slaves of Athens enjoyed, including the right to personal property, the right to protection under the law, and even the right to buy their freedom. Yet we've also seen how these rights were but pale reflections of those enjoyed by the Athenians themselves. Though Athenian slaves enjoyed many privileges and protections, they still lacked the greatest of all treasures, freedom.
Beginning in the 6th century BCE, there was a flourishing of pre-Socratic philosophical thought in Greece that would continue through the classical period and the Hellenistic period. Many scholars argue that the ancient Greeks created the notion of philosophy itself. While ancient Greek philosophy took diverse forms as a whole, it replaced mythical explanations of the world with scientific and logical explanations. A few of the major Greek philosophers.
For most of history, humans have been ruled by either a monarchy, leadership by a single person, or an oligarchy, leadership by a select few. This was as much the case in ancient Greece as anywhere else. Yet the Greek city-states were different. Around the time of the Bronze Age collapse, city-states across Greece overthrew their kings and established constitutional governments. While some city-states retained the position of the king's power was greatly reduced, often purely religious or even symbolic. More importantly, the king's power derived not from a divine right to rule, but from the constitution. Though constitutions might be mythologized, and some, like the Spartans, might consider their constitutions sacred, for the most part, constitutions were still considered to be works of men, and therefore could be changed and adapted to meet the needs of the city-state. The coups that overthrew Greek monarchies mostly stemmed from the nobility, who, like Achilles in the Iliad, refused to accept a subservient role to anyone. As such, it is no surprise that most Greek states took the form of oligarchy, ruled by a few powerful aristocratic families. However, the vying of these aristocratic families could paralyze the system of government and even lead to civil war. To counter this effect, most Greek constitutions made room for a temporary absolute ruler. They called this position a tyrant. In times of crisis or civil war, Greek city-states would elect a tyrant to steer the state until his term ended or the crisis had passed. Understandably, several tyrants refused to relinquish their positions of absolute power at the appointed time, and some ambitious noblemen did not wait to get elected to seize power. Thus the city-states of Greece were forever in flux between the monarchic rule of tyrants and the oligarchic rule of the aristocracy. Around 590 BCE, the Athenians were in the middle of an economic, social, political, and moral crisis. On the economic side, Athens had grown to such a scale that it was barely able to feed itself. Small farmers found themselves buried in debt, represented by a stone pillar erected on the debtor's field, called a horos. On the social side, the only way for a poor person to obtain a loan was for him to put himself and his family down as collateral. As a result, more and more people were finding themselves in debt slavery. On the political side, the vying of aristocratic families was tearing the city-state apart. The city of Athens was ruled by 9 archons. These archons were elected for 1-year terms by a council of former archons called the Areopagus. Archonships were available only to members of the aristocracy. These aristocrats used their position and power to benefit only their own family. The only political body capable of calling these people to task was the Areopagus. Since the only check on aristocratic power was other aristocrats, the needs of the rest of the population went unnoticed. To overcome these problems, the city of Athens elected a man named Solon to serve as tyrant. Solon acted decisively. To solve Athens' economic woes, he encouraged the planting and export of olive oil, and forbade the sale of other foodstuffs abroad. To solve the social problems, Solon abolished debt slavery and declared it illegal for one Athenian to own another. He also went a step further and wiped the slate clean, canceling all former debts and doing away with the hated horos. Yet it was Solon's political solutions that really made an impact. To undermine the power of aristocratic families, Solon changed the qualifications for political power from lineage to wealth. You no longer had to be of a noble family to run for office, so long as you were rich. This did not disenfranchise the aristocratic families, as they were usually wealthy, but it did extend political power to a much larger group. To ensure that the poor had a voice in politics as well, Solon expanded membership to the Athenian General Assembly. He allowed all citizens of the realm to vote, whereas before the vote had been limited to the citizens of the city of Athens itself. He also gave the General Assembly real power. He gave them the final decision of electing public officials, and created a council of citizens to act as judges. Finally, the citizens of Athens had a way to call their politicians to account. Having completed his reforms, Solon relinquished his power and left the city, making the Athenians promise to hold to his system for 10 years before making any changes. Yet in less than 5 years, the Athenian aristocrats had managed to undermine the system once again, and Solon's cousin, Pisistratus, seized control. Though Pisistratus ruled fairly, shared wealth and power, and generally tried to protect the poor from the rich, his son, Hippias, was not so benign, and began a reign of terror. In 510 BCE, Cleisthenes, the son of a prominent aristocrat and political leader, with the help of the Spartans, drove Hippias from Athens. Like Solon, Cleisthenes was more interested in reforming the system than in holding power. His program of reform and justice for the common people upset the aristocratic families. Under the leadership of Isagoras, the aristocrats drove Cleisthenes and his allies from the city, again with the aid of Spartans. Isagoras ignored the reforms of Solon. He did away with the General Assembly and imposed a new and decidedly un-Athenian system of government, in which a few aristocratic families held absolute power. Robbed of their assembly, the Athenian people were furious. But Cleisthenes was unable to raise an army to drive the Spartans and aristocrats from the city. With no nobility to save them, the people of Athens took matters into their own hands. They revolted, besieged their leaders, and executed them. To form a new government, they called Cleisthenes from his exile, and gave him free rein to complete his interrupted reforms. With the people of Athens behind him, Cleisthenes created the first government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The result was the world's first democracy. To finally break the power of Athenian aristocratic families, and to unify the disparate regions of Attica, Cleisthenes divided the Athenian population into new tribes. These tribes spanned different regions, and broke up traditional ties to powerful families. Loyalty no longer belonged to one's local lord, but to one's tribe. And that tribe represented a cross-section of Athens, both in locale and in wealth. To ensure that no ambitious aristocrat could decide to upset the running of the state again, Cleisthenes invented the policy of ostracism. Once a year, the Athenian people could exile a single citizen, be he too powerful, too dangerous, or just too unpopular. The exiled citizen's property was maintained, and he was allowed to return. Thus, if the people thought someone might set himself up as a tyrant, they politely asked him to leave for a year, and he was legally bound to obey. With his new democratic state thus sheltered from the aristocracy, Cleisthenes placed the running of the state in the hands of the Athenian General Assembly, in which every citizen, regardless of locale or wealth, had just one vote. The old positions of Archon, as well as the old council of the Areopagus, were retained, yet their power was greatly reduced. Proposal of measures, deliberation, even election of archons was transferred to the General Assembly. The old oligarchic Areopagus was left with little to do except offer advice and oversee trials for murder, treason, and religion, though even then the final verdict lay with the Assembly. This direct democracy was unprecedented in history. Certainly other city-states had incorporated some democratic elements, but these held little political power, acting as councils which the leaders could easily ignore. Even the General Assembly of the Spartans was restricted to only a small percentage of the population, and they only voted on measures presented to them by their oligarchic Council of Elders. Athens was something new and exciting. It appealed to the fiercely independent nature of Greek culture. Still, the other city-states assumed that this experiment would soon lead Athens to ruin. How could an uninformed mob possibly hope to rule itself? The Spartans held their system together with brutal social programming and ruthless militarism, yet even this intensely stratified system was under constant threat of slave revolt, and could be undermined by outside ideas. If the Spartans could barely hold their system together, what chance did the Athenians' radical system of democracy have? Yet Athens failed to tear itself apart. By giving every citizen a stake in the state, the Athenians achieved a unity and strength of purpose that the Spartans had failed to create with training and terror. While Spartan civilization stagnated, Athens flourished, accumulating wealth and power until it emerged as the region's second superpower, a free, democratic counterbalance to the rigid oligarchic culture of the Spartans. The stage was set for a conflict that would bring Athens and Sparta to the brink of annihilation. Pretty much everything I know about the Peloponnesian War I learned from Thucydides. Thucydides was a wealthy fellow from the suburbs of Athens. He served as a general in the Peloponnesian War and actually managed to survive the whole bloody affair. Thucydides' history of the Peloponnesian War is no memoir, though. In its day, it was the most thorough historical account ever written, and, in my humble opinion, we haven't made many improvements since then. Thucydides has all the qualities that have come to define a great historian. He's unbiased, or at least trying to be. He's incredibly thorough. He's not interested in the supernatural, only the rational. And best of all, he was there. So, much as I would like to tell you all about the Peloponnesian War, the honor belongs to my good friend Thucydides. The Peloponnesian War was a chaotic, messy conflict between Athens and Sparta that dragged on for nearly 30 years. At the beginning of the war, Athens controlled a vast maritime empire. By the end of the war, Athens had been stripped of its empire and did not even control itself. So, what happened to bring the mighty Athenian empire low? Well, the causes of the Peloponnesian War stretch back for decades. After the Persian navy was destroyed at the Battle of Mycale, the Athenians founded the Delian League to punish the Persians by taking their colonies in the Aegean and adding them to the Athenian Empire. With no navy to defend them, the Persians were soundly defeated, and within 30 years the Athenians controlled a vast maritime empire, containing most of the islands in the Aegean and much of the coast of Asia Minor. Meanwhile, back at home, as Athens grew ever richer and more powerful, the Spartans were feeling increasingly nervous about Athens' imperial ambitions. As I wrote in my history, the growth of the power of Athens, and the alarm which this inspired in the Lacedaemonians, Spartans, made war inevitable. Now Sparta had its own league, the Peloponnesian League, which included most of the city-states of mainland Greece. And they did not appreciate the Athenians trying to poach their member states for their Delian League. In 465 BCE, Sparta's slave class, the Helots, attempted to throw off their Spartan oppressors. Every Greek city-state sent soldiers to help put down the revolt. The Athenians sent a large contingent of over 5,000 soldiers, but the Spartans would not allow them into the country, fearing that so large a force intended to take advantage of the chaos, not to help with it. This was but the first of many insults each side offered each other. The next major insult came in 449, when two members of the Peloponnesian League, Megara and Corinth, started fighting. Eager to gain a stronghold on the mainland, Athens formed an alliance with Megara and entered the fighting. The result was a 15-year-long struggle between Athenians and Spartans, which some have called the First Peloponnesian War. This battle only concluded in 445 BCE with the signing of the 30 Years' Peace. The 30 Years' Peace was basically an agreement between the Spartans and the Athenians not to mess with one another's respective empires. Yet the terms of this peace proved too much for the Athenians to live by. For the next 15 years, Athens started acting more and more like a bully. They crushed revolting colonies. They sowed dissent among Sparta's allies. They vied with their neighbor Corinth for control of the islands of the Aegean, and even imposed economic sanctions on their former allies, the Megarians. Until, in 431, the rest of the world could take it no longer. Athens had made enemies of the Spartans, the Peloponnesian League, the king of Macedon, the emperor of Persia, and even their own allies. Everyone was so mad at Athens that a conflict was inevitable, but the Athenians were prepared for this fight. Their leader, Pericles, had been certain that the 30 Years' Peace would not live up to its name. So as soon as the Spartans had left the land surrounding Athens, they had started building a long wall connecting the city of Athens to its port, the Piraeus. In this way, Pericles said, Athens could behave like an island. It did not matter that the Spartan army was invincible. Athens never had to meet Sparta on land. It did not matter if Sparta burned their fields and stole their flocks. Athens had an entire empire to import food from. As long as the Athenian navy reigned supreme, it could keep the city supplied, even against the longest siege. Moreover, that navy allowed the Athenians another advantage over their land-based foes, the Spartans. An army is only useful in a battle. It spends most of its time moving from point A to point B. This might take months. As a result, that amazing Spartan army was really only useful for a few days out of the month. By contrast, with their ships, the relatively small Athenian army could show up anywhere at any time. They could disembark, do their damage, and beat back to sea before their enemies could muster any resistance. The speed and mobility of the Athenian navy was especially dangerous to Sparta, since their slaves, the Helots, were always on the brink of revolt. The Spartans had to keep much of their army at home, at all times, lest the Athenians sail around them and stir up a revolt in their homeland. So, despite being surrounded by enemies, it seemed the Athenians were in an excellent position. They could hold their empire, Pericles warned, so long as they did not try to expand upon it. Yet there were things that Pericles did not account for. The first and foremost of these was that when you shove thousands of people within city walls for months, with no room and only primitive forms of sanitation, people tend to die. The walls protected the Athenians from the Spartans, but the tight quarters made them prone to disease. Within the first year of the war, a plague swept through the city of Athens, killing over 30,000 Athenians. It was a dreadful affair, not the least because the plague took Pericles, the visionary who turned Athens into an empire. Without their leader, the democratic Athenians found it impossible to prosecute the war effectively. They had no single mind, no single vision to unite them. Instead, Athenian strategy vacillated from aggressive to defensive, as different demagogues rose to power and fell from grace. Hold on, Thucydides. I'm not sure our viewers know what a demagogue is. Oh, really? Kids these days. A demagogue is a leader who follows the people instead of leading them. He tells them what they want to hear and simply tries to keep them happy so he'll get reelected. Really, we call those politicians. What a horrible world you must live in. Well, anyway, Pericles wasn't like that. He taught the people, he reasoned with them, he encouraged them to reach their full potential. The demagogues just rode the wind of whatever the mob drove them to. The worst of these demagogues was Alcibiades. Alcibiades was everything the Athenians were looking for. He was rich, he was sexy, he was even relatively clever, having studied under Socrates. Alcibiades could work up a crowd like a pro. Yet none of these characteristics made him trustworthy. Alcibiades encouraged the Athenians to abandon Pericles' excellent plan to not expand the empire. Instead, Alcibiades suggested an ambitious campaign to Sicily, which was struggling to fight off an invasion from Syracuse. Alcibiades led the expedition himself, yet when the Athenians recalled him, he defected to the Spartans and betrayed all of Athens' plans. This would not be his last defection. Alcibiades switched teams several times in the course of the war, from the Spartans to the Athenians and then back again. He even worked for Persia for a while. The Persians were all too eager to help Greeks kill other Greeks, and the worldly Alcibiades acted as an intermediary. Eventually his dupes lost their fondness for him and killed Alcibiades for his treachery. Yet Alcibiades was but one of a long list of ambitious men who sought to lead Athens. Any one of these leaders' plans might have worked, but the constantly shifting Athenian war policy doomed every effort. Without a firm hand to guide them, the Athenian populace made blunder after blunder. They switched commanders on a dime, yet held to disastrous strategies year after year. When the first expedition to Sicily failed, they sent another, and then another, until nearly the entire Athenian fleet had been destroyed, and most of the Athenian navy had been sold into slavery. Despite these catastrophes, the Athenians struggled on for another decade. They raised new armies and built new ships. Yet their continued naval supremacy was mostly due to the genius of their commanders. Unfortunately, in a fit of rashness, in 406 BCE, the Athenians executed their greatest naval commanders after the Battle of Arginusae. Though the battle was a great victory, the generals had retreated to save their fleet from a storm, instead of remaining behind to collect stranded soldiers and finish off the Spartan fleet. And for this, they were sentenced to death. With no decent leaders left, the Athenians blundered hopelessly. In 405 BCE, their last fleet was destroyed by a Spartan force sailing in Persian ships, and the following year, Athens surrendered. The Spartans tore down the walls of Athens, disbanded its democracy, and set up an oligarchy, the 30 Tyrants. This group killed off many of the most prominent men of Athens. Yet Sparta's victory was short-lived. Within a year, the Athenians had expelled the tyrants and re-established their democracy. Yet the damage had been done. The two greatest powers of Greece had weakened one another to such an extent that neither would ever fully recover. Over the following decades, Athens and Sparta had to bend knee, first to their fellow Greeks, the Thebans, and then to the invading Macedonians. Thanks, Thucydides. That was awesome and quite thorough. Well, to summarize, the Peloponnesian War was fought between Athens and Sparta. Both of these city-states were the heads of large leagues of allied cities. Athens' Delian League controlled the sea with a powerful navy. Sparta's Peloponnesian League controlled the mainland of Greece with a powerful army. Athens' steady rise in power and wealth caused anger among the Spartans and even among its own allies. When war finally broke out, the Athenian leader, Pericles, suggested that Athens behave like an island. They should not try to meet the Spartans in open battle, but should stay inside the city. An unforeseen result of these close quarters was a plague that killed off much of the Athenian population, including Pericles. After losing Pericles to the plague, the Athenians made a series of grave strategic errors, including a drawn-out expedition to Sicily and the condemnation of some of their greatest leaders to death. These mistakes, and Athens' general inability to stick to a course of action without a central leader to guide them, ended up costing the Athenians their empire. It is difficult to say anything certain about Socrates. Though he is considered the father of philosophy, Socrates himself never wrote a thing. What we know of him comes from the accounts of his friends and students, writing long after his death. Despite this limitation, we are fairly certain about a few things. We are pretty sure that Socrates was born in Athens around 4629 BC. He may well have followed his father's trade as a stonemason. He probably served in the Athenian army at some point in his life. In his later life, Socrates apparently was a man of some importance. He was a member of Athens' Boulé, a citizen council that voted on important matters of state. Sometime along the way, Socrates became interested in philosophy. Though his ideas earned him many friends and students among the elite of Athens, Socrates seems to have also upset a lot of people with his philosophical inquiries. Socrates was brought to trial in 399 BC under charges of corrupting the youth of the city. He was found guilty and sentenced to death by drinking hemlock poison. This is what we know about Socrates, but this short account raises as many questions as it answers. What was Socrates' philosophy? Why did the Athenian city-state consider Socrates so dangerous? And finally, why did his successors consider him so important? To answer these, we must attempt to draw reliable information from some obviously biased and often clearly fictitious sources. This issue is known as the Socratic problem. Though several ancient authors mention Socrates, our primary source is his student Plato. We have two good reasons to distrust Plato's account of Socrates. The first is obvious. As Socrates' student, Plato's account is clearly biased in his master's favor. The second is more complicated. After Socrates' death, Plato began writing a series of dialogues featuring his master. In these dialogues, Socrates engages in philosophical debates with other wise men of his age. The problem is that it is difficult to tell which ideas belong to Socrates and which ideas belong to Plato. It is generally believed that Plato's early dialogues are attempts to preserve his master's message, while his later work is more original. When we look at his dialogues, we can see a rather clear distinction between the two. In his early dialogues, Plato has Socrates ask a lot of questions. In his later dialogues, Plato has Socrates make a lot of statements. From this evidence, scholars believe that Socrates' contribution to philosophy was a way of asking questions, questions which his successors then tried to answer. Let us therefore look at those early dialogues and their questions. Discussion of the later dialogues can be found in our lecture on Plato. Socratic dialogues go something like this. "Hello, Fred." Hello there, Socrates. "I'm sure glad I ran into you. I have a question for you about piety, and I know you to be a very pious man. Everyone in town says it. That Fred, he's a pious one. And I'm so stupid, I don't know anything about piety, and I thought that you, the great Fred, might tell me something about piety." Very well, Socrates. What is your question?" "What is piety?" "Piety is what I'm doing now. I'm on my way to the temple to worship Zeus." "Well, that's just an example of a pious action. What is piety?" But piety is doing what pleases the gods." That's much better. A good general statement. But don't the gods sometimes disagree? Like, things that are pleasing to Artemis might not be so pleasing to Aphrodite. Work at cross purposes, you say. Well, yes, but there are things that they all find pleasing. Doing those things is pious. And there are things that they all find displeasing, and doing those things is impious. So let me get this straight. Are the gods pleased by actions because they are pious, or are actions pious because they please the gods? No, I mean, yes, I mean, what? Well, if all the gods agreed that, say, eating babies pleased them, would that make eating babies pious? Certainly not! But you just said that piety is what all the gods agree is pleasing. Yes, but... Guess I'll never know what piety is. While Socrates may have learned nothing from this exchange, we can learn a great deal. First, we can see why Socrates was considered something of a nuisance by the important people of Athens. Even if he didn't make their heads explode, he certainly raised some serious doubts about their ideas. The fact that he did so in a public place only made it more embarrassing. Second, Socrates rarely offers his own ideas. Instead, he looks for flaws or inconsistencies in the ideas of others. This is the heart of Socrates' philosophy. Socrates knows that he knows nothing, whereas everyone else is under the mistaken impression that they know something. But Socrates is doing more than popping egos here. What Socrates is doing is establishing a higher standard for truth. Truth must be logically consistent. That is, it should not contradict itself. That is Socrates' dangerous idea. Rather than be satisfied with whatever answer sounds good, we should look more closely at the things we call true. This is complicated by the fact that big ideas, like piety, are not easily defined. Socrates also raised the point that the truth may not be readily apparent to our senses. Just because something seems true doesn't mean it is true. For evidence, Socrates notes that many learned people believe things that are not true. In pointing out these problems, Socrates established a distinction between knowledge and belief. Knowledge is always true, while belief is only true for some people some of the time. This distinction seems natural to us today. It was not so warmly received in ancient Athens. For though we share much in common with the Athenians, like democracy and voting, we often fail to recognize the differences. For us, things like voting are matters of patriotism. For Athenians, these were deeply religious matters. Everything important in Athenian society drew its authority from some religious ground. Every tradition had an accompanying myth. Every public post was a sacred office. And now here comes this annoying old man asking all sorts of questions that no one can answer. What made Socrates so threatening was the fact that matters of faith fail his standard of truth. Every religion in the world is full of contradictions. By questioning religion, Socrates is essentially undermining the foundation of his society. No one knows how people will behave without the constant fear of being smitten by some god to keep them in line. So the Athenians made the worst decision they could have made. They took an annoying old man and turned him into a martyr. This got all of his friends upset. Plato got mad enough to write dozens of books about him to ensure that those dangerous ideas lived on. In the meantime, he created the foundations of Western philosophy. And when Plato's student Aristotle parted ways with his master, it was on the grounds that Plato too had failed to meet Socrates' standard of truth. Indeed, all of Western philosophy can be interpreted as answers to the puzzling questions asked by Socrates, from Plato to René Descartes. At the end of this lecture series, we will see how Francis Bacon, the father of the scientific method, was really in essence inventing a way to finally meet Socrates' lofty standards for truth. Welcome to Afterlife Tonight. I'm your host, Max Fingston. Tonight our guest is someone truly special, the father of Western philosophy. Socrates' student, Aristotle's teacher, give it up for Plato. So, Plato, after the people of Athens killed off your master, you got really upset, didn't you? That's right, Max. Well, how did you deal with that? Well, I started a school of philosophy in his honor. The Academy, wasn't it? That's right. I also wrote a lot of books, mostly dialogues, all featuring Socrates. I thought it was important to keep his memory alive. So was that the point of all these dialogues, to preserve your master's memory for posterity? Well, yes and no. Like the pre-Socratic philosophers before me, I was trying to discover the universals, the constants, the laws of nature. Unlike the pre-Socratics, I was also attempting to live up to Socrates' lofty standard for truth. We all know how picky Socrates could be about knowledge. I'm pretty sure the only thing Socrates knew was that he knew nothing. Exactly right. He insisted all true knowledge must be logically consistent. So all of these dialogues were your attempt to explain the world in a simple, logically consistent manner. Quite right. Well, I must admit, some of your ideas are profound. Others seem rather silly. Yet the sheer volume and completeness of your work have made you the father of Western philosophy. That's very kind of you to say. Well, to cover all of your ideas would take months. We've got nothing but time now. True, but our viewers don't. I'd like us to limit ourselves to exploring 4 of your most famous ideas: the allegory of the cave, the realm of forms, the nature of the soul, and the ideal state, which you called the Republic. Sounds good to me. Well, let's start with what I believe to be your most profound idea, the allegory of the cave. Take it away, Plato. Imagine a group of people who have lived their whole lives in a cave. From their childhood, they have been sitting, chained, unable to move even their heads, facing the rear wall of the cave. Behind them blazes a bright fire. Behind the fire and the prisoners runs a barricade. From behind that barricade, their captors have been making shadow puppets on the wall of the cave. As a result, the prisoners' knowledge would be limited to the shadow puppet show that they'd seen on the wall. They would believe these puppet shows to be reality. Then one day, a clever fellow escapes from the cave. And as he steps out into the sunlight, he realizes that everything he's ever known was but an illusion. He tries to free the other captives, but they don't believe in the world he describes, since they don't know anything but shadow puppets. They actually get quite upset when he tells them that their entire world is not real. In the end, the enlightened hero is killed by the very people he's trying to save. Well, that sounds a lot like Socrates. He tried to free people from their mistaken opinions and got killed for his trouble. Indeed. So, Plato, what are we to make of this allegory, besides being an homage to the great Socrates? Well, I wrote this metaphor with 2 points in mind. First, to help people imagine what it would be like to be deceived by their own senses. Second, to demonstrate Socrates' most important idea, the difference between opinion and knowledge. You see, opinion is only true in certain circumstances, whereas knowledge is universally true. Opinion changes constantly, whereas knowledge is constant and always true. So, the things the prisoners believe are opinions. They're only true in their shadowy prison, for they're based on their observation of an illusion. But the things the enlightened man knows are knowledge. They are universally true, for they're based on observations of the real world. So overall, our opinions constrain us, while our perceptions deceive us. By trusting only in our senses and insisting that our opinions are true, we blind ourselves to true knowledge. Is that about right, Plato? That is essentially the allegory of the cave. So, Plato, what is this true knowledge, since you're so enlightened? True knowledge is not something readily perceived by our senses. When we look at the world around us, we see inconsistencies and changes taking place constantly. Things are always moving and changing. Tides come and go, stars come out only to flee again. Rivers devour mountains, and even the hardest steel will collapse to rust. All living things age and die. But knowledge does not change. Knowledge is always true. Thus, we cannot acquire true knowledge based on observations of the natural world. No. Instead, knowledge is accessible only through pure reason and thought. Hold on there, Plato. So you're saying that we can't find knowledge by observing the world around us? Absolutely not. Knowledge does not change. The world does. Therefore, the world is no place to look for knowledge. So where should we look for knowledge? The realm of form. And what's that? So, here's the Earth. What a sweet Earth, you might say. Wrong. Just look at it. It's constantly falling apart and reassembling itself. Trees are growing, rivers are flowing, giraffes are dying. So, what's the alternative? In the realm of form, nothing changes. Everything is always perfect, always as it should be. In the realm of form, trees don't grow, rivers don't flow, and giraffes never die. Things just are. The Earth, and everything in it, is just a shoddy copy of the realm of form. The tree, the river, the giraffe, they're just matter being shoved temporarily into an eternal form. Like Jell-O in a mold, if you say so. Just trying to be helpful. Please, don't. As I was saying, everything in the world is a poor copy of an eternal form. There's the perfect form of tree, a perfect form of cat, a perfect form of human. All the varieties we see in trees, cats, and humans result from the imperfect mechanisms of nature trying, ineffectively, to copy these perfect forms. Okay, so let me see if I got this straight. When, say, John the craftsman builds a wheel, he imagines the perfect form of a circle, which he uses as a blueprint. He then tries to copy this form in the natural world. However, John's skills and tools are imperfect. Try as he might, he can never create a perfect circle. Moreover, even the best craftsman is limited by what he has to work with, and the materials of the natural world are imperfect. Whatever John makes the wheel out of, it will never be perfectly round, even if it seems so to the naked eye. Moreover, it'll eventually wear down and fall apart with time. The resulting wheel is, at best, a rough approximation of the eternal form of circle. So, the perfect circle does not exist in this world. The only time John really sees the perfect form of a circle is in his imagination. Exactly! And there are forms for every object on Earth. People, dogs, trees, even circles. But not just forms of objects. There are forms of ideals. There's a perfect form of justice, a perfect form of love, a perfect form of government. Yet these are just as unattainable in the material world as perfect circles or perfect humans. As poor copies of the perfect human form, it is not surprising that we imperfect humans struggle to achieve the perfect form of justice. Well, this all seems like quite a stretch to me. An eternal, unchanging world that we cannot perceive seems a lot to ask a rational person to swallow. Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever seen a perfect circle? A truly perfect circle? Well, no. But you can see it in your head. I suppose I can. Well, how do you know what it looks like? Where do we get the idea of the perfect? Surely, the perfect must exist somewhere, or we would not be able to imagine it. Well, so where did we see it? In the realm of forms. But I thought we couldn't see the realm of forms. Well, not in this life. But we come from the realm of forms at birth, and we return to it when we die. When we enter the material world and take on a material form, our senses deceive us by showing us a world of change and decay. Our imperfect minds forget the perfect world of forms. Just like the prisoners in the cave, the only place we can perceive the realm of forms anymore is in our minds. When we imagine something perfect, we're actually remembering the perfect form that we'd forgotten. So how are we, imperfect, forgetful mortals, to ever find these perfect eternal forms? Well, we certainly can't look for them here, in the ever-changing material world. Our observations serve only to deceive us. They lead us further from the perfect, rather than closer to it. To find perfection, one must abandon observation, and lead a life of pure contemplation. But if we all did nothing but contemplate, nothing would get done. Oh, certainly, certainly. The contemplative life is not for everyone. Your average person is captivated by his senses, and only concerned with his own opinion. After all, the masses were so unenlightened that they condemned Socrates to death. You don't think very highly of your fellow Athenians. Not a big fan of democracy, are you, Plato? Certainly not. The perfect form of government is a republic, ruled by a class of philosopher kings. The unenlightened classes would do all the work, leaving the philosopher kings free from the mundane concerns of life. This is the only way to allow them to contemplate perfection. You really think no one would mind being ruled by a bunch of self-righteous know-it-alls? People don't know what's good for them. They need someone wise to guide them. Too bad all the wise men are dead. Indeed, Max, indeed. Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I really must get back to the realm of form.
Good seeing you, Plato.
Have a very good one. Yes. That Plato. All joking aside, Plato's impact on Western civilization cannot be overstated. Plato's pure idealism and his distrust of the material world make his philosophy seem more like a religion than a science. And indeed, Christianity would be heavily influenced by Platonic ideals. Yet though Plato was perhaps the least scientific of the Greek philosophers, modern science still owes Plato a great deal. Plato took Socrates' high standard for knowledge and enshrined it as an ideal. Knowledge must be logically consistent and universally true. Plato also emphasized that the true nature of the universe would not be obvious. Plato noted that understanding requires detachment from details and a broader view towards universal truths. Today we call these universal truths laws or constants. Just like Plato said, they are logically consistent and universally true, but not necessarily apparent to our senses. With his realm of forms, Plato strove to explain the world in terms that satisfied Socrates' ideal standard of truth. The fact that Plato's ideals bore little resemblance to reality is inconsequential, though it did upset Aristotle quite a bit. The important thing was that Plato thought that the human mind was capable of breaking free of opinions, sifting through misleading sensory perceptions, and discovering true knowledge. To this end, Plato founded his academy, a place where young men could devote themselves to the pursuit of wisdom. This was a completely new invention and a clear predecessor to our universities. The academy provided a safe forum where one could ask questions and engage in philosophical debate without incurring the wrath of the state. Had Socrates been able to teach at the academy, instead of harassing prominent men in the middle of the marketplace, he might well have avoided his death sentence. Now, let us read our top 10 things to remember from this lecture. Number 10. Plato was an Athenian philosopher. Number 9. Plato was Socrates' student and Aristotle's teacher. Number 8. Plato wrote a lot of dialogues. Number 7. One of those dialogues was called The Republic. It was a book about the perfect state, ruled by philosopher kings. Number 6. Part of The Republic is the allegory of the cave, which shows how false perceptions lead to false opinions. Number 5. Plato believed true knowledge could only come from the realm of forms. Number 4. The realm of forms is a perfect place, eternal and unchanging. Number 3. Plato thought we begin and end our lives in the realm of forms. Number 2. Plato founded the first academy, a precursor to modern universities. And the number one thing to remember about this lecture, Plato hated democracy, because he thought the common people were stupid and enslaved by their own false opinions, and thus incapable of making rational decisions. Well, that's all we have for tonight, folks. I hope you enjoyed this show. Join us next time on Afterlife Tonight.
Although they may have never opened up a single book about ancient Greece or darkened the door of a philosophy class, most people know the name Aristotle. They may not know the century in which he lived or the particulars of what he believed, but if given a multiple choice test, a majority of folks could probably connect the name Aristotle to words like intelligent philosopher or keen mind. In doing so, they would only be scratching the surface of a man whose works continue to impact our modern world. To dig a bit deeper than this, we're going to first take a look at Aristotle the man, and then his teachings of logic and reasoning. Born to a wealthy family from Macedonia, or today's northern Greece, Aristotle had at his disposal the best of education and the arts. In his late teen years, he traveled to Athens to study under the leading mind of the time, Plato himself, at the famous school of Athens known as the Academy. At the Academy, Aristotle spent many years first learning, then teaching the arts of logic, reasoning, and debate. However, his most famous student did not come from the halls of the Academy. Instead, Aristotle returned to his native lands of northern Greece to tutor none other than Alexander the Great, the man who conquered the civilized world of his day and spread in his wake the teachings of his tutor Aristotle. After leaving Alexander the Great, Aristotle returned to Athens and founded his own school known as the Peripatetic School, named not for any philosophical beliefs, but instead for Aristotle's propensity to walk around while teaching. Here Aristotle shared his wisdom, known to us as Aristotelian logic, the teachings of Aristotle and his deductive methods of logic. The first of his teachings we'll seek to understand is probably his most popular. It is a type of logical reasoning known today as a syllogism. In technical terms, a syllogism is an argument which is based on two true statements, making a third statement also true. Since this technical term is hard to wrap our brains around, I'll give you an example. If A equals B and B equals C, then C must also equal A. This is a syllogism. Now, for those of us who have never been fond of using letters as variables, I'll give you another one. If Sam likes everyone in his class, and Sarah is in his class, then we know that Sam likes Sarah. This is another syllogism, one of Aristotle's most famous forms of logical teaching. Along with the use of syllogism, Aristotle believed in the idea of causality, or the relationship between two events. In Aristotle's logic, there can be more than one cause or relationship between events, and these causes can build on one another. For this one, let's use the old "why did the chicken cross the road?" Using Aristotle's belief in causality, this question can have many answers. For instance, perhaps the chicken crossed the road because all chickens walk or fly, and there just happened to be a road in its path. Perhaps the chicken crossed the road because all chickens get hungry, and therefore walk or fly to get food. Whatever the reason, Aristotle would say the causes could be many. Along with the logic of the syllogism and causality, Aristotle gave the world the idea of the mean, which is, in short, the middle between two extremes. In order to live a virtuous life, Aristotle believed man should live in moderation, since even a virtue taken to an extreme becomes a vice. One example often used to explain this idea is courage. Courage controlled is an excellent character trait. However, courage taken to an extreme usually leads to recklessness. Like our moms always said, do everything in moderation. Little did most of us know they were sort of quoting Aristotle himself. Perhaps one of the most famous philosophers of all time was Aristotle, a man from northern Greece who traveled to Athens to study at Plato's Academy. After studying and teaching at this famous school, Aristotle traveled to Macedon to tutor the even more famous Alexander the Great. As Alexander conquered the known world, he spread the teachings of Aristotle. When Aristotle returned to Athens, he founded his own school, known today as the Peripatetic School. At the school, he taught his students his ideas of logic and reasoning. Some of the most lasting of these teachings were his use of syllogism, his belief in causality, and his belief in moderation, known to us as the mean. Although his teachings are thousands of years old, Aristotle and his logic still impact the world today.
When it came to being the quintessential ancient empire, the Romans had it all. They had a massive army, built really impressive structures, and a language with such breadth and depth that it has only been in the last 100 years that some knowledge of it hasn't been mandatory for being considered educated. However, the Romans did not build all that themselves. Like many other deeds of the Romans, they simply took what was best from their neighbors, touched it up with some new details to make it more Roman, and then were not closed-minded when someone came up with something new. In fact, this is a pretty useful paradigm through which to examine the development of Roman myths and religion. In this lesson, we'll look at how Rome's religion was transformed throughout the centuries before becoming the classical myths we still read today. Perhaps no other culture influenced the Romans as much as the Greeks. When you really think about it, this isn't a surprise. From the earliest days of Roman civilization, they always sought to take the most sophisticated ideas possible from their neighbors. In the beginning, that meant the Etruscans, which we'll come back to in a minute. But for the formative years of Roman culture, that meant borrowing from the Greeks. Luckily for the Romans, they didn't have to go that far. The Greeks had built a massive colonial presence in what is now southern Italy and Sicily, which they collectively referred to as Magna Graecia. This meant that there was plenty of first-rate Greek civilization occurring just a short journey away from Rome, and the Romans wanted in on it. As a result, eventually the Romans had adopted a great deal of Greek religion. Of course, they updated it and put a Roman spin on it, all by changing the names of many of the gods, goddesses, and other figures. For example, Zeus, the Greek king of the gods, was now Jupiter, or even Jove, depending on what myth was being alluded to. Heracles became Hercules. Some of the myths were even adopted with little more than a name change. Of course, the Romans would not have thought of themselves as having worshipped Greek gods. Instead, they were Roman gods. To prove this, the Romans needed to look no further than one of their great national epics, the Aeneid. This work told the story of Aeneas, the ancestor of the mythical founder of Rome, Romulus. It turns out that Aeneas was himself Greek, but was tasked with fate to found a civilization whose destiny was to rule the world. In this, the Romans acknowledged that the Greeks had been the first to worship that set of gods, but that it was sheer destiny for the Romans to worship them as well. Other earlier influences became part of the Roman religious belief, especially from the Etruscans, a group that had lived where the Romans did and heavily influenced their culture. Notably, Rome had multiple gods of war. Of course, there was Mars, who showed up in all the myths, but there was also Janus, a two-faced god who was believed to assist Roman armies on campaign. Also, there were the Vestal Virgins, who were loosely linked to the Greek pantheon. The Vestal Virgins were a group of unmarried women who tended to the holy fire of Rome. In any event, the Romans took what was attractive about other mythologies and made it their own. As Rome expanded, it encountered new religious traditions. Some of these became absorbed into the pantheon of Roman belief. For example, if a people had a female goddess of wisdom, then clearly this was Minerva presenting herself in a different way. Still, other religions presented themselves completely outside of the pantheon. For the Roman government, that was okay, as long as proper respect was still paid the Roman way. After all, religion was more about identification with people and less about a personal journey to the Romans. For the people, that meant that as long as they at least acknowledged Roman beliefs, they were free to pursue other paths to spiritual fulfillment. While numerous smaller groups became established during this period, such as the cult of the Egyptian goddess Isis or the Persian figure Mithras, one tradition in particular became especially common: Christianity. Ironically, Rome took a hard stance against Christianity early on, but later embraced it as its official religion. Today, it is still the world's largest religion, and it all got its start back in the Roman Empire. Taking advantage of trade routes across the Mediterranean world, the faith grew from only a few hundred adherents to being recognized as a legitimate belief throughout the empire by 313. The Romans managed to build one of the greatest empires in the ancient world, but were especially helped by their ability to construct a complex pantheon of deities. Of course, much of this was heavily influenced by the Greeks, whom the Romans had frequent early contact with from Magna Graecia, the Greek colonies in southern Italy and Sicily. However, the Romans also were influenced by the Etruscans, a group that lived in central Italy before the Romans and introduced Janus, a two-faced god of war, as well as the Vestal Virgins, a group of women who guarded the holy fire of Rome. Additionally, Persians, Egyptians, and many other groups influenced Roman religions. Finally, however, it was Christianity that would spread to become one of the largest religious traditions in the Roman Empire.
Behold, Italy. It may not look like much, but this graceful peninsula would prove to be home to one of the largest, most enduring civilizations in human history. The Roman Empire. Given its glorious future, we might expect Italy to be a land overflowing with natural resources. But in fact, Italy offered few resources, just a bit of tin, copper, iron, and gold. The only thing Italy had plenty of was fertile land and some very fine marble. Well then, perhaps Italy was a great mercantile center, given its central position and miles of shoreline. But no, the shores of Italy offered few natural harbors, making it surprisingly unsuited to a mercantile empire. Maybe Italy was a sort of natural fortress, surrounded by the sea on three sides and protected by the Alps to the north. But no, Italy's low-lying coastline made it easy to invade by sea, if you could evade the land-based defenses. The Alps provided some protection, but not very much. It was an effective barrier against invaders from the north. So why, with few resources, few harbors, and vulnerable borders, did Italy become the seat of such a mighty empire? Well, Italy had plenty of fertile land, allowing it to support a large population. And since the people of Italy could not easily acquire other resources through mining or trade, the only option remaining was to take them by force. And since Italy offered so few boundaries to invasion, the people of Italy learned the valuable lesson of conquer or be conquered. That must have been the sight that greeted the first Latin-speaking people as they made their way across the Alps between 2000 and 1000 BCE. A lush, fertile land just begging to be conquered. Yet, these early Latin-speaking invaders, or Latins as they're called, were not the first people to set their sights on Italy. The Italian peninsula was already occupied by Etruscans in the north and Greeks in the south. We actually know very little about the Etruscans. We know that they didn't speak Latin or any of the Indo-European languages that had spread from the Black Sea basin. This suggests that they had been living in Italy since as early as 3 to 4000 BCE. In the centuries that followed, they made some neat architectural innovations, including the arch and the vault, and some pretty art including murals and sculptures. The most famous forms of Etruscan art are their funerary urns and sarcophagi. As you may have deduced from these burial statues, women enjoyed an elevated status in Etruscan culture. Both the Greeks and Romans wondered at the freedom of Etruscan women, who engaged in public festivals and dined with their husbands. Unfortunately, the Romans borrowed the Etruscans' arches and art, but not their views on women. While the Etruscans were spreading across northern and central Italy, the Greeks began colonizing southern Italy and Sicily around 800 BCE. The mountains of Greece might have protected the Greeks from invasion, but they offered very little good land for farming. The fertile plains of Italy served as a breadbasket for growing Greek city-states, so the Greeks raced to establish colonies to feed their expanding populations. These Greek colonies were just as civilized as their homeland, and were centers of art, religion, and even philosophy, being home to such famous philosophers as Pythagoras and Archimedes. The Greeks provided the Romans with their alphabet, their religion, and many elements of their art and architecture. Thus, the stage is set for the founding of the Roman Empire. We've examined the setting, the fertile but vulnerable Italian peninsula, and we've met most of the cast of characters, the Etruscans in the north and the Greeks in the south. Now, let us look at these Latin invaders and their first steps into Italy. Our main source for the history of these early Latins is the Roman historian Livy, whose work Ab Urbe Condita, From the Founding of Rome, served as a textbook of Roman history for centuries. However, we're not sure how much to trust Livy. He seems to be fairly rational and tends to look at myths with a great deal of skepticism. But he's still obviously a big fan of Rome and seeks to paint the empire in the best light possible. Moreover, Livy wrote his history in the last century of the classical era, at least 1,000 years after the first Latin-speaking peoples found their way to Italy. This means even Livy's sources were probably more mythical than historical, and, as Livy himself puts it, to such legends as these, I shall attach no great importance. Due to these difficulties, no one is quite sure where the Latin invaders came from. The Romans claimed that their Latin ancestors emigrated from Troy, a far-off city on the coast of Asia Minor, and scene of the famous Greek epic, the Iliad. Historians do not take this claim very seriously. The general assumption is that the Roman link to Troy was an attempt to co-opt some of the glory of Greek civilization. It's much more likely that the Latins weren't civilized people from Asia Minor, but rather barbarians from somewhere in northern Europe. Whatever their source, these people forced their way down into the Italian peninsula, sometime between the 1st and 2nd millennium BCE. The Latins established cities from the Alps all the way down to central Italy, violently displacing the native Etruscans. According to Livy, these Latin cities banded together for mutual protection from the Etruscans, forming the Latin League. At the head of this league was the city of Latium, also known as Alba Longa. Latium was ruled by a series of kings, who engaged in all of the normal scheming and political maneuvering one might expect from rulers. According to Roman myth, one of these rulers, a fellow named Amulius, stole his brother's throne. Fearing his brother's daughter, Rhea Silvia, might produce an heir to challenge him, Amulius forced Rhea to become a Vestal virgin. Despite the enforced chastity of her new position, Rhea became pregnant. Some say that Mars, the god of war, did the deed, but even Livy doesn't give this claim much weight. Rhea was cast into prison, and her twin sons, Romulus and Remus, were cast into the river. They were rescued from the banks of the river by a she-wolf, who suckled the babies as if they were her own, until they were found by a shepherd. The shepherd raised the babies into young men, and they eventually killed their treacherous uncle, who had so sorely abused their mother and themselves, restoring their grandfather to the throne of Latium. Inspired by their victory, the young men set out to found a city of their own. They found the perfect spot along the river Tiber, and marked out its boundaries. All that remained was to give the city a name. Both of the brothers thought the city should be named after himself. Eventually, the conflict came to blows, and Romulus slew his brother Remus, giving the city its new name, Rome. Livy gives the date of this founding as 753 BCE, a date that even modern historians seem to agree with. Romulus then set about establishing his city. He built the walls of Rome, already planning for the city to be larger than any other in Italy. He established the religion of Rome, borrowing some customs from the Greeks, like the worship of Hercules, and some from the Etruscans, like the practice of augury, or predicting the future by the flight of birds. Romulus is also credited with the establishment of Roman law, since, as Livy put it, nothing else but law could unite them into a single body politic. Finally, Romulus is supposed to have established the senatorial class, made up of the founding fathers of Rome. Roman senators, centuries later, would take pride in tracing their lineage back to these original 100 men. To review, Italy seems like a strange place to serve as the seat for a mighty empire. It had few natural resources, few natural harbors for trade, and vulnerable boundaries. All Italy had to offer was fertile land. Yet these features did not dissuade the settlement of Italy by a variety of people. The Etruscans, who may be the native inhabitants of Italy, established a thriving civilization in northern and central Italy. They were quite advanced for their time, and left the Romans a legacy of architectural achievement in the arch and the vault, as well as an impressive body of art. The Greeks needed the fertile land of Italy to feed their people, and began colonizing southern Italy and Sicily around the 8th century BCE. Meanwhile, the Latins, a group of Latin-speaking barbarians, invaded from the north, displacing the Etruscans and establishing their own cities in northern and central Italy. We're not sure exactly where these Latins came from, or even how long they had been in Italy, but we're fairly sure that a group of Latins established the city of Rome around 753 BCE. We're not sure how this founding took place either, but the Romans believed that their city was founded by the twin brothers Romulus and Remus, sons of Mars, the god of war.
When we think of Rome, we tend to think of the Roman Empire, a sprawling collection of nations and peoples ruled by a single emperor. Or we might think of the Roman Public, with its separation of powers and system of checks and balances, ruled by vying aristocratic families. Yet in 753 BCE, Rome was just a new city-state. And like so many city-states of its time, Rome was ruled by a monarchy. This monarchy persisted for more than 2 centuries, until the establishment of the Republic in 510 BCE. Unfortunately, we don't have many details of this monarchy at our disposal. Rome's city records were destroyed during the sack of Rome in 390. Later generations of Romans pieced together a history of their early monarchy from legend and myth. The resulting account is rather short on detail, and of questionable accuracy. Romans of the later Republic were not big fans of kings, and may have attempted to weave republican ideals into their history. As a result, we're not even sure if the kings they list even existed, let alone did the things the Roman historians claim. However, we can piece together a rough history of these legendary kings of Rome, and at least see how the Roman monarchy eventually gave way to the novel Roman Republic. According to Roman legend, the first king of Rome was Romulus, who founded the city and gave it its name. We're not sure if Romulus was a real person or just a figure of legend, but he certainly seems to have been a rather enlightened leader for his time. Romulus did not establish an absolute monarchy, in which the king controlled every aspect of the state, nor did he set up a dynastic monarchy, in which princes succeeded their fathers to the throne. Instead, Romulus set up a sort of limited monarchy, in which the power of the king is checked by other government bodies. He established a council of founding fathers, known as the Senate. The Senate was mostly advisory in function. The only real power Romulus granted the Senate was that they had the power to elect future kings. He probably got this idea from the Etruscans, who used a similar system to elect their own kings. This still left a lot of authority in the hands of the king. In modern terms, the king was all 3 branches of government in one. He was the legislative branch, coming up with new laws. He was the executive branch, enforcing the laws of the state, managing state property, and commanding the Roman army. He was the judicial branch, sitting in judgment of all civil and criminal cases. The king also served a religious function. He served as the intermediary between the gods and the people of Rome, and had administrative control over the state's religion. So while it may be tempting to see a system of checks and balances in the relationship between the Senate and the king, the Senate, at first at least, only exercised real authority during the brief periods between the death of the last king and the election of a new one. Following Romulus, Roman historians record the election of 4 more kings of Rome. They attributed the creation of many Roman traditions and sacraments to these duly elected kings. Though I shall list the dates of their reign, you should know that few historians take these dates very seriously. The first was Numa Pompilius, who supposedly ruled from 715 BCE to 674 BCE. Numa is credited with reforming the Roman calendar to include the months of January and February, establishing the traditional Roman guild system, relocating the Vestal Virgins from Alba Longa to Rome, and introducing several Roman religious rituals. Upon Numa's death, the Senate elected Tullus Hostilius, who reigned from 673 BCE to 642 BCE. Historians are pretty sure that Tullus actually existed, but beyond that we know very little. The Romans gave him credit for conquering many of Rome's Latin neighbors, including the old Latin capital of Alba Longa, and building the first Senate house, the Curia Hostilia. Next came Ancus Marcius, who reigned from 641 BCE to 617 BCE. Marcius was the grandson of Numa, suggesting that though the Roman crown was not hereditary, certain families still tried to make it so. Marcius's contributions to Roman history are almost entirely in the field of battle. He conquered many neighboring Latin cities and relocated their residents to Rome, making them new Roman citizens. He also founded the Roman port city of Ostia. The last of the duly elected Roman kings was Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, aka Tarquin the Elder, who ruled from 616 BCE to 579 BCE. According to our Roman sources, Lucius Tarquinius was not a Roman at all, but rather an Etruscan nobleman who emigrated to Rome. The king at the time, Ancus Marius, was so impressed with Lucius that he appointed him the caretaker of his sons. Thus elevated, Lucius made a bid for the throne upon Marius's death, and won the support of the Senate. The Romans considered Lucius Tarquinius one of their greatest kings. Abroad, he flexed his military muscles in campaigns against Latins, Sabines, and Etruscans. At home, he added several important civic structures to Rome, including the Circus Maximus, the great Roman racetrack, and the Cloaca Maxima, Rome's impressive sewer system. The death of Tarquinius Priscus marked the end of legitimate kingship in Rome. Tarquinius Priscus was not succeeded by an elected king, but rather by his son-in-law, Servius Tullius, who ruled from 578 BCE to 535 BCE. Despite his unusual path to power, Servius was remembered fondly by the Romans, who attributed many important parts of their society to him. Servius supposedly tried to decrease the power of the aristocracy and grant greater power to the common people. He came up with a new class system that extended the vote to a much larger portion of the Roman population, and he changed voting rights to align with people's place of residence rather than their lineage. He also replaced the aristocratic comitia curiata with the more inclusive comitia centuriata. Yet Servius still took efforts to maintain the authority of the aristocracy by making sure that the few votes of the rich could always outweigh the many votes of the poor. These reforms had a military aspect as well, since the divisions of classes determined a person's military obligation to the state. The last king of Rome was Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, also known as Tarquin the Proud, who ruled from 534 BCE to 509 BCE. This Tarquin was the grandson of Tarquin the Elder, the last legitimate king of Rome. Tarquin the Proud's reign was marked by some great victories, some horrible failures, and some good old-fashioned cruelty. Tarquin arranged for the murder of his predecessor, Servius Tullius. As the old king lay dying on the street, Tarquin immediately seized power and killed off many important senators, making enemies of the senatorial class. Following his ascension to the throne, Tarquin united the remaining Latin towns under Roman rule and began a very successful campaign against the Volsci and the Sabines, pillaging many of their cities and making him increasingly wealthy. This wealth allowed him to win public support through festivals and circuses. When the money ran out, Tarquin set out to conquer the wealthy Rutuli, but the campaign went poorly. With no more money to appease the commoners, and the aristocracy enraged, Tarquin found himself on shaky ground. In the middle of this delicate situation, Tarquin's son Sextus raped an important Roman noblewoman named Lucretia. Dishonored, Lucretia killed herself. With this, the Tarquins had gone too far. The rape of Lucretia became a rallying cry for commoner and noble alike. Tarquin was thrown out of town by Lucretia's widowed husband, Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus, and Lucius Junius Brutus, whose descendant would later overthrow Julius Caesar. To review, Rome was a monarchy from 753 BCE to 510 BCE. We have no reliable sources about this period, and the kings of Rome are as much legends as they are historical figures. Later writers in Republican Rome attributed many of their most sacred rites and traditions to these early Roman kings. This may reflect historical reality, but more likely it was an attempt to weave Republican ideals into the distant past. Whatever the case, the kings of Rome played an important role in Roman history, if only in the imaginations of the Romans.
it's pretty safe to say most people know a little bit about Roman history. I'm guessing most of us can even name an emperor or two. The problem is that's all most of us are familiar with, Rome's imperial period. Very few have knowledge of Rome as a republic. Today, we're going to remedy this by giving the Roman Republic its place in the sun. To begin, when Lucius Junius Brutus led the Romans in the 509 BCE revolt against the very oppressive Etruscan monarchs, the Romans were finally free from a rule by a king or an emperor. Tradition tells us that Brutus, who perhaps could compare to our American revolutionists, so hated the Etruscan kings that he had the people of Rome swear to never again allow any man to rule as king of Rome. With this at the forefront of their decision-making, Brutus and the Romans established a republic, a system of government in which citizens choose representatives to govern on their behalf. Now that we have a bit about the republic's origin under our belt, let's take a look at 3 things that made its rise not only possible, but extremely successful. They are its location, its military strategy, and its well-formed political structure. Starting with location, central Italy was ideal for the republic's rise. With the Alps as a natural protective wall to the north and surrounded by seas in all other directions, the area lent itself to natural defense, unless enemy armies were capable of invading by sea. Controlling almost all of the Italian peninsula, by around 290 BCE, the protected landmass became home base for the Republic's expanding conquests. It also allowed the Republic, after some intense skirmishes with the Carthaginians of North Africa, to dominate the Mediterranean Sea. This brought trade and wealth to its lands. Before Rome became an empire in 27 BCE, the Republic included places like the Iberian Peninsula, North Africa, Greece, and even modern-day France. With that list of conquered lands, we hit reason number 2 for the Republic's rise and success, its military strategy. Although the Roman military was definitely a force to be reckoned with, it was not just its brute force that caused its rise to power. It was its strategy of appeasement, or, in other words, the Republic's ability to keep its conquered lands happy. Unlike many invading forces, when the Republic conquered a land, it respected and upheld the traditions and cultures of the conquered people. In doing this, they saw fewer costly revolts and less drain on their military. With this strategy of appeasement, the conquering Republic also brought a better quality of life. Once an area was assimilated into the Republic, it was protected by the Republic and no longer as susceptible to raiding marauders. With this protection, the Republic also brought an improved infrastructure, a strong currency, and access to many more affordable goods and services. With all of these positives, the Republic was able to keep its new constituents under control. Yes, they did have to give up some freedoms. Yes, they put up an initial fight, but in the end, many were appeased by their improved standard of living. With this setup, the Republic continued to rise in power. This brings us to the last reason for its rise, its well-formed political structure. To help cement this in our minds, we're going to compare and contrast it to the United States government. Unlike in the American system, the natural-born inhabitants of the Republic, who were not slaves, were officially broken into 2 main groups, and mobility between the classes did not occur. The 2 classes were the patricians, members of the upper class, including the nobility and the wealthy landowners, and the plebeians, or the common people of Rome. If a man was a patrician, he could hold the highest position in government, known as consul. Since this position oversaw the workings of the government and its officials, while also being the commander of the army outside the city of Rome, we can compare it to the U.S. executive branch. The consuls were elected from the Senate, a group of 300 patricians, who were, in essence, the lawmakers of Rome. They made decisions on spending, while also controlling taxation and relationships with foreign powers. Again, we can loosely compare the Roman Senate to the legislative branch of the American government. The last governing body of the Roman Republic was the Assembly. The Assembly allowed plebeians, or common citizens, into its membership. Although the Assembly didn't start out with much power, it definitely gained it as the Republic aged. From this body came the Roman tribune, a position of power which gave its holder the right to intervene on legal matters and veto legislation. For this reason, we'll link them to the American judicial branch. Like any form of government, The political structure of the Republic had its ups and downs, but what made it so strong was the fact that it did not rise and fall with one man. For instance, when a king died, all chaos could ensue. However, when a consul, senator, or tribune died, the Republic could withstand such loss. In other words, it was much like how the American system is supposed to work. It's the position, not the person, who held true power. Upon freeing themselves from the conquering Etruscans of the north, the Romans formed a republic, or a system of government in which citizens choose representatives to govern on their behalf. Founded by Lucius Junius Brutus and his fellow Romans, the republic rose to the heights of power, expanding its territory to encompass all of the Italian peninsula and places like the Iberian Peninsula, North Africa, Greece, and even modern-day France. Although the brute force of the Republic was formidable, there are three other reasons which led to its rise. First, the Republic was protected by the Alps to the north and the seas in all other directions. These natural boundaries made it easy to defend. Second, the Republic had excellent military strategy. Upon conquering a land, they would respect the cultures and traditions of the land. Add to this the improved standard of living they brought with them, and you can see why the Republic was very good at appeasing its newly conquered constituents. Last, the Republic had a well-formed political structure. Although this system was rife with social inequality, it placed power into the many hands of those elected by the people, instead of into the hands of one single mortal man.
In 509 BCE, the Roman people were tired of kings. Their king, Tarquin the Proud, had alienated himself from most of the population. He'd murdered his political opponents, making enemies of the aristocracy. He'd also run out of money to buy the love of the commoners, and led a disastrous campaign against some of Rome's neighbors. This last offense was too much for the Romans. Led by Lucretia's widowed husband, the Romans drove the terrible Tarquin king and his horrid princes into exile. Since they'd gotten rid of their old king, the Romans were none too keen on getting a new one. Rome would no longer be the plaything of kings. Instead, Rome would be a public thing. That is what the word republic means. Res is a general word meaning a thing or a matter, and publica means public. Res publica, the public thing. To ensure that this new republican government was accountable to the public, several reforms slowly transformed the old Roman monarchy into a republic. At the heart of these reforms lay a single core concept: checks and balances. Romans wanted to make sure that no individual could ever wield the sort of power their kings once had. Instead, they wanted every official to be held accountable to the public and the state. This concern would provide the main motivation for pretty much all of the reforms of the Roman Republic. The first thing Romans needed to do was to replace their king with some sort of executive. The warlike Romans knew that command could not be handled by a large group. Leadership, especially in war, offers little opportunity for debate. It requires split-second decisions and unquestioned authority. At the same time, the Romans didn't want to give that sort of unquestioned authority to a single man, and they certainly didn't want anyone holding such power for very long. So the Romans came up with a novel solution. They'd take the responsibilities of the king and split them between two people, called consuls. That way neither consul had absolute power, since the other consul could veto him. And to make sure no consul was able to cause too much trouble, they limited the consul's term to 1 year, and required them to wait 10 years before serving a second term. Splitting up the authority of the king was just the first step the Romans took to check the power of their government. They also greatly increased the power of the Senate. The Senate was a council of Roman aristocrats, called patricians, that used to advise the Roman kings. Under the Republic, the Senate gained control of public funds. This added another effective check to the power of the consuls. Since whatever the consuls decided to do, the Senate could always deny them the money to do it. The patricians of Rome also found another outlet for power in the assembly of the Curia. The Curia were the 30 foremost patrician families of Rome. In the early republic, these families would send representatives to an assembly, which voted on legislation, tried capital court cases, and most importantly, elected the consuls. Between the Senate and the assembly of the Curia, the patricians of Rome now held far greater sway than they had under the king. However, the common people of Rome, known as plebeians or just plebs, still felt as powerless as they had ever been. A few decades after the foundation of the republic, efforts were made to increase the voice of the plebs. Another assembly, the Assembly of Centuries, came to the forefront. This assembly, made up of Roman soldier divisions, called centuries, had supposedly been around since the time of Roman kings. In the Republic, this Assembly of Centuries gained much authority, eventually taking many of the powers of the Assembly of the Curia. Eventually, they got the right to elect consuls, as well as some other new positions like censors, who were in charge of measuring the Roman population and adding new members to the Senate. Finally, only the Assembly of the Centuries could declare war. The Assembly of the Centuries was neither purely plebeian nor purely patrician. It was a mixed bag. However, the superior numbers of the plebs were outweighed by the fact that the weight of one's vote in the assembly was determined by the amount of property one owned. Thus, the richest members of Rome still controlled most of the voting power. Another new assembly was the Assembly of Tribes. The Assembly of Tribes came about as the result of a reorganization of the Roman population. Instead of being divided by lineage and relationship to a patrician family, the tribes of Rome were instead divided by geographical location. The resulting tribes formed an assembly, which voted on legislative matters. They also elected public officials, such as quaestors, who were the police of the time. The assembly was also a mixed bag of patricians and plebs. Unlike the Assembly of the Centuries, the weight of one's vote was not dependent on one's property or wealth. However, since each tribe had but one vote, and since patricians were rich and influential, the aristocratic patricians were still calling the shots. Though the plebs now had the right to vote, and though they outnumbered the patricians by a large margin, they still found their political power rather limited. Patricians got the first vote in the Assembly of Centuries, and their votes counted for more. Patricians also seemed to get their way in the Assembly of Tribes more often than not. Moreover, all the highest positions of authority were reserved for members of the patrician class. A patrician consul, elected by a patrician assembly, and accountable only to his fellow patricians, was unlikely to show much respect to the plebs beneath him. Eventually, the plebs got fed up with this abuse. They were the ones who fought in Rome's army. They were the ones who produced all the food. Why shouldn't they have a voice? In 494 BCE, the plebs had had enough. In the middle of a war, the plebs dropped their weapons, left the city of Rome en masse, and threatened to start their own city nearby, and leave the patricians to figure out how to fight the enemy, as well as how to feed and clothe themselves. The plebs refused to return until they had been given the power to elect their own officials. This mass strike had the desired effect. The plebs formed the plebeian council, which was organized just like the Assembly of Tribes, except that it excluded the patrician class from its ranks. This council started out with just one form of real power. They could elect a plebeian tribune. The tribune was an enormously powerful political position. Though he could not make laws or execute them, he had the power to veto the proposals of any other political body in Rome, including the consuls and the Senate. With this veto, the tribune could protect the plebs from oppressive taxes and unfair prosecution by patricians. As time went by, the plebeian council gained more and more power. They gained the right to make laws. At first, these laws applied only to plebs and could be vetoed by the Senate. However, as time went by and the common people gained greater power, the Senate lost the power to veto pleb laws, and eventually laws passed by the plebeian council applied to patricians and plebs equally. To review, after the expulsion of its last king, the people of Rome decided to found a republic. The goal of the republic was to mitigate the authority of any one person through an increasingly complex system of checks and balances. The first set of checks and balances involved the election of two consuls, who would exercise the same authority that the king used to wield. Since there were two of them, one could always veto the other. Another check on the power of the consuls was the Senate, which controlled the state treasury and thus could control the consuls by denying them funds. However, the Senate and consuls were all members of Rome's upper class, called patricians. These patricians used to run Rome's only assembly, the assembly of the Curia, which elected the consuls, made laws, and judged cases. The common people, or plebs, wanted to make sure that there were checks on patrician power as well. A series of new assemblies came to the fore, each increasing the power of the plebs. First, the assembly of the centuries gave plebs the right to vote. However, the vote of a rich man counted for much more than the vote of a poor man in this assembly, so the patricians still ran the show. Next, the assembly of the tribes made pleb votes equal to that of patricians. But because the whole tribe only got one vote, and because patricians were still rich and powerful, the assembly of the tribe still tended to vote as the patricians wanted. Finally, after a mass strike, the plebs finally got the power they desired. They got their own council, the plebeian council, which had the right to elect a plebeian tribune. The tribune's main authority was his ability to veto the acts of any other part of the Roman government, including the once supreme consuls. Over time, the plebeian council slowly gained the power to make laws, first for the plebs, and then for all of the Roman Empire. In 509 BCE, the Romans chased their last king out of town, and the Roman Republic was formed. Rome was not yet the seat of a mighty empire. It was just one of many cities seeking control over Italy. To the north were the Etruscans, to the east were the Samnites, to the far south were the Greeks, and right at Rome's doorsteps were the cities of the other Latins, united by a common language, yet not by common leadership. Rome quickly rose to the forefront of its fellow Latin city-states, and sought to lead them all. Though some of the Latin states resisted, following the Battle of Lake Regillus in 493, Rome took leadership of the former Latin League as part of a mutual defense pact called the Treaty of Cassius. Though the other Latin cities grumbled, Rome's leadership was essential. The Latins were a tiny minority compared to the more powerful neighbors like Etruscans, Samnites, and the Volsci. The Latin cities needed Rome to protect them from their neighbors. Latins were not the only people who sought Rome's protection from powerful neighbors. In 343, the Campani people of Capua, under attack from their Samnite neighbors, surrendered their city and territory to Rome, rather than have it fall into the hands of invaders. This put Rome into something of a pickle, since they had already negotiated a peace treaty with the Samnites. They sent emissaries informing the Samnites that Campania was under Roman protection. When the Samnites attacked anyway, Rome declared war, and this began the First Samnite War. Rome sent two armies, one to defend Campania, and the other to attack the Samnites at home, in Samnium. The Romans enjoyed several victories, and after 2 years of fighting, the Samnites were soundly defeated, and signed a peace treaty with Rome. Rome's territory now included the lands of the Campania. Between the Romans and their new lands around Capua lay a number of Latin city-states. As Rome looked for ways to unify its territory, the Latins must have felt rather threatened. As the power of Rome grew, the Latins became less and less afraid of their neighbors, and more afraid of Rome. Indeed, the Latins were in the middle of plotting a rebellion against Rome until news of the Roman victory over the Samnites reached them. The Latins instead turned their armies against the recently beaten Samnites, conducting raids and nibbling away at their territory. They were joined in these forays by the recently liberated Campani, seeking revenge against the Samnite invaders. The Samnites complained to Rome, asking them to honor the peace treaty they had just signed and control their subject cities. But when Rome tried to rein in the Latins in Campani, they turned against Rome in a full-scale revolt, known today as the Latin War. This war was the last bid of the smaller states of central Italy for independence. The Latins in Campani were joined by the Volsci, the Sidicini, and the Aurunci. Meanwhile, the Romans found unlikely allies in the recently defeated Samnites, and these two states, representing the toughest powers in central Italy, effectively crushed the resisting states between them. The big guys teamed up against the little guys, and the little guys fell in line. Samnium's territory was secured, and Rome now controlled the entire western coast of central Italy. Yet this newfound friendship between Rome and Samnium would not last long. The Romans were eager to spread eastward into the mountains. The Samnites wanted to establish a foothold on the western coast of Italy. As the Romans began establishing colonies in, technically, Samnite land, the Samnites seized control of the city of Neapolis, modern-day Naples. The people of Neapolis appealed to Rome for help, and the Second or Great Samnite War began. This war stretched for the better part of 2 decades, with neither side able to pull off a decisive victory. Though Rome suffered some serious setbacks, they quickly learned from their mistakes. To defend their coastal interests, the Romans built their first navy. To move troops around quickly and keep them supplied, the Romans began building an impressive network of roads. To keep up with the constant drain on manpower, Roman conscription reached new levels. To help hold their gains, the Romans established colonies in conquered territory. These decisions not only helped the Romans defeat their rivals, but would also prove instrumental in the future expansion of the empire. By 304, the Samnites, who had fought so hard to gain access to the western coast, found themselves landlocked. Their coastal territory in eastern Italy fell into Roman hands, and the Samnites were forced to take refuge in their mountain strongholds. Frustrated by Rome in central Italy, the Samnites attempted to expand southward in the vain hope of regaining some sort of coastal territory. They attacked the Lucanians, who in turn appealed to Rome for help. Alarmed by this Samnite aggression, Rome once again declared war, beginning the third and final Samnite War. Seeing this as perhaps their last chance to halt the progress of Rome, a wide variety of northern Italians joined forces with the Samnites. Etruscans, Umbrians, even the barbaric Gauls joined forces with Samnium against Rome. Though the Romans were hard-pressed to face this unified front, their superior discipline and leadership led them to defeat the combined forces. By 290, the Samnites had been conquered completely. Rome now controlled central Italy from coast to coast. Having proceeded as far east as they could go, the Romans now turned their eyes south, to the lands controlled by Greek colonies. They found an excuse to start a war when the city of Tarentum sunk some Roman ships off their coast. Rome declared war on Tarentum. Tarentum appealed to the Greek mainland for assistance. Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, answered their call. In 280, Pyrrhus landed in Italy with a significant army. Though King Pyrrhus was nominally victorious, he suffered heavy casualties in his battles with the Romans. The result was a war of attrition. The Romans were simply able to replace soldiers faster than Pyrrhus could. After less than 5 years of war, King Pyrrhus was soundly defeated, and the Romans added southern Italy to their territory. A decade later, to the north, the last Etruscan stronghold fell. In 2.5 centuries, the Romans had effectively conquered the whole of Italy, from the Audus River to the tip of the peninsula. To review, Rome faced several obstacles in its fight for dominion over Italy. Etruscans to the north, Samnites to the east, Greeks to the south, and the Latins underfoot. Through a series of wars and alliances, Rome brought these peoples into the Roman fold. They first allied with the Latins to fight the Samnites in the First Samnite War. Next, they allied with the Samnites against the Latins in the Latin War. With the Latins under control, the Romans continued their assault on Samnium in a series of 2 wars that spanned the better part of a century, until in 290 BCE, the Samnites were utterly defeated. Rome then turned to the Greek colonies of southern Italy. Though these colonies received help from King Pyrrhus on the Greek mainland, they too fell under Roman control during the Pyrrhic War. During all of these conflicts, the Etruscans struggled to maintain their independence from Roman control. Yet this last Etruscan resistance collapsed in 264, leaving Rome the master of all Italy. By the mid-3rd century BCE, the Romans reigned supreme in Italy. They'd squashed the Sabines, vanquished the Volsci, trounced the Etruscans, slaughtered the Samnites, unmanned the Umbrians, messed up the Messapians, and even grappled with Greeks. They only stopped fighting because they'd run out of land to conquer. Italy was now entirely under the control of the Roman Republic, yet a threat to Roman supremacy was growing right at their doorstep. Just off the toe of Italy sits the island of Sicily, and that island was being conquered by another ambitious city-state, with its own imperial designs. Just across the Mediterranean, on the shores of Africa, stood Carthage. Carthage is, in many ways, a mirror of Rome. Carthage was founded as a Phoenician colony around 800 BCE. Rome was founded fewer than 50 years later. As a result of this slight delay, the Carthaginians had a small head start on the Romans, and the fact that theirs was a naval empire, while Rome was a land empire, gave them a still greater advantage. But Carthage's greatest advantage was that it was a Phoenician colony trying to unify other Phoenician colonies, with whom they shared a common language and culture. By contrast, the Romans were invaders, forced to fight against dozens of independent peoples who all spoke different languages. Carthage's many advantages meant that Carthage was capital of a prosperous coastal empire that dominated the western Mediterranean. They controlled the northern coast of Africa, the southern coast of Spain, and most of the islands of the western Mediterranean, including half of Sicily. By contrast, Rome was the capital of a mere peninsula, albeit a densely populated one. Yet relative size was not the only difference between the Carthaginians and the Romans. Carthage was a city of traders. They were ruled by a council of merchant princes. They were highly civilized, literate, and scientifically advanced, though they also may have engaged in human sacrifice. What's important to know now is that the Carthaginians had built their empire through trade and wealth as much as through force. By contrast, Rome was a nation of soldiers and farmers. Their republic was run, in many respects, like an oversized military camp. Roman culture was relatively primitive compared to the advanced Carthaginians. They did not have Carthage's wealth or intercontinental trade routes at their disposal. But what the Romans lacked in money and refinement, they made up for in manpower, strict organization, and ferocity. Combining these attributes, the Romans had built their empire through conquest and bloodshed. In 264 BCE, the ambitious Roman Republic and the wealthy Carthaginian Empire collided on the island of Sicily in the First Punic War. This war was very similar to Athens' battle with Sparta in the Peloponnesian War, in that it pitted a powerful army against a large and maneuverable navy. It was a drawn-out, bloody affair, with the Carthaginians trying to keep the battle at sea, and the Romans trying to force the battle to land. After 24 years of continuous warfare that exhausted both cities, Carthage was driven from Sicily, and forced to pay Rome a huge war indemnity, or fine. Bankrupted by the war and the indemnity, and unable to pay its mercenaries, the Carthaginian Empire was thrown into a mercenary war. Rome took advantage of the chaos to add the islands of Corsica and Sardinia to its growing Mediterranean empire. After a while, the Carthaginians got their house in order and sought to expand their empire again. Frustrated at sea by growing Roman dominance, the Carthaginians instead started colonizing the Iberian Peninsula. The native Iberians weren't nearly so viciously organized as the Romans, and the Carthaginians spread easily. The Romans were once again nervous about the growing power of Carthage, or at least that's what the Roman historians say. Personally, I think that Rome was just looking for a new target for their annual warfare, since they'd just finished conquering Illyria across the Adriatic in 219 BCE. Whatever the reason, in 218 BCE, Rome declared war, and the Second Punic War began. The Roman navy had improved significantly since the beginning of the last Punic War, and they were confident they could hold off any Carthaginian invasion. Yet while the Romans had been beefing up their navy, the Carthaginians had been building up a huge army in Spain. Rome was so fixated on rebuffing the Carthaginian navy that it never occurred to them that someone might be crazy enough to march that big Spanish army over the Alps and invade Italy by land. Yet that is just what the Carthaginian general did. That general's name was Hannibal, and his military genius made him one of the most fearful figures in Roman history. When Hannibal's army, which included dozens of war elephants, descended from the Alps, he must have felt much like those first Latins had felt, looking down on the Italian peninsula 1,000 years earlier. Here was a lush land, just begging to be conquered. Indeed, had Hannibal not lost his siege engines during his passage through the Alps, he very well might have conquered all of Italy. Hannibal smashed every army the Romans put in front of him, but without siege equipment he was unable to take Rome itself. Instead, Hannibal laid waste across the countryside and tried to entice other Italian cities to rebel. For some reason, not one Italian city took up arms against Rome. Perhaps it was loyalty, or perhaps these cities feared Rome more than they feared this invader. Whatever the reason, Hannibal's plan to turn Rome's subjects against it failed. Nevertheless, through his military genius, Hannibal ravaged Italy for 16 years. Now you may be wondering, how did Hannibal catch the mighty Romans with their pants down? Shouldn't they have been better prepared? After all, they were the ones who started the war. There are two reasons Rome fared so poorly. I've already mentioned the first problem. No one had expected Hannibal to take his army over the mountains. Rome had been expecting another naval war, like the First Punic War, so Roman troops were scattered across numerous islands. The second problem was that Rome had overextended itself. While Hannibal was ravaging his way across Italy, Philip V of Macedon had taken advantage of the chaos to expand his own kingdom. Philip's invasion of Greece and Illyria prevented the veteran armies Rome had deployed to the east from returning home to reinforce Italy. Unable to bring its full strength to bear against Hannibal, the Romans had to resort to delaying techniques. Once Philip had been dealt with, some of Rome's best armies were once again available for battle. Rather than running home to oust the invader, the Roman general Scipio brought the fight to Carthage. Scipio invaded Africa, earning him the name Scipio Africanus, and, more importantly, cutting off Hannibal's supply lines. Hannibal hurried home with his army and was soundly defeated at the Battle of Zama in 202 BCE. The following year, Carthage surrendered. The mighty Carthaginian Empire was reduced to little more than the city of Carthage itself, and Rome further burdened Carthage with an even larger war indemnity than for the First Punic War. Meanwhile, Carthage's holdings in Spain were added to the Roman Empire. Rome had also gained territory during their simultaneous war with Philip V of Macedon, and gained a foothold in Africa by establishing Numidia as a client state. Things were looking pretty good for Rome, and pretty terrible for Carthage. In a single lifetime, little more than 60 years, Rome and Carthage had reversed positions. Rome was now the dominant force in the western Mediterranean. It had added Carthage's European territory to the empire, and extended its reach eastward. By contrast, Carthage was now the underdog, allowed only to live because the Romans could get more money out of Carthage through Carthage paying the indemnity than they could through just pillaging the city. 50 years later, Carthage had finally managed to pay off that huge indemnity, meaning that Rome no longer had any interest in keeping them alive. In an act of pure tyranny, Rome demanded that the Carthaginians abandon their city and resettle 10 miles inland. For a trading nation, this was a death sentence. Carthage naturally refused, and Rome descended upon its old nemesis with all its might, besieging the city for 2 years before it fell at last in 146 BCE. To review, from 264 to 146 BCE, the Romans fought a series of 3 wars with the rival state of Carthage. These wars are collectively called the Punic Wars. The First Punic War was over ownership of Sicily. It stretched for 24 years before the Romans were finally victorious. Rome gained the island of Sicily, and Carthage paid a huge fine. The Second Punic War was fought over a perceived threat to Roman power. Carthage had begun colonizing Spain, and Rome responded by declaring war. The Carthaginian general Hannibal marched his army from Spain to Italy, and laid waste to the Italian countryside for 16 years. Rome only won by bringing the war to Africa under the leadership of Scipio Africanus. Rome gained dominance over the western Mediterranean, and Carthage lost almost all of its territory, and received another even larger fine. The Third Punic War brought an end to Carthage. After a 3-year siege, Rome burned Carthage to the ground. Of all Rome's contributions to Western civilization, Roman law is probably their greatest legacy. It has been said that law and order were Rome's biggest exports. As the Roman Empire expanded, the Romans imposed their legal system on the territories that they conquered. Feuding nations, one by one, fell into the fold of the Pax Romana, or Roman peace, and the Mediterranean entered an era of peace and prosperity that lasted for about 2 centuries. Roman law has a history nearly as old as Rome itself. In the early days of the Republic, Roman law was held in the minds and memories of Rome's judges and magistrates. Such a system was prime for abuse. A magistrate could forget or even change laws on a whim, and there was no way to question him. And since magistrates were aristocrats, or patricians, as the Romans called them, the common people, or plebs, had little hope of finding justice in such a system. The plebs protested this justice system for many years, until at last, in 450 BCE, Roman law was codified and written down in the famous 12 Tables of Rome. This written law guaranteed that all, high as well as low, were subject to the laws of Rome. As the years went by and the Republic matured and became more inclusive, the Roman legal system was reformed to accommodate these changes. The rulings of judges began to be used as precedent for future cases, as did the edicts of praetors. Simultaneously, philosophical ideals from Stoicism found their way into Roman law. These reforms did not stop with the death of the Republic and the rise of the Principate. Roman emperors, struggling to deal with the new challenges of the empire, would often appoint imperial jurists to refine and interpret the law. From Gaius to Ulpian to Paulus, these jurists helped establish the philosophical underpinnings of law, creating a philosophy of justice that endures to this day. So let us take a look at the fruits of these men's labors and explore the scope and depth of Roman law. The Romans divided their law into 3 branches: civil law, the law of peoples, and natural law. Civil law was the law of Rome and its citizens. These laws enumerated the rights and obligations of Roman citizenship. It included statutes of the Senate, decrees of the emperor, the edicts of praetors, and, of course, customs older than Rome itself. The law of the peoples was a later development, which came about as the Romans rushed to provide laws for the peoples they'd conquered. Unlike civil law, which was only intended for Roman citizens, the law of peoples applied to all people, regardless of nationality. The law of peoples established the rights of personal property. Historians these days now look at the protection of personal property as the foundation of any just society. Yet before we give the Romans too much credit, we should note that the rights of personal property included the right to own another person as a slave. The law of peoples also laid down the laws of trade, commerce, and contracts. While the Romans were developing their civil and people's laws, a separate, more philosophical concept of law began to develop. This was a law for all people and for all time. Under the influence of the Stoics, the Romans gradually came to the conclusion that the whole universe obeyed a rational, natural order, and that this order was just and right. The Romans called this order natural law. A great Roman statesman named Cicero believed that this natural law superseded the laws of men and states. Roman natural law held that all men were born equal, and that they have certain rights that no government can violate. Nearly 2,000 years later, this Roman concept of natural law would inspire the founding fathers of America. This legal spirit did not end with the death of the Republic. Indeed, under the steady leadership of Roman emperors, the Roman Empire and its laws expanded across the Mediterranean. This system of law and order was known as the Pax Romana, or Roman peace, and it proved to be Rome's greatest export. Though the peoples and cities the Romans conquered likely resented Roman subjugation, they could not deny that their lives were far more peaceful and orderly than they had been before. Roman law was rather fair and balanced for its time, and it was enforced by the armies of a mighty empire. This became the trade Rome made with the people it conquered. They relinquished control of their government to Rome, and Rome, in exchange, provided them with justice and peace. This was a bargain most people could tolerate, and for 200 years the Mediterranean fell under the sway of the Pax Romana. From 20 BCE to 180 CE, war within the empire was virtually unknown. In this era of peace, the provinces gradually became Romanized. Protected from invasion by the Roman army and secured in their property and persons by Roman law, the provinces were eager to gain the fruits of Roman civilization, like roads, running water, and culture. Cities strove to live up to this new Roman standard. Gymnasia, theaters, schools, fountains, monuments, temples, and workshops sprung up all across the empire. To review, Roman law has a history stretching nearly 1,000 years. As the Republic transformed, so did its law system. Philosophers, jurists, praetors, and emperors reformed Roman law to suit the needs of the time. Roman law was divided into 3 branches. There was civil law, which established the rights and obligations of Roman citizens. There was the law of peoples, which applied to everyone in the empire, regardless of their nationality. The law of peoples served as Rome's trade and contract law, and also established people's right to private property. Finally, there was natural law. This law never entered the law books, but was more of a philosophical law of nature, an ideal that the Romans tried to imitate in their own laws. As the Romans expanded their empire, they brought their laws with them, bringing 2 centuries of law and order to the Mediterranean. This Roman peace, or Pax Romana, was Rome's greatest export. The memory of Roman law and peace remains one of Rome's greatest legacies, inspiring the laws of free people around the world even to this day. By the 2nd century BCE, the city of Rome reigned supreme in the western Mediterranean. Through centuries of endless warfare, the Romans had conquered a wide variety of peoples, including Etruscans, Samnites, Greeks, Sicilians, Iberians, and Carthaginians. Though some of these conquered peoples were fortunate enough to be made Roman citizens, a vast number of them were taken as slaves. By 146 BCE, slaves may have made up as much of 1/3 of Italy's population. This massive slave population had grave implications for the Republic. In the century to follow, Rome wrestled with social unrest, assassination, dictatorship, and of course, slave revolt. In 134 BCE, over 70,000 slaves rebelled in Sicily. They decimated an entire Roman army before finally being quelled, only to revolt again in 104 BCE. But the most terrifying slave revolt occurred in 73 BCE, when a gladiator named Spartacus led a band of fugitive slaves on a rampage across southern Italy. Unlike previous slave revolts, this one had a core of trained fighters in Spartacus and his fellow gladiators. As Spartacus defeated legion after legion, more and more slaves flocked to his army, swelling its ranks to nearly 70,000. It took Rome nearly 3 years to defeat Spartacus. When his army was finally routed in 71 BCE, Romans wanted to make sure no slave ever got the thought of rebellion into their head again. 6,000 slaves were crucified along the Appian Way, from Rome to Capua, to serve as a grisly reminder of the price of rebellion. Terrifying as the Romans found these slave revolts, they were only the most obvious symptom of the slave problem. Slaves were not the only people dissatisfied with their lot in the Roman Republic. The city of Rome was divided into 4 classes, of which slaves were at the bottom. At the top were the senators, 300 ancient and wealthy aristocratic families who ran the Senate. Beneath these were the equites, a slightly larger class comprised of the lesser nobility and wealthy commoners. Beneath this class were the plebs, or common citizens of Rome. Though this class comprised the vast majority of the Roman population, they controlled only a small fraction of its land and wealth. The plebs still ranked better than slaves in that they were free, However, this freedom meant very little to the thousands of poor plebs inhabiting Rome, to whom freedom meant choosing whether to starve in the city or to starve in the country. How did things get so bad for the common plebs of Rome? Well, for the last couple centuries, while the plebs had been out conquering new territories in the Roman army, the upper classes had been buying up all the good land in Italy, using slaves from newly conquered lands to farm huge plantations. This left many plebs with no land to support themselves in the country, so many of them moved to the city. Yet the story was the same in Rome. The senators and equites had control of the city's many trades, and staffed them all with slaves. By the mid-2nd century BCE, the vast majority of Italy's farms, mines, mills, and manufacturing ran on slave labor. This left most plebs with no land, no job, and few prospects. In 133, a pair of brothers, Tiberius and Gaius of the house of Gracchus, tried to remedy this situation. These brothers, or the Gracchi as they're called, were of the plebeian nobility, meaning that their family was plebeian, but had been raised to the aristocracy. Despite their noble upbringing, the Gracchi tried to find ways to help the plebs. Perhaps they did this out of sympathy for the plebs, being just a few generations from being plebs themselves, or maybe the Gracchi simply had the foresight to see what so many Roman aristocrats refused to see. Unless Rome found a way to give the plebs a greater stake in the Republic, they were going to have a revolution on their hands. The first of the Gracchi to take a stab at this situation was Tiberius Gracchus, who was elected tribune in 133 BCE. Tiberius came up with a controversial solution to Rome's land crisis. Meet Cicero, the greatest mind of his age. Cicero was a Roman politician, orator, lawyer, and philosopher. His political career spanned some of the most turbulent times in Roman history. His speeches are considered some of the greatest examples of oration to this day. His philosophy brought the Greek philosophical tradition to Rome, and, through the Romans, transmitted Greek philosophy to medieval Europe. More than 2,000 years after his death, Cicero remains one of the most influential writers in Western history. Marcus Tullius Cicero was born in 106 BCE. His father was a member of Rome's growing middle class, known as equestrians. A weak and sickly youth, Cicero was ill-suited to military service, so he sought to expand his mind instead. He learned Greek at an early age, and studied in Athens for several years. Cicero's focus on improving his mind, rather than his might, proved a wise choice. The Rome of his age would see the rise of many great military leaders, but no one of an intellectual caliber to match Cicero. Yet Cicero was not just a great thinker, he was also a great speaker. Cicero's life is an example of that age-old adage, the pen is mightier than the sword. With his pen, Cicero destroyed his enemies, and did all he could to protect the Republic from the series of ambitious generals who sought to rule Rome as tyrants. Cicero's political career began in 75 BCE, when, at age 31, he served as a quaestor for the province of Sicily. During his time there, the people of Sicily persuaded Cicero to bring charges against their old governor, Gaius Verres, who had used his position to plunder the populace. For his defense, Gaius Verres hired Quintus Hortensius Hortalus, then the greatest lawyer of his age. Cicero's case for the Sicilians was so solid, his speeches so persuasive, that he defeated Hortalus completely, earning him great fame and making him one of the most sought-after lawyers in Rome. His fame bolstered, Cicero climbed the Roman political system with surprising speed. He served as an aedile in 69 BCE, age 37, and praetor in 66 BCE, at age 40. And in 63 BCE, he attained the highest honor a Roman citizen could hope for, being elected consul at the incredibly young age of 43. As consul, Cicero had to deal with the Catiline conspiracy, an attempt to overthrow the Republic with a foreign army. He rallied the Senate against Catiline and his co-conspirators in a series of speeches called the Catiline Orations, which survive to this day. After assembling a mountain of evidence against the conspirators, Cicero had them all summarily executed. The execution of Roman citizens without trial led the Senate to exile Cicero to Thessalonica in Greece, but the same Senate brought him back the next year. The Senate found themselves dealing with another political powerhouse, Julius Caesar, who also seemed to be threatening to overthrow the Republic. If the Senate had hoped Cicero would help deal with Caesar, they were sadly mistaken. Caesar was far too popular at that point, and had powerful allies in Pompey and Crassus. Though Cicero tried to rein in Caesar, his measures were defeated, and Cicero retreated to the literary life. When Caesar brought his army to Rome, Cicero fled with the other senators and Pompey. Yet Cicero need not have fled, since Caesar was actually very keen on having Cicero as an ally. In 60 BCE, Caesar had invited Cicero to join his alliance with Pompey and Crassus, but Cicero refused, seeing this triumvirate as a danger to the Republic. Before Cicero's flight in 49 BCE, Caesar again tried to court the great orator's support. Upon Cicero's return to Rome in 47 BCE, Caesar pardoned him without reservation, hoping to bring Rome's great orator into his camp. Cicero did his best to rebuild the Republic under Caesar, but his fellow senators could not bring themselves to make the same compromises. They murdered Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BCE. After Caesar's assassination, Rome divided into two camps. The senatorial camp, who supported the aristocracy and strove to restore the Republic, and the Caesarian camp, who supported Caesar and his many reforms. Cicero became the foremost representative of the Republic and the Senate, while Caesar's right-hand man, Mark Antony, led the Caesarian camp. This marks the height of Cicero's political power. When Caesar's heir, the young Octavian, came on the scene, Cicero attempted to turn Octavian and the Republic against Mark Antony, with a series of speeches known as the Philippics. Cicero succeeded at first. He got Mark Antony declared an enemy of the state, and sent Octavian with an army to defeat him. But Octavian and Antony eventually united and turned against the Senate. Antony returned Cicero's dislike with interest, and had the great orator labeled an enemy of the state. Cicero's name was added to the list of proscriptions, and in 43 BCE, Cicero was dragged from his litter and summarily executed at the age of 63. Upon his murder, his hands were nailed to the rostrum of the Roman Forum. Though Cicero played an important role in Roman political life, his greatest impact on Rome was in his philosophical writings. Cicero's philosophy was largely derivative. Clearly he was heavily influenced by Plato, Aristotle, and the Stoics, though he did differ with the Stoics on the importance of public service. In this respect, Cicero's main contribution was not any great philosophical innovation. Instead, Cicero's role in the history of philosophy was in transmitting the philosophical tradition of Greece to Rome. To express Greek philosophy in the largely utilitarian language of Latin, Cicero needed to invent new words like humanitas, qualitas, and quantitas. In this light, Cicero formed the vocabulary of thought that carries on to this day. Cicero's only really original philosophical concept was that of natural law. Cicero held that the laws of nature were more important than the laws of men and governments. He believed that any leader who defied natural law was, by definition, a tyrant. In Cicero's own words, natural law is right reason, consonant with nature, common to every man, constant, eternal. Religion forbids us to make enactments infringing on this law. It may not be repealed, even in part, nor do we have the power through the Senate or people to free ourselves from it. This take on natural law as granting inalienable rights common to every man would provide inspiration to the founding fathers of America. Cicero's legacy began forming even before his death. Caesar is said to have said of Cicero, "It is more important to have greatly extended the frontiers of the Roman spirit than the frontiers of the Roman Empire." Cicero is considered the father of Roman eloquence. His engaging style and accessible prose made his writings a staple of the classical curriculum. Even after the collapse of the Roman Empire, students of law, rhetoric, and philosophy would all be compelled to read Cicero. Cicero did not just bring Greek philosophy to the Romans. He is, in large part, responsible for transmitting Greek philosophy to medieval Europe. Cicero was one of the few classical authors to survive the Dark Ages. Like Virgil, Cicero was considered a virtuous pagan, and his works were not proactively destroyed like so many others. His impact on medieval scholarship is quite clear. St. Jerome followed Cicero's example of translation from Greek to Latin by translating the Bible from Hebrew and Greek into Latin. St. Ambrose's book on the duties of ministers was based in title and content on Cicero's ethical book On Duties. St. Augustine credited Cicero with his conversion to Christianity. St. Erasmus was hailed as the greatest writer since Cicero, despite living more than 1,500 years after Cicero's death. After creating his own movable type printing press, Gutenberg first published a copy of the Bible. The second work he published was a book of Cicero's. 18th century Enlightenment philosophers like Locke, Hume, and Montesquieu would all look to Cicero when framing their own arguments. And the founding fathers of the United States would borrow heavily from Cicero's philosophy of natural law when designing their own novel form of government. To review, Cicero was a Roman orator, philosopher, lawyer, and politician. His political career spanned the collapse of the Roman Empire and the rise of the Principate. Throughout his career, Cicero took on his political opponents with scathing orations, most notably the Catiline orations and the Philippics. Cicero's philosophical role was mostly limited to transmitting the Greek philosophical tradition to Rome, and by extension to medieval Europe. Yet he did have a few original ideas, mostly centered on natural law and the essential rights of man. Cicero's prolific writing made up the core of Western education for centuries. His writing inspired early church fathers like Ambrose and Augustine, as well as later Enlightenment thinkers like Locke and Montesquieu. Finally, Cicero's work on natural law would inspire the founding fathers of the United States to create their own nation, based on Ciceronian principles of justice and equality under the law. In the last century before the Common Era, the Roman Republic was ready to tear itself apart. The Republic was gripped by civil war, as those who supported the rights of the plebs, known as populares, tried to wrest the Republic from the hands of the optimates, who sought to protect the privileges of the aristocracy. The battle was not going well for the populares. Plebs had lost most of their political power, and their leaders had been rounded up and slaughtered. Defeated in the field, oppressed on all sides, and politically powerless, the plebs of Rome were desperate for a savior. The first object of their hope was Gnaeus Pompeius, known today as Pompey Magnus, or Pompey the Great. His name was well earned. Pompey was from a pleb family. His father was the first in his family to serve as consul under the dreadful Sulla. Despite his lowly origins, Pompey was acclaimed as one of Rome's greatest generals. Everywhere he went, he brought victory. He'd won campaigns in Sicily, Africa, Spain, and Syria, and even cleared the pirates from the seas. These achievements led to Pompey being elected consul. If the plebs were hoping Pompey would use his newfound authority to restore their political rights, they were sadly mistaken. Pompey was a conservative at heart. He had worked very hard to join the upper class, and he was as jealous of its privileges as any ancient patrician family. Pompey might intimidate the Senate now and again with the threat of his legions, but he had no real interest in undermining the upper class now that he was a part of it. Instead of giving the plebs real political power, Pompey gave them presents. Every time Pompey came back from campaign, he showered the plebs with gifts. He threw festivals, financed feasts, and even handed out money. This kept the plebs content temporarily, despite their lack of rights and political power. This practice proved so effective that it survived long after the Republic had fallen. Buying off the plebs with presents and festivals became so prevalent in the Roman Empire that a century later the playwright Juvenal would complain that the people, who once handed out military commands, public offices, legions, everything, now restrain themselves in the anxious hope of being handed bread and circuses. Pompey had proven that you didn't need to actually help the plebs to gain their support. You just had to buy them. He'd also demonstrated that a victorious general with an army at his back could cow the Roman aristocracy. As Pompey was reaching the height of his power, an aristocrat named Gaius Julius Caesar started making waves in the Roman political scene. Unlike Pompey, Caesar was from an ancient patrician family, but he was also the nephew of Gaius Marius, the leader of the Populares, whereas Pompey had been fighting on the side of the Optimates. In many ways, both men were trying to be a part of both worlds. Pompey was a pleb fighting for the aristocracy, and Caesar was an aristocrat fighting for the plebs. Despite their different origins, both of these men tried to straddle the growing gap between the two classes. And they both used the same strategies to get what they wanted, appeasing the populace with presents, while intimidating the aristocracy with soldiers. Recognizing this kinship, Caesar formed an unofficial alliance with Pompey, by marrying his daughter Julia to the aging general. With this marriage, Caesar elevated Pompey to the senatorial class, and cemented their alliance. Caesar persuaded Pompey to include a senator named Crassus into their scheming. Crassus had earned some fame putting down the slave rebellion led by Spartacus, but his most notable achievement was that he was the richest man in Rome, perhaps the richest man in all of human history. These three came together to form the first triumvirate, an alliance between Julius Caesar, Pompey Magnus, and Marcus Licinius Crassus. Of these three, Caesar was the least powerful. He was a sort of junior member of the triumvirate. His few military exploits, though successful, were not really noteworthy. His family was ancient but bankrupt. Caesar's role in the first triumvirate was to ally the wealth of Crassus with the political power of Pompey. With the help of his new allies, Caesar ran for consul in 59 BCE. Once Caesar was in office, the three men worked together to redistribute public lands to plebs and veterans. This move may have been motivated by sympathy, political maneuvering, or even simple economics. Whatever the reason behind this legislation, it earned Caesar and his allies the devotion of many plebs and veterans. When Caesar's term as consul was up, he headed to Gaul to do some conquering. When his term ran out, he persuaded Pompey and Crassus to give him 5 more years, for more conquering. When these 5 years ran out, the Senate recalled Caesar to Rome, but he stayed in Gaul for still more conquering, until he'd conquered all of Gaul, and made himself fabulously wealthy and popular in the process. While Caesar was out conquering Gaul, things were turning sour back at Rome. Caesar's daughter Julia died. Without her marriage to Pompey, the triumvirate was on shaky ground. The next year, Crassus died in battle in Parthia. This shattered the old triumvirate and deprived Pompey of his wealthiest supporter. With less money to fling around, Pompey could no longer keep the plebs happy and distracted. The old class struggles came to a head, and the city was descending into riots. Afraid of Caesar's growing power, Pompey turned against his old ally, and formed an alliance with the Senate. The Senate declared Pompey sole consul, and declared Caesar an outlaw. It is unclear whether the Senate and Pompey truly meant to threaten Caesar, or if this was all meant to be a bluff to bring Caesar into line. But Caesar took it as a threat, and in defiance of Roman law and custom, marched his army on Rome. Caesar moved faster than anyone had expected, and in 49 BCE, he marched his army across the Rubicon. Unprepared, and with only raw recruits at hand, Pompey and the Senate fled Rome, surrendering the city without a fight. As Caesar established himself in Rome, the Senate and Pompey fled to the eastern provinces to raise an army. With Rome secure, Caesar chased after them. In 48 BCE, the two sides met at the Battle of Pharsalus in central Greece. Though Pompey led the larger force, Caesar's superior tactics won him the battle. His army destroyed, Pompey fled to Egypt, with Caesar hot on his heels. We're not sure what Caesar intended to do with Pompey when he caught him, but when Caesar arrived in Egypt, he found that Pompey was already dead. The pharaoh of Egypt, a boy named Ptolemy XIII, presented Pompey's head to Caesar as a gift. Caesar was not amused. Caesar may have fought Pompey viciously, but the man was still his son-in-law, and the consul of Rome. Caesar's displeasure may have been real or feigned, but he took the excuse to meddle in Egyptian politics. He supported a rebellion by Ptolemy's sister, Cleopatra. After a brief siege and a couple of pitched battles, Cleopatra was queen of Egypt, and, according to ancient rumor, carrying Caesar's baby. Caesar now had a client state in Egypt to provide barges of grain for the hungry plebs in Rome. Egypt seems to have given Caesar a taste for absolute power, and some of the luxuries of kings. Done with Egypt, Caesar completed Pompey's earlier conquest of Asia Minor in an astoundingly short time, then swung back to Africa to mop up the last few senators who stood against him. In 46 BCE, Caesar returned to Rome, glorious with victory and rich with plunder. With a delicate balance of amnesty and military threat, Caesar got the Senate to name him absolute dictator of Rome for 10 years. In the years that followed, Caesar began dismantling the Roman Republic. Instead of a few aristocratic families vying with one another for power, Caesar slowly began funneling all of the power to himself. Ironically, his task had been made much easier by the very aristocrats who had opposed him. Rome's aristocrats had already taken political power away from the common people, who now hated the aristocracy with a passion. This meant that the majority of Romans had no stake in the government anyway, and did not care if Caesar took power from abusive aristocrats. Yet Caesar did not just seize these powers from the aristocracy. Instead, he usurped them in very subtle ways. For example, years of civil war had severely thinned the ranks of the Senate. Rather than refilling it with his natural enemies, the rich and powerful men of Rome, Caesar granted citizenship to the peoples of Hispania and Gaul, and used their leaders to fill in the Senate. Since these new senators owed their new position to Caesar, this effectively stacked the Senate in Caesar's favor, removing the last restrictions on his power. Caesar's pet Senate showered him with titles and honors, and in 44 BCE, they named Caesar dictator for life. And Rome, which had been without a king for nearly 500 years, now had a king again. He might not have called himself a king, he might not have dressed like a king, but Caesar was a king. There was no doubt about it. The Republic was dead. In a vain attempt to restore the Republic, a few desperate senators plotted Caesar's assassination. The coup was led by Marcus Junius Brutus, who was, on the one hand, a close friend of Caesar's, but on the other hand, a direct descendant of Lucius Junius Brutus, who had overthrown the last king of Rome 5 centuries earlier. History won out over friendship, and on the Ides of March, 44 BCE, Brutus and his fellow senators ambushed Caesar. They stabbed him 23 times, leaving him to die on the Senate floor. Yet killing Caesar could not bring the Republic back to life. The Republic was dead. It had been dying for almost 2 centuries. Without Caesar's intervention, Rome's great empire would likely have fallen apart on its own. By taking power from squabbling aristocrats and establishing himself as a sole ruler, Caesar placed Rome on a more stable foundation, allowing the Roman Empire to prosper and grow for centuries more. Not long after his death, Julius Caesar was deified, meaning that the Romans revered him as a god. This established the imperial cult that would endure unto the end of the empire. Since then, Caesar has been alternately lionized and vilified by poets, authors, philosophers, and scholars, as each generation has dealt with this larger-than-life figure. Caesar's legacy lives on even today, in the 365-day calendar, with a leap year, which Caesar used to form his own Julian calendar. We can see his mark in our calendars today. 2,000 years later, the month of July still bears the name of Julius Caesar. Meet Imperator Caesar Divi Filius Augustus Pater Patriae. You can call him Augustus. Without question, Augustus is one of the most important people in history. So who is this Roman fellow with the unwieldy name? Well, we can learn a lot about him and about the history of Rome just by looking at that name. Augustus's name tells the story of his rise to power, the collapse of the Roman Republic, and the birth of the Roman Empire. Augustus did not always have such a fancy name. When he was born in 63 BCE, his name was Gaius Octavius. Octavius was just another young man of one of the many noble families in Rome, and an impoverished one at that. Then, Gaius Octavius's granduncle, Gaius Julius Caesar, whom we know as Caesar, began his meteoric rise to power. Caesar took over the Roman Republic and set himself up at its head, making himself incredibly wealthy and powerful. Caesar adopted his grandnephew, Gaius Octavius, as his sole heir, then got assassinated. Hoping to inherit the fame, property, and popularity of Caesar, Gaius Octavius took his uncle's name and became Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. Since that is a mouthful, let us refer to him as Octavian for the time being. Octavian was not the only fellow hoping to succeed Caesar. When Octavian arrived in Rome after his uncle's assassination, he found Caesar's right-hand man, Mark Antony, making his own bid for power. Mark Antony held the city in tyranny, and had incited the masses against Caesar's assassins in the Senate, driving them from Rome. Much of Mark Antony's power and authority derived from his association with Caesar. Yet with Caesar's heir, Octavian, at hand, public favor began to slip from Antony. The common people saw the son of Caesar. The Senate saw a young man they could manipulate to get rid of Mark Antony. Realizing his dire situation, Antony fled to Gaul. Yet the Senate had gotten more than they had bargained for in Octavian. Using the menace of Mark Antony as a goad, Octavian bullied the frightened Senate into granting him extraordinary powers for a man of his age. He was made a senator, and granted the same powers as the consuls. More importantly, he was given legal control over the armies of Rome. This was a wise choice by the Senate, since much of the Roman army revered Caesar, and might have defected to Antony without Caesar's heir there, Octavian, to hold them to the Senate. With the full backing of the Roman Senate, Octavian and the two consuls set out for Gaul. They beat the heck out of Antony at Mutina, forcing the bedraggled general to retreat. In the fighting, both consuls died, leaving all the glory and military command to Octavian. If Octavian had hoped for a hero's welcome upon returning to Rome, he was sorely disappointed. The Senate had grown wary of the young Octavian, and were reluctant to grant him any more glory or power than they could avoid. The Senate had never been a fan of Caesar in the first place, nor of his heir. They had used Octavian to keep Antony occupied, while they waited for Caesar's assassins, the fugitive senators, to return to Rome with an army. Realizing the situation, Octavian allied himself with Antony and another of Caesar's supporters named Lepidus. The three formed the Second Triumvirate, an alliance between Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus. Working together, these three men killed off their political rivals and seized their property in a series of political murders known as proscriptions. This removed the last obstacles to absolute power and made the three very wealthy. In 42 BCE, the Triumvirate strong-armed the Senate into naming Julius Caesar a god, Divus Iulius. After which point, Octavian was able to add the title Divi Filius, the son of a god, to his already long name. While Octavian and Antony had been fighting among themselves in the west, Caesar's assassins had been amassing power in the east. A conflict was inevitable, and in 42 BCE, the two sides clashed at the Battle of Philippi. Caesar's assassins, the last champions of the Republic, were completely defeated, and Brutus, who had betrayed Caesar, took his own life. A few years later, in 36 BCE, the triumvirate destroyed the fleet of Pompey Magnus's son, Sextus Pompeius, wiping out the last of those who had opposed Caesar. With their common enemy destroyed, the members of the triumvirate turned against one another. Lepidus attempted to claim Sicily, but his troops abandoned him, and he was exiled. But the biggest rivals in this conflict were Octavian and Antony, who soon turned against one another. Antony was far more ambitious than Lepidus. He wanted the entire Eastern Empire. He was setting himself up as an Eastern despot, and sought to rule all of the empire from Egypt, with his queen Cleopatra. Or, at least, that's what Octavian tried to convince the Romans. It might have even been true. Eventually this conflict came to a head, and in 31 BCE, the two sides met in a naval battle at Actium, in which Antony and Cleopatra's fleet was utterly destroyed. After suffering another defeat the next year at Alexandria, the two committed suicide together, inspiring poets and playwrights through the ages. Octavian had now defeated all his enemies. The Romans had a name for a victorious general, Imperator. Octavian took this title and made it something more. He made it his name, and by doing so, he changed its meaning. Though Imperator continued to hold implications of military victory, by the time Octavian was finished, all military victories belonged to him. Imperator became the title of the loftiest position that man has ever achieved. The absolute ruler, the king of kings, the emperor. Though Octavian held the empire in his hand, he knew that an iron fist could not hold him in power forever. Rather than seizing authority and becoming a dictator, he allowed many of the offices of the Republic to remain. Octavian refused to be named dictator or even consul for life. Instead, he just made sure he held enough important positions to get him what he wanted. By maintaining the illusion of the Republic, Octavian gave his reign legitimacy. That being said, the Senate still laid on the titles. They named Octavian proconsul, the governor of a province. They called him tribune, by which they meant he was a defender of the people. They hailed him as princeps, the first among equals. And finally, they gave him the title by which we know him today, Augustus, which in Latin means dignified, majestic, sacred, venerable, worthy of honor. Yet even this was not enough. Augustus knew that all of the titles in the world could not protect him if the people turned against him. And so he attempted to shore up his legitimacy in a number of other routes. He enacted laws to restore the ancient morality and customs of Rome, despite the fact that his very authority defied those laws and customs. To hide this hypocrisy, Augustus started an aggressive propaganda campaign, headed by his friend and advisor Maecenas. Maecenas brought several poets to the emperor's cause, including the famous Virgil, who wrote the Aeneid, an epic poem for the Roman people. Augustus used Virgil's Aeneid to weave himself and his agenda into the pages of Roman history. Augustus also built a vast number of public works and monuments, transforming the city of Rome to such an extent that upon his death he could say, "I found Rome a city of brick, and left it clothed in marble." These accomplishments so endeared Augustus to the Roman people that in 2 BCE they named Augustus Pater Patriae, Father of the Nation. So, we've seen how Gaius Octavius became Imperator Caesar Divi Filius Augustus Pater Patriae. He was adopted as the heir to Julius Caesar, whose name he took. He then got Caesar named a god, making him the son of a god, Divi Filius. Having conquered all his enemies, he took the name for a victorious general, Imperator, and turned it into the title of his new position. By maintaining the illusion of the Republic, while still holding absolute power, he earned the name Augustus. and by winning over the hearts and minds of the Romans to such an extent that his very name was synonymous with the Roman Empire, Augustus gained the title Pater Patriae, Father of the Nation.
In this lesson, we're going to tackle the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the first imperial dynasty of the Roman Empire. In power from 27 BCE to 68 CE, the dynasty included the reigns of Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. Although many of its members seemed a bit nuts, the Julio-Claudian dynasty is arguably the most famous dynasty of the empire. As we go through the details of this dynasty, it may just seem like a really violent soap opera. Men came to power through forced marriage, divorce, assassination, and murder. While discussing the twists and turns that make this dynasty infamous, there are three main points I'd like us to grasp. First, the Julio-Claudian dynasty was the first dynasty to rule the Roman Empire. Second, Augustus was its first emperor and the only Julio-Claudian not to face a violent death. Last, none of the emperors of the dynasty were succeeded by their biological sons, or in other words, their direct male heir. Keeping these three things in mind, let's get to our Julio-Claudian emperors. As previously stated, Augustus kicked off the Julio-Claudian dynasty. From the Roman family group Julia, he gives us the Julio part of the Julio-Claudian name. Although he is remembered by history as Augustus, his actual name was Octavian. Furthermore, he was the adopted son and actual great-nephew of the famous Julius Caesar. After the assassination of Julius Caesar, and after winning an infamous battle with the forces of Mark Antony and Cleopatra, the Roman Senate declared Octavian the guy in charge, giving him the name Augustus, meaning great, venerable, or revered. This occurred in the year 27 BCE. Ironically, Augustus never declared himself emperor, but instead called himself the first citizen. However, due to the power and control he wielded, history and tradition have awarded him the title of the first Roman emperor. During his reign, he definitely lived up to this title, having complete authority over every Roman colony. This power enabled him to restore peace within the empire, beginning the famous Pax Romana, or Roman peace. Under this peace, the agricultural production, economy, and arts of the empire boomed. And in 2 BCE, Augustus was declared Pater Patriae, the father of his country. His illustrious reign came to an end with his natural, non-violent death in the year 14 CE. Upon his death, Tiberius, from the Roman family group Claudia, took the throne, hence the name Julio-Claudian dynasty. Now, let's remember none of the Julio-Claudian emperors were succeeded by their biological sons. In fact, Tiberius was the son of Augustus's wife from her first marriage. He was what we would call Augustus's stepson. In order to make the family connection even stronger, and in perfect soap opera style, Augustus forced Tiberius to divorce his wife and then take the hand of his, Augustus's, daughter in marriage. Unlike his predecessor, Tiberius was a soldier who never really wanted to be an emperor. Not one for enjoying the pomp and circumstance of Rome, he spent a large part of his reign on the island of Capri. While there, he abandoned most of his imperial duties to his advisor Sejanus. Unfortunately, Sejanus decided to have an affair with the wife of Tiberius' son. This didn't go over too well with Tiberius, and after a series of very dramatic events, Sejanus was brutally executed. History tells us Tiberius became more and more paranoid as he aged. His later years were filled with the trial and executions of those he even suspected of treason. As his paranoia grew, he remained on the island of Capri. Having reached their fill of his paranoia and murderous reign, Tiberius was assassinated by a member of his Praetorian Guard, or bodyguards, in the year 37 CE, With this violent death of the second Julio-Claudian emperor, Caligula took the throne. Caligula was the adopted, not biological son of Tiberius. Although they weren't truly father and son, it could be said Caligula was a chip off the old Tiberius block. Like his adopted dad, Caligula executed many of his subjects for treason. Taking things a step further, he murdered his own adopted son, pillaged the treasuries of Rome, and is generally remembered as being a madman. Whether all the stories of his violent reign are true, his unpopularity did lead to his assassination in the year 41 CE, making him the second Julio-Claudian emperor to die a violent death. This brings us to Claudius, the next guy to claim the throne. Turning things a bit upside down, Claudius was actually the uncle of his predecessor Caligula. Making him stand out from his fellow Julio-Claudians, Claudius was chosen by the army, not a ruling emperor or the Senate. Although the army actually chose him because they thought he would be weak and easy to control, Claudius ended up being rather competent. He waged several military campaigns and is credited for increasing the territory of the Roman Empire. He is most famous for his conquering of Britain in the year 43 CE. Although Claudius may have been an excellent soldier, he was a very poor judge of character. In 54 CE, he was murdered by his wife, who also happened to be his niece, and her son Nero, a son from another man, we might add, took the throne. Thus we have another Julio-Claudian dying a violent death, and someone not his son taking the throne. Unfortunately for the Julio-Claudian dynasty, Nero takes the cake as one of the most infamous emperors of Rome. Although it has never been proven, he is accused of starting the 64 CE Great Fire of Rome. Making him even more notorious, history tells us he blamed the Christians for the fire and began persecuting them en masse. Add to this, he is credited with the murder of his mom. Yes, the very same woman who poisoned her husband so he could have the throne. His first wife and his stepbrother, and you can see why Rome reached their fill of him by 68 CE. Facing a sentence of death from the Roman Senate, Nero committed suicide. Dying with no heir in place, his suicide brought the final violent death to the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Like an exciting yet violent soap opera, the Julio-Claudian dynasty ruled the Roman Empire from 27 BCE to 68 CE. It included the reigns of Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. It was the first dynasty to rule the Roman Empire, its first emperor being the uber-famous Augustus himself. Not only is he credited as the first Roman emperor, he was the only Julio-Claudian not to meet a violent end. Speaking of ends, we should also remember none of the emperors of the dynasty were succeeded by their biological sons, or in other words, their direct male heir. Despite their dysfunctional, soap opera-like family dynamics, the Julio-Claudians were the first, and arguably most famous, ruling dynasty of the Roman Empire. Other than Caesar Augustus, the most famous emperors of Rome are arguably the Flavian emperors. These famous Flavians, Vespasian and his two sons Titus and Domitian, reigned during some of Rome's greatest triumphs and tragedies. Before we get to the details of these famous Flavians, let's see how they came to power in the year known to history as the Year of the Four Emperors. When Emperor Nero was deposed without an heir in the year 68 CE, the position of emperor was up for grabs. What ensued was a bloody year in which four men claimed, then tried to hold, the crown. The first man to begin the Year of Four Emperors was Galba. As a respected general, Galba seemed to have what it took to be the emperor. Unfortunately, he was old, and when he chose his heir, a man named Otho challenged this decision. When a supporter of Otho assassinated Galba, Otho took the throne as the year's second emperor. Sadly for Otho, he lacked the military might to hold the throne. When Vitellius, another military man, challenged the throne, Otho actually committed suicide, handing the crown to Vitellius, the year's third emperor. Ironically, Vitellius proved to be as weak as his predecessor. Within a very short time, his generals had more power than he did, and Vitellius was actually dragged into the streets and murdered. Enter Titus Flavius Vespasianus, a conquering general who claimed the throne as the year's fourth and final emperor. Known to history simply as Vespasian, he took and held the crown, beginning the Flavian dynasty of emperors. Since Vespasian sort of won the year of the four emperors, we're giving him the nickname Vespasian the Victor. This is especially fitting since he restored stability to the empire after a year of chaos. As the victor, he also suppressed several rebellions throughout the empire, the most famous being the Jewish rebellion centered in Judea. Adding to these victories, Vespasian won the heart of Rome by creating a well-oiled propaganda machine. For example, when his son Titus sacked Jerusalem, Vespasian organized an extravagant ceremony, or triumph, in which he showed off their spoils of war. Not content with only showing off the spoils of war, Vespasian won public opinion by beginning the construction of one of Rome's greatest treasures, the Colosseum, known to ancient Rome as the Flavian Amphitheater. Winning the game of public opinion, Vespasian ruled until death by illness, not assassination, in the year 79 CE. Upon his death, his eldest son Titus took his crown. As emperor, Titus held great promise. After all, it was he who commanded the Roman legions that conquered Jerusalem. It was he who marched through Rome in victorious triumph. One of Rome's greatest monuments, the Arch of Titus, commemorates his fame. Despite this illustrious resume, Titus's reign was short. It was also filled with some of Rome's greatest tragedies. For this reason, we'll remember him as Titus the Tragic. It was within Titus's reign that Mount Vesuvius erupted, burying the cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum under volcanic ash. Adding to this tragedy, a fire ravaged Rome in the year 80 CE. As if this wasn't enough to earn him the nickname Titus the Tragic, his reign also saw the outbreak of the plague within the empire. On top of all these ill-fated events, Titus himself succumbed to illness, dying in 81 CE. Upon the tragic death of Titus, the third and last Flavian emperor took the throne. His name was Domitian, son of Vespasian and younger brother of Titus. Because of Domitian's overbearing personality and his propensity to see himself as a god, we'll be remembering him as Domitian the Domineering. As a domineering emperor, this famous Flavian considered himself a god. While previous emperors at least referred to themselves as first citizens or first among equals, Domitian preferred to be called master and god. Seeing himself in this light, Domitian usually ignored the desires of the Roman Senate and aristocracy. He dealt cruelly with his critics, seizing their property and ordering their deaths. He also levied heavy taxes and spent a great deal of money staging extravagant games and building monument after monument in his family's honor. Eventually, the aristocracy of Rome reached their fill of Domitian and his domineering ways. In 96 CE, Domitian was assassinated. Since he died without a living heir, the famous Flavian dynasty died with him. The famous Flavian dynasty of Rome came to power during the year of the four emperors. As emperors, these three men ruled Rome during some of its greatest triumphs and tragedies. There was Vespasian, who stood victorious in the year of the four emperors. He used his reign to restore stability to the empire while also making his family name great. Next was his son Titus. Although he was a beloved emperor who once led the legions of Rome that conquered Jerusalem, his reign was full of tragedy. It saw the eruption of Vesuvius, the fire of Rome, and devastating plague. Adding to these tragedies, he died of illness very shortly into his reign. This brings us to our last Flavian, Titus's younger brother Domitian. Unlike his father and brother, Domitian's domineering ways made him an enemy of Rome's aristocracy. Using his position as emperor to elevate himself as a god, Domitian taxed his people, killed his critics, and lavishly spent Rome's money. Although he claimed deity, this did not stop the angry aristocracy from having him assassinated in the year 96 CE. And with this, the famous Flavian dynasty of Rome came to an end. When Emperor Domitian was assassinated without a living heir in the year 96 CE, the Roman Senate quickly and wisely chose a man to take his place. This man's name was Nerva, and lucky for the empire, this choice was a good one. Nerva's reign began the Nervan Antonine dynasty, which included what history calls the 5 good emperors. In order of their reign, they were Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius. As we discuss these emperors, we'll highlight the details of each reign. In doing this, there are 2 main points I'd like you to grasp. First, the 5 good emperors brought relative peace, stability, and prosperity to Rome. Since they were preceded, then followed by, some pretty ruthless characters, this makes them stand out in the pages of Roman history. Second, the reign of the 5 good emperors was characterized by the adopting of one's heir to the throne, rather than the crown simply going to a biological son or whoever was strong enough to take it. In other words, the emperor passed his crown on to the man he felt was the most worthy to wear it, regardless of blood ties. Making this transition even more seamless, the adopted son actually shared in the imperial duties while his adopted father still lived. Now, on to our 5 good emperors. As already stated, Nerva began the reign of the 5 good emperors in 96 CE. Unlike many emperors, he is remembered in history as a rather honorable guy. He lessened the strain of taxation on his people and worked to bring back into the fold of Rome those who had been mistreated and exiled by his predecessor Domitian. Since Nerva was up there in age when he took the crown, his reign was short-lived. However, before he died, he adopted Trajan as his heir, thus beginning the custom of adoption to the throne. Trajan ruled as a soldier and went to work expanding the boundaries of the empire. He annexed several areas and grew the empire larger than ever before. Adding to this, he oversaw many building programs within Rome, including the renovation of the Circus Maximus and the enlargement of the Forum. Today, Trajan's column still stands in honor of his reign. Before Trajan died, he adopted Hadrian as his heir. Unlike Trajan, Hadrian did not work to extend the boundaries of the empire. On the contrary, he is most famous for the wall he built in order to plant them firmly in place. Although the most famous of these is Hadrian's Wall in Britain, several others were constructed throughout the empire. Apart from the walls he built, Hadrian is also remembered for the Second Jewish War. In this conflict, his reign squelched a Jewish rebellion in Judea, destroying the city of Jerusalem, its population, and its surrounding villages. With this, we come to his successor, Antoninus Pius. Antoninus Pius reigned from 138 CE to 161 CE. Although his reign was long, we know very little about the man himself. Perhaps the least famous of the 5 good emperors, history tells us he was actually very well liked by the subjects he ruled. Unlike his predecessors, Pius was content to stay within the borders of Italy, ruling the empire during one of its most peaceful eras. Perhaps his most memorable accomplishment is his adoption of Marcus Aurelius as heir, and his odd choice to give Aurelius a co-heir named Lucius Verus. Coming to the throne in 161 CE, Aurelius and Verus shared the title of emperor. Although Aurelius never sought to rob Verus of honor or power, Verus died from illness less than a decade into their reign. With his early death, Verus has been overshadowed by Aurelius. In fact, he is not even included as one of the 5 good emperors. With this, we turn our attention to Marcus Aurelius, arguably the most famous of the 5 good emperors. Ironically, Marcus Aurelius is not usually remembered for his military accomplishment or political advancement. Instead, he's remembered for his philosophical beliefs. As a student of Stoicism, Aurelius held to the belief that any destructive emotions, for example, jealousy, rage, fear, come from an error in a person's judgment. Accordingly, through exercising self-control, a wise man can free himself of such emotions, thus reaching moral perfection. This belief system ruled Aurelius' life and left us with his famous writings known simply as his Meditations. In this collection, Marcus Aurelius gives a glimpse into the man he was. Here are just a few of his most famous meditations. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. And perhaps my favorite, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. With these quotes, we come to the end of our 5 good emperors, but unfortunately, not the end of the Nervan Antonine dynasty. There is one more emperor we must mention, and he is known to history as Commodus. He is definitely not remembered as good. Commodus took the throne as the actual biological son of Marcus Aurelius in the year 180 CE. Unlike his father and the other 5 good emperors, Commodus had no compunction towards self-control or goodness. Upon taking the throne, he began executing anyone he felt was a threat to his power. He also terrorized the Senate, robbing them of their possessions in order to fill his own pockets. Remembered by history as being rather nuts, he believed himself to be the embodiment of the god Hercules. Not only did he believe this, he forced those around him to address him as such. After putting up with his craziness for over a decade, Rome reached its fill of the Emperor Commodus. He was assassinated in the year 192 CE. This assassination would make him the only emperor of the Nervan Antonine dynasty to meet a violent death. It would also spell the end of the dynasty. The Nervan Antonine dynasty saw the reign of the 5 good emperors. They were Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius. Although their rules were all unique in their own way, they are most remembered for 2 main things. First, the 5 good emperors brought relative peace and prosperity to Rome. Second, the reign of the 5 good emperors began the custom of adopting one's heir to the throne, rather than the crown simply going to a biological son or whoever was strong enough to take it. The emperor passed his crown on to the man he felt was most worthy to wear it, regardless of blood ties. Unfortunately for the Nervan Antonine dynasty, we must also include Commodus among its ranks. Unlike his predecessors, Commodus was definitely not good. He spent his reign executing his critics and terrorizing his Senate, all the while believing himself to be divine. Upon his assassination in 192 CE, his crazy rule and the Nervan Antonine dynasty came to an end. Once upon a time, around the year 200 CE, in a land far, far away, the Roman Empire to be exact, there lived the Severan emperors, a family who ruled Rome and its vast lands. Although history tells us they were a very violent people, and probably a bit off their rockers, they brought military and social reform to Rome. Let's start with the first Severan emperor, who gave the dynasty its name, Septimius Severus. To make it easier to remember what he did, we'll call him Septimius the Soldier. Septimius, our soldier Severan, came to power in the year 193 CE, also known as the year of 5 emperors, in which 5 different rich guys fought for the title of emperor. Being rather brutal and more than willing to kill for power, Septimius the Soldier was the last guy standing in this fight. Upon becoming emperor, he reformed the military, hence our name Septimius the Soldier. To stabilize his land, Septimius the Soldier disbanded the very large and very corrupt Praetorian Guard, or the emperor's elite bodyguards. He was also the first emperor to create a standing or permanent army within Italy. Not only did this keep the homeland safe, it also made Septimius very formidable. Anytime there was a threat to his power, he had an army ready and waiting. In order to keep the soldiers on his side, he increased their pay and benefits. Working to keep the citizenry content, he put on games, supplied grain, and even forgave the debts of his powerful friends. Although these actions kept him safe from assassination, it added a huge financial burden to the empire. This burden was so large, many historians actually blame his policies for the eventual fall of Rome. Yes, his fiscal policies may have been a bit reckless, but he did establish and maintain a strong Roman military. After the peaceful death of Septimius the Soldier, his sons, Caracalla and Geta, were co-emperors of Rome. Not really keen on the idea of sharing power, Caracalla arranged for the murder of his brother and took outright control of the empire. Since Caracalla is most remembered for his Antonine constitution, in which he granted citizenship to every free person in the Roman Empire, we'll call him Caracalla the Citizen. Although granting citizenship like this improved the lives of many, he was also cruel and punishing. As we already learned, he had no problem killing family members. However, he was also known for burying his victims alive and massacring at will. For example, during a visit to Egypt, he was mocked while in Alexandria. He retaliated by ordering a massacre of the city's youth. All in all, Caracalla the Citizen wasn't really a guy you'd like to see in control of things. But in his defense, he did grant citizenship to every free person within the empire. Having had enough of Caracalla the Citizen, one of his relatives, Macrinus, murdered him and claimed the title of emperor. For this deed, we'll call him Macrinus the Murderer. History really doesn't record a lot about Macrinus the Murderer. For the most part, he stayed out of Rome and was assassinated within a year by another power-hungry Severan known to history as Elagabalus. Unfortunately for Rome, Elagabalus was a young teenager when he became emperor. Like lots of teenagers, he had more interest in partying than ruling. For this reason, history says very little about his accomplishments. He enjoyed pretending to be a female prostitute, marrying both men and women, forcing those around him to participate in sexual acts, and generally doing things not suitable to print. Being fed up with his antics, his bodyguards murdered him, and his very young cousin, Severus Alexander, was put on the throne. Upon taking the throne, Severus's rule was dominated by his mom. Fortunately for Rome, Alexander Severus's mom, Julia Avita Mammia, wasn't all bad, and his rule was marked by peace. Although she was a rather jealous woman who got rid of anyone who challenged her control, she did make sure Severus was surrounded by wise counsel. She was also very fiscally strict and imposed cuts to the military and its spending. This, along with the fact that Severus and his mom tried to bribe enemies rather than fight them, made the military mutiny. Like most of the other Severans, Alexander Severus and his mom were assassinated in the year 235 CE. With the death of Severus, the reign of the Severan dynasty came to an end, and history said goodbye to one of Rome's most infamous dynasties. To sum up the Severans, they were both good and bad for Rome. Septimius the Soldier was the first Severan to rule. Although he spent a whole gob of money, he did improve the military and created a strong standing army. His son Caracalla the Citizen had a propensity toward killing people, but he did grant citizenship to all the free people of Rome. Macrinus the Murderer didn't do a whole bunch during his reign. However, he did murder Caracalla, keeping Rome safe from his violent temper. After Macrinus the Murderer, Elagabalus came to power. In reality, I have nothing good to report on him. However, his successor, Severus, did reign over Rome in mostly peace. Yes, his mom totally dominated him, but hey, even that gives us a glimpse into the role of women in history. All this being said, the Severan dynasty brought military and social reform to Rome. The 3rd century crisis was a period in which the Roman Empire came very close to collapsing. It was a time when the position of emperor lost its power, and, to put it in modern-day terms, the inmates began running the asylum. With this collapse of authority, things like civil war, foreign invasion, economic depression, and even a plague brought the Roman Empire to its knees. To help us remember the causes of the crisis, we're going to call them the 5 F's: feuding, factions, funding, foreigners, and a freaky disease. Fortunately for the empire, a man named Diocletian would step in to save the day. Before we get to the hero of the story, let's take a look at how the crisis began. Then we'll delve into our 5 F's. When we're finished, we'll get to our hero, Diocletian. The 3rd century crisis began with the end of the Severan dynasty of emperors. The Severan emperors, while being rather violent and a bit nuts, maintained control of Rome for several generations. Their strength as rulers kept the military and the people from open rebellion. However, when Severus Alexander, the last of the Severans, was assassinated, the title of emperor went up for grabs. Soon dozens of wealthy military leaders fought for the throne, creating chaos and throwing the empire into a civil war. These civil wars give us our first F, feuding. Our second F is factions. Seeing the empire in chaos, the conquered territories of Rome decided to add to the melee by breaking from the empire and creating their own factions. The territories of Gaul, Spain, and Britain declared their independence and named themselves the Gallic Empire. They even went as far as crowning their own emperors. Witnessing the rebellion of these territories, the eastern provinces, comprised of Syria, Palestina, and Egypt, also decided to try their hands at revolution. Making matters worse, the territories that did remain loyal to Rome were burdened with warring generals trying to assert their power. These generals, who were mostly killed in battle or assassinated, are known to history as the barracks emperors. As if civil war wasn't enough, the 3rd century crisis was a period of economic depression. From this we get our third F, funding. In order to try to gain or keep power, Rome's rulers began bribing soldiers to play on their team. To come up with the extra funds, those in power started decreasing the amount of precious metals in the currency. In other words, they made the coins worth less and less. Sounds eerily familiar. In doing this, the buying power of Roman currency plummeted and inflation spread like bad news. Also, since currency meant so little, people began trading and bartering rather than paying and purchasing. Since no money was trading hands, tax revenue was scarce, and the economy of the empire fell further into a pit. With little money, the empire found itself going from the frying pan into the fire. Since money was barely flowing, Rome had little with which to defend itself from our fourth F, foreigners. Add to this that the Roman armies were busy fighting each other, and attacking Rome became as easy as shooting fish in a barrel. Before long, Germanic tribes were allying with one another and ransacking prosperous Roman cities. While the Germanic tribes were wreaking havoc in the north, Persians were attacking from the east, pillaging cities and even capturing one of the acting emperors. Adding complete insult to injury, our fifth F, a freaky disease, hit the empire. This freaky disease, known as the Plague of Cyprian, hit the empire in the midst of all these other troubles. Unfortunately for Rome, the plague was as capricious as the warring generals. Having no respect for rank or position, it devastated towns and villages, killing farmers, soldiers, and whomever it saw fit. Fortunately for Rome, the sun began to come out with the rise of a few competent emperors. First, Emperor Claudius II began shoring up the borders in around 270 CE. He did this by running the Gauls out of the empire. Unfortunately for Rome, the darn plague set its sights on Claudius, and he died before being able to gain complete control. Next to take the throne was an aggressive and smart military man known to history as Aurelian. Upon taking the throne, Aurelian saw victory against the Goths, the Gallic Empire, Syria Palestinia, and Egypt. For this he earned the title Restorer of the World. Unfortunately for Rome, his bodyguards, who must not have been too impressed with his restorations, assassinated him in the year 275 CE. Yet another kick in the shins for the Roman Empire. Fortunately for the empire, their prince was about to come. In the year 284 CE, Diocletian came onto the scene, claimed power, and began to pull the empire from the pit of despair. Picking up where Aurelian left off, he instituted several reforms. Also, in order to let the people know he was boss, he took a page from Aurelian's book and began calling himself Lord and God. This move set him up as a deity not to be messed with. In the matter of the economy, Diocletian also took the bull by the horns. He introduced coins with pure metal content. These coins became known as the gold solidus, the Latin word for solid, and soon became the standard currency of the empire. To battle inflation, he instituted an edict on maximum prices, which was basically a comprehensive list telling suppliers what they could and could not charge for an item. In other words, the edict, not the market, determined price. Not one to back away from a fight, Diocletian also took on the military. Unlike many of his predecessors, Diocletian was not afraid to leave the safety of Rome. This made him a force to be reckoned with. Adding to this, he created a cavalry-based army, which he could deploy as soon as trouble arose. He also split troops into layers, leaving some at the borders, but also placing some within the interior of the empire. Perhaps his greatest military tactic was the creation of the Tetrarchy, in which he placed 4 rulers across the empire to keep his laws and orders. In doing this, Diocletian could keep his finger on the pulse of the empire. At the end of Diocletian's remarkable reign, the empire had crawled its way from the dark pit known as the crisis of the 3rd century. Yes, problems like foreign invasion, a pathetic economy, and civil war would eventually sink the empire. However, Diocletian will be remembered as the man who conquered the crisis of the 3rd century and kept the empire standing for a little while longer. To sum up the 3rd century crisis, it began when the powerful Severan dynasty of emperors came to an end. Without someone to fill the power vacuum, our 5 F's came along and caused the crisis. They are feuding, which occurred in many civil wars. Next, factions occurred as parts of the empire began to split off from Rome. This brings us to funding problem by means of inflation, which made the empire very susceptible to our 4th F, foreign invasion. Making things even more pitiful, the empire was hit by our final F, a freaky disease. Although a few determined emperors did step in and try to combat these 5 F's, Diocletian is given the credit for pulling the empire out of the 3rd century crisis. Setting himself up as a deity not to be messed with, Diocletian instituted economic reform through things like price setting. He also reformed the military by establishing a strong and swift cavalry, and the Tetrarchy system, which placed rulers in 4 different provinces. In doing all these things, Diocletian renewed the empire and brought it back to its feet, giving it a chance to live to fight another day. As the familiar saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day. As the not-so-familiar saying also goes, it didn't fall in a day either. To explain this saying, we're going to look at the gradual decline of Rome, culminating with its sacking in the year 476 CE. In doing this, we're going to blame internal corruption, division, and outside invasion for the demise of Rome, known to the ancient world as the Eternal City. Although there are a plethora of reasons for the fall that we could cite, most of them can be traced back to these three. Let's get started with internal corruption. As the empire grew, it became very hard to govern and control. Violence began replacing law and order. Instead of emperors, generals, and politicians being chosen on the basis of merit, positions of power were paid for or gained through violence that could rival any modern-day mob movie. Adding to the problem, the rulers of Rome, many of whom had bought or murdered for their positions, had little desire to actually govern, let alone preserve the city. Without a strong central power base, civil wars waged between feuding political groups, while corrupt officials levied devastating taxes on the people of Rome. Inflation soared, commoners died of starvation and disease, and the lights of the Eternal City began to dim. In an attempt to keep the light of Rome from completely dying, one emperor, Diocletian, stepped in with a plan to save the day. However, his 3rd century plan actually gives us our second reason for the fall of Rome: division. Seeing that the empire was just too large to govern effectively, Diocletian decided to divide it into western and eastern halves. When one of Diocletian's successors, the famous Constantine, officially moved the capital of the empire from Rome to Constantinople in the first half of the 4th century, the center of political power moved with it. To history, the eastern part of the empire came to be known as the Byzantine Empire, while the western half remained under the faltering control of Rome. Since the political force of the empire had moved east, Rome was, in a manner of speaking, left to fend for itself against not only corruption from within, but also our third reason for its fall: outside invasion. As the Byzantine Empire of the East began to thrive, Rome and its surrounding areas faced further decline. With the political power of the empire now in the east, and with the city of Rome suffering from corruption from within, the ancient city was ripe for attack. Soon nomads from the north, known as the Germanic tribes, began attacking along the northern borders of the empire. Without a strong leader or a strong, well-disciplined military, the city could not mount a suitable defense. Around the year 410 CE, Rome, the city once thought unconquerable, was invaded by the Germanic Visigoths led by Alaric, a name which has become synonymous with the demise of Rome. The Eternal City was looted, much of its ancient architecture was reduced to rubble, and its people were ravaged. For many historians, this event signaled the beginning of the very end for the Eternal City. Finally, in 476, the Germanic people fell once again on Rome. However, this time they gained complete control of the city and its surrounding lands. Their leader, Odoacer, declared himself the ruler of Italy, forcing the last emperor of Rome, Romulus Augustulus, to surrender his crown. This signaling to history the fall of Rome, the extinguishing of the Eternal City. Just like Rome wasn't built in a day, it also didn't fall in a day. Its demise can be attributed to many factors, especially internal corruption, division, and outside invasion. As Rome grew in size and population, the rulers of Rome became very corrupt. Rather than serving the interests of the empire, rulers, generals, and politicians became more concerned with protecting themselves. Civil wars between groups waged, taxes increased, and inflation soared. In an effort to stem this tide, the empire was divided in two by Diocletian, and the capital of the empire was then moved to the east by Constantine. Although this move allowed the Eastern Empire to thrive, it left Rome and the West susceptible to invasion and ruin. This ruin came in the form of nomadic tribes from the north, known to history as the Germanic tribes. When one of these tribes, known as the Visigoths, invaded the city in the year 410, it signaled the beginning of the end. However, when Odoacer led the Germanics in the 476 conquering of Rome, the last emperor was forced to surrender his crown, and the lights of Rome were extinguished.
If you had to name one person who most influenced the United States of America, who would that be? You might choose George Washington, the first president and a general during the Revolutionary War, or you might choose Abraham Lincoln, who saw the country through the Civil War, which threatened to tear it apart. As important as these figures are, when you start talking about the most influential people in the history of the world, your scope has to get much larger. One person whose impact has been large enough to fit this bill is Jesus of Nazareth, the icon of today's largest religion, Christianity. In this lesson, we'll look at the life, teachings, and death of Jesus of Nazareth. This ideal can be much harder than it might seem. The most authoritative voices we have on the life of Jesus of Nazareth are also the ones that seek to aggrandize him the most, the Gospels of the Christian Bible's New Testament. No physical evidence remains to give us clues about Jesus' life, so it is from the Gospels and a few ancient writers who mention the preacher that we gain all of our information. Regardless of the difficulties of piecing together the true man, who many in the world today consider a deity, many historians and literary scholars have tried to do just that. The details we know of Jesus' early life are scant and incomplete. We do know that Jesus was born to a Jewish family in Bethlehem in modern Palestine, and his father was a carpenter by trade. An exact date is unknown, though estimates invariably revolve around 0 AD. Whether he had a happy childhood or not is virtually unknown. Few sources relate any stories concerning Jesus' adolescence. It's possible, though, that Jesus showed an interest in religious matters early in life, as one story from the Gospel of Luke claims his parents once found him in discussion with Jewish priests. We know far more about Jesus as a man. Most Gospels pick up the story of Jesus when he was about 30. By that point, Jesus was a wandering preacher, who traveled from settlement to settlement speaking about the importance of love and kindness, often challenging the traditional Jewish law of the day. Authorities were often suspicious of any type of wandering preacher, and Jesus was often forced to do his preaching from hillsides several miles outside principal settlements. There he purportedly drew large crowds and performed miracles for his followers as well, including turning water into wine and reviving a dead man. According to the Gospels, Jesus of Nazareth often taught his followers using parables. For example, Jesus used a story about two sons, one who stayed beside his father on the father's farm, and another who took his half of his inheritance and left to look for his fortune elsewhere. When he returned years later, penniless and hungry, the father threw an enormous feast for his prodigal son. When the son who had stayed asked why he had never been thrown a feast, his father reminded him that all his father's land will be his, and that they should still celebrate the return of the other son because he was dead to them, and has essentially returned from the dead. The story was used by Jesus to display the messages typical of his teachings: the unconditional love the Christian God has for all humans, the unconditional love that all humans should have for one another, and the idea of redemption. While the parables and lessons Jesus taught were certainly important to his followers, perhaps even more important to the Christians of today are the stories concerning Jesus' birth and afterlife. According to Christian theology, Jesus' mother conceived him without having sexual intercourse. This story, the Immaculate Conception as it is known, is used by Christians today as evidence of Jesus' divine heritage. In addition, after Jesus' death, his closest followers, the apostles, state that Jesus was resurrected after 3 days before ascending to heaven. These purported events surrounding Jesus of Nazareth are perhaps the two most important events to Christian theology today. Jesus of Nazareth's message appealed to many in ancient Palestine, especially among the poor and destitute of the country, who flocked to hear Jesus' sermons proclaiming such millenarian messages as the meek shall inherit the earth. Jesus' popularity, however, rubbed some authorities the wrong way. Jewish priests were shocked by his teachings, which were based on Judaism but radically different in practice. They were also horrified to hear that Jesus made allusions to being the son of the Jewish God. Most dangerously, Jesus' high profile soon came to the attention of the Roman Empire, who ruled over Palestine during Jesus' lifetime. Roman authorities worried Jesus could lead a revolt of Palestine's Jewish population against Roman rule. When Jesus' popularity became too much of a threat to the Roman authorities and Jewish priests, Jesus was arrested after being betrayed by one of his followers. Jesus was condemned by Jewish priests for blasphemy against the Jewish faith, who then took him to the Roman governor of the region, Pontius Pilate. There he was condemned to death by Pilate at the behest of a crowd that had gathered around Pilate's administrative center. Jesus was crucified along with other criminals, a common Roman death sentence that was meant as an example to those who might commit the same crimes. After Jesus' death, his chief followers traveled across the Roman world, spreading his teachings and starting enclaves of followers of Jesus' teachings. The small enclaves of Christians remained a small religious cult for several centuries. Though these early Christians experienced intermittent persecution at Roman hands, the Roman Emperor Constantine eventually converted to the religion in the early 4th century, setting the religion on its popular and mainstream course that it still enjoys today. As the Christian Gospels are our chief source for the life of Jesus of Nazareth, it can be difficult to truly ascertain the facts about his life. Regardless, the Gospels of the Christian New Testament and a smattering of ancient writers do tell us a lot. For example, Jesus was born at some point early in the 1st century AD to a Jewish family in Bethlehem in modern Palestine. Likely by age 30, Jesus had become a wandering preacher who traveled across the country preaching to all who would listen. Jesus' message was largely one of love and kindness, not only between humans, but between a God and all humankind. In front of his followers, Jesus also supposedly performed miracles, such as turning water into wine and raising a man from the dead. Before long, Jesus' popularity concerned Jewish and Roman officials alike, who disagreed with his teachings. After being betrayed by one of his followers, Jesus was condemned for blasphemy by Jewish priests and crucified by Roman authorities. Despite his premature death, his followers continued to spread his word, creating Christianity as you and I know it today. The 20th century Jewish history is dominated by the most horrific event of the era, the Holocaust, when approximately 6 million Jewish men, women, and children were murdered based on religious hatred and stereotypes. Though this is arguably the most barbaric affront to Judaism in history, it is nowhere near the only one. Indeed, Jews, historically, have had a pretty rough time. In this lesson, we'll explore yet another period of religious persecution experienced by Jews, the expulsion of Judaism from Rome. Before we discuss the expulsion itself, we should probably establish just what life was like in the Roman Empire for Jews. Before the 2nd century BC, most Jews had lived in Palestine and parts of the Middle East. However, gradual migration to the north and west slowly brought Jews into contact with the Roman world, and by the end of the 1st century BC, Jews were populous enough in the empire that special laws were made regarding their religion. According to these laws, Jews received a sort of protected status within the empire, and among other things, received special dispensation absolving them from Rome's normally compulsory military service. By the 1st century AD, Jews lived various existences in the Roman Empire and in the city of Rome itself. Though the exact number and ratio of each is not known, many Jews in Rome were slaves. Though some were lifetime slaves, most were indentured, or slaves for a set period of time. Once those slaves had served their time, they were made free through a process called manumission. Many of Rome's Jews were this type of freed slaves. In fact, some were even made Roman citizens upon manumission, and there was a large population of Jews who were citizens of Rome in the 1st century AD. The fact that Jews had enjoyed a relatively peaceful existence in Rome prior to the 1st century AD makes the expulsion they experienced in the 1st century AD all the more puzzling. In 19 AD, the Jews were expelled from the city of Rome. Both ancient writers and today's historians differ on exactly why the Jews were expelled from Rome. Some ancient writers claim the Jews were simply too good at winning converts, and Roman authorities worried that further spread of the Jewish religion would undermine state authority. Still others claim that Jews were a continual source of civic unrest in the city, while yet another writer claims that the Jews were expelled from Rome after a few Jewish men deceived a Roman aristocratic woman and stole her expensive gifts meant for a religious temple. This last explanation, it should be noted, is largely discounted by historians today. What we do know about the 19 AD expulsion is that it was an expulsion more in name than in practice, and that Jewish religious practices were in no way restricted. They were simply required to move outside the bounds of the city. This expulsion, it should be noted, was strictly in regards to the city of Rome itself. Jews in other parts of the empire were largely unaffected. Despite this earlier expulsion, when most writers refer to the expulsion of the Jews from Rome, they are referring to a later, second expulsion, somewhere around 50 AD. This expulsion was done by order of the Emperor Claudius, and is noted by just a handful of ancient writers. According to one, Suetonius, this occurred because of unrest in the city and throughout the empire, fueled by disagreements surrounding the teachings and life of Cresto or Chrestus. Many historians have extrapolated this name to be in reference to Jesus Christ. Whether this Crestus was in reference to Jesus of Nazareth, or simply some guy named Crestus who liked to stir up trouble, is not known for certain. However, other ancient sources confirm that significant disagreements occurred within Rome's Jewish population between those who believed in the divinity of Jesus of Nazareth, who claimed to be the Son of God, and those who denied it, as Judaism does today. Whatever the source, the civil disturbances caused by Rome's Jewish population were likely the cause of Claudius's decision. The expulsion around 50 AD was intended to be more comprehensive than the earlier expulsion, and Jewish Christians, those espousing the teachings of Jesus, were also banned. In addition, synagogues in the city were closed, and several thousand young Jewish men were conscripted into the Roman army, a move which was likely made to remove as many Jews from Rome as possible. After the end of Claudius's rule a few years later, the Jews were welcomed back to Rome under the reign of Nero. Judaism's entrance into the Roman Empire did not occur until the 2nd century BC, but by the end of the 1st century BC, they were considered a somewhat protected religious minority. Many Jews entered the Roman Empire as slaves, though once they had served their time as servants, many were often manumitted into Roman citizenship. Though the Jews lived relatively peacefully under Roman rule at first, this changed in the 1st century AD. In 19 AD, the Jews were expelled from the city, likely because of either their religious evangelism or because of the civil unrest they fostered. Though some were removed from the city, many stayed, and their religious practices were not hindered. So many were still in the city that around 50 AD more unrest within the Jewish population, possibly in relation to disagreements over the teachings of Jesus, led to a more wholesale ban on Jews and Judaism in Rome by the Emperor Claudius. Though synagogues were closed and many young Jewish men conscripted into the Roman army, the Jews were once again treated favorably under the succeeding emperor, Nero.
There are moments in time that have changed the world, standing out as turning points in history. For the United States, there's Lexington's shot heard round the world. For Europe, the crowning of Charlemagne as Holy Roman Emperor. Although these events shaped continents, many historians give them a backseat to the conversion of Constantine, an event which elevated Christianity to political prominence and power. Ironically, such a profound event is believed to have begun with a vision and a dream. To explain, tradition holds that Constantine converted to Christianity after an odd experience in the 312 CE Battle of Milvian Bridge. While warring against Maxentius, his co-heir, Constantine began praying for assistance. In the midst of such prayer, he saw a beaming cross bearing the words, "In hoc signo vinces," translated, "By this sign you will conquer." When he had a dream that very night in which God reaffirmed this vision, Constantine was sold. Now, whether Constantine's conversion was heartfelt or whether he used his newfound faith as an exaggerated good luck charm is still fodder for great debate among historians and theologians. However, everyone agrees on one point. Constantine's conversion caused the political ascent of Christianity. For starters, Constantine wasted little time promoting his newfound faith. In 313, his reign saw the issue of the Edict of Milan, which legalized Christianity and freed its followers from the vicious, state-instituted persecutions experienced under emperors like Nero and Diocletian. Not content with merely legalizing Christianity, Constantine had no problem mixing church and state. In fact, the integration of church and state is often referred to as Constantinism. In other words, he enacted legislation that acted like fertilizer for the faith. He declared Sunday as an official Roman holiday, making getting to church much easier for his subjects. He also offered tax exemption to the church and many of its clergy. Adding to this, Constantine changed December 25th from a celebration of a pagan god to a celebration of Christ's birth, giving Christianity and kids all over the world Christmas. It must be mentioned that although these things definitely aided the ascent of Christianity, many historians also credit them for its corruption. Seeing the favor Constantine bestowed on the church and its members, it's believed many flocked to the faith for political gain and personal advancement. Yes, their hearts may have been a bit tugged, but their pocketbooks were downright sucked in. This trend only increased as Constantine became more and more intolerant of the pagan faiths throughout his reign. Anyone wanting to climb the social ladder would have been a fool not to convert. Perhaps the most well-known and lasting piece of Constantine's political portfolio is the 325 Council of Nicaea, a gathering of about 300 bishops issuing an official statement affirming Jesus Christ as completely divine. This statement of faith is known as the precursor to today's still famous Nicene Creed. Without a doubt, Constantine put his political weight behind this creed, and the world still feels his influence. For instance, I live in a rather small town, but I wouldn't have to go very far on a Sunday morning before I'd run into a Christian church displaying the Nicene Creed or quoting it as a congregation. Constantine also played a role in validating the Bible. Wanting Christendom to rally around the sacred texts, he led the Council of Nicaea to begin the process of formal acceptance or canonization of Scripture. Since the word canon actually means measuring stick, this was an official proclamation saying these books measure up. They are inspired by God. In short, Constantine and the Council sort of put their rubber stamp of agreement onto the words actually found in 2 Timothy of the Bible itself, which reads, "All Scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness, so that the servant of God may be thoroughly equipped for every good work." The conversion of Constantine is an event that elevated Christianity to political prominence and power. Although it began with a vision, Constantine's faith permeated his reign. Flying directly in the face of the modern separation of church and state, Constantine integrated the Christian faith into the political arena. Today, this integration is even given the name Constantinism. Not merely content with his personal conviction, Constantine's reign saw the legalization of Christianity through the Edict of Milan. It also saw the establishment of Sunday as a Roman holiday and December 25th as the official celebration of Christ's birth. Adding to this most impressive list, Constantine also called and presided over the famous Council of Nicaea, which officially proclaimed Jesus Christ as divine and led to Christian churchgoers all over the world quoting the Nicene Creed. If you look up information on the history of Christianity, you may find things like, during the 1st century CE, Rome was rocked with the formation of a new religion. Its name was Christianity, and from its inception, the world has been radically changed. Although parts of this statement are very true, there is one item that's a bit misleading. Christianity was not a new religion. In fact, the early Christian church was firmly planted with Judaism at its very root structure. So to be more accurate, we should really say Rome was rocked by a group of Jewish believers who followed Jesus Christ, another Jewish man, and spread his message throughout the world. To explore this a bit further, we're going to discuss the early Christian church's ties to Judaism, or in other words, the faith of the Hebrew people. In order to do this, we will find ourselves diving into the Christian Holy Scriptures of the New and Old Testaments, the words held sacred by the Christian faith. To get things started, let's take a look at the beliefs of Christianity. At the cornerstone of the early Christian church is the belief that Jesus Christ is the Messiah, promised throughout the pages of the Old Testament scriptures. The church believes that he gave himself as a sacrifice for the sins of humanity, and that he rose from the grave to conquer sin and death for all who believe on his name. The New Testament book of 1 Corinthians sums up this by saying, "For what I received I passed on to you as of first importance, that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, that he was buried, that he was raised on the third day according to the Scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas and then to the 12. Using this one single passage from the New Testament, we can see how very closely Christianity is tied to Judaism. For starters, the author of this passage is the Apostle Paul. Not only did he pen these words, he penned over half of the books of the New Testament. In writing these books, he often reminded his audience that he himself was a Jew. In the book of Philippians, he penned these words about himself. If someone else thinks they have reason to put confidence in the flesh, I have more. Circumcised on the 8th day, of the people of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew of Hebrews. In short, the Apostle Paul, credited for penning over half the books in the Christian New Testament, was a Jew. The early Christian church's ties to Judaism don't end with Paul. In fact, almost all the authors of the Christian Bible, save perhaps the text credited to the Apostle Luke, are held to be written by Jewish men. Furthermore, the entire Old Testament is the history of the Jewish or Hebrew nation, and Christianity holds its content just as sacred as that of the New Testament. This is plainly seen in the text from Corinthians we started out with. Let's take a look at it again. Notice how it reads that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures. The Scriptures this passage refers to are none other than the Old Testament Jewish Scriptures. Christianity's ties with Judaism go beyond their holy text to their holy God. Christians firmly believe the God of the Jewish Old Testament writings is the very same God of the New Testament. He is the God who offered reconciliation to himself through his Son, Jesus Christ. This is clearly stated in the New Testament book of Romans, written again by Paul, a Jewish man. It reads, "For I am not ashamed of this good news about Christ. It is the power of God at work, saving everyone who believes, the Jew first and also the Gentile." Perhaps the largest tie that binds Christianity to Judaism is the very fact that Jesus Christ was a Jewish man who practiced the laws and customs of Judaism. His followers even called him rabbi on several occasions. In addition, the Christian New Testament acknowledges Christ's connection to Judaism in the book of Matthew, which records Jesus saying, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. I tell you the truth, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, nor the least stroke of a pen, will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished." Ironically, Jesus Christ, the cord that tied the early Christian church to Judaism, is also the point that divided them. As we've already mentioned, Christianity at its inception held the writings of the Old and New Testament to be their sacred texts. However, Judaism does not recognize the New Testament as sacred. Also, the early Christian church believed that Jesus Christ was the fulfillment of the Old Testament promise for a Messiah. Judaism did not and does not. Perhaps most important, the early Christian church, at its cornerstone, believed that Jesus Christ was God come to earth. In other words, the Christian church holds that God has three facets: God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, all of which are God. This is known as the Trinity. Judaism did and does deny the existence of the Trinity or the Triune God. Building on the belief in the Trinity, the early Christians believed, and the Jewish faith did not, that Jesus Christ came to earth to fulfill the Old Testament promises of salvation for anyone who believes on his name. The early Christian church was not a new religion that simply sprung up out of nowhere in first-century Rome. Instead, the early Christian church was firmly planted with Judaism at its very root structure. The early Christian church was begun and spread by Jews who believed in the message of Jesus Christ. Furthermore, the early Christian church held the Jewish writings of the Old Testament as sacred. In fact, almost the entire Christian Bible was written by Jewish men. In addition, the early church held the Jewish God of the Old Testament and their Jesus of the New Testament to be part of the Trinity, which made up one holy God. Instead of calling the early Christian church a new religion, it just might be a better bet to call it a group of Jewish believers who followed Jesus Christ, another Jewish man, and spread his message of salvation throughout the world.
Have you ever had something grow far beyond your wildest expectations? Perhaps a tomato plant in your garden grew quickly and gave you bushels of tomatoes. Or perhaps you started a local campaign for a cause that was picked up by local or national media. Well, perhaps nothing has grown as quickly or as large in the history of humankind as the religion Christianity. Today, Christianity is the largest religion in the world, and it's the most followed religion in some of the richest and most powerful countries in the world, such as the United States. In this lesson, we'll explore Christianity in its infancy, when it was under the thumb of the most powerful state of its day, the Roman Empire. So important to the modern world is Christianity that we even tell time by it. The approximate birth of its icon, Jesus Christ, is considered year zero of the current era. As such, Christianity began to be an issue for Roman authorities in the middle of the 1st century AD, a few decades after the crucifixion of Jesus. For example, reports of civil unrest in Rome's Jewish population, fueled by disputes over the teachings of Jesus Christ, led the Roman Emperor Claudius to expel all Jews from the city around 50 AD. During the 1st and 2nd centuries, Christianity was a small and secretive religious cult, whose monotheistic beliefs were unique in the polytheistic Roman world. Their uniqueness also made them targets and frequent scapegoats. For example, during the reign of Nero, Rome experienced an enormous fire which consumed large portions of the city. Emperor Nero blamed the fire on the city's Christians, and the widespread persecution, torture, and murder of Christians ensued. Christians' suitability as scapegoats in Roman culture came largely because of their atypical religious beliefs. Their refusal to sacrifice to various Roman gods or recognize the divinity some Roman emperors claimed made Roman authorities suspicious of the cult. However, persecution and suppression were not the only experience of early Christians in Rome. Indeed, Christianity was often tolerated in the Roman world. In fact, Christianity was only one of dozens of religious sects and cults that operated within the bounds of the empire. Roman authorities could hardly suppress them all, nor was that necessarily what they wanted. Instead, persecution of Christians often coincided with periods of economic or political distress, when emperors or authorities needed someone to blame for the empire's problems. Considering this, it comes as little surprise that some of the largest and most violent campaigns against Christians came during the tumultuous 3rd century AD, when Roman power was waning and political instability was rampant. The Emperor Diocletian, at the end of the 3rd century, conducted a particularly brutal repression of Christianity, which some Christians still refer to as the Great Persecution. Considering this, it might come as a huge shock to hear that Christianity's greatest triumph in the Roman world came shortly after the Great Persecution, when the Roman Emperor Constantine converted to the religious cult. The conversion was a shock to the Roman world, and was greeted by Christians across the Roman world as the triumph of the one true Christian God over the old gods of the Roman Empire. Constantine was fascinated with the religion ever since he had learned about it, and the story goes that he decided to convert after receiving a Christian vision the night before a battle, instructing him to fight in the name of Christ and adorn his soldiers' shields with Christian symbols. Whether the story is true or not matters little. What really matters is that Constantine certainly believed it was. The conversion of Constantine was a major coup for early Christianity. Prior to Constantine's conversion, Christianity had grown quickly in the Roman Empire as Peter, Paul, and their followers traveled the countryside, preaching and converting followers. But most of these conversions came from the lower classes of Roman society, farmers, soldiers, and the poor who hearkened to the religion's millenarian message. Constantine's conversion made Christianity the premier cult of the Roman world. Within the century, it had eclipsed the old Roman gods and was officially the state religion of the empire. Early Christianity and early Christians experienced relative tolerance under the Roman Empire that were punctuated by episodes of severe repression and persecution. After all, Christianity was merely one of numerous popular religious cults in the Roman Empire. However, Christians' refusal to acknowledge Roman gods made Roman authorities suspicious of Christians, and Christians often ended up as scapegoats for periods of economic downturn or calamitous events, like the burning of Rome during Nero's emperorship. When this happened, the persecution was extreme. Christians were tortured, murdered, and even fed to animals. Despite the persecution, Christianity continued to gain popularity in Rome among the lower classes. The Great Sea Change occurred early in the 4th century when the Roman Emperor himself, Constantine, converted to the burgeoning religion. Have you ever been to Vatican City? The halls of the Vatican, and specifically St. Peter's Basilica, are some of the grandest and most ornate edifices in the world, a testament to the grandeur of the Catholic Church and the global religion that is based there. A country unto itself, the home of the Catholic Pope is completely surrounded by the city of Rome. Considering what it is today, it's hard to believe that the Pope and Christianity were once routinely persecuted inside the city's walls. In this lesson, we'll explore just how that changed through examining the changing nature of the Catholic Church's highest office, the Pope. The current papacy traces its lineage all the way back to Jesus' most revered apostle, Peter. Prior to Jesus' crucifixion, Jesus purportedly gave the reins of his budding religion to Peter, symbolically gifting him the keys to the kingdom. Peter is therefore recognized by the modern Catholic Church as the first pope. Peter and the other apostles after Jesus' crucifixion traveled across the Roman countryside, spreading the teachings of Jesus and gaining followers along the way. Eventually, Peter set up his personal ministry in Rome, in the capital of the empire. However, it was not all travel and happy converts for the early Christians, especially in Rome. Christianity was considered a small religious cult during the Roman Empire, and Christians were subject to intermittent but brutal bouts of persecution at the hands of Roman authorities and Roman mobs. Some were tortured and killed for refusing to pray to the Roman gods or acknowledge the authority of the Roman emperor, while others were fed to lions and tigers as part of Roman sporting events. Because of this, early Christians were rather secretive in their worship. The great cathedrals that dot the landscape of Europe and North America today were non-existent in Roman times. Instead, Christian worship was often conducted inside the homes of Christians. As such, there was no large, overarching organizational structure as there is today in the Catholic Church. The Church in Rome, founded by Peter, Paul, and other apostles, was considered a bishopric of the early Christian Church, but it was only one of several. Other important bishoprics existed in Antioch, Jerusalem, Alexandria, and other ancient metropolises. Because of this, the popes of the first few centuries AD were actually little more than bishops of Rome rather than popes in the traditional sense. What we know of them shows many of them engaging in intense theological debates with the bishops of other cities, while simultaneously conducting regular mass for their followers. With Christianity still a small religious cult inside Rome, many of these early popes died for their beliefs, martyred alongside their followers during episodes of persecution at the hands of Roman authorities. The profile of Christianity and the Church in Rome changed significantly in the early 4th century AD, soon after the conversion of the Emperor Constantine. Constantine had been enamored with Christianity as soon as he learned of it, and in approximately 313 AD, he purportedly saw a Christian vision the night before a battle, commanding him to fight in the name of the Christian God. After adorning his soldiers' shields with Christian symbols and winning the battle, Constantine declared himself a Christian. Within the century, Christianity was the state religion of the Roman Empire. With the institution of Christianity as Rome's state religion, the profile of the Roman bishopric was similarly raised. For the first time, open and large Christian churches were built inside Rome and in the countryside, whose size and importance soon eclipsed the temples to the old Roman gods. By the 5th century AD, the Bishop of Rome and other major fathers in the Catholic Church began to claim Rome's primacy over other important bishoprics of the Church. Though this occurred not without argument, many other church fathers accepted this claim because of its original establishment by Peter, the apostle Jesus charged with spreading Jesus' word after his death. Over the following centuries, various popes consolidated their control over the rest of the church hierarchy and made political alliances with Roman politicians and later leaders of the Holy Roman Empire, which enhanced the stature of Rome and the Church. The Pope today is considered the supreme leader of the Catholic Church. In fact, common church doctrine even states that the Pope is infallible. However, the Pope in Rome did not always have the power he has today, and it was not always certain that the Pope would necessarily be in Rome. After the death of Jesus, Christianity grew across the Roman Empire as Peter, Paul, and other disciples spread the word and converted Romans to Christianity. As Christianity grew, the churches and the bishops who led them in major Roman cities, Rome included, were on relatively equal footing. After the conversion of Constantine, however, the bishop in Rome gained primacy over the others, in part because of the importance of the Apostle Peter, who not only died in Rome, but started its Christian church. Popes in Rome after the conversion of Constantine made additional political maneuvers which solidified Rome's spot as the most important church in Christendom and made the Pope of Rome the supreme leader of Christianity.
Breakups and relationships can be tough. Even though you likely shared plenty in common with the person you were dating, for whatever reason, things just weren't clicking anymore. It happens. While this happens so frequently between couples today that people rarely bat an eye, when it comes to worldwide organizations, breakups are a bit more newsworthy. Such was the case in the Christian Church in the early Middle Ages. In this lesson, we will examine the characteristics and differences of the Christian Church in the Byzantine Empire with that of the Western Church based in Rome, as well as their eventual split. The Roman Empire was one of the greatest states in human history. From the British Isles to Asia Minor and everywhere in between, Rome's power was felt everywhere in the ancient world. However, after several centuries of dominance, Rome's stranglehold on the Western world began to weaken. In the 4th century AD, the empire eventually split into two, with the western half being ruled by Rome and the eastern half being ruled by the capital built by Constantine, Constantinople. In the west, invaders cut down weakened Roman legions and sacked Rome itself. The eastern half, however, maintained its power and became one of the premier empires of the Middle Ages, the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire shared something in common with the unlucky western half, the Christian Church. In the first few centuries AD, Christianity had remained a small, secretive cult often practiced in private homes rather than out in the open as it is today. Though Christianity was generally tolerated in the empire, Christians also faced intermittent periods of persecution at the hands of Roman authorities who often used Christians as scapegoats in times of economic or political distress. This all changed in the early 4th century, when the Roman Emperor Constantine officially converted to Christianity. By the end of the century, Christianity was the official state religion of the entire Roman Empire. Christianity remained an important part of the Byzantine Empire long after the split between Eastern and Western Roman empires. As the state religion, Byzantine emperors considered all non-Christians to be heretics, though they often did little to impose Christianity upon the populace. Furthermore, most Eastern emperors, especially Justinian the Great in the 6th century, considered it their duty to impose Christianity and foster its spread within the borders of the empire. However, according to some scholars, it's likely that Christianity remained the minority religion for several centuries despite imperial decrees. Christianity spread throughout the Byzantine Empire, but did so gradually. Nonetheless, Constantinople, along with Rome, Antioch, Alexandria, and others, became an important center for early Christianity. Constantinople's bishop was considered one of the most powerful in the empire, and he often held complex theological debates with the bishop in Rome and those elsewhere. These debates centered on important issues of disagreement between the Eastern and Western churches, which had developed different customs and practices over the years. For example, in the Byzantine Empire, praying to or the worship of icons, that is, images or symbols that represent important religious figures, allowed the worshipper to communicate directly with that deity. So vociferous were these various church factions that Roman emperors and church officials called for several ecumenical councils where church leaders would hopefully arrive at some sort of compromise and present a united theology to Christian followers.
The most important of these occurred at Chalcedon in 451 AD.
At this council, various important facets of Christianity were decided, such as the idea that God and Christ are one entity, which existed and exists in both a supernatural sense and in a material body on earth in the form of Jesus Christ. While these theological matters were certainly important, perhaps the most important development for the history of the Church in both the East and West was the challenge to church hierarchy.
Prior to Chalcedon, the bishop in Rome had primacy over the entire hierarchy of the Christian Church, a position which came to be known as the Pope.
Constantinople's place in the Church was generally secondary.
However, in Chalcedon, the bishops confirmed the Bishop of Constantinople as having the same legitimacy and power as the Bishop of Rome.
The Pope and his officials were not present when this decision was made, and they later claimed this declaration was illegitimate. The theological and cultural differences between Eastern and Western Christianity continued to grow over the following centuries. Matters came to a head in 1054, when an envoy from the Pope in Rome traveled to Constantinople to demand that the Bishop of Constantine recognize the primacy of Rome's position in the Church. When Constantinople's bishop refused, the Pope's envoy excommunicated the bishop, who in turn excommunicated the Pope's officials. After this event, known as the Great Schism, the differences between Eastern and Western Christianity calcified into the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Roman Catholic churches as we know today. Though Christianity began as a small, secretive cult within the Roman Empire, its popularity grew to the point that in the early 4th century, the Roman Emperor Constantine himself had converted. Even as Christianity grew popular across the empire, its leaders grew increasingly divided over important theological and administrative issues.
When an ecumenical council at Chalcedon in 451 claimed that Constantinople, the Church's most important city in the Byzantine Empire, had the same legitimacy as Rome, the Church in the East and that in the West had reached an impasse. Not only did they have deep theological differences separating the two, but now they also claimed to have the same authority. These divisions festered over the following centuries, until an incident between an envoy from the Pope and the Bishop of Constantinople severed relations between the two for good, an event known today as the Great Schism.
I'm guessing most of us have heard the saying, "When the cat's away, the mice will play." Although it's usually used to describe things like students when the teacher leaves the room, or workers slacking off while the boss is on vacation, today we're going to use it as a historical metaphor for the rule of the uber-famous Charlemagne, the man who pulled Western Europe from chaos and united it under his ruling thumb. In doing this, Charlemagne will be our cat, and the unruly people groups of Europe will be our mice. As we take a look at our cat and his mice, we'll also uncover the role feudalism played in their interactions. Before we get to our big cat, let's grasp an understanding of feudalism. Feudalism is a system of government in which power is based on land ownership. In this system, all land is officially owned by the sovereign, but divided among the nobility. Although feudalism is usually linked to the time of Charlemagne, its roots go back to the 5th century fall of Rome, when the people groups of Europe, or tribes, began fighting for domination. To say the least, it was a violent and dangerous time, and although the leaders of these tribes were usually referred to as kings, their power was not absolute, and they were always in danger of being overthrown by a challenger. In other words, they were a bit closer to kittens than big cats. To gain some semblance of control, these kings began giving fiefs or portions of land to the nobility. Those given the land came to be known as vassals. In return for the gift of land, the vassals would offer the king their allegiance. Yes, they would raise armies to protect their land, but their first official duty was to fight for the king should challengers arise. In order to make their lands productive and profitable, vassals would also offer protection to the peasantry who farmed the land. These peasants gained the name serfs. Obviously, the life of the serf was far from glamorous, but it was protected. In short, that's what the whole feudal system was about, offering protection in a very chaotic time, making it possible to govern and protect large territories in the absence of a centralized government. Although feudalism did offer some stability, it had one very large drawback. Since each noble raised an army to defend his own fief, the nobility became very powerful. As their power increased, they began warring amongst themselves. With this, Western Europe found itself continually in turmoil. Enter Charlemagne, our big cat. Although he continued to use the system of feudalism, he made sure his mice were under his firm control. To understand how he did this, we'll focus on two main things: his military conquests and his divine rights as king. To understand the significance of Charlemagne's military conquests, let's remember Western Europe had pretty much been in chaos since the 5th century fall of Rome. It was a time in which might made right, and lucky for Charlemagne, he proved to have the most might. As king of the Franks, or modern-day France, Charlemagne wielded an impressive fighting machine. Through brute force and determination, he conquered the Lombards of modern-day Italy, the Avars of Austria and Hungary, the areas of Bavaria, the Germanic Saxons, and many others. Not only would Charlemagne conquer a land, but as a Christian king, he would force his faith upon its people. For example, at the 782 massacre of Verdun, it is believed he ordered the slaughter of about 4,500 Saxons. Those who survived his tyranny were eventually forced to be baptized into Christianity or face death. Although these tactics were ruthless, they worked to forcibly unite the modern-day areas of northern Spain and Italy through France, Germany, and even Poland under one faith, thus laying the groundwork for what became known as the Holy Roman Empire. Yes, feudalism still held a part in the political landscape, but Charlemagne and his Christianity prowled around as the undisputed king of the system. All lands were his, and no one dared try to tame him. Speaking of one faith, Charlemagne not only forced people to convert, he also zealously protected the papacy, or the office of the Pope. For example, when Pope Leo III found himself actually attacked in the streets of Rome, Charlemagne rode upon the city and restored order. When Pope Leo III regained his power, he awarded Charlemagne with the crown of Holy Roman Emperor. This famous crowning occurred on Christmas Day in the year 800 CE. With this move, Charlemagne added his divine rights as king to his grip on the empire. The divine right of kings is a political and religious ideology that recognizes a monarch as free from any earthly authority, since his right to rule has come directly from God. For this reason, a king is not subject to the people, the nobility, or any other earthly institution. Taking it a step further, the doctrine holds that any attempt to remove a king from the throne or to restrict his powers is in direct violation of God's will and punishable by damnation. Making this doctrine an even greater tool for Charlemagne, we need to remember he was not only a king, he was made emperor by the Pope himself. With this, Charlemagne went from being a controlling cat to a full-blown lion. With his military and his divine right as king, not many dared challenge his vicious roar. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which point of view you have, despite his godlike hold on Europe, Charlemagne's rule was not eternal. He succumbed to death in the year 814 CE, and like the old saying goes, with the cat away, the mice began to play. In other words, tribes again began to war, and nobles began fighting for more territories. Deprived of the strong centralizing force of Charlemagne's rule, and facing the new threat of Viking invasion from the north, the people of Europe began scurrying like mice, trying to find protection from the coming storm. Ironically, just as it had done at the fall of Rome, Western Europe turned back to feudalism. This time the continent sank even deeper into the feudal system, trading allegiance for protection in a time of chaos that would last until the dawning of the Renaissance. After the 5th century fall of Rome, Western Europe dissolved into chaos. In order to offer protection and maintain some sort of order, the people turned to feudalism, a system of power based on land ownership. Although this offered some stability, it also led to wealthy nobles warring for power in a day when might made right. During this time period, Charlemagne, a Frankish king, used his might to rise to the position of Holy Roman Emperor. He was a man of influence and power who used military conquest and his divine rights as king to pull the continent from chaos. In order to unify Europe under his rule, he went to war, reigning in the tribes of Western Europe. Using his position of Holy Roman Emperor, he ruled under the divine right of kings, a political ideology which recognizes a monarch as free from any earthly authority. With such power, Charlemagne not only waged war, he brought the continent a stability which lasted throughout his lifetime. However, upon his death, Western Europe again fell into political chaos, turning once again to feudalism as a means to establish a semblance of protection and order. Throughout history, many characters have been celebrated as larger than life. There's Samson of the Bible, Joan of Arc of France, King Henry VIII of England, and of course, the star of our lesson, Charlemagne of the Holy Roman Empire, whose name actually means Charles the Great. Born around the year 742, he began as a Frankish king, then became the first Holy Roman Emperor. He was a man of influence and power who pulled a continent from chaos and resurrected the concept of a king's divine right to rule. Before we get to the details of his accomplishments, let's bring some of his humanity to light by listening to the physical description given of him by one of his contemporaries. It says, "He was broad and strong in the form of his body, and exceptionally tall, without, however, exceeding an appropriate measure. His appearance was impressive, whether he was sitting or standing." Now that we have a picture of him in our mind's eye, let's explore his accomplishments by breaking them down into his military conquests, his divine right to rule, and his cultural advancements. To recount his military conquests, we first need to understand that much of Western Europe had been in chaos since the 5th century fall of Rome. As king of the Franks of modern-day France, Charlemagne went to work bringing the Germanic tribes of Western Europe under his rule and the blanket of Christianity. He did this by conquering the Lombards of modern-day Italy, the Avars of Austria and Hungary, and the areas of Bavaria, the Germanic Saxons, and many others. Although most of Charlemagne's rule was filled with military campaigns, his dealings with the Saxons really highlight his ruthlessness and his determination to rule supreme. Against them, he waged a 3-decade-long campaign, devastating their people. In fact, at the 782 massacre of Verdun, it is believed that he ordered the slaughter of some 4,500 Saxons. Those who survived his tyranny were eventually forced to be baptized into Christianity or face death. This leads us to his zealous faith. As a ruler, he was obviously extreme in his desire to unite his lands under the Christian faith. Not only did he kill those who refused to comply, he ardently supported the church. He did this not only through the giving of money and lands, he also took it upon himself to protect the papacy, or the office of the Pope. For example, when Pope Leo III found himself actually attacked in the streets of Rome, Charlemagne rode upon the city and restored order. When Pope Leo III regained his power, he awarded Charlemagne with the crown of Holy Roman Emperor. This famous crowning occurred on Christmas Day in the year 800 CE. With this, we come to Charlemagne and the divine right of kings. As a ruler, Charlemagne's word was pretty much law. He had the final say in legislative and judicial matters, as well as social and military rule. In other words, he stood on his own as very large and very in charge. However, when the Pope crowned him emperor, Charlemagne's power went from being seen as earthly to being endorsed by God himself, which brings us to the concept of the divine right of kings. The divine right of kings is a political and religious ideology which recognizes a monarch as free from earthly authority, since his right to rule has come directly from God. For this reason, a king is not subject to the people, the nobility, or any other earthly institution. Shoring up matters even more for the king, the doctrine holds that any attempt to remove a king from the throne or to restrict his power is in direct violation of God's will. Talk about a powerful endorsement. The origins of this theory are rooted in the medieval idea that God has bestowed earthly power to the king, just as he has given spiritual authority and power to the Pope. Making this doctrine even more powerful for Charlemagne, we need to remember he was not only a king, he was made emperor by the Pope himself. Not only had God willed him to be king, but God's mouthpiece, the Pope, had made him emperor. Now who would dare argue with this? Giving Charlemagne even more validity, the Bible was also used, or misconstrued, depending on your point of view, to push this doctrine. Specifically, Romans 13:1-2 reads, "Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment on themselves." In other words, it'd be a really, really bad idea to go up against King Charlemagne, let alone Emperor Charlemagne. To do so would be to contradict the will of God. Using this position of power, Charlemagne continued to unify the empire through cultural reform. Believing literacy could help in this process, he brought scholars to his realm to encourage education. Also, his rule saw the formation of monastic schools throughout the empire. With this emphasis on education came a flowering of culture known as the Carolingian Renaissance, a period of renewed emphasis on scholarship and learning. During this period, the Carolingian Minuscule, or a standardized form of writing, came into being. This form of writing would set the groundwork for the modern European printed alphabet, yet another success attributed to Charlemagne. When we stop to consider all this man did in terms of conquest, rule, and culture, it's no wonder he was a legend in his own time, and almost seen as a god after his death. Perhaps nothing drives this point home more than the 11th century Song of Roland, an epic yet rather fictional poem highlighting the rule of Charlemagne. In it, Charlemagne, the Holy Roman Emperor, was elevated to near God status as a man beyond mortal wisdom. In short, a medieval Superman, or perhaps villain, depending on which side of the fence you stand. Born around the year 742, Charlemagne began as a Frankish king, but rose to the heights of the Holy Roman Emperor. He was a man of influence and power who used military conquest, his divine right to rule, and cultural reform to pull a continent from chaos. In order to unify Europe under his rule, much of his rule was spent at war, reigning in the scattered lands of Western Europe. Using his position of Holy Roman Emperor, he ruled under the divine right of kings, a political ideology that recognizes a monarch as free from any earthly authority. With such power, Charlemagne not only waged war, he enacted social reform, bringing education and the Carolingian Renaissance to his people, forever changing the face of Europe. Let a man consider that God is always looking at him from heaven, that his actions are everywhere visible to the divine eyes, and are constantly being reported to God by the angels, in order that he may be careful about his wrongful thoughts. Therefore, let the faithful brother say constantly in his heart, "Then shall I be spotless before him, if I have kept myself from my iniquity." This statement from the Rule of St. Benedict encapsulates the very essence of Christian monasticism. Seeking to live within structure and severe self-discipline, monks have fervently pursued a continual awareness of the presence of God. Not only have they pursued this for themselves, they have often been responsible for reforming the Christian Church, seeking to free it from the corruption power can bring. To grasp an understanding of monasticism, we're going to focus primarily on the Benedictine order of monasticism, tracing it from its inception to the Cluniac reforms. We'll then take a look at the influence monasticism has had on our modern world. Before we dive into Benedictine monasticism, let's nail down some history. Monasticism has its roots in the very life of Christ. Seeing the manner in which Christ lived, some early Christians sought to mimic his self-sacrifice and purity. They began abstaining from earthly pleasures, even refusing to marry, giving themselves wholly to a life of prayer and sacrifice. However, they usually did this while still living in and amongst their families. Many historians consider these men and women the precursors of monasticism. It wasn't until around the middle of the 3rd century that the monasticism most of us think of when we hear the word monk began to take shape. During this time, Egyptian Christians began pulling away from secular life, cutting themselves off from all and any human interaction. Perhaps one of the most famous of these hermit monks was St. Anthony. Tradition tells us he actually spent years in the land of Egypt, during which time he never once came in contact with another human being. For these hermits, a life of complete detachment from the secular world was of extreme importance. Some even went as far as to abuse their bodies in an effort to rid themselves of this sinful nature. With this we come to Benedict of Nuceria, the man considered to be the father of Western monasticism, and from whom came the Benedictine order of monasticism, arguably the most well-known of all the monastic movements. Born in the year 480 CE, Benedict of Nuceria began his religious journey much like St. Anthony. He too chose to remove himself from the world in an effort to rid himself of the sinful nature. In other words, he also spent time as a hermit, living in the hills near Rome. However, unlike many hermits, Benedict made the decision to re-enter society. Ironically, instead of living in solitude, he began attracting followers, who within time became a community of Christians who desired to live free from earthly and fleshly desire. At their earthly helm was Benedict of Nurseria, with a code of conduct of sorts, which came to be known as the Benedictine rule. This rule, which came to be the guide for most monastic practices, held three things at its core. First, monks were to live a life of poverty. Second, monks were to live a life of chastity and celibacy. Third, monks were to submit to the authority of the monastic community. In order to maintain this life, Benedictine monks followed, and still follow, a strict life of scheduled prayer. Although different orders of medieval monks, such as the Dominican or Franciscans, had their own rules and schedules of order, they still held and hold to the three tenets of the Benedictine rule. Like any institution created by humans, the monasteries and their monks were not free from the corruption of power. In fact, the history of monasticism is very much like the history of the Catholic Church. What began out of a desire to live as God's obedient people on earth was often corrupted by the power such positions could bring. Unfortunately, the monasteries, who were often supported and even controlled by kings and feudal lords, were not immune to such corruption. However, just like the Church, someone, somewhere, always seemed to step away and say no to the corruption, calling for reform and a return to the tenets of poverty, chastity, and obedience. One such example of this call for church reform is the Benedictine monastery of Cluny, located in modern-day France. The Cluniac reform was a Benedictine movement founded by William the Pious, Duke of Aquitaine, around the year 910. This call for reform sought to rid the church of the influence of secular rulers and authorities. Under their influence, the church had begun practicing simony, or the selling of church positions to the highest bidder. Just as distressing, members of the clergy had begun keeping concubines as their own. Obviously, both of these didn't fit with the Benedictine rule. Seeing this corruption, William the Pious and the monastery of Cluny refused to submit themselves to the authority of local lords. Instead, they would report directly to the Pope, while also demanding religious devotion from its members. Obviously, this didn't sit so well with the local lords on whose land the monastery sat. Nor did the feudal lords like being told their actions were, shall we say, less than godly. However, with the support of powerful popes and church officials, the beliefs of Cluny spread. In fact, by the 12th century, over 1,000 monasteries were members of the Cluny congregation. While these monasteries sought to bring Christian morals to society, they brought much, much more. While the chaos of medieval times waged, monasteries and their monks continued to educate the people. Being devoted to study, they were also responsible for the advancement of medicine, agriculture, art, and even law. Christian monasticism is built on the desire to live within structure and severe self-discipline in order to gain a continual awareness of the presence of God. Moving from hermit monks to monks in community, perhaps the most famous of monastic orders is the Benedictine order. Founded by Benedict of Nurseria, this order is governed by a commitment to poverty, chastity, and obedience. From it, most other monastic orders, including the Dominican and Franciscan, form their base. The influence of the Benedictine rule can easily be seen in many reform movements of the Church, including the famous Cluniac reforms of the Middle Ages. While monasteries sought to bring Christian morals and virtues to the forefront, they also brought cultural and technological advancements in the areas of art, education, medicine, and so many more. Although their presence is not nearly as obvious as it was in the Middle Ages, their influence lives on today. Although it may sound mind-numbingly boring to most, there is a lively debate among some historians concerning the role feudalism played in European history. On one side of the fence are those who see feudalism as an evil system of warmongering and oppression. On the other side are those who see it in a more positive light, labeling it a stabilizing force in an unstable time. Regardless of which side these historians find themselves on, most agree feudalism played a large role in European history. Today, we'll take a look at this role and explore what some call its positive effects. To begin, feudalism is a system of government in which power is based on land ownership. In this system, all land is officially owned by the sovereign, but divided among the nobility. Feudalism in Europe is traced back to the 5th century fall of Rome. Without the stabilizing force of the Roman political machine, the people groups of Europe, or tribes, began fighting for domination. To say the least, it was a violent and dangerous time. Although the leaders of these tribes were usually referred to as kings or lords, their power was not absolute, and they were always in danger of being overthrown by a challenger. To gain some semblance of control, these kings or lords began giving fiefs or portions of land to the nobility. Those given the land came to be known as vassals. In return for the gift of land, the vassals would offer the lord their allegiance. Yes, they would raise armies to protect their own lands, but their first official duty was to fight for the king should challengers arise. In this manner, a system of lords and lesser lords grew to dominate most of Europe. In order to make their lands productive and profitable, vassals would offer protection to the peasantry who farmed the land, often referred to as manors. These peasants gained the name serfs. Obviously, the life of the serf was far from glamorous, and abuses abounded in the lives of the poor. However, some argue that there were some advantages to being under feudalism's yoke, the biggest being protection and sustainment amid chaos. First and foremost, feudalism offered protection to the poor of Europe. Remember, Rome had fallen, and with it so had its laws. No longer was there a central power to uphold the rights of everyday citizens. It was a time when might made right, and since might was associated with land ownership, the poor could have been left out in the cold. Feudalism in some ways offered a remedy for this by giving the poor a protector in the form of the wealthy landowner. Yes, life under the control of the Lord was at many times bleak, but his armies and his walls offered stability and the chance of survival in a chaotic world. Not only did feudalism offer protection from invasion, it also offered protection from starvation. Again, we must keep in mind how the fall of Rome created chaos, affecting the availability of food and resources for the common man. Trade routes were no longer safe, and the movement of goods between areas halted. Feudalism's answer to this was the manor. The manor, which was made up of the feudal lord's land holdings, was not just tracts of farming fields and hunting lands. Due to the unrest of the time period, manors produced everything they needed for daily life. Since trade amongst people groups was seldom an option, the feudal manor offered a self-sufficient community, complete usually with a castle, a church, and a village in which the serfs resided. The life of the serfs may have been one of hardship and drudgery, but feudalism offered food and resources to eke out a survival. Along with offering sustainment, the manor allowed for the specialization of trade to occur. In other words, as serfs took on different roles, occupations of sorts developed. This would be extremely important in European history as it set the groundwork for the birth of tradesmen and the eventual growth of the middle class. Feudalism's roots in Europe are traced back to the 5th century fall of Rome. Without the stabilizing force of the Roman political machine, the people groups of Europe began fighting for domination. It is amidst this backdrop that the system of feudalism came to dominate most of Europe. Feudalism is a system of government in which power is based on land ownership. In this system, all land is officially owned by the sovereign, but divided among the nobility. Although the feudal time period was one of warmongering and abuse of power, many historians believe it offered protection and sustainment to the common people of Europe. As for protection, without the laws of Rome to protect the common citizenry, the poor of Europe were left to fend for themselves. Feudalism offered a remedy to this, as the wealthy landowner and his armies supplied a blanket of protection to the serfs who farmed the land. Although the life of a serf was not to be envied, it was protected from outside invaders. Feudalism also offered sustainment in a time when trade and movement of goods was scarce. Due to the danger of travel and trade, feudal manors saved the day, acting as self-sufficient, stable communities amidst a world of instability. In the year 1453, Turks from the Ottoman Empire captured the city of Constantinople, bringing an official end to the Byzantine Empire. However, as we're about to learn, it was more than Turkish guns that brought an end to this grand empire. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, had enjoyed prosperity. Situated along profitable trade routes and protected by the Black Sea, the empire thrived. For centuries, it seemed that the Roman Empire of the East would eclipse the grandeur once found in Rome. However, like Rome, the Byzantine Empire would face a gradual decline, aided by internal instability and external invasion. For this lesson, we'll start with internal instability. In doing so, we'll blame the nobility for the empire's woes. To explain, early in the empire's history, most of its population was made up of free men who were given land in turn for military service. Fortunately for the empire, these men also paid taxes. With this, the Byzantine Empire not only had a large tax base, but it also had a large military at its disposal. However, this all changed as members of the nobility began claiming large areas of land as their own. Not only did they begin swallowing up land, they also began placing the poorer class into a state of bondage in which they were tied to the land and owed their allegiance to the noble landowner rather than the empire. This has come to be known as serfdom. As the peasant class was swallowed up by the nobility, the tax base and the military of the Byzantine Empire began to evaporate. As if this wasn't bad enough, the empire was then forced to depend on mercenary armies and cities from the west for protection. This was especially troublesome because mercenaries were rather expensive. Making matters worse, the Byzantine Empire and the cities of the west were not on the best of terms. So, not only did this deplete the empire's treasury, but it also allowed Western merchants, specifically those from Venice, free access to the markets of Constantinople. When the Venetians began selling goods at a cheaper price, the coffers of the empire were dealt another blow. While struggling with internal issues, the empire was also threatened by outside invasion. In 1071, the beginning of the end began when Turks marched on the empire and handed it a devastating defeat at the Battle of Manzikert. At the battle's end, the empire saw the loss of much of Asia Minor and the Balkans. Oddly enough for the Byzantine Empire, not only did they have to deal with the Turks, they also faced some serious grief from the Christians of the West. Remember those cities they didn't really get along with but had to rely on for protection? This came in the form of the Fourth Crusade, or Christendom's quest to free the Holy Lands from Muslim control. To explain this odd twist, at the very beginning of the 13th century, Christians again marched toward the Holy Lands. However, this time, they decided to make a pit stop of sorts at the city of Constantinople, Byzantium's capital. Upon entering the city, the Western soldiers ransacked the city, claiming it as their own. Although the Byzantines would eventually recover from this attack, it further drained their already depleting resources. This leads us to the final death blow of the Byzantine Empire, the 1453 fall of Constantinople. Facing internal issues and outside invasion, the empire was breathing its last. By the start of the 15th century, Turkish forces had clawed their way through a large part of Eastern Europe. With strategic wins throughout the empire, the Turks had chiseled away much of lands once held by the Byzantines. In fact, by 1453, Constantinople was really the only place left under the empire's control. Secure behind the city walls, the empire waited out the attack. However, when the Turks descended on the city with gunpowder and cannons, the city was vanquished. Shortly after this loss, Constantinople was renamed Istanbul, and the world said its final goodbye to the power of the Byzantine Empire. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, had enjoyed prosperity. However, like Rome before it, the Byzantines would face a gradual decline that would culminate with the 1453 conquering of Constantinople. Although this marks the official end of the empire, its decline can be linked to internal corruption and external invasion. The internal corruption had to do with the nobility forcing the tax-paying peasantry into lives of forced labor, eliminating a tax base and eventually forcing the empire to rely on foreign mercenaries for defense. The external invasion of the empire came from invading Turkish armies and Christian armies from the west. In the year 1453, unable to withstand the cannons and gunpowder of the enemy Turks, the Byzantine Empire finally fell.